World of Immortals Chapter 479 to Chapter 514. On the heaven-span death bridge, the mysterious ancestor god's radiance illuminated the world and purified the entire sea of corpses. How could a single person be so powerful? The heaven-span death bridge that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers in the sky had already disappeared, but the hearts of the half-ancestors were still pounding. The power of an ancestor god made them feel sincere reverence. Trying to run? Stop him. At this moment, a half-ancestor discovered that Babula had also been teleported out and was about to leave quietly. Bang! Babula directly shattered the void and traversed through space to escape. Boom! The dozen or so half-martial ancestors attacked together, wanting to shatter the spatial channel and blast him out. However, this time, Babula was clearly prepared. Their attacks all missed, and he reappeared 100 kilometers away. Then, he traversed through space and completely disappeared. The expressions of all the half-martial ancestors were extremely unsightly. A xenorace expert had escaped right under their noses, and this wasn't a small matter. Even though Babula no longer possessed the combat strength of an universe-enlightened ancestral god, he was still quite a big threat to them. Since that ancestor god released him, he must have a deeper meaning. We don't need to worry too much. Hearing that half-ancestor's words, everyone immediately felt relieved. Babula was released by an ancestor god. If the expert on the heaven-span death bridge wanted to kill him, a finger would be enough. No one said anything else, but they all had their own plans. They knew that the ancestor god might be using Babula to do something. The battle of an ancestor god was filled with endless temptation to the half-ancestors. The dozen of them moved almost simultaneously and flew tens of thousands of kilometers away. A dozen extremely resplendent light beams streaked across the sky. From the Soul World's levee, it was exceptionally gorgeous and beautiful. However, when the dozen of half-ancestors arrived at what seemed to be the evilest place, it was completely silent. Those who came here to search for the eternal light had already disappeared. Moreover, the grand formation set up by the skeleton sovereign and the others had been completely crushed. The underground corpse river had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a fishy riverbed. As for the space within the corpse sea, it seemed to have evaporated into thin air and vanished without a trace. The dozen of them searched for half a day, but they only found a clear underground river flowing and nothing else. 2 days later, the dozen of half-ancestors left one after another. Everyone had come here in search of the eternal light, and all of them were hoping to obtain a great opportunity to become an ancestor god. Who would have thought that they would discover such a huge change and almost be completely wiped out? Some of them had already expressed their intention to retreat, but some half-martial ancestors were still unwilling to give up, and wanted to continue exploring the soul world in order to obtain the eternal light. They felt that the place they suspected to be the evilest place was not really the evilest place. It was very likely to be another place. Since ancient times, the soul world had many legends about the most evil place. In the distant past, there was once an ancestral god who made a conjecture about the evilest lands based on all sorts of information. He said that the evilest lands were outrageously evil, so evil that it tested one's imagination. One could imagine how evil that place was. However, the legend of the most evil place was gradually lost in the long river of history. Almost no one knew where it was, and they could only speculate based on some clues. Xianxia felt that the chances of finding the eternal light were very slim. It was most likely that the martial ancestor immortal scripture was lying. That fellow was truly hateful and vexing. However, he was not in a hurry to leave the soul world. This was the first time he came to this divine world, and he wanted to tour around. After more than 10 days, he discovered that the soul world was really desolate. There were ancient battlefields everywhere, and it was mostly barren mountains and wild ridges. Although there was a large expanse of lush greenery covering the earth, this world still appeared to be very gloomy. Even if it was noon, it still gave people a chill. White bones were the most common thing in the soul world. They could be seen everywhere on the plains and in the mountain forests. No one knew which era they were left behind, but a few cold and dry corpses could be dug out from a random hole. Although there were some human towns in the soul world, compared to the bustling 9 prefectures, this world seemed a little desolate. The population of this world was not that big, and the cultivation method they practiced was very similar to that of the fire species. all of them directly cultivated the soul. Some big cities were like pearls that dotted the desolate land of the soul world, and they were surrounded by some small towns. Compared to the vast uninhabited area, the area occupied by these towns was really limited. Xianxia arrived at a city called Xianxia and enjoyed a special feast of the soul world. After that, he learned a lot about the legends of the most evil place from the people there. Recently, many people have been inquiring about the most evil place. However, young man, I advise you to give up on this idea. What is the most evil place? It was said by the ancestor god himself, it is the most evil place in the world. No one has ever come out after entering it. That ridiculous? Of course, since ancient times, who knows how many talented people have disappeared just like that. Fortunately, no one knows where this place is anymore. After walking for several hundred miles from Xianxia city, Xianxia arrived at the vast uninhabited area. After advancing for more than 1,000 miles, Xianxia found a few castles in succession. The owners of each of them were actually fire species, specters, and so on. This world really had a lot in common with the world of death. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. He had once heard that among the 100 races, the skeleton race, the evil spirit race, the zombie race, and so on, they grew stronger in the soul world in the past. Moreover, he had also heard of a secret that the skeleton race and the other races had escaped from the world of death. This was what he found out on the skeleton island when he first entered the 9 provinces outer sea. Now that he thought of this problem again, Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. There were many similarities between the soul world and the world of death. Could it be that there was an intact passage connecting them? It was said that after the ancestors of the skeleton race and the other races escaped, they still remembered the secret passage. However, all the secrets had become historical riddles that were hard to solve. The most evil place, could it be? Xianxia was shocked by his own thoughts. If it was really as he guessed, wouldn't it mean that the eternal land was very likely to be in the world of death? Yes, he guessed that the reason why the so-called most evil place was hard to find was that it was not in the soul world, but in the world of death that was connected to the soul world. It was just a bold guess, but Xianxia felt that it was very possible. Bang! Just at this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from the front of the desolate mountain range. A few large cracks extended from the distance, more than 20 miles long. Rumble! A few short mountains in front of him suddenly cracked. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a big movement was definitely not something an ordinary practitioner could do. He immediately soared into the sky and flew forward. In front of him, there was a bright light, as if golden particles were scattered all over the sky. It was extremely dazzling. In the middle of the desolate mountain range, there was a magnificent ancient castle. However, at this moment, the ancient castle was on the verge of collapse. Although the light screen blocked the energy waves in the sky, it still couldn't avoid the impact. 2 figures were fighting in the sky, fighting endlessly. Xianxia felt a familiar aura. He opened his heavenly eye and saw the scene in the blazing light clearly. One side of the battle was actually a heavenly halberd. It was a weapon and not a person. Golden divine halberd. Xianxia was rather astonished. Back then, after the final battle of the false god Tribulation, his body was shattered. The broken stone men, war swords, and the black iron seal all flew away. He did not expect to see the golden divine halberd here today. This demon-like divine halberd was fighting a young man, and they were locked in a stalemate. That man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His killing intent soared to the sky. Countless war souls lingered around him, and it could be said that ghosts were crying and gods were howling. The golden divine halberd had its own spiritual sense. After it recovered its essence, it was no different from a true half-martial ancestor. It shouted, "What's so great about killing 400,000? Do you think I'm scared? You want me to be your divine weapon? You can cultivate for another 1,000 years. By Chi. Tui. I'll change my name to Hei Chi in the future. You should be my little brother. Golden divine halberd." Xianxia shouted and quickly rushed over. This old monster instantly sensed Xianxia's aura and immediately flew several hundred meters away, avoiding that handsome young man. When it saw Xianxia, it immediately shouted, "You! How did you really come back to life? What are you saying? Why do you sound like you hope that I don't come back to life? Xiaochen immediately had the urge to beat it up, even though it was a weapon. Huh. I don't know you. After the golden divine halberd said this to Xiaochen, it immediately tore through the sky and flew away. The young man immediately gave chase, and Xiaochen did the same. However, the golden divine halberd was very cunning. After it got far enough away, it immediately passed through space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This damned golden divine halberd, Xiaochen cursed. You are Xiaochen? The heroic-looking man opposite him asked. Yes, you are. Bai Qi? That's right. When Xiaochen heard this, he was startled. The person before him was a super famous person. He was very famous in history. Not to mention his past, just the fact that he reformed his war souls after his death and became a peak expert was enough to shock people. Bai Qi and other soul cultivators once cultivated in the melting heaven hut and later rushed out. Back in the lifelong realm, Xiaochen had seen him from afar. During the fight for the treasure in the Yuchao Heavenly Palace, Bai Qi had appeared. However, he did not make a move. After so many years, he unexpectedly came to the soul world. However, this was indeed a suitable place for him to cultivate. That golden divine halberd showed signs of evolving into an ancestor god weapon. Bai Qi's words immediately stunned Xiaochen. The golden divine halberd might evolve into an ancestor god weapon? This was somewhat inconceivable. I have been entangled with it and the black iron seal for close to 180 years. During this period of time, we have fought countless times. I have watched as their strength increased day by day. In a short period of 170 years, they have rapidly increased from second half martial ancestor to sixth half martial ancestor. Bai Qi's expression was extremely solemn as he said, that's something that shouldn't have happened. Even if they're half-ancestor level spirit treasures with consciousness, it's impossible for them to evolve at such a speed. At this rate, they'll evolve into ancestral god weapons sooner or later. You once controlled them. Did anything special happen during that period? Xiaochen was speechless. This was too strange. Normally, half-martial ancestor spirit treasures would evolve along with the strength of their masters. This golden divine halberd and black metal seal nearly shattered back then. What exactly happened? What caused them to evolve at such a speed? If this continued, it might be as Bai Qi said, they would most likely evolve into ancestor god weapons. Nothing special happened, Yi Zichen said. Xiaochen shook his head. Then these two strange weapons must have found some kind of mysterious power. Bai Qi took a few more steps in the air and said, that golden divine halberd and black metal seal would come to challenge me every once in a while. It seems like they are testing whether their strength has increased. Have you been living here for the past 170 years? That's right. I have been cultivating here. Xiaochen asked, have they gone to challenge others? I have never heard of any other experts of the soul world being challenged. There was only one time when a friend came to visit. The black metal seal struck him on the way and made him vomit blood. In that case, those two spirit treasures might be hiding nearby. Xiaochen made such a deduction. Bai Qi nodded and said, that is what I guessed as well. However, I have not been able to find their hiding place. This place, at this point, Xiaochen looked at Bai Qi and revealed his other deduction without hiding anything. He said, could it be that the most evil place that has been causing a commotion is nearby? There was no need to hide anything. He believed that Bai Qi already had such a guess. Bai Qi was a soul cultivator. There had to be a reason why he chose to cultivate here. That's right. I do have such a guess. Legend has it that in the distant past, a half-martial ancestor spirit treasure accidentally fell into the most evil place. After hundreds of years, it actually evolved into an ancestor god weapon. Bai Qi paused for a while before continuing, however, I have not been able to find out where they ended up. Ah, there is such a legend? Xiaochen was greatly astonished. He had searched the soul world for a long time and asked many people. He knew of almost all the legends, but he had never heard of such a rumor. That was something from the previous civilization era. I found some relevant records in a remnant. It is said that after a half-martial ancestor spirit treasure fell into the most evil place, it evolved into the immortal heavenly shield after hundreds of years and broke out. After that, that immortal heavenly shield was snatched away by the otherworldly ancestor god. Xiaochen was immediately startled. He said, "Does that mean that the otherworldly ancestor god could possibly find the most evil place? That immortal heavenly shield does not have its own consciousness. The otherworldly ancestor god does not know the secret behind it. They would not know how the immortal heavenly shield was refined." Xiaochen was rather astonished. Now, he was already 50% sure that the immortal light was in the most evil place. Knowing it was one thing, but finding it was another. Bai Qi had been waiting here for more than 170 years, but he still had not found anything. It was easy to imagine how hidden the most evil place was. "Since you once controlled the golden divine sword and the dark iron seal, why don't we practice now that we have reached this place?" Bai Qi had been very serious from the start. Now, he made such a suggestion. Naturally, Xiaochen knew what to do. He immediately nodded and agreed, "Sure. If we work together, we just need to trap a divine weapon." Bai Qi's eyes gave off a resplendent divine light. Although the most evil place was extremely sinister, it was also filled with fortuitous encounters. After returning to the ancient castle where Bai Qi stayed, the two met in secret for a long time. Xiaochen had not expected to make such a startling discovery in this desolate mountain. This matter could not be leaked. Otherwise, all the half-martial ancestors would swarm over. The evilest land attracted the thoughts of many half-step ancestors. No one could remain unmoved by the eternal light. Half-step ancestor was already the limit of being one with heaven. If one wanted to become an unparalleled expert of the 9 provinces and the 4 worlds, one had to reach the ancestor god realm. Otherwise, it would probably be for naught in the end. Once the universe ancestor gods attacked again, it would be impossible for anyone who hadn't attained that level of strength to flee. Since ancient times, the number of people who became ancestor gods could be counted. It was too difficult. Ancestor gods, every one of them had earth-shattering feats. They were true heroes that were praised for thousands of years. Currently, the emperor was the only ancestor god left in the 9 provinces and the 4 worlds. Over the years, many half-step ancestors were born in the few worlds, but they could not cross the heavenly hibernating Tao. Xiaochen waited in Bai Qi's castle for 2 months. However, the golden halberd and the black iron seal were extremely cunning. They did not even show up. In the end, he discussed with Bai Qi and left this place temporarily. They would observe this place from 500 kilometers away. Once they sensed any abnormal fluctuations, they would appear immediately. The soul world was not peaceful in the past few months. Cultivators from the 9 provinces and the other 3 worlds would appear all over the soul world, searching for the evilest land. As a large city in the central region of the soul world, Xianxia city was naturally a bustling place. Powerful cultivators often passed by this place. Especially recently, the martial ancestor True Scripture suddenly flew over, saying that it was going to choose a disciple. This immediately caused a commotion here. Not only did the local cultivators of the soul world flock over, but the experts of the other worlds also came after hearing the news. Even those who participated in the selection in the 9 provinces and Yan capital came again. When Xiaochen returned to Xianxia city from Bai Qi's castle, he received the news immediately. However, he was not moved at all. Letting this fellow comment on the selection was just asking for trouble. He had already listed the martial imprint as a dangerous hoodwinker. Its words were extremely unreliable and irresponsible. It had tricked a group of experts into staying in the soul world and nearly caused the deaths of 10-odd half-step ancestors. Although Xiaochen could not be bothered with the martial imprint, that fellow was extremely sacred in the eyes of others. A tall divine platform was built in the central plaza of Xianxia. There was a sea of people there. For the past few days, it had been completely surrounded. The inn that Xiaochen was staying at was not far from there. He could clearly see everything in the plaza when he opened the window. He discovered many familiar figures. Hey, isn't that Toddy and Juga Fatty? Why are they also on the divine altar? Xiaochen was a little surprised. He actually discovered the blonde Toddy and the snow-white Juga Fatty. The two of them were busying themselves beside that ball of green light on the divine platform. What made Xiaochen dumbfounded the most was that he also discovered Crisis running around, busying himself with maintaining order in the surroundings. One had to know that when Crisis was in Swallow City, he was severely criticized by the Mark of Martial as terrible, too horrible to look at, and a complete mess. He hated the martial ancestors' true scripture to the core and cursed it out loud more than once. Why would this guy help maintain order? How strange. Creak, not far away, another window was pushed open, and Wu Ming's figure appeared. He looked toward the altar on the square. Brother Wu, it's really a small world. Xiaoqin greeted with a smile. Wu Ming cursed his bad luck in his heart, but he had no choice but to put on a brilliant smile and said, "What a surprise, I didn't expect to meet Brother Xiao here. I heard that many half-martial ancestors were trapped in the Sea of Corpses not long ago. Congratulations on your safe return, Brother Xiao." Wu Ming was known as a genius rarely seen in 500 years. He was one of the most outstanding experts in the past several hundred years. Even the celestial race, who was known to be unparalleled in the same realm, was defeated by him. One could imagine his strength. However, Xiaoqin seemed to be a natural counter to him. This made him very unwilling to meet Xiaoqin. Once they fought, it would make him feel guilty. "I'll treat Brother Xiao to a drink." Wu Ming wished that Xiaoqin could immediately disappear from his sight, but he had no choice but to greet him warmly. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Wu Ming sighed at his bad luck. He was just being polite, he didn't expect Xiaoqin to agree so readily. "Alright, let's go to the most famous restaurant in this city, Mangzhe Restaurant. There's no need to trouble yourself. We'll just go to the old tavern below. We'll just order a few dishes and 2 bottles of aged wine." The two of them sat down in an old tavern not far away from the plaza. They ordered 2 bottles of soul-returning wine, which was unique to the soul world, as well as some special dishes. Xiaoqin clinked glasses with Wu Ming and asked, "Why do I see a few more figures beside the martial imprint? What are they doing?" "Oh, you mean that person? That's the in-name disciple chosen by the martial ancestor imprint." Wu Ming revealed a rare genuine smile and said, "Currently, there are a total of 4 people chosen. My son, Little Shi, happens to be one of them. Those who were chosen by the martial ancestor imprint would definitely have a bright future. Toddy and Fatty Zhuge were also among them." This made Xiaoqin rather surprised. However, when he thought that the stutterer was also one of the 4, Xiaoqin felt like laughing. Not long ago, Crisis was still cursing the martial ancestor imprint. Who would have thought that he would be running around like a dog? Furthermore, he even became Toddy's junior brother. These 2 fellows would definitely have a story in the future. "I still don't know if the martial ancestor imprint is really choosing an inheritor," Xiaoqin shook his head. Hearing this, Wu Ming seemed to have some thoughts and said, "I also have my suspicions. I keep having the feeling that it is looking for something else and not really looking for an inheritor." Xiaoqin was only saying it casually, unlike Wu Ming who had such suspicions. He was immediately stunned in his heart. The martial ancestor imprint seemed to really have another motive. While drinking in the tavern, Xiaoqin noticed many familiar people in the plaza. For example, the War King Ma Bao, the War God King, the Xianxia Empress, and so on. "Hey, that's the Earthly Monarch and the Sea God Monarch." Xiaoqin smiled at Wu Ming and said, "Your 5-element divine souls have not gathered together after so many years." Hearing this, Wu Ming felt very depressed. He drank a mouthful of wine and did not say anything. Not far away, there was another tavern. It was very small and had a total of 2 floors. Just at this moment, a golden-haired boy appeared at the window of the 2nd floor, immediately attracting Xiaoqin's attention. The boy looked to be about 8 or 9 years old. He looked very pretty and cute. His pretty face was like exquisite porcelain. His long golden hair looked like it would melt under the sunlight. Moreover, a vertical eye had appeared on his forehead, and it was tightly shut. That is, Xiaoqin felt a familiar aura. The boy was very similar to the Golden Lion King from back then. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. He said in a low voice, "That is the youngest son of the Golden King." The Golden King of the 5-element Heavenly Kings was very strong. Although she was a female, she worked with the other Heavenly Kings and nearly killed Wu Ming a few times. "This boy's father is the Golden Lion King," Wu Ming said as he drank a mouthful of wine with some force. Xiaoqin suddenly understood. No wonder Wu Ming could not obtain the Golden Lion King for so many years. With the Golden Lion King around, it would be very difficult for him to obtain it. Since Xiaochen was born, he had seen countless experts. However, there were only 4 people that he felt had unparalleled talent. They were Lan Nua, Qing Qing, the snow-white little critter, and the Golden Lion King. There was no need to talk about Lan Nua and Qing Qing, they could be considered as heroes of the ages. And Keek's talent was even more ridiculous. Even the heavens were jealous of her, causing her fate to be full of ups and downs. And the Golden Lion King was also incomparably powerful. It was the only one that could be on par with the little critter in terms of talent. Only the Golden Lion King's third eye had once forced the snow-white little critter to reveal its divine ability. If the dragon race's little ancestral dragon did not come into being, the Golden Lion King might even be able to suppress those little dragon kings. Wu Xiaoshi, your dad is calling you to go home and drink. Just at this time, the golden-haired boy from the window on the 2nd floor of the tavern suddenly shouted towards the altar in the plaza with a smile on his face. After that, he retreated back nimbly. What a mischievous little thing. Wu Ming was so depressed that he poured himself another cup of wine. That was because even though the other party was young, his strength was enough to contend against his son, Wu Xiaoshi. This made him feel a little helpless. Toady, your mom is calling you to go home and mop the floor. At this time, the little boy appeared again and shouted mischievously in the direction of the altar. Wu Xiaoshi and Toady were seething with anger. They looked towards this direction, but at this time a golden-haired beauty had already pulled the little brat back and left the window. This little thing is really lively, Wu Ming said. The 5 elements heavenly kings have gathered, Xiaochen pointed to a place not far away. Just at this time, the Great Earth King, the Sea God King, the Fire Spirit King, as well as the War King Mabao, the War God King, the Xianxia Empress, and the other heavenly kings walked towards the tavern where the Golden King was. Wu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Even in his dreams, he wanted to gather the 5 elements' divine soul. That way, he would advance by leaps and bounds and reach an incomparably terrifying realm. It's rare to see so many old friends. Let's go and take a look. Xiaochen made such a suggestion to Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a little moved, but he said, a lot of people on the other side are very hostile towards you and me. It's not good to go on like this. If they want to make a move, I'll help you gather the 5 elements' divine soul today. Wu Ming's heart immediately shivered. Xiaochen actually had the qualifications to say such words. However, at the same time, it also made him feel pressured. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Just at this time, Xiaochen was startled. Because, at this time, the center of the plaza was in chaos. The light ball formed by the martial imprint suddenly soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Xiaochen vaguely felt an unusual fluctuation coming from the direction of the ancient castle where Bai Qi lived. Why did the martial ancestor's true scripture disappear? Why did it suddenly disappear? What exactly happened? Everyone was very shocked. They looked at the sky in confusion and searched everywhere. Toady and Crisis also soared into the sky to look for that cheap master. Sorry, I have something to do and have to leave. After saying this, Xiaochen directly soared into the sky. He turned into a rainbow and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming immediately understood. He chased after the direction that Xiaochen left in. Moreover, there were also some experts following him. At this moment, Xiaochen already had a certain deduction in his heart. This damned martial imprint was probably not only here to select a disciple. It most likely had some other purpose. Xiaochen's speed reached the limit. Very quickly, he rushed out several hundred li and arrived at the vast uninhabited area. Then, he arrived at the ancient castle 1,000 li away in an instant. At this moment, Bai Qi was standing in the sky, confronting a ball of azure light. It was the martial ancestor's imprint. What's going on? Xiaochen asked. This ball of azure light of unknown origin scared away the black iron imprint. Fortunately, we can work together to trap it. Bai Qi seemed to be very angry. Interesting. I didn't expect you guys to be able to find this place. This old man only recently deduced the approximate area. The martial imprint muttered to itself. Are you talking about the evilest place? Bai Qi asked. Nope. The martial imprint denied. Then what are you looking for? I'm looking for the weapon burial valley. The martial imprint said it openly. At this time, Xiaochen spoke. Last time, you mentioned the places where the eternal light is most likely to appear. Is that true? Of course it's not true. If I knew, I would have told you guys and helped the martial bloodline's successor. The martial imprint spoke boldly and confidently. If those half-step martial ancestors were here, they would definitely vomit blood in anger. Xiaochen immediately gritted his teeth in anger. This old bastard had deceived everyone previously, nearly killing 10-odd half-step martial ancestors. Now, he was leisurely strolling over. This was truly hateful and vexing. Bai Qi was also very frustrated. It was this fellow before him who had caused him to fail at the last moment. The two of you, stop glaring. Didn't I just scare away a lump of black iron? When we enter the weapon burial valley, I'll give you the black iron imprint. Bai Qi did not bother speaking nonsense with him. He directly asked, can you find the so-called weapon burial valley? Of course. Who am I? I am the martial imprint. There is nothing in this world that I do not know. This old hoodwinker boasted shamelessly. At this point, the martial imprint gave off a bright light. It said, earlier, I already removed the aura of that lump of black iron. As long as I removed it, I can find it no matter where it goes. Now, I will use the 9 heavens 10 lands soul-searching technique to capture it and find the exact location of the weapon burial valley. The martial imprint was not that of an ancestor god, but it had the strength to make even a demigod feel helpless. However, Xiaochen found it hard to respect it. He even had the urge to beat it up. Suddenly, the martial imprint became incredibly divine and dignified. A vast and boundless spiritual sense spread out in all directions like a river of stars. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands, I am the sole ruler. All gods and demons, heed my command. In that instant, the sky changed color, and the winds and clouds changed. Boundless clouds gathered from 500 kilometers away. The sky here was as dark as ink, looking like it would press down on the ground. At the same time, deities cried and ghosts howled. Boundless souls appeared in the pitch-black sky. Boundless fighting spirits filled the world. All of them were forcibly imprisoned by the martial imprint. Xiaochen really wanted to beat the martial imprint up. This old hoodwinker made such a huge commotion. Wasn't this clearly telling those half-step martial ancestors that something big was happening here? It was the same as summoning all the experts of the soul realm. The matter was definitely going to be exposed. Boom, right at that moment, an enormous head descended from the sky. It was as tall as several hundred mountains combined together. As it descended, it smashed the martial mark into a somersault. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were horrified. I found it right. This is the place. Legend has it that whoever dares to summon the fighting spirits of the gods and demons here will attract a huge mysterious head and devour them. The martial imprint seemed to be confirming something. It was actually somewhat excited. The green light was trembling. Xiaochen and Bai Qi exchanged glances. They were both shocked. The martial imprint was acting like this. Was the weapon burial valley really extraordinary? Was there something it desperately wanted? Boom, the huge head that came crashing down from the sky suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the martial imprint shouted, I sensed it. The black lump of metal is 500 li ahead. The weapon burial valley must be there. 500 li was nothing for experts of Xiaochen's level. Soon, they arrived at their destination. It was a desolate place. There were wild mountains everywhere. Is this the weapon burial valley you sensed? Xiaochen asked. No, I clearly sensed the aura of the weapon burial valley just now. Why did it disappear? It must be a world of its own and is now sealed. The martial imprint seemed to be a little anxious. It roared, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am the sole ruler. All the gods and demons, heed my command. This time, the commotion was even greater than before. All the wild mountains in the surroundings started shaking. Dark clouds covered the surroundings. The fallen gods and demons gathered from all directions. Their fighting spirits were roaring crazily, shaking the heavens and the earth. Woo-woo, the wind was vast and mighty. Many of the mountains were torn apart. Many of the mountain ridges were even blown into ashes. Rumble, the 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to be shaking. At this moment, many experts in the soul world sensed an unusual aura coming from this direction. Other than the experts from the nearest city, Xianxia city, who were rushing over, there were also dozens of peerless experts from all over the soul world who were thousands of miles away. At this moment, they looked over and soared into the sky, rushing over with extreme speed. Boom! In this vast uninhabited area, the huge head that was the size of dozens of heads appeared again in the pitch-black sky. It came crashing down. Bang! It was because the martial imprint was strong enough. If it was an ordinary half-martial ancestor, they might have been killed. The green light formed by the martial imprint forcibly resisted the attack. This greatly shocked Xiaochen and Bai Qi. What exactly was that huge head? Why did it have such power? It seemed to be protecting this area. Break through the ages, break through the origin of all things. Open the gate of the world. The martial imprint shouted and unleashed the martial lineage's terrifying battle skill. Rumble, the heavens and the earth shook. A pitch-black gate of the world was forcefully opened by the martial imprint. Weapon Burial Valley. I really found the Weapon Burial Valley. The martial imprint was extremely excited. He was the first to rush in. The pitch-black gate of the world emitted a vast energy fluctuation. It was filled with a power that even a half-martial ancestor had to look up to. Xiaochen and Bai Qi looked at each other. They followed closely behind and rushed into the Weapon Burial Valley. At the same time, Xiaochen sensed at least dozens of peak experts rushing over. Martial ancestor. I'm coming. The martial imprint seemed to be extremely excited. Even his voice was trembling. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were shocked when they heard this. The words martial ancestor. This shocked them to the extreme. A 9th heaven half-martial ancestor can easily kill a newly advanced half-martial ancestor expert. The martial imprint seemed to have some misgivings. It said, "This is extremely terrifying. This matter is not normal. Before we reach the bottom of Weapon Burial Valley, I worry that an intact ancestor god weapon with its own soul might have appeared. Fortunately, we were not struck by those sword chi. Otherwise, we would have suffered." Only their footsteps echoed in the darkness. Aside from that, the vast valley was deathly silent. They could not sense anything. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were horrified. Half-martial ancestors could not display their might in this mysterious valley. Yet, these 2 clumps of light still had such might. It was easy to imagine how horrifying they were. Bang! I want to go and take a look. Furthermore, they had only entered the periphery of the valley. They were still far from the bottom. It would definitely be even more dangerous ahead. Don't fly. Rumor has it that even if you have unparalleled combat prowess, you will be pierced by the killing chi if you want to fly to the bottom, Bai Qi asked. The world gate was mysterious. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched their hands out. After Xiaochen and Bai Qi charged in, they felt an extremely uncomfortable aura, which made their hair stand on end. Unexpectedly, even a bona fide half-martial ancestor needed someone to take care of them. Weapon Burial Valley was simply too dangerous. Even the martial imprint was not confident in surviving. The sword light split into 2, then into 4, then into 8. In an instant, it split into thousands of sword lights. Xiaochen and Bai Qi felt like they were struck by lightning. Although they managed to dodge the soaring sword lights, the formless killing chi still made their chi and blood surge, making them want to vomit blood. Only then did the thousands of sword lights scatter with a boom. After Xiaochen and Bai Qi entered the 9th winding path alone, they did not encounter any danger. Xiaochen and Bai Qi deeply sensed the danger of that sword. It was absolutely horrifying. The martial imprint seemed to sense danger as well. Only when all the sword lights dimmed did he lead the way and land on the cliff of the valley. Then, he easily descended. The martial imprint seemed extremely shocked. He cried out hoarsely, "It's really, the primal chaos battle spear?" After descending for more than 5 kilometers, he was astonished. Unexpectedly, there were forks in the road ahead. There were a total of 9 paths that led to the bottom of the valley. The 9th path, which is also the final path, can be called the final path. After who knew how much time had passed, the voice of nature suddenly resounded in the deathly silent ninth path. Everyone's path is chosen by themselves. Since you have chosen the end, that means death. Inside the mouth of the volcano, there was a winding mountain path that led to the bottom of the valley. Just at this moment, the martial mark suddenly turned incredibly grave, warning Xiaochen and Bai Qi to retreat. Bai Qi came to that conclusion. A mass of chaotic glory and a mass of surface light tangled together, moving quickly on the rocky path inside the valley. It was a huge valley, and in the darkness of the world gate, it looked extremely demonic. Not long after, a tall figure walked up the rocky path from afar. His footsteps made a crisp sound as if he was wearing a pair of glazed shoes. Why is that? She held the halberd in one hand and stabbed it forward. Immediately, the space in front of the martial imprint turned into primal chaos and erupted with a world-destroying aura. It was an invisible force that could shake one's soul. No, it retreated on its own. After the martial imprint said that, it walked down the huge mouth of the volcano. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were extremely shocked. If this person was not a remnant soul and could fight for a long time, she would be very terrifying. At the very least, she would be a ninth heaven martial ancestor. The martial imprint shot out an azure light and immediately knocked away the huge beast blocking the path. It was a huge beast with 3 heads. It seemed to know that it could not do anything to the martial imprint, so it silently charged at Xiaochen. He is still alive? However, this path was simply too quiet, somewhat surpassing common sense. There were no fluctuations of killing chi or the appearance of a weapon spirit. It was terrifyingly silent. Xiaochen and Bai Qi cautiously retreated. Indeed, that huge 3-headed beast collapsed in front of the cliff with a bang. It had to be said that this weapon burial valley was simply too vast, it was boundlessly vast. After the 9 paths split up, Xiaochen could not see each other anymore. Xiaochen looked around and chose the 9th path. He followed the winding mountain path and headed down. There seemed to be a boundless killing chi suppressed in the darkness, as if it would soar into the sky at any moment. It would tear them to shreds. Bang, could it be that there is an ancestor god here? Xiaochen and Bai Qi immediately walked over to see what kind of divine weapon it was. In fact, if a half-martial ancestor was not careful, it might even pierce through their body. Hey, at this moment, several dozen peak experts arrived outside the door to Weapon Burial Valley. They had rushed over from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Across them was an incredibly dark space. Xiaochen and Bai Qi rushed over. When they saw that the light from the martial imprint had not weakened, they relaxed. At this moment, the martial imprint's voice came from it. These are the souls of the fallen divine weapons. They have reformed and are very unstable. After a few collisions, they will disintegrate on their own. The black figure holding the sword vanished like smoke, completely disappearing into the darkness. The 2 of them followed the path carved out of the steep valley walls, descending step by step. They were on high alert, guarding against any hidden dangers. They had already descended for more than 10 kilometers, but the Weapon Burial Valley did not seem to have an end. They had no idea how far they were from the pitch-black depths. Just at this moment, a huge creature suddenly leaped out from the path ahead. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it charged at the martial imprint. Just at this moment, the sound of air being torn rang out. Terrifying sword lights pierced through the sky and ground. The boundless killing chi made even Bai Qi, a half-martial ancestor, pale. The martial imprint kept calling out the name martial ancestor. In such a strange and mysterious world, it seemed even more sinister. Did you shatter the consciousness on the primal chaos battle spear? The martial imprint was actually knocked away by the battle spear, and the light nearly destroyed its body. The martial imprint reminded them. At the same time, a miserable battle erupted. That was not something they could subdue. Even the martial imprint could only run when it encountered it. The mark of the martial Dao shone brightly and released an incomparably sharp sword chi. Immediately, it sent the black figure flying, and with a boom, it collapsed into the cliff. Xiaochen and Bai Qi's eyes widened. This kind of power could definitely kill a half-martial ancestor race. Xiaochen and Bai Qi focused their attention and chased after it. They could tell that this place was not ordinary. The so-called Weapon Burial Valley most likely buried an ancestor god weapon. A divine weapon that can remain intact must be an ancestor god weapon. Do you think you can control an ancestor god weapon? This was the Weapon Burial Valley, where there were many immortal weapon souls and spiritual consciousnesses. Many of them had their own consciousness. When an ancestor god weapon fuses with them, it is as if it has its own soul. Rumble, it was silent and incomparably quiet. It was as though Xiaochen had set foot on a never-ending path of no return. Just at that moment, a black silhouette shot out and slammed a palm onto the martial mark, causing the surrounding cliffs to rumble. Hearing this, Xiaochen and Baiqi knew that they were not in danger anymore. However, they were still somewhat disappointed. It was a pity that an ancestor god weapon with its own soul did not appear. The fact that this black figure could cause such a commotion was enough to show how terrifying it was. In front of them, there was not a single bit of light in the mysterious world gate. It was pitch black, making one's hair stand on end. It was also at this moment that the largest head, which was the size of dozens of mountains, slowly faded and disappeared into the pitch-black world. Ignore it. The tall figure's aura was overwhelming. The war halberd in its hand tore through the sky, turning everything into primal chaos. Xiaochen and Baiqi stood there for a long time as they watched the martial imprint gradually disappear. It held a 1-meter-long war halberd in its hand. It looked like it could pierce through the sky, flickering with a cold light. Thud, 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 chi. 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 They were so dazzling that they were almost as terrifying as the heavens. It was definitely as strong as a half-martial ancestor. Just at this moment, a cold sword light suddenly erupted and slashed at the three. It was as dazzling as a divine rainbow. The martial imprint shouted at Xiaochen and Baiqi. Bang, the area shook violently as countless boulders tumbled down. Without a doubt, the Weapon Burial Valley was below. It was unknown what kind of wood it was made of. Although it was almost rotten, it was still very heavy. That terrifying sword light came from it. The martial imprint said, that was just the sword chi from the remnant soul of the divine sword. If it were intact, it would be far more terrifying. Thud, 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 at the same time, specks of light shone in the distance. A beautiful silhouette, surrounded by hazy radiance, gracefully and nimbly walked over. Even Xiaochen's footsteps disappeared. This place was so quiet that it felt like it was going to collapse. Even with Xiaochen's vast spiritual sense, he felt lonely and stifled. The martial imprint did not reply. It had already charged forward. Xiaochen and Baiqi traveled along the rugged stone path that surrounded the valley. Even after traveling for another 400 kilometers, they were still very far from the bottom. Xiaochen and Baiqi quickly retreated. A ninth heaven half-martial ancestor expert was not someone they could deal with. If they went up, they would only be sending themselves to death. Xiaochen and Baiqi sucked in a breath of cold air. An ancestor weapon with its own soul? Wasn't that as strong as an ancestor god? When the martial imprint heard Xiaochen's words, it mercilessly said, "If you really see an undamaged divine weapon, I advise you to flee immediately. Otherwise, you will definitely be in danger." The piercing light was not a true ancestor god. Although it was strong, it was also a ninth heaven half-martial ancestor. It was not stronger than the person wielding the halberd. With the martial imprint in front and Xiaochen and Baiqi behind, they slowly descended, wanting to enter the valley. Things have exceeded my expectations. The primal chaos war halberd is actually still in this world. Even though it is already damaged, it is still an ancestor god's weapon. When combined with a weapon soul with its own consciousness, it is equivalent to a ninth heaven half-martial ancestor expert. Bang, the Weapon Burial Valley was filled with horrifying energy. The surrounding walls were very hard to break. It was practically unshakable. When Xiaochen and Baiqi heard that, they felt a formless killing intent. It seemed like there really was an unparalleled divine weapon buried at the bottom of the Weapon Burial Valley. The formless killing intent made them feel bone-chilling. The mark of the martial imprint rushed over and blocked the sharp sword ray with a powerful azure light. The huge claw was as large as a millstone. When it clawed at Xiaochen's body, it left a trail of terrifying sparks on the underworld iron battle suit. The martial imprint reassured them. It said, in theory, there should not be an ancestor god weapon with its own consciousness in this Weapon Burial Valley. Otherwise, wouldn't there be one or two more ancestor gods in this world? That is impossible. Bai Qi's expression turned extremely grave. Xianxia asked. All of you, retreat as far as you can. The martial imprint and the halberd-wielding figure fought for a long time before finally separating. The entire valley shook. Everywhere the halberd passed, everything turned into primal chaos. However, at this moment, the halberd suddenly turned into a beam of light and charged into the boundless darkness, disappearing. Although there was no path ahead, the pitch-black and deep space below was like a bottomless pit, revealing the tip of the iceberg. Clang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground could be heard. It was the sharp sword in the black figure's hand that fell to the ground. This place was filled with a mysterious power that a half-martial ancestor could not display. It was no longer a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The fact that it could display such a sword light was enough to show how terrifying it was. It definitely had the strength of a half-martial ancestor. The walls of the valley that even a half-martial ancestor would find it hard to break were continuously shattered by the two clumps of light. The rumbling sound lingered in the ears. A martial ancestor is here? This was a region that resembled a huge volcano. The so-called Weapon Burial Valley was a bottomless region inside the crater of the volcano. It turned out to be a clump of Xianxia. After a long time, it had condensed into a tangible body. We might be able to find one or two divine weapons. The Weapon Burial Valley was indeed not an ordinary place. Just the killing intent it emitted was so oppressive that even a half-martial ancestor felt uncomfortable. Every palm strike caused the surrounding rocks to tremble. It had to be known that a half-martial ancestor would find it hard to shake this mysterious valley. One could easily imagine the strength of the black figure. Xianxia hurriedly brandished his swords to defend against the enemy. A cold light radiated in all directions as the 27 swords shot out horizontally and vertically, blocking a black figure. Bai Qi let out a deep roar, and many battle spirits appeared around him, trapping the black figure that was attacking him. The martial imprint seemed to have crashed into a mountain. The azure light trembled violently and was blocked. The barrier of the world was in front of them. They had reached the end. Boom, chi. 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 As they continued to descend, a sharp killing intent came from the depths of the valley, causing Xianxia and Bai Qi to feel a chill. The cold aura was like a sharp sword pressed against their spines. They did their best to block the hundreds and thousands of sword lights. Trouble is coming. The true danger is ahead. You guys have to be careful. In the end, someone clenched his teeth and flew into the Weapon Burial Valley. With someone taking the lead, there were naturally others who followed. Some peak experts rushed in. The azure light was glaring and flickered continuously. It condensed into a human figure. The martial imprint waved its fist and shattered the primal chaos, clashing head-on with the battle spear. Vaguely, a figure could be seen punching continuously, tearing the heavens and the earth, bursting out with an unparalleled battle intent. A battle spear slashed out from the primal chaos, tearing through space and time. There was no way to block it. The tall figure did not say anything. He slowly but firmly walked forward, making Xianxia and Bai Qi, who were half-martial ancestors, feel suffocated. He was calm and unruffled, as if everything was under his control. Although he was below, he seemed to be looking down on Xianxia and Bai Qi. His face could not be seen clearly, but the divine light in his eyes was even sharper and scarier than the sword qi. It was several meters long and shattered the space in front of him into primal chaos. The mark of the martialist turned into a green light that covered the sky and the earth. Bai Qi had also dealt with his opponent and helped Xianxia. Xianxia vaguely felt a killing intent. Although it was very faint, it directly penetrated into his bones. It was incomparably cold, sinister, and horrifying. Xianxia and Bai Qi realized the severity of the situation and decisively retreated. They followed the winding path and circled the interior of the huge volcano several dozen times. After traveling for several kilometers, they still could not see the bottom of the volcano. Xianxia and Bai Qi felt that their situation was extremely dangerous. If such a divine weapon charged out, even as half-martial ancestors, they would die here. At the same time, two black figures appeared behind Xianxia and Bai Qi, attacking them. Then, the martial imprint said, "Don't advance any further. Wait here." After a long time, something shocking will happen in Weapon Burial Valley. At that time, I'm afraid I will not be able to take care of you. This is Weapon Burial Valley. Naturally, there are many divine items. How many ancestor gods are there in this world? Don't worry. Existences of that level only appear in legends. Not everyone can see them. Xiaochen remained silent for a long time. In the end, he also chose to advance. This was because he vaguely felt that there was something below attracting him. Then be careful. This place is extremely dangerous. From the start until now, Xiaochen had already traveled more than 30 kilometers deep into the valley. This was what Xiaochen and Bai Qi wanted to know urgently. When the dozens of experts saw the door of the world slowly closing, they hesitated. They did not know whether they should charge in or not. Clang, even with the heavenly eyes, they could not see clearly. They could only vaguely see a pitch-black region. If it was not destroyed, this would be an unimaginable divine weapon. At the very least, it would be a divine sword of the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of half-martial ancestor level. If it had been Xiaochen or Bai Qi, they would have been very flustered and might even have gotten injured. Although the black figure formed by the Yin-attributed Qi here was not a half-martial ancestor, it was not much weaker than a half-martial ancestor. Roar! At this moment, Xiaochen had already scattered the black figure that attacked him. He turned around and slashed at the huge beast with his sword. The huge beast in front of him was roaring. The sky and earth were pitch black. Countless battle souls were roaring in the distance. It was as if a tsunami and an earthquake had occurred in the vast uninhabited area. After saying that, Bai Qi walked forward with large strides and disappeared into the darkness. However, when they got closer, they were shocked. That was not a complete divine sword. The body of the sword had already been broken. Only the broken hilt was left. Thud, thud, thud. The Weapon Burial Valley was pitch black, one could not even see their own fingers. The specks of light in front of them made the area look hazy. The beautiful figure was ethereal and dreamy, as if she was slowly flying over from the 9 heavens. Not only was the woman's voice pleasant, like the sounds of nature, but her posture was also exceptionally elegant, and otherworldly. She had an otherworldly temperament. However, Xiaochen was not in the mood to appreciate this kind of beauty at this moment. What he felt was a formless pressure. Even though there was no vast and mighty energy, and there was no terrifying spiritual sense sweeping over, he still felt an intense danger. Bang! Without any warning, the space around Xiaochen shattered. A cold sword light shook the sky with a cold killing intent. It burst out with an incomparably sharp light, aiming for Xiaochen's throat. Dang! Xiaochen was sent flying on the spot. Even with the protection of the underworld iron battle armor and the protection of the rainbow sacred tree, he was still deeply shaken. He flew for several kilometers before crashing into a cliff with a bang. He almost fell into the bottomless Weapon Burial Valley. Stepping on the 9th path means the end of your life. The woman's voice was very pleasant, but it was undoubtedly terrifying at the moment. She was announcing death. Xiaochen leaped up and stood on the mountain path in the valley again. He circulated his secret art to the extreme, and the 6 heavenly steels appeared in front of him. He walked forward step by step. Huh? The woman in front of him seemed to be somewhat surprised and stopped her attack. At the same time, 27 battle swords appeared around Xiaochen. They gave off a bright light and floated around Xiaochen, causing the girl to cry out in astonishment. You are a little strange. Seeing that you have collected so many swords, I will give you a chance. The woman paused for a while and said, leave all the swords behind and leave. I will let you go and will not stop you. You make it sound so easy. It is as if I am here to deliver the swords to you. How can it be so easy? Xiaochen's expression was unfriendly. Although he knew that the woman was very powerful, he could not give up on the swords. You must understand this when you enter the Weapon Burial Valley. This is the resting place of the divine weapons. All the divine weapons will be freed here and leave their original masters. The woman's voice was still very calm, clear, and pleasant to the ears. I didn't use my main body to kill you. Currently, only a divine sense has arrived. If you don't listen to my advice, then both your body and soul will be destroyed. Xiaochen was immediately startled. This woman in front of him was only a strand of divine sense. Just how powerful was her actual body? It was really hard to believe. The woman before him was at least at the 6th or 7th level of the half-martial ancestor realm. Her cultivation was definitely far superior to his. In that case, didn't it mean that her true body had already stepped into the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, or perhaps even reached the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm? There were only a few ancestor gods in several worlds, but it was very likely that one would appear in this armament burial valley. Do you want to escape? It's too late. The moment you opened the world gate, there was no way out. The woman spoke in an indifferent and calm voice. Right at this moment, a sound came from afar. The auras of several experts were rapidly approaching. That was a peak expert who had entered Weapon Burial Valley later. At this moment, he had already caught up to Xianxia and was on the same path as him. Xianxia, it's you. The skeleton sovereign, the half-ancestor Xianxia, the old Azura, and the holy angel god arrived together. Who is that person? They were very wary of the woman in front. At their level of strength, they naturally felt a dangerous aura. That is an expert at the 7th level of the half-martial ancestor realm. Let's work together to seal her. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. Xianxia did not hide anything from these people. He directly told them the truth. The woman smiled faintly and said, I am only a strand of divine sense. Even if you work together, you will not be able to truly escape Weapon Burial Valley. The few half-ancestor Xianxia quickly exchanged glances. Then, without any hesitation, they worked together to attack. The half-ancestor Xianxia brought out the myriad phenomenon world. It descended from the sky like a cage, suppressing the woman. At the same time, the old Azura summoned the blood spirit, which was as strong as a half-martial ancestor. The blood spirit merged with him and turned into a piercing scarlet light as it charged forward. The skeleton sovereign held the white bone staff in his hand and stood in the white bone world he created. He merged with the countless white bone creatures and swung the huge white bone staff at the woman. The holy angel god gave off a divine radiance. He silently chanted an incantation. A blazing light immediately swept towards the woman. Xianxia did not hold anything back. The 27 swords tore through space and charged forward. At the same time, the 6 heavenly steels shook the dark valley as they smashed over. 5 half-martial ancestor experts worked together. Although they could not bring out the berserk might that could destroy the world in the valley, they were still incredibly horrifying. They tore through space and time, crushing everything in their way. However, contrary to their expectations, that elegant and beautiful figure smiled faintly in the hazy light. She did not seem flustered at all. She gently raised her hand and slowly drew an ancient sword from her back. Kung Chang. A crisp sound, like the roar of a dragon or the cry of a phoenix, resounded throughout the entire valley. A resplendent bolt of lightning immediately burst out. A sword, the sword that the woman drew was actually a sword. It was the same as the 27 swords that Xianxia controlled. However, that sword seemed to have a life of its own, like it had come to life. Compared to the 27 swords that Xianxia controlled, this sword was much more resplendent. Its aura was much stronger, like it could breathe freely and possessed an unparalleled life force. A living battle sword. Chang, the sword let out a soft hum. The resplendent divine radiance suppressed the terrifying might of the 5 experts. The glaring sword light forcibly suppressed their terrifying attacks. Boom, the silhouette within the hazy light waved her sword and slashed at Xianxia. The dazzling light became the only thing in the world. No one could look at it directly. It was as if a dozen or so glaring suns were hanging in the sky. At this moment, Xianxia could not see anything. Then, with a bang, he felt as if his entire body was about to shatter. Even though he was wearing the Netherworld Iron Battle suit, he felt as if his entire body was about to shatter. He was sent flying by a terrifying attack. Huge rocks tumbled down from the walls of the valley. Xianxia was entangled with many of the rocks as he fell from the mountain path into the bottomless valley. The wind whistled past his ears, but he did not dare to fly. The martial imprint had already warned him that no matter who flew in the Weapon Burial Valley, they would be pierced through by the terrifying sword light. As Xianxia fell, the resplendent light above him became dimmer and dimmer. Soon, it disappeared. This indirectly showed how terrifying the weapon burial valley was. Bang! Just at this moment, Xiaochen crashed into a cliff wall. Both of his arms were stabbed into the wall, temporarily stopping his fall. The 27 swords were not snatched away by the girl. They were all floating around him, illuminating the surrounding terrain. Xiaochen flipped his body and leaped back up, returning to the mountain path. However, he did not know if this was the 9th path. That girl was simply too strong. She had knocked him down the valley with a single strike. If he faced her alone, he would most likely die. Should he advance or retreat? It seemed like there was no way out. After opening the gate of the world, there was no turning back. Xiaochen adjusted his breathing for a while, allowing his injured body to recover to its peak state. Then, he chose to continue forward. Without a doubt, he was already very close to the bottom of the valley. Although it was quiet, Xiaochen could feel a bone-piercing chill. It was a kind of indistinct pressure. Ancestor God Weapon. There must be an incomparably terrifying Ancestor God Weapon in the Weapon Burial Valley. It did not seem like it came from a sword. It should be another type of Ancestor God Weapon. This had probably exceeded the expectations of the martial imprint. It was very likely that an Ancestor God Weapon with a soul had been born below, comparable to an Ancestor God. After Xiaochen walked for a few miles, the path ahead was blocked. A white skeleton stood up from the ground in a swaying manner. It was holding a broken long saber in its hand. It was almost rotten, but its killing intent soared to the sky. Without a doubt, the white skeleton was controlled by a weapon spirit. Xiaochen could not help but sigh. This place was very strange. Many weapon spirits had developed their own wills. It was very scary. With a flash of white light, the snow-white skeleton rushed over quickly and slashed at Xiaochen's neck. The saber light was like a surging river, surging endlessly and giving off a bone-piercing chill. Dang, Xiaochen used his sword to break the saber light. He quickly rushed over and swung his sword, chopping the skeleton in half. Several swords simultaneously pressed against the rotten saber. Bang, the white skeleton fell to the ground with its back facing the sky. The saber in its hand also fell to the ground. This was a nearly rotten saber that was only about half a foot long. However, it still displayed such an aura. The might of that saber was comparable to a half-step martial ancestor. Fortunately, it could not last for long. Otherwise, Xiaochen would have to pay a heavy price. It could be deduced that if this saber was not undamaged, it would definitely be a treasure among half-step martial ancestor-level spirit treasures. Gotcha! Hearing such a loud sound, Xiaochen felt his scalp go numb. He knew he was in trouble. In front of him, 7 or 8 black shadows stood up from the mountain path and approached them step by step. Xiaochen increased his speed and charged forward. 27 swords gathered together and slashed at the black figure at the front. Bang, an intense collision occurred. Their strength was comparable to Xiaochen's. However, that black figure was only a weapon spirit after all. It was very unstable. It could only launch one attack before it dissipated. It would take a long time for it to reform. After Xiaochen's attack succeeded, he quickly retreated. The few black figures chased after him closely. After all, the mountain path was narrow. Xiaochen found an opportunity to focus his full power and launch a sharp attack, shattering another weapon spirit. After 2 hours, Xiaochen was utterly exhausted. After shattering 5 or 6 weapon spirits, he finally made it through this area. He was finally approaching the bottom of the valley. When he looked down with his heavenly eye, he discovered that he was only 5 kilometers away at most. However, a mysterious energy enveloped the area below. He could only make out a vague silhouette and nothing else. However, just at this moment, the true danger appeared. A buzzing sound came from Xiaochen's ears. It sounded like a flying insect flapping its wings. It was exceptionally loud in this deathly silent valley. Then, he felt his hair stand on end. A dazzling light appeared in his field of vision. A blade light was like a meteor shower, rushing towards him. That was a saber rain. The resplendent and dazzling flying sabers trembled as they tore through space and arrived before Xiaochen in the blink of an eye. Every flying saber was only about the length of a palm. They were sparkling and translucent, almost transparent. The saber lights were incomparably sharp and indestructible. They pierced through the 6 heavenly steels that Xiaochen sent out. 27 battle swords rushed over, giving off metallic clangs in the saber rain. They clashed intensely, giving off sparks and brilliant lights. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc everywhere. Dang, dang. The saber rain was so dense that the battle swords could not block them all. When they reached Xiaochen, they pierced through the light barrier in front of him and struck the underworld iron battle suit, giving off terrifying metallic clangs. The huge force deformed the underworld iron battle suit. Fortunately, the saber rain did not pierce through it. The battle suit flickered with a dark light, and the instant it deformed, it could quickly recover. Even so, Xiaochen still sustained severe injuries. Xiaochen quickly retreated. However, the saber rain was even faster. Buzz, metallic clangs rang out as the dense saber rain launched its second wave of attacks. These flying sabers could easily pierce through a half-step ancestor's flying saber. If not for the underworld iron battle suit, Xiaochen would have become a civ already. His entire body would be riddled with wounds. This saber rain could not be blocked at all. It surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Even a 6th heaven half-step ancestor would have to dodge this terrifying saber rain. Chi! 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 Just at this moment, a startling sword light burst out from the dark valley floor. It was dozens of kilometers long and rushed up from below. It was dazzling and cold. Xiaochen could vaguely see a clump of azure light fighting intensely with the sword light. It was the martial imprint. He had already reached the bottom of the valley and was fighting with a powerful unknown existence. Buzz, the saber rain trembled and went far away in an instant. It actually rushed back into the depths of the valley. Xiaochen was now in a dilemma. The bottom of the valley was definitely very dangerous. However, it was impossible for him to retreat. At this moment, the gate of the world was definitely closed. Furthermore, that mysterious girl who appeared earlier had her eyes on his battle sword. It was impossible for her to let him escape. There was indeed something in the depths of the valley that was attracting him. At this moment, that feeling became even clearer. In the end, Xiaochen clenched his teeth and started moving forward again. This time, he did not meet with any obstructions. There were no soldier spirits coming out to attack him. He successfully reached the bottom of the dark valley. You are here as well. Bai Qi's figure appeared in the darkness. It was unknown which mountain path he had come down from. The armor on his body was tattered, and his black hair was disheveled. He cut a sorry figure. This place is extremely dangerous, be careful. Suddenly, Bai Qi's expression changed as he shouted, be careful. A squirrel-like creature rushed towards Xiaochen. It was the creature that caused Bai Qi's expression to change. Xiaochen slashed with his battle sword. With a loud dang, the squirrel was sent flying and revealed its true form. It was actually the tip of a saber flickering with a cold light. It was a broken weapon. The palm-sized saber seemed to have a mind of its own. It turned back into a squirrel and flew far away, disappearing into the darkness. This valley is extremely scary. Even the broken weapons seem to have turned into spirits. You must be careful, especially the weapons that have already turned into animals. They are the most dangerous. Bai Qi reminded. Xiaochen immediately felt his scalp go numb. That was because he noticed that there were wild beasts appearing in the surroundings from time to time. Not far away from them, 2 black snakes as thick as a wrist were staring at them. On the other side, a 3-meter-long earth dragon was also staring at them with a cold glint in its eyes. Slightly further away, there were a few wild wolves. Their eyes were glowing with green light as they stared at them. Even further away, there was a huge creature that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It emitted a miserable aura, as though it could destroy the world. It stood in the darkness ferociously. In this huge valley, it was unknown how many divine weapons had turned into spirits. Chi-chi, the sound of air breaking resounded. The 2 black snakes that were as thick as a wrist suddenly attacked. They were like 2 black lightning bolts as they pierced towards Xiaochen and Bai Qi respectively. Xiaochen and Bai Qi executed their respective abilities. The 6 heavenly steels easily smashed one of the black snakes and sent it flying. Bai Qi also used his tyrannical battle spirit to send the other black snake flying. Dang! Dang! Two metallic sounds rang out. The two black snakes turned into two black battle spears. They flickered with a cold glint and stabbed into the ground not far away. After that, they quickly turned back into their snake form and disappeared into the darkness. This is too strange. These divine weapons have turned into spirits. Xiaochen could not help but let out such a sigh. Be careful, it seems like we are in danger. Bai Qi reminded. Not far away, a few wild wolves slowly approached. Xiaochen did not know what kind of divine weapon they were. Even further away, a few huge creatures that looked like Tyrannosaurus Rex burst out with overwhelming killing chi. They were also slowly moving in this direction. The wild wolves were still manageable. They were most likely half-ancestor-level spirit treasures. However, it was hard to say for the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its killing chi was frightening. It was most likely a remnant of an ancestral divine weapon. Avoid those big fellows and move closer to me. Just at this moment, the martial ancestor's mark spoke. At this moment, the martial ancestor's mark could not even take care of itself. The human-shaped azure light was fighting an intense battle with a strong opponent. As it moved too quickly in the darkness, it turned into a large clump of dazzling light. Its killing chi soared into the clouds. Xiaochen was startled. He used his heavenly eye to look and discovered that there were actually two enemies with the martial ancestor's mark. One of them was the tall man holding the primal chaos battle spear. At this moment, the primal chaos battle spear in his hand burst forth with dazzling light. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into primal chaos. His strength was comparable to a ninth heaven half-martial ancestor. If this were outside, such power would definitely be able to sink a continent. However, it was difficult to display its might in this valley. The other person was the mysterious woman who had attacked Xiaochen before. She held a sword in her hand. Every time she swung her sword, it would shatter space. The sword light was dazzling. Her strength was comparable to a ninth heaven half-martial ancestor. The martial ancestor's mark suffered a great blow. Fighting two people alone was exceptionally taxing. He shouted, "You juniors actually do not recognize a senior like me? How preposterous!" Boom. Boom, boom. The ground trembled. A few huge creatures that looked like Tyrannosaurus Rex were slowly approaching. They did not hide their savage auras and cold killing chi. Xiaochen and Bai Qi exchanged looks. They could already sense that this power was not something they could resist. Buzz, the sound of flapping. Wings rang out again. A group of soaring centipedes streaked across the sky. They all revealed malevolent expressions. The cold killing chi they exuded was extremely oppressive. Xiaochen was startled. He already recognized that it was the rain of flying daggers they encountered earlier. The two of you, rush to the center of the valley. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to survive here. The martial ancestor shouted at them. It's the same no matter where we run to. The man holding the primal chaos halberd sneered. In an instant, a large area of the void was destroyed and turned into primal chaos. The woman holding the sword also let out a soft laugh. She said, "It will be even more interesting if the other soldier souls are awakened." Are you two juniors really pretending not to recognize me? The martial ancestor shouted angrily. Not unless you return to your origin and let us see. The man and woman did not relax at all. Xiaochen and Bai Qi had already rushed to the depths of the valley. They were extremely fast. They did not know how many li they had run. They saw countless wild beasts and almost encountered the savage monsters several times. Damn it. There are many soldier souls in this valley chasing us. Bai Qi revealed a grave expression. However, he did not dare to slow down. Behind them were countless figures. There were as small as mice and rabbits, as big as a tyrannosaurus, and even mutated beasts that were as big as mountains. When they gathered together, they formed an intense killing intent that made even a half-martial ancestor tremble. Roar, an earth-shattering roar resounded. A tyrannosaurus charged over from the side. It flickered with a dazzling cold light. Barbaric charge, the earth trembled. The valley seemed to be shaking. The killing intent soared to the sky. This was a sudden attack. Xiaochen and Bai Qi did not notice it at all. They charged over from the side. It was as if a huge city wall as tall as the sky had collapsed and crashed towards the two of them. Rumble, before they could even get close, the terrifying light had already sent the two of them flying. Following that, the huge Tyrannosaurus charged in front of them. Its majestic body sent the two of them flying. Xiaochen and Baiqi felt intense pain all over their bodies. It was as if all the bones in their bodies were broken. The berserk power was unbearable. Xiaochen was in a slightly better state. With the protection of the ancestral god battle armor, he only vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. On the other hand, Baiqi's expression changed. His sternum had collapsed. He had to circulate his divine power to keep it together. Rumble, the mountains shook and the earth trembled. That huge Tyrannosaurus charged over again. Xiaochen and Baiqi immediately ran. What a joke. There was no way they could block such a powerful soldier soul. Furthermore, they had seen the main body of the soldier soul. It was actually a broken black hammer. It was incomparably huge. Clashing with it head-on was simply courting death. Two half-martial ancestor-level experts were actually forced to flee. One could imagine how embarrassed they were right now. More and more beasts gathered behind them. Many big fellows joined in, causing the valley to tremble slightly. Could we have been tricked by that old swindler again? He wanted us to divert our attention. Xiaochen had a bad feeling. If they had really been tricked by the martial imprint, only death awaited them. That damned old swindler. If I find out that you are full of lies, I will not let you off. Clatter clatter, just at this moment, the sound of chains clattering came from ahead. At the same time, an even more powerful killing intent rushed over. It was even heavier than the killing intent of all the beasts behind them combined together. At the same time, all the godly weapons behind them stopped in their tracks and stopped advancing. That is, Baiqi revealed a shocked expression. In the distance, there seemed to be a huge creature locked down by a huge chain. They couldn't see what it was. It's alive. Xiaochen was dumbfounded. At this moment, they saw a terrifying scene. The huge creature turned around and faced upwards. As it breathed, sword rays soared into the sky. They were dozens of li long. Those were terrifying sword rays that could destroy anything. Just the breath it exhaled was so terrifying. It was simply unimaginable. The living ancestral god weapon is locked down here. After knowing this, the two of them turned pale with fright. In the depths of the distant valley, it was pitch black. One could only vaguely make out a huge creature the size of a small mountain sleeping there. As it breathed, a 10-kilometer-long aura soared into the sky. It was even more terrifying than the sword light, continuously tearing space apart. Rumble, Quang Dang, occasionally, when it moved, the thick chains binding its body would make this kind of sound. The sound was very terrifying. This was simply unimaginable. It was a test of one's imagination. A living ancestral god weapon breathing and spewing out sword light was chained in Weapon Burial Valley. Needless to say, it had reached a horrifying level. It was definitely an ancestral god. Otherwise, it would not be able to create such a terrifying sound. Xiaochen and Baiqi were in a dilemma. They were filled with reverence for this unknown super ancestral god weapon and did not dare to get too close. If they woke it up, they did not know what would happen. However, they could not leave either. There were many beasts behind them. Pairs of eyes flickered with a sinister light in the darkness. All of them were staring at the two of them like tigers watching their prey. Their path of retreat was completely cut off. Buzz, the sound of flapping wings resounded. A formless killing chi spread out, making the entire area as cold as ice. Xiaochen and Baiqi immediately felt their hearts palpitate. They immediately retreated. Behind them, a group of soaring centipedes flickered with azure light. They flapped their wings and gave off ear-piercing sounds as they flew over. Those were formed by flying sabers. A single flying saber might not be scary, but a large group of them was extremely horrifying. They could easily pierce through the body of a half-step martial ancestor and kill one or two half-step martial ancestors. Buzz, the azure soaring centipedes were too fast. They pierced through space, as if they did not want Xiaochen and Baiqi to enter the Forbidden Land. They arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Although Xiaochen and Baiqi were also piercing through space, they did not dare to go too far. They had to control the distance. If they were careless and got close to the unknown sleeping divine weapon, the consequences would be unpredictable. Hence, they were slower than the group of soaring centipedes. When the azure sabers rained down, the 100-odd soaring centipedes revealed their sinister appearances. Xiaochen tossed Bai Qi out, causing the unknown divine weapon that was bound by the huge iron chain to be much closer to him in an instant. If Bai Qi was surrounded by more than 100 soaring centipedes, he would most likely die. After all, he did not have the ancestral god battle armor to protect him. It would be difficult for him to defend himself. Buzz, the terrifying sound of flapping wings resounded in Xiaochen's ears. The group of centipedes descended from the sky and drowned in an instant. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as the nether iron battle armor continued to change shape. Xiaochen was sent flying horizontally. The rainbow-colored sacred tree and the underworld iron battle armor blossomed with dazzling radiance and protected his body. But even so, he still suffered a violent impact. Buzz, the sky full of green soaring centipedes charged over again. They wanted to devour the ancestral god battle armor and the rainbow holy tree's radiance. Xiaochen did not dare to delay. He sent out 6 heavenly steels and swept out with 27 swords. Dang, he was hit by the flying centipede and was sent flying thousands of feet away. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and finally retreated to a safe area. Those foot-long azure centipedes retreated unwillingly. This was a forbidden area where the unknown ancestral divine weapon was sleeping. The other divine weapons seemed to be filled with fear. Just as Xiaochen and Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Roar, a huge creature that looked like a qilin walked over with large strides, surrounded by murderous aura. The ink-colored scales on its body were sinister, radiating a cold light. Its 4 limbs were as thick as pillars, so thick that even 8 or 9 people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. Its sharp claws left terrifying marks on the ground. It was more than 200 meters tall, like a black demonic mountain. As it stood there, it gave off an immense pressure. It was definitely formed by the remnant of an ancestral divine weapon. Otherwise, it could not have such might. A super ancestral divine weapon was bound to this golden ground. Ordinary beasts did not dare to take even half a step into it. They all watched from afar. Only this black qilin dared to enter the forbidden area. Xiaochen and Bai Qi felt a headache. This black qilin was too strong. Its killing qi pressed into their souls, making them feel horrified. They definitely could not deal with it. Roar, the black qilin roared and leaped up, charging at the two. Let's go. Left with no other choice, Xiaochen and Bai Qi had no choice but to charge at the unknown ancestral divine weapon bound by the huge chains. Pfff, the qilin immediately tore a huge crack in the hard ground, extending for several kilometers. Xiaochen and Bai Qi nearly fell into it. At this moment, they clearly saw the qilin's true form. It was a huge broken saber. It was completely black and looked simple. Xiaochen was slightly stunned. It looked somewhat familiar. A light flashed, and the broken saber on the ground turned back into a black qilin and continued pressing forward. This colossus was too huge. It was more than 60 meters tall and more than 150 meters long. It looked like a mountain or a demonic city. The dense killing qi it exuded was very pressing. Boom, the 4 thick and powerful giant hands clawed forward, sending sand and stones flying. The killing intent penetrated deep into the bones of everyone present. If it continues to press forward like this, we really will not have any path of retreat. Bai Qi looked at the sleeping ancestral divine weapon in front and the black qilin pressing behind. He felt a headache coming on. The blazing saber light chopped over again. Fortunately, Xiaochen and Bai Qi were prepared. They quickly tore through space and charged forward. However, the might of the saber light surpassed their expectations. Just a small shockwave was enough to shatter their spatial passageway. Boom, the two fell out of the spatial passageway in a daze. They were shocked at how pitiful the saber light was. If it had struck them, they would have been split in half. The black broken saber instantly turned back into a black qilin, looking sinister and horrifying as it pressed forward. It is really familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Xiaochen revealed a startled expression. At this point, there is no need to overthink. Quickly retreat. Bai Qi realized that the situation was bad. Even someone as strong as him felt the threat of death at this moment. This black Qilin was ridiculously horrifying. It was definitely a ninth heaven half-martial ancestor, no weaker than the man holding the primal chaos war halberd or the mysterious woman holding the primal chaos war halberd. However, we are already less than 1 kilometer away from the sleeping ancestral divine weapon. Xiaochen felt that the situation was bad. If they startled the ancestral divine weapon in front, it would be even more horrifying. Loud snoring sounded like rumbling thunder in front. The ancestral divine weapon that it breathed out looked like a rainbow piercing into the sky for dozens of kilometers. Roar, behind them, the mountain-like black Qilin did not care. It actually roared and sent out another blazing saber light. The horrifying light could destroy several half-martial ancestors. Xiaochen and Bai Qi had no choice but to charge at the sleeping ancestral divine weapon. Boom, the black broken saber tore open a horrifying crack in the ground. It was about 3 meters wide and extended for a kilometer, nearly reaching the ancestral divine weapon bound by the huge chains. The thunderous snoring stopped in front. The huge chains rattled as the ancestral divine weapon flipped over and gave off a loud sound. Who is it that disturbed my sleep? The muffled sound made everyone's eardrums ache as if they would shatter. Xiaochen's and Zhiqi's hearts sank. Roar, the black Qilin behind them let out a loud roar as if it was provoking them. However, it did not turn around and retreat. Instead, it stood behind them, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Rattle, the huge chains rattled continuously in front. So, it is you, barbaric Qilin. You have nothing better to do, coming here to behave atrociously. Do you want to loosen up? The loud voice rumbled in the air. Roar, the black Qilin flickered with dark light as it let out a loud roar. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were horrified. Only now did they clearly see what the ancestral god bound by the chains looked like. It was a huge beast shaped like a tortoise. However, its head was actually a dragon's head. Furthermore, it had no limbs. Instead, it had a pair of huge divine wings covered in scales on both sides of its body. It looked strange and very special. You two little things also dare to barge in here and disturb my sleep. Truly unforgivable. This huge creature, more than 200 meters tall, looked down at Xiaochen and Bai Qi and gave off a thunderous roar. It treated the two half-step martial ancestors as little things. Its arrogance was flabbergasting. However, from the aura it gave off, it was not overboard at all. The aura it exhaled was filled with terrifying sword qi that soared into the sky. This was an ancestral god expert. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were very worried. If this fellow aimed its breath at them, they would definitely suffer. If they were not careful, they might even die a horrible death. The light in this strange dragon turtle's eyes intensified. Clearly, it was about to make a move. Just at this moment, a beam of azure light rushed over from afar and shouted, "Show mercy!" The martial mark rushed over at the crucial moment. At the same time, the man holding the primal chaos battle halberd and the sword-wielding woman gave chase. Roar, the black Qilin roared and blocked the martial mark's path like a demonic wall. You, barbaric Qilin leaf, don't recognize me? The martial mark seemed very angry. The mysterious woman behind him smiled faintly and said, "The Qilin saber has awakened. Now, let's work together. Let's see where you can run to." The bound ancestral god dragon turtle revealed an expression of shock and said, "He looks very familiar. He seems to be an old friend." Following his words, one terrifying sword ray after another shot out towards the martial imprint, causing the surrounding space to completely collapse. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were horrified. Just a small commotion from these people was already so terrifying. They were stuck in the middle, suffering. The two had no choice but to rush to the side. "It's me. Don't attack." The martial mark panicked. He was already surrounded by 3 experts. If this mysterious and terrifying dragon turtle divine weapon joined the fray, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The black Qilin's roar shook the sky and charged towards the martial mark. At the same time, the sword in the mysterious woman's hand also arrived. The void shattered. Bang, the martial mark's path was blocked by the 2 people behind him. He had nowhere to retreat and was knocked away by the black Qilin's charge. The huge black saber light almost split the martial mark in half. It's this. I remember now. The instant Xiaochen saw the broken black saber again, he immediately recalled a past event. Back then, when he was trapped on the trapped dragon island in the world of Immortals, the demon Qiyu wanted to borrow the power of the rainbow-colored sacred tree and gave Xiaochen a nameless broken black saber. However, after Xiaochen left with the broken saber, he didn't find anything special about it. He felt that it was far inferior to the golden divine halberd and the black iron engraved seal. However, a strange event happened later on that made him change his opinion. When the Yuchao clan's heavenly palace appeared in the sky above the Immortals' mainland, the seemingly unremarkable black broken blade flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. After that, he never saw any trace of it again. As for the black broken saber in front of him, it was definitely the same as the one he had seen before. The one he had lost was the back half of the saber, including the handle, while the one he had lost was the front half of the saber, including the tip. If the two were combined, it would be a whole. It's definitely this. Xiaochen muttered to himself because he saw that the broken parts of the two sabers could be completely combined. He never thought that he would control an ancestral god weapon in the past. However, it was clear that the hilt had lost its spirituality. It no longer had the power of an ancestral god weapon. It was far less terrifying than the Qilin saber in front of him. At this moment, the martial mark was in great danger. Facing three experts comparable to the ninth celestial layer of half-ancestor realm, he was surrounded by perils. Haha, just at this time, the ancestral god weapon bound by the black chains, Dragon Turtle laughed wildly and said, "So you are the swindler, ha ha ha." It seemed to recognize the martial mark. It laughed continuously, and the sword light it spat out became even more terrifying. Space completely collapsed. Fortunately, this time, it soared into the sky. The sword light spanning several dozen kilometers destroyed everything. Back then, you tricked the Yuchao clan into traveling far away and stole their heaven's nest. Back then, you peeped on Babula's wife coming out of the bath. Back then, you snuck out of the Nuwa palace and were captured by Fushi. You were burned for 49 days. The dragon turtle laughed loudly and recounted the martial mark's 7 or 8 scandals. F***ck at #yen. Shut your big mouth. In the distance, the martial mark seemed to fly into a rage out of humiliation. It shouted, "Stop spreading rumors." Ha ha ha, the dragon turtle ancestral divine weapon laughed out loud. The iron chains that bound him shook violently, making a series of rattling noises. Back then, you stole the Shinon clan's divine water. In the end, you were poisoned to the point where you were half dead. Back then, you tricked the little yellow emperor to go with you to the North Sea. Then, you sneaked back and stole his treasure. Back then, you snuck into Swearin clan's fire god palace and tricked the boy to leave. In the end, you accidentally knocked over Swearin clan's divine fire and were burned half to death. The dragon turtle ancestral god weapon laughed loudly and revealed the martial mark's dirty secrets. F***ck. Dragon turtle. You are indeed a gossip. The martial mark cursed loudly as if he felt that he had lost face. In the distance, Xiaochen and Bai Qi were dumbfounded. Are those the ridiculous things that the martial mark has done? It seems like this old guy is really a bad old bastard. Calling him an old swindler was not wrong at all. He was simply a repeat offender. You old swindler, you caused a ruckus in the Weapon Burial Valley back then. Now, you still dare to come here. If I don't tear you into 6 pieces today, I will truly let you down. The tall man holding the Chaos Battle Spear said coldly. So, you have already recognized me. You actually pretended not to know. The martial mark was furious. I recognized you long ago. I was just waiting for you to fall into the trap and enter the depths of the valley. The mysterious woman wielding the battle sword unleashed an even sharper sword ray. The ink Qilin also let out a deafening roar. Clatter, the iron chain shook violently. The huge dragon turtle flipped over and sat up. The iron chains supporting its body were pulled taut. It let out a thunderous voice and said, "Swindler, you caused a ruckus in the Weapon Burial Valley back then and just left like that. Since you are back today, I will definitely settle the score with you. Don't think that I am afraid of you. If you push me too far, I will make a ruckus again." The martial mark also said ruthlessly. Rumble. The entire weapon burial valley was shaking. The huge dragon turtle moved its enormous body and burst out with an aura that shocked even Xiaochen and Bai Qi. What right do you have to fight with me? Do you think you can contend against me in your current state? The rumbling sounds were like thunderclaps reverberating in the sky. The martial mark shouted, 8 trigrams, I did not expect you to have a real soul. You are no longer a strand of divine sense. It seems that you want to make things difficult for me today. That's right, I want to make things difficult for you. No. At this moment, the martial mark suddenly shouted, so you have already fused with the countless soul fragments. You are no longer the original you. The martial mark seemed to have discovered something terrifying. It used all its strength to jump out of the circle and took a dozen steps back. You are right. After countless years, we are no longer the ancestral divine weapons. We are now our own masters. At this moment, the dragon turtle's voice was exceptionally cold, as if it had become a different person. You are no longer the ancestral divine weapons I know. You have completely fallen to become unparalleled murderous weapons. The martial mark felt that the situation was extremely terrifying. It took another dozen steps back. People always change. Ancestral divine weapons are no exception. The cold and emotionless voice rumbled and echoed in the sky for hundreds of miles. Did Shinno or the Yellow Emperor tie you up here? Damn ancestor god, meddling in other people's business. Sooner or later, I will leave on my own. The dragon turtle's voice was extremely cold as it said, as for now. I want to deal with you first. The martial mark's master snorted coldly and said, 8 trigrams, you dare to boast after being trapped here? Wait until I have rested enough, then we will fight it out. Alright, I will give you time. The dragon turtle happily agreed to its request. At the side, the man holding the primal chaos war spear, the mysterious woman holding the war sword, and the huge Xianxia all remained motionless, no longer attacking. Whoosh, just at this moment, the martial mark unexpectedly turned into a clump of light and quickly rushed towards Xiaochen and Bai Qi. It enveloped them and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The valley was very vast, it was hard to see the end. Trying to escape? That is impossible. The man holding the war spear gave chase. There is no need to worry. After entering the valley, no one will be able to leave without my permission. The dragon turtle's voice remained very cold, not anxious at all. Where are we going? Xiaochen asked. At this moment, they were already 50 kilometers away. You guys can't go anywhere. Just at this moment, a huge brass 8 trigrams appeared in the sky, flickering with a dazzling light. The voice belonged to the dragon turtle. No wonder the martial mark called it 8 trigrams, it was actually an 8 trigrams. It is very similar to the 8 trigrams I saw on the Dragon Island. Xiaochen was very surprised. The 8 trigrams on the Dragon Island was only a fragment. How can it be compared to the true body here? The martial mark's expression was extremely grave as it said, however, it is no longer the ancestral divine weapon of Fuxi. It has now become an unparalleled weapon. The dragon turtle's true body is the 8 trigrams. It is actually the ancestral divine weapon of Fuxi. Although Xiaochen and Bai Qi had already guessed it, they were still very shocked when they heard the martial mark say it out loud. If I did not lose my true body, it would not be able to be so arrogant. The martial mark was very angry. However, it quickly calmed down and said, however, it is fine. The situation will turn around soon. Let's go. The weapon burial valley was very lively. They charged another 300 kilometers, but they still did not reach the end. However, just at this moment, the huge 8 trigrams fell down. The martial mark suddenly increased Xiaochen and Bai Qi's speed. After the 8 trigrams flew to this area, it seemed to have some misgivings. It actually did not fall down. It even became depressed and did not want to go any further. The valley in front of them gradually narrowed and became pitch black. It was much darker than the previous area. You actually want to enter another valley. Very well, let's see how long you can stay in there. The 8 trigrams let out an extremely cold voice. It did not conceal its killing intent as it said, unless an ancestral god comes, no one can save you. Wrong, even if an ancestral god comes, I have nothing to fear now. The path ahead was very narrow. It could only allow one person to pass through at a time. It was like two huge mountains squeezed together with a huge crack in the middle. The martial mark did not say anything and quickly charged in. Xiaoqian and Bai Qi followed closely behind, unwilling to let it go. After traveling for more than 10 kilometers, the path ahead gradually widened. After entering this place, Xiaoqian and Bai Qi did not know why, but they felt an extreme pressure. It turned out to be a similarly vast dark valley, no smaller than the one before. The terrain of the weapon burial valley is like a gourd. There are two huge valleys, but ordinary ancestral divine weapons are not willing to enter this place. Hearing the martial mark's words, Xiaoqian and Bai Qi looked at each other. They knew that there was something strange about this place. The two of you must not wander around. Even ancestral divine weapons have mysteriously disappeared here before. The martial mark warned solemnly. After saying that, the martial mark turned around and walked forward step by step. It seemed to be very excited. Martial ancestor. Have you been resurrected? Right in front of them, there was a huge heavenly pillar. It was at least 1 kilometer tall. Even several hundred people would not be able to wrap their arms around it. It gave off a simple and ancient aura. Is that the martial ancestor? How is that possible? Xiaoqian and Bai Qi denied this thought. That should be a heavenly divine staff. Heavenly divine staff? They recalled what the dragon turtle had said before. It had called the martial mark a heavenly divine staff. Could it be the martial mark's main body? It seemed like it was also a super ancestral divine weapon. It was very possible. The martial mark had called the dragon turtle an 8 trigrams. In the end, the dragon turtle had really turned into a huge 8 trigrams after transforming into an ancestral divine weapon. That 8 trigrams had called the martial mark a heavenly divine staff. If that was the case, it was very likely that the speculation was true. Could it be that the martial ancestor had not turned to ashes and was in a deep sleep here, waiting for an opportunity to resurrect? The martial imprint murmured to itself with an excited expression. It walked forward step by step. A huge divine pillar towered between the sky and the earth. Even hundreds of people would not be able to wrap their arms around it. It stood in the dark valley and emitted an ancient aura. There were no energy fluctuations, but it was enough to make a half-step martial ancestor's heart palpitate. The jet-black tree was silent and motionless. The surrounding clouds churned, making this place seem very mysterious. Xiaoqian and Bai Qi felt a little scared. The martial imprint seemed to be summoning souls as it kept chanting mysterious incantations. Immemorial human ancestor, please listen to my prayer. Return the lost martial ancestor's soul. As the martial imprint prayed piously, a cold wind blew in the pitch-black valley. It was cold and oppressive, causing people to shiver uncontrollably. Even Xiaoqian and Bai Qi could not understand this sudden change. They did not know where the cold wind came from. Woo-woo, the black fog churned and the cold wind howled. Terrifying souls appeared in the surroundings and lingered around the towering tree. Immortal spirits, undying souls, escort the martial ancestor back. The martial imprint walked to within 30 meters of the tree and began to pray and summon even more passionately. The world gave birth to the martial ancestor and bestowed him with unparalleled soul power. There is an important mission waiting for him to complete. Rumble, the pitch-black space shattered, as if a gate to the world was opening. The cold wind became even more terrifying. Countless souls appeared and howled. The black fog filled the air and one could not even see their own fingers. Dying before achieving victory, a hero's heart is filled with tears. This era needs a living martial ancestor, not a dying one. The martial imprint was like a big scam in the past, but now it was filled with emotions. It was extremely sad as it kept calling and praying. Martial ancestor, come back to life. As the martial imprint roared one last time, the entire valley was engulfed by the cold fog. The surroundings were filled with souls and it was pitch black. Even though it was right in front of them, they could not see anything clearly. Boom, in front of the towering tree, a world-shaking explosion sounded out as a mysterious world gate opened, and a boundless power rippled out. Xiaoqian and Bai Qi were like duckweeds in a raging sea. They were sent flying several hundred meters away by a huge wave. They were both incomparably horrified. It was difficult for them to even take a step closer to that hell. Woo-woo, crazy wind swept about, heroic spirits howled, and war souls roared. Incomparably tall soul shadows stood alone between heaven and earth, comparable to the enormous tree that reached into the heavens. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi exchanged glances. Could it be that the martial ancestor was really coming back to life? They were extremely shocked. Roar, the mark of the martialist's body shone brightly. Cyan light burst forth and filled the entire valley. Many battle spirits revolved around him and roared. The pitch-black valley shook violently. It was as if it was about to collapse. One must know that it was very difficult for a half-martial ancestor to shatter the mountain rocks in the valley. Yet, such a frightening scene had occurred. From this, one could imagine what sort of mighty power had been summoned. The violent aura lasted for more than an hour in the pitch-black valley before it slowly calmed down. When everything had calmed down, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi walked forward again. The mark of the martialist took on a human form and walked in front of the towering tree. He pressed his firm and powerful hand on the pillar and pulled forcefully. Like pulling a drawer, he pulled out a huge hidden box from the divine tree. Boom, a mysterious aura immediately surged out in an earth-shattering manner. Back then, the mark of the martialist used the huge tree as a container to keep the martial ancestor's corpse. At this moment, he impatiently looked into the darkness. However, the result made him feel dizzy. It was empty inside, and the martial ancestor's corpse had disappeared. How is this possible? Where did it go? The mark of the martialist cried out anxiously. There's bone powder, Xiao Chen reminded. There was a layer of grayish-white bone powder in the hidden box. Judging from the traces, it should be the remains of a person who died and turned into ashes. The mark of the martialist shook violently as if it was struck by lightning. It almost fell to the ground. It could not accept this result. It could not believe the reality before its eyes. Impossible, I don't believe it. The mark of the martialist roared, the martial ancestor's body is comparable to an ancestor god weapon. In fact, it is even tougher than an ancestor god weapon. How could it have turned into bone powder? However, no matter how much it roared, it could not change the reality before its eyes. It could not accept this result. It kept roaring and shouting. Xiao Chen and Bai Qi learned many secrets from the mark of the martialist's roars. Back then, the martial ancestor had indeed died in battle. However, his accomplishments were even more terrifying than the legends said. After being ambushed, he fell into a terrifying killing formation and encountered 4 otherworldly ancestor gods. However, he managed to kill 2 of them. The weapon burial valley was an extremely mysterious place. It could allow a divine weapon to grow. The mark of the martialist had thought of many ways to revive the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor's body was incredibly strong, even stronger than an ancestor god weapon. The mark of the martialist decided to treat the martial ancestor's corpse like a divine weapon and bury it in the weapon burial valley to allow it to grow. For this, the mark of the martialist even gave up on its main body, the huge divine tree, and placed the martial ancestor's corpse within it. The mark of the martialist merged with the divine tree, making it more like an ancestor god weapon. Although the mark of the martialist was in a frenzy and the information it roared out was very messy, Xiao Chen and Bai Qi still gradually understood the gist of it. They felt that the mark of the martialist had put a lot of effort into it. It could even be said that it was crazy. However, after so many years, it seemed like it had wasted so much time. Why is it like this? All my efforts have been in vain. When the mark of the martialist slowly calmed down, it seemed like it had lost its soul. This was a heavy blow to it. I have been entangled with the heavenly steel for countless years. After I escaped, this is the result, the weapon burial valley. What kind of secret are you hiding? Why did you refine the martial ancestor's corpse, which is even harder than an ancestor god weapon, into powder? Xiao Chen and Bai Qi learned some more secrets. The weapon burial valley could actually drift freely in the chaotic flow of space and time. Every 500 years, it would change its spatial coordinates. It was very difficult to find. Previously, the mark of the martialist was able to enter purely by coincidence. It was not like the other divine weapons that entered through the world gate. Many years after the martial ancestor fell, the mark of the martial ancestor found his corpse. However, it also attracted the pursuit of the otherworldly ancestor gods. Several ancestor gods tore through space and time to kill the mark of the martialist from 5,000 kilometers away. In the end, they accidentally sent the mark of the martialist into the weapon burial valley. Back then, the mark of the martialist wreaked havoc in the weapon burial valley. It could be said to be the #1 divine weapon. Back then, the other ancestor god weapons in the valley did not have their own souls. Could it be that the ancestor god weapon in the other valley destroyed the martial ancestor's corpse? Xianxia raised this possibility. That's impossible unless it completely destroys my main body. Otherwise, aside from me, no one can open the secret box. The mark of the martialist nodded. The towering tree before Xianxia was perfectly fine. This already proved everything. It was indeed very difficult to destroy. An ancestor god weapon could not shatter it. Just at this moment, Bai Qi, who was not far away, seemed to have discovered something. He stared at the towering tree seriously. There seems to be a line of words here. Hearing Bai Qi say that, the mark of the martialist charged over. Xianxia moved closer as well. However, he discovered that he did not recognize it at all. The ancient words were too primitive, like scribbles. Furthermore, they were crooked, like they were left behind by a prank. This line of crooked ancient words was comparable to the little beast cuckoo. No one dared to compliment it. What's written on it? Bai Qi and Xianxia really wanted to know. Although the mark of the martialist was a human-shaped ball of azure light, it gave off a green-faced feeling. At this moment, the mark of the martialist was so angry that his nose nearly crooked. He said hatefully, times was here. Naturally, the so-called times was a meaningless symbol. There was no real name left behind. The mark of the martialist felt extremely depressed. To think that someone left such a mocking message. What did they think this place was? A tourist attraction? The mark of the martialist's main body was rarely seen in the world. To think that someone had left such words on it. This was simply driving him crazy. Damn it, don't let me catch you, you bastard. The mark of the martialist cursed angrily. The mark of the martialist's face darkened. It squatted there and studied it for a long time. In the end, it seemed to have come to a sudden realization. It finally made up its mind and said hatefully, "Don't think that I don't know who you are. I can't afford to offend you. I'm going to deal with that treasure of yours." After seeing these words carved on its main body, although the mark of the martialist was very depressed, it did not seem to be that sad anymore. After pondering for a long time, it seemed to have figured out many things. After an hour or so, the mark of the martialist completely recovered as if nothing had happened to it. The mark of the martialist's laughter was very exaggerated. It was very malicious, causing Xiaoqian's hair to stand on end. "Brat, I'm going to collect some interest from you first." The mark of the martialist moved its limbs and walked over. With a bang, it ruthlessly smashed Xiaoqian into the air. "Old fraud, are you crazy?" Xiaoqian was caught off guard. His entire body was in intense pain. "I'm not crazy. I'm beating you up. I'm going to collect some interest from you first." The mark of the martialist pressed over with malicious intent again. "Fire stick, don't think that I'm afraid of you." Xiaoqian's face darkened. Without saying anything, he directly sent out 6 heavenly steels. Then, he sent out 27 heavenly steels. Clearly, the difference between the two was immeasurable. Xiaoqian suffered a crushing defeat, beaten up neither lightly nor heavily. Bai Qi did not rush over. He knew that the mark of the martialist did not really want to deal with Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian grimaced in pain. It did not feel good to be beaten up by an old monster equal to a 9th heaven martial ancestor. He shouted angrily, "Fire stick, just you wait. I will seek justice for you sooner or later. I am the martial ancestor's true scripture, the only person who understands the martial ancestor's supreme techniques. You can call me the mark of the martialist. Do not call me anything else." The mark of the martialist corrected Xiaoqian. Clang, just at this moment, the depths of the dark valley suddenly trembled. It was like something huge was turning over. The mark of the martialist immediately changed color. Normally, even ancestor god weapons did not dare to enter this second valley. It was very strange inside. There had been incidents of ancestor god weapons getting lost in there. Although it was strange, this valley had always been very quiet. It could be said to be a land of death. Today, Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. At the same time, between the cliffs of the valley, the gap that was only wide enough for a person to connect to another valley suddenly shone with a dazzling yellow light. The voice of the Fuxi 8 trigrams rang out, "Fire stick, come out and die." Although the ancestor god weapon that had transformed into a tortoise dragon was tied up in the other valley, it could condense a strong killing intent and send it out. A resplendent brass 8 trigrams blocked the entrance to the second valley. However, that strong killing intent did not charge in, as if it was afraid of this place. 8 trigrams, you long-tongued fellow. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? The mark of the martialist did not show any weakness in its reply. In that case, come out and fight. Let's decide who is stronger. The brass 8 trigrams voice was very cold and emotionless. It was as the mark of the martialist said, it had already turned into an unparalleled, ferocious weapon. Boom. Boom, boom. The ground trembled, and beast roars shook the sky. The black Qilin beast also rushed over and blocked the entrance to the second valley. At the same time, the woman chuckled softly, "We know that your main body is here. However, you seem to have awakened quite a few ancestral god weapon souls this time. Even if your soul fuses with your main body, it will be difficult for you to turn the situation around." What she said was the truth. If the brass 8 trigrams weren't bound together, one would be enough. After all, a true soul would be equivalent to an ancestor god. Don't wander around. Stay here obediently. The martial imprint warned Xiaochen and Bai Qi, no matter what sounds come from the valley, do not be curious. Otherwise, even if you are half-step martial ancestors, you might instantly turn to dust if you barge in. After saying these words, he walked towards the giant divine tree, wanting to become one with it. Outside the 9 prefectures, Poland became wider, and the islands were like pearls, dotted in the vast sea. The dragon island was verdant and lush. Savage beasts roared and vicious dragons roared. This place was full of vitality. Not only were there dragon race experts, but there were also many mutated beasts, such as 10-meter-long centipedes and house-sized black scorpions. They could easily compete with the dragons. Of course, the dragon race was the absolute leader here. After the dragon island was unsealed, all the dragons regained their magic abilities. Not many races among the 100 races could compete with them. At this moment, the dragon race's divine war monarch, who rarely had a match in the half-step martial ancestor realm, was in closed-door cultivation in a palace on the dragon island. Just at this moment, the urgent roar of a dragon startled him awake. What happened? Did another half-step martial ancestor barge into the dragon race's sacred mountain in search of the eternal light? There's no outsider here. It's that little beast on the sacred mountain. When the dragon race's divine war monarch heard this, he immediately stood up and walked out of his closed-door cultivation. He asked the dragon that had taken human form and was kneeling on the ground, "What's wrong with that little beast? Isn't it always asleep?" It was obvious that he was very nervous. It was sleeping, but for some reason, its body is emitting an auspicious light today. Oh, such a thing happened, I'll go and take a look. The dragon race's divine war monarch walked out of the huge palace. After that, a radiance flashed and transformed into the monarch lion dragon's huge body. Its whole body was shining with golden light, a powerful draconic aura soared to the horizon. It arrived in the vicinity of the dragon race's sacred mountain in almost a split second. Sure enough, the summit of the dragon race's sacred mountain was shrouded in auspicious multicolored radiance. Fortune was pressing down from all directions, it made that place emit a sacred aura. In the past, many places on the sacred mountain were bare. But now, there were greenery everywhere. At the summit of the sacred mountain, on top of an ancient tree, there was an extremely luxurious and soft nest. It was woven with all kinds of precious spiritual materials, like draconic tongue grass, phoenix vine, 9-leaf divine orchid, and so on. The snow-white little beast was sleeping soundly inside. Could it be, the dragon race's divine war monarch revealed a hint of surprise? Rumble. Just at this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, it shook the sky. Sure enough. King, what's going on? Some dragons didn't understand. The little guy might advance to half-step martial ancestor realm. The dragon race's divine war monarch said. Hearing this, the other dragons at the side were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They found it hard to accept. This is impossible, right? There was no justice in this. In their eyes, the snow-white little beast was simply a little lazy cat. It had slept for more than 100 years. Even now, it still hadn't woken up. It was so lazy that they had never seen it cultivate before. How could such a veteran lazy worm become a half-step martial ancestor? This made many dragons feel so ashamed that they wanted to commit suicide. They were originally one of the strongest races in the world, but no matter how diligent they were in cultivation, they had never seen a dragon become a half-step martial ancestor in such a short time. It can't be, right? This lazy little thing has slept for more than 100 years, how can it become a half-step martial ancestor? Many dragons felt that it was quite unfair. How is it impossible? We will know soon. The divine war monarch glanced at the group of dragons. Rumble, as if to prove the words of the dragon clan's war god monarch, a series of terrifying bolts of lightning began to appear in the sky. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a mountain, and they roared in the sky like raging rivers. All the dragons were dumbfounded. At this point, they had no choice but to believe the truth in front of them. This was simply too unreasonable. An overly lazy little beast, they had only ever seen it sleeping. They had never seen it doing anything that exhausted its physical strength. It could be said that for the past 100 years, the sleeping little beast had become the most unique scenery on the Dragon Island. Every time the parents of the dragons taught their children, they would use it as a negative example. They would warn their children not to learn from that lazy little beast, or else, they would never be able to attend classes for the rest of their lives. In the end, it turned out to be a war spirit. The overly lazy little beast was about to enter the half-step martial ancestor realm. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. They were quite speechless. Rumble, the sound of thunder became even more deafening. The lightning was incomparably terrifying. It could strike the dragon sacred mountain at any time. Hurry up and wake it up. The lightning is about to strike, and it is not prepared at all. A dragon at the side reminded. Although many dragons were very dissatisfied with the little beast's laziness, they had already regarded it as one of their own. They could not bear to see anything bad happen to it. There's no harm in letting it suffer a bit first. The divine war monarch replied. Then he added, it is really too lazy. Even he couldn't stand it anymore. The lightning was about to strike, but this little critter was actually still sleeping. It was indeed a bit annoying. Boom, the radiance in the sky above the Dragon Island became more and more magnificent. The lightning became more and more terrifying. That kind of powerful divine power fluctuation made many dragon experts feel shocked. At this time, the 10 royal patriarchs of the dragon race were alarmed. They flew over here along with many other dragons and looked at the sleeping little beast with a dumbstruck expression. At the same time, many experts from all over the 9 regions sensed the unusual aura. All of them flew over to the Dragon Island. Needless to say, all of them sensed the unusual energy fluctuation on the Dragon Island. They were all extremely shocked. Everyone thought that the dragon race would give birth to another half-step martial ancestor. However, this was also within their expectations. The innate talent of the dragon race was unparalleled. Not many races could compare to them. At this moment, the mortal world was shaken. Many experts converged on the Dragon Island. Everyone wanted to witness the birth of a half-step martial ancestor with their own eyes. It hasn't been long since Lan Nua became a half-step martial ancestor. Another person was about to make a breakthrough in such a short period of time. Nobody knew how long it has been since something like this happened. The dragon race was very generous. They allowed everyone to watch this grand occasion. They were not afraid of someone playing dirty tricks in the dark. The powerful dragon race was not afraid of any challenge. Some half-step martial ancestor already went to the soul world and haven't returned yet. However, there were still some half-step martial ancestor who stayed in the mortal world. Almost all of these people rushed to the Dragon Island. In addition to the experts of other realms, there were many figures on the Dragon Island on this day. When all the experts arrived with reverence in their hearts, they were all dumbstruck when they saw the main character who was about to become a half-step martial ancestor. Not to mention that the main character was not a dragon, and not to mention that it was so small, its attitude alone was enough to make people speechless. It was actually sleeping soundly at such a crucial moment. Moreover, it was under the watchful eyes of so many people. This nerve was too thick. Are you kidding me? The heavenly lightning is about to strike, and it actually fell asleep at this time? It didn't fall asleep at this time. It has been sleeping for more than 100 years. A dragon at the side corrected the expert very seriously. To be exact, it has been sleeping for 155 years. One of the dragon whelps counted on its fingers and added seriously again. PFFF. All the practitioners at the side had the urge to vomit blood. There was no justice in this, let the heavenly lightning strike it to death. This was really unfair. Some old fogies naturally recognized cuckoo, but they still couldn't accept this reality. They had never seen such an annoying little critter. It was so lazy that it made people lose their temper. It was so lazy that it defied the natural order. Rumble. At this time, the lightning finally struck down from the sky. It was like a rainbow-colored Milky Way falling down. It was exceptionally terrifying. All of them were blasting towards the little critter that was sleeping soundly in its little nest at the peak of the dragon race's sacred mountain. The dragon race's divine king of war originally wanted to let the little critter suffer a little and learn a lesson. However, he was shocked to find that this plan seemed to be in vain. Boom! When the terrifying heavenly lightning struck down, Cuckoo's body instantly emitted a 7-colored divine radiance. All of the heavenly lightning was dispersed in an instant. Even the ancient trees on the sacred mountain were unscathed. The group of people were petrified. All the spectators were dumbfounded. The heavenly law is unfair. Finally, someone couldn't help but vomit blood and shout. Rumble. At this time, another dozen or so heavenly lightning struck down. The dazzling lightning covered the entire sacred mountain of the dragon race. As if disturbed by the thunder, the little critter murmured in dissatisfaction, "You're disturbing my sleep." Then, it comfortably rolled over and went back to sleep. How could it have such a reaction at such a critical moment? Everyone was speechless as they asked the heavens. "Oh heavens, oh earth, are you blind?" Bolts of lightning flashed and surrounded the divine wood. The electric light completely submerged it. The 1-kilometer-tall divine wood instantly gained life and came back to life. Fraud, you only know how to hoodwink people. What other abilities do you have? Clang. The imprint of the martial arts trembled in an exaggerated manner as it laughed so loudly that the valley rumbled. Xianxia entered deep thought after hearing the black iron imprint's words. The stone warrior had also entered Weapon Burial Valley. It looked like this place was indeed extraordinary. The battle in that area was incredibly intense. Killing chi filled the surroundings. The few divine weapons did not forget to bicker even though they were in a life-and-death battle. It's over. The secret passage has been sealed. Damn it. It disappeared. I haven't seen it since we entered. Just at this moment, an intense explosion came from ahead. A strong energy fluctuation surged over. Let the flames of gossip burn brightly. Yes, even though he knew that the divine wood before him might have reached the ancestor god realm, he still could not feel any respect for it. In his eyes, this old trickster was a fraud. The golden halberd was furious, but it stopped talking. It seemed like it did not want to say anything more. Xianxia was bewildered. He asked the golden halberd, "You two have lived here for so long. Don't you know what that is?" However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. A figure walked out of the darkness and threw a round stone ball at the martial imprint. The stone ball struck the martial imprint's back and sent him flying. The ancestor god weapons forced the martial imprint to the center. The bronze 8 trigrams bound by huge chains were right in front of him. It was shaking violently. The martial imprint roared and waved its fist, shattering the void. A beam of light shot out from its mouth for hundreds of kilometers. It clashed with the 8 mysterious characters, causing the entire valley to tremble. The martial imprint's fists kept clashing with the primal chaos war spear, giving off a deafening metallic sound. We followed behind the stone diamond and entered this place. It was the stone that opened up a secret passage. Why does it feel like there is a huge creature turning over? At this point, the ancestral dragon-head serpent suddenly swelled up, becoming as thick as a house. It coiled there like a mountain. Xiaochen and Baiqi felt very stifled as they walked around the second valley. It was rumored that the stone golems were divided into 9 parts of the world, and they were stored away by the various ancestral gods. They were definitely not ordinary artifacts. Right at this moment, a loud sound rang out once more, and it shook the entire valley. Even though Xianxia still didn't understand exactly what sort of strength this tiny stone figure possessed, it was definitely extraordinary since it could be divided and treasured by numerous universe-enlightened ancestral gods. Pa! You only have the heart to gossip. We've never heard such a strange sound before. We also felt that it was very strange today, so we wanted to get you out of here as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. Even we have to stay away for a while. The divine might of the 8 trigrams was unfathomable. The 8 mysterious symbols blossomed with countless rays of light and began to seal the mark of martial. 2 rays of cold light shot out from the mark of martialism's eyes. They coldly stared at the divine armaments, then looked at the person holding the stone warrior. 2 rays of frightening light shot out from his eyes. You won't be able to. What is it? Isn't the second valley an evil place? How can you come and go freely? Xiaochen looked up at the pitch-black walls of the valley, hoping to find something new. What super-evolution? Do you really think we're just scrap metal? Back in the day, we were unparalleled divine armaments. Damn it, if we didn't fall down by accident. Stone warrior. What if we joined in? The mysterious man holding the primal chaos battle spear turned everything in its path into primal chaos. He joined hands with the mysterious woman to attack. Half of its skull is actually here, Xiaochen could only mutter to himself helplessly. Actually, Xiaochen knew that they were definitely not simple people in the distant past. Otherwise, how could they easily kill Laozi and the Buddha's previous incarnation in the devil plane? When Baiqi woke up, he immediately rushed towards the black iron seal. However, Xiaochen stopped him and explained the situation simply. It turned out to be a smiling stone skull. Bang, the power of the mortal world could not resist it at all. You want to refine me and obtain divine power? As expected, you've turned into an unparalleled divine armament. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I'm now one with my body and soul. I'm not something that your bound 8 trigrams can suppress. Roar, the man holding the primal chaos battle spear and the mysterious woman holding the war sword walked forward together. After the martial imprint fused with the main body, it had completely turned into an ancestral god armament with its own soul. It was now unbelievably powerful. This valley was very dark. It was hard to see what exactly it was. Xiaochen quickly rushed forward. Ouch! I'm an ancestral god now. Today, I'll refine you. It was like a heavenly pillar that supported the sky. It emitted an ancient and terrifying aura. The jet-black wooden body gradually flickered with green light. It looked very mysterious. Our leader. You two should leave. This place is not safe. Xiaochen curled his lips. He was very dissatisfied with this guy. At the same time, a lot of mountain rocks rolled down from the cliff. After waiting for more than an hour, the battle in the first valley still had not ended. It seemed like another ancestral god armament had awakened, adding unknown variables. The martial imprint's voice was getting more and more anxious. The situation seemed to be very bad. Xiaochen could even clearly feel it breathing. At the same time, the black qilin and the tyrannical dragon with 3 heads and 9 tails charged over. Clang, the 2 guys shouted anxiously. Boom, at this moment, a mysterious sound came from the depths of the second valley again. The ground was shaking. Baiqi thought that this was a sealed world. He did not expect there to be a spatial tunnel. Dragon, Xiaochen was startled. He paid special attention to the stone man and the stone weapons. Back then, he had deeply experienced the strength and terror of the stone weapons. That was the true might of an ancestral god. Xiaochen immediately gritted his teeth in anger. The first valley was shaking violently, the golden divine halberd and the black iron engraving had obtained the mysterious power of the valley. They could blend into the environment very well. Therefore, it was very easy for them to sneak attack Baiqi and Xiaochen. You want to sail me? That's impossible. Unless the ancestral god comes personally. Hearing that, the black iron engraving said angrily, back then, you caused us great trouble. If your body is destroyed, then so be it. You caused us to suffer heavy injuries. The killing intent formed by the brass 8 trigrams was the first to soar. Following that, the ancestral god armament charged into the depths of the first valley, leaving this place. Killing intent soared into the sky in the weapon burial valley. The tangible killing intent formed by the brass 8 trigrams was like a curtain covering the sky. It blocked the entrance of the second valley and created an extremely terrifying momentum. The martial imprint walked to the front of the huge divine wood and shook violently. His entire body shone with a green light. He instantly became one with the huge wood. In the second valley, Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. Someone actually managed to get so close to him and hide from his spiritual sense. This was simply unbelievable. The golden divine halberd laughed proudly and said, "He's fine. He was just knocked unconscious by Old Black." "It's you." Xianxia did not panic. He was extremely shocked and excited to be able to find half of the stone bone here. He planned to continue investigating. Who knows, he might find something new. Clang, boom, the brass 8 trigrams was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Although it was just a few ancestral god armaments, they practically represented the peak power of a few worlds. Why did these words sound so unpleasant to Xiaoqian's ears? He really wanted to kick these two fellows. The huge wood that was more than a kilometer tall released a resplendent light as if it had come to life. Haha, I hope the swindler can win. The martial imprint was filled with heroism at this moment. He shouted, "But if you don't want any accidents to happen, it's best to change the battlefield and stay away from this second valley." Boom, dang, dang, every time he punched, it was as if there was a great river surging and roaring in the valley, shaking everything. That was the full power of a terrifying martial artist. It was enough to destroy everything in its way. The golden divine halberd explained, but it seemed to be trying to hide something. "Ha ha ha, swindler, you've finally come out. You're no longer a coward. Today, you're destined to be refined." However, it did not give off a dignified feeling of an ancestral god. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like a 10,000-year-old demon had come into being. The martial imprint sensed danger. The divine wood turned into a human form and shook the heavens and the earth, displaying its martial arts combat power to the limit. The black iron engravings and the golden divine halberd screamed miserably. One of the pebbles the size of a pigeon egg splashed on them, making them feel as if they were struck by lightning. It was as if they were being crushed by 100,000 mountains. With a roar, the hill-sized black chelan also charged over savagely. At the same time, a huge creature that looked like a tyrannosaurus also rushed over from afar. "Alright, you guys come at me together." "Wrong way. That's the direction of the deep valley. We have to slip away." "Brat, are you not convinced? Even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, you'll still have to lower your head before me." He laughed maniacally. The monster in front of him was actually the yellow divine halberd. Even though its appearance had changed greatly, he still sensed it. The moment the martial imprint finished speaking, a strange tremor came from the depths of the second valley. Again. It startled the ancestral god weapons and made them all nervous. Xiaoqian and Baiqi could only see divine light soaring into the sky and vaguely hear some sounds. They could not see anything else. Just then, a soul-stirring roar came from the first valley. Baiqi wanted to laugh but could not, so he warned Xiaoqian to be careful. Clang, Xiaoqian had many questions. Although the martial imprint was at a disadvantage against the ancestral god weapons, it did not show any signs of losing. The valley shook intensely as if it would crumble at any moment. "We did not mean to sneak attack you. This place is simply too strange and dangerous. We want to sneak you out of the valley. You are too conceited." Roar, seeing that Xiaoqian and Baiqi had gone in the wrong direction, the black iron imprint hurriedly reminded them. Even they had not ventured deep into the valley for many years. "The two of you are pretty good. In just over 100 years, you achieved a super evolution and advanced to the 6th heaven of half-martial ancestor. Dang, how could he not be excited when he heard this news?" He asked anxiously, "Where did the diamond go?" After carefully examining it, his body trembled. He felt incredibly excited, not daring to believe his eyes. This was what the black iron imprint and the golden divine halberd were used to saying. The instant they saw the broken stone bones, they cried out in alarm. "Let's go. How did you find this place?" "There is a secret passage that connects to the outside world." "This is truly inconceivable." Xiaochen and Bai Qi finally managed to shake off the other party. However, Bai Qi, who was far away, had been knocked out. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. A gigantic black shadow smashed Bai Qi to the ground and pinned him down. It looked like whether they could leave the weapon burial valley or not would depend on the martial imprint. Yu too, however, just at that moment, he felt that he could not move his legs. Something had grabbed him. Then, a cold light coiled around his body. He turned around and saw the creature that had attacked him. It was a golden ancestral dragon. No, it could be called a dragon king. Although it had the head and body of an ancestral dragon, it lacked a few dragon claws. It looked like a huge snake with a pair of dragon heads on its head. Its entire body was glistening with golden light. A loud sound suddenly came from the depths of the second valley. This startled the martial imprint so much that he immediately withdrew his arrogance. He felt that something was wrong. Then, he shrunk his body in an extremely low-profile manner and charged out from the gap between the two valleys. Soon, he heard a world-shaking rumble. Although it was several hundred kilometers away and the valley had a mysterious power that could weaken the power of experts, Xiaochen could still see surging killing intent from that direction. A huge saber light soared over 100 kilometers into the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Although the second valley is very evil, there is a secret passage that leads to the outside world. We do not dare to go to the first valley, but we can still wander around the periphery of the second valley. Who are you? Although the two of them wanted to know, they remembered the martial imprint's words and did not dare to act rashly. How arrogant! I am the greatest existence in the world, unrivaled martial. Xiaochen was greatly shocked. The ancestral god battle armor gave off a dazzling light and knocked back the huge creature behind him. This was somewhat inconceivable. No, it should be half a stone bone. It had split in a very symmetrical manner, leaving only the left half of the bone. This fraud is too arrogant. The black iron seal and the golden divine halberd shouted at the same time and charged forward. Xiaochen's heavenly eyes were very sharp. He immediately felt that something was wrong. He grabbed the small stone that had rolled on the ground. At this moment, a huge black shadow flew over. It was indeed the black iron seal. It did not turn into an animal, but a black hill. Mother ****. Suddenly, Bai Qi let out a muffled groan. Xiaochen quickly turned around to look. The brass 8 trigrams were cold and emotionless. This was the martial imprint from back then, or the ancestral divine weapon. It was a true divine tree. Xiaochen's expression was unfriendly. He was about to release the 27 swords to kill this guy before him. The martial imprint used its body to send the hill-sized Qilin and tyrannical dragon flying. The power of the world has revived. It has closed the spatial passage. It's you. What was even more exaggerated was that the divine tree actually laughed so hard that it bent its back. Ouch. Oh no. Xiaochen did not have any hostility toward them. They had worked together happily back then. Why did you sneak attack me? How is Bai Qi? Clang, there was another violent tremor, and the entire valley was shaking. Rumble, the moment Xiaochen grabbed the stone bone, he immediately confirmed that it came from the same source as the broken stone men he had collected back then. Xiaochen carefully searched the rubble at the bottom of the valley wall, hoping to find something new. However, although there were many pieces, he did not find anything special. In the end, Xiaochen could only give up. He held the half-stone bone in his palm and carefully examined it, hoping to see through it and discover the ultimate secret of the stone man. Unfortunately, the pigeon egg-sized stone bone did not have a stone skin. There was no way to tell its gender or appearance. It was not like the broken stone men that Xiaochen had obtained in the past, which had a stone skin covering the bone. Xiaochen paid special attention to the stone man. At this moment, the golden divine halberd and the black iron insignia were very anxious because the secret path was sealed. However, Xiaochen did not worry at all as he continuously examined the stone bone. Bai Qi also came over and said, "Use the great restoration art to restore it and see its original appearance." Naturally, the great restoration art that Bai Qi mentioned was not really reviving the stone man. It was just temporarily restoring the stone's skin, revealing its original appearance. Alright. Naturally, Xiaochen agreed. He really wanted to know everything about the stone man. Bai Qi's soul energy was very strong, few could match him among soul cultivators. He immediately roared, and his soul energy surged. His soul released millions of beams of light. Then, he pushed with his right hand, and a beam of divine light immediately shot at the stone bone. Not a single bit of the divine light was missed. It was completely absorbed by the stone skeleton. However, the stone skeleton was still as calm as an ancient well. There were no changes to it. Hey! Bai Qi was rather astonished. He continuously increased the power until his entire body trembled. His soul became resplendent, and his fifth heaven martial ancestor cultivation surged out, focusing on one point, the stone bone. However, the shocking thing was that the stone man did not change at all. The vast soul energy that flowed into the half-stone bone was like water flowing into the sea, there were no ripples at all. The great restoration art did not have any effect on the stone bone. He could not even see its true appearance. Bai Qi was rather shocked. He helplessly accepted this fact and gave up on the great restoration art. At this moment, the golden divine halberd and the black iron insignia slowly calmed down, no longer feeling anxious over the disappearance of the exit. Why did the valley wall suddenly shatter, shaking off so many rocks? Could it be that it knew that the half-stone man's skull was about to appear, so it released its own energy? Although the black iron insignia looked crude, there was some finesse in it. Raising a question. Xiaochen felt suspicious as well. He felt that the appearance of the half-stone bone was somewhat strange. Could it be that the vibrations were caused by the rock bone itself? A look of surprise appeared on Bai Qi's face. Let's search carefully again. Xiaochen climbed up the valley. The precipitous walls of the valley were completely made of stone, there was no soil at all. Xiaochen discovered a small black hole at the place where the rubble fell. It was only the size of a fist, and a cold wind blew out from it. Woo! Listening carefully, there was actually the sound of gods crying and devils mourning. It was abnormally sorrowful, extremely desolate and resentful. Xiaochen's expression immediately changed. This was too strange. What did you hear? I didn't hear anything. Bai Qi looked strangely at Xiaochen, who was on the wall. He did not know why Xiaochen would ask such a question. Didn't you hear the gods' cries? TSK, kid, you want to scare me? That's too old-fashioned. The golden divine halberd shook its head in disdain. Woo-woo, the grief of the gods, the grief of the demon king. At this moment, Xiaochen deeply felt this kind of oppressive atmosphere. He could really hear the mournful wails. You guys come up. Bai Qi felt that something was strange. When he heard this, he climbed up. He immediately shivered. The cold wind that blew out from that fist-sized black hole made even a soul cultivator like him feel a chill. It's really strange. Did you hear the sound? Xiaochen asked again. No, I just felt a cold aura. Bai Qi revealed a doubtful expression and said, where does this small hole connect to? Hearing the two people on the wall said so, the golden divine halberd and tungsten engraved also rushed up. The two divine weapons also trembled. They felt a cold aura and their hearts palpitated. However, they didn't hear any sound either. They were suspicious of Xiaochen's flower language. What's going on? Why am I the only one who heard that desolate and mournful wail? I feel like it's coming from a group of gods. Bai Qi, the golden divine halberd, and tungsten engraved all focused their gaze on the stone bone in Xiaochen's hand at this moment. Could it be this? This was the target that the three of them suspected. Bai Qi caught the half of the stone bone in his hand. At that moment, his body shook violently, and he almost fell off the cliff. How could this be? It was obvious that he was quite shocked. At the same time, Xiaochen couldn't hear anything anymore. However, the cold wind that blew out from the fist-sized black hole was many times colder than when he held the bone rock. He couldn't help but shiver. Do you hear the cries of the gods? No, I heard the sound of divine weapons colliding. It was ear-splitting and ear-splitting. There were deities fighting. Bai Qi's words caused Xiaochen to be dumbfounded. Why did he sound completely different? He picked up the bone again, but the sound he heard was still the wailing of the god. Let's hear it. The golden divine halberd and the black iron seal worked together to subdue the stone bone. I'm going to vomit blood. That beauty is so hot. She's curvaceous, her legs are long, her hips are round, and her chest is perky. She's absolutely enchanting. The legendary enchanting woman. My heart is moved. My heart is eternal. My heart yearns. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were dumbfounded. These two fellows were too ridiculous. They were making a big fuss. What kind of nonsense were they spouting? What did the two of you hear? We didn't hear anything. The two divine weapons replied like that. Are you asking for a beating? Are you looking for trouble? Xiaochen had the urge to beat them up. Indeed, we didn't hear anything. However, we saw a circle of beautiful women. Their skin was as white as jade. It was as if they were made from spring water. They were absolutely enchanting. Even our unwavering undying heart was shaken. These two fellows were getting more and more outrageous. You two pieces of scrap metal are envious, but you can't do anything about it. Xiaochen snatched the bone rock back. Divine weapons are also compassionate. The two divine weapons spoke eloquently. After being questioned repeatedly by Bai Qi and Bai Qi, the golden divine halberd and the black iron seal swore that they didn't hear anything. They only saw a circle of enchanting women not far away. After calming down, the four of them felt that this was too outrageous. It was inconceivable. Why was it that only those with the bone rock could sense the abnormality in the black hole? Moreover, what they sensed was completely different. Bang, right at this moment, the valley shook violently. The martial imprint was sent flying into the second valley. At this moment, the old faker had taken human form. However, he was in a sorry state. He fell on his back in the valley, causing the ground to crack. However, he was not far away from Xiaochen and Bai Qi. The martial imprint grimaced in pain as if he had suffered a heavy injury. Xiaochen and Bai Qi were shocked. This old faker had already fused with his main body. He was comparable to an ancestral god. It was unimaginable that he had suffered such a great loss. Divine fraud, didn't you say that you were the boss in the weapon burial valley? How did you lose? The martial imprint struggled to stand up. He said unhappily, why don't you try being surrounded by a group of experts? Then what should we do? Xiaochen and Bai Qi were counting on the martial imprint to carve out a path of survival. What should we do? Let's just run. Hurry up and come over. The martial imprint seemed very uneasy. What's wrong? Bai Qi and Xiaochen sensed the severity of the situation. They jumped down from the valley wall and quickly rushed over. There's no other way. We can only rush into the depths of the second valley. The martial imprint gnashed his teeth and said, another even more ruthless one has come. Another ancestral god weapon has awakened? Otherwise, how could I have lost? The martial imprint was extremely vexed. Boom, right at this moment, the second valley shook. The killing intent formed by the brass 8 trigrams rushed in. It was fearless. It seems like you guys are really going to play big. Aren't you afraid of forcing out the strange power in the second valley? If that happens, we won't have a good time. The martial imprint was furious. You were the one who insisted on running here. We had no choice but to chase after you. The speaker's voice was like the sounds of nature. It was exceptionally beautiful. The woman holding the war sword looked otherworldly. She gracefully walked into the valley. Behind her, there was a blurry yellow shadow following closely behind her step by step. In a trance, the two of them overlapped from time to time. Xiaochen was immediately startled. The yellow figure behind the mysterious woman was actually holding an item that he was very familiar with. It was a round and simple stone orb. That is, Xiaochen's pupils constricted. Wu Taiyin and the golden divine halberd cried out strangely as well. Naturally, they recognized the stone warrior and knew how terrifying it was. It's her, someone even more ruthless. The martial imprint stared at the mysterious woman holding the war sword and the yellow figure that occasionally overlapped with the stone orb. Xianxia had long known that this woman was not simple. When they met on the ninth path, a strand of her spiritual sense had already reached the seventh heaven half-martial ancestor realm. However, at the bottom of the valley, she only revealed the divine energy of a ninth heaven half-martial ancestor. This flabbergasted Xianxia. It turned out that her true body had not appeared at all. She only revealed herself when they arrived. Even the martial imprint had been fooled. Only now did he recognize who she was. Who exactly is she? Baiqi was shocked. He felt that this woman was even scarier than the copper 8 trigrams bound in chains. The mysterious woman occasionally overlapped with the yellow figure and separated from each other in front. It was like a dream. She has a frighteningly powerful background. The martial imprint seemed to be speaking through clenched teeth. His voice was very deep as he said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned into a beam of azure light that encased Xianxia and the others. Then, he charged into the depths of the valley. Light laughter could be heard as the mysterious woman took elegant steps forward. She was graceful and elegant, like a lotus flower swaying in the wind. She did not stop them. She only followed behind unhurriedly as if everything was under her control. "You can't leave." The copper 8 trigrams were very anxious. The killing intent it turned into immediately chased after them. The entire valley trembled as it pressed down with overwhelming momentum. "Are you crazy? Are you not afraid of something evil happening here? Back then, an ancestor god weapon went missing here." The martial imprint was enraged. Not to be outdone, he shouted, "You are so far away from your true body. You are just seeking trouble for yourself." In an instant, the martial imprint turned into a towering divine wood. It was over a kilometer long and smashed down with a rumble. Clang, the huge copper 8 trigrams was sent flying with a huge tremor. It was easy to imagine how powerful an ancestor god weapon like the martial imprint was. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. The divine radiance extended for several hundred li, sending sand and pebbles flying in the valley. Nothing could resist the radiance of the divine wood. However, even such a powerful martial imprint was easily sent flying by someone in the next moment. The mysterious woman merged with the yellow figure beside her and smashed the round stone ball in her hand. The martial imprint immediately let out a miserable shriek as it was sent flying for over 100 li. The divine wood's radiance shone brightly. In such a critical moment, it did not forget to bring Xianxia and the others away. Xianxia and Baiqi were both overwhelmed with shock. They truly felt how terrifying this woman was. Perhaps even the 8 trigrams would not be able to compare to this mysterious woman. She seemed to be the #1 divine weapon in the weapon burial valley. The martial imprint wrapped around Xianxia and Baiqi and flew for several hundred li before stopping. She said angrily, "I don't believe that they would dare to be crazy." "Who is she? Is she also an ancestor god weapon?" Baiqi could not help but ask in surprise. The dark iron engravings and the golden divine halberd became abnormally obedient and did not interrupt. "She has a frightening background." For the martial imprint to evaluate her in such a way, it was easy to imagine the identity of the mysterious woman. In the past, Niwa searched everywhere for materials to forge an ancestral god weapon, and she accidentally discovered the ruins of a destroyed civilization. She excavated the flesh of an ancestral god from the previous civilization, and it could be said to be an extremely precious material. However, after Niwa finished preparing all the materials needed to forge an ancestral god weapon, she stopped her plan because she felt that using the flesh of an ancestral god as a material was too disrespectful and cruel. Xianxia and Baiqi were both shocked. They didn't even need to think to know the origin of that yellow hazy figure. It was indeed a frightening origin. It was formed from the flesh of an ancestor god from the previous civilization. Indeed, the martial imprint's words proved their guess. Who would have thought that after countless years, the flesh of an ancestor god would merge with the divine materials thrown aside? Moreover, it accidentally entered the weapon burial valley and became an unimaginable ancestor god weapon. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an ancestor god. A heavenly laughter could be heard. The mysterious woman and the yellow figure separated and reunited. It was like a dream as they slowly walked over. Do you really want to force us into a dead end? You are already several hundred li into the second valley. Are you not afraid of an accident? The martial imprint's expression was uncertain. The mysterious woman smiled faintly and slowly walked over without saying anything. Let's go. The martial imprint turned into a green light and enveloped Xiaochen and the others again. They quickly rushed into the pitch-black depths of the second mountain. Back then, an ancestor god entered the weapon burial valley and sealed the brass 8 trigrams. Why didn't he restrain that terrifying woman as well? Bai Qi was very confused. This is why she is so terrifying. She can even hide from the spiritual sense of an ancestor god. It is really hard to predict. The martial imprint could only sigh. He believed that he could not do it. Xiaochen groaned inwardly. The first strand of the woman's divine sense told him to leave the 27 swords behind. It seemed that he would not be able to protect them now. Moreover, this mysterious and terrifying woman had already obtained a stone weapon. She was holding it in her palm. It was obvious that she valued it very much. If she knew about the existence of the skull, she might not be able to protect it. The second valley seemed to be larger than the first. The martial imprint only approached the center of the valley after traveling for 500 li clang. Just at this moment, a terrifying sound was heard. The second valley shook violently. The source of the tremor was several li away. At that moment, the mysterious and elegant woman came to a stop. She no longer closely followed the imprints of martial arts. Although her appearance could not be seen, it was still possible to sense that she seemed to have revealed a serious expression. She had already pointed her sword forward. Her hair fluttered even though there was no wind. She stood there quietly. The tiger sword in her hand shone brightly as if it was aimed at a powerful enemy. For the martial imprint, the distance of several li was nothing. They arrived at the center of the valley in an instant. That is, he was extremely shocked. This was also the first time he came to this region. The area ahead was blurry. Only the martial imprint could see it clearly. However, Xiaochen and the others felt a familiar aura. It was extremely gloomy and cold. A chilly wind blew over. This was the same aura they felt in front of the fist-sized black hole in the valley wall. Xiaochen could vaguely feel the desolate atmosphere of the demonic gods once again. Moreover, Bai Qi, the golden divine halberd, the black metal engraving, and the martial imprint also heard it. It was not only Xiaochen who had the skull. It was extremely terrifying. There was no sound before, but when they got closer, they could hear it immediately. Wu-wu, the deity's desolate sigh was transmitted over. It was hair-raising. When Xiaochen and the others walked forward for some distance and gradually saw the scenery, they felt a chill run down their spines. Especially Xiaochen, he was extremely shocked. Qing Han did not see the other scenery clearly. In the blink of an eye, he had already touched a stone skull the size of half a house. Clang, the terrifying sound rang out again. The valley shook violently. The huge stone skull in front was also trembling. The martial imprint's eyes immediately shot out 2 frightening rays of light. Outside the 9 prefectures, on the Dragon Island, ancient trees towered into the sky, apes cried and tigers roared. Many practitioners came to the Dragon Island today. They came to the vicinity of the dragon race's sacred mountain to watch little Kiki become a half-step ancestor. As a result, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Everyone was petrified. Tens of thousands of divine lights shone in the sky. Heavenly lightning struck down unceasingly. At the peak of the sacred mountain, in the soft nest on the ancient tree, Kiki murmured in her sleep. She let out a tender and naive voice, "I'm so sleepy. My watch is disturbing my sleep." Every time a heavenly lightning struck down, her small body would automatically emit auspicious lights to block it. "I'm really sleepy. My watch is disturbing me." While turning over, the little thing stretched out a bunch of small claws and covered its furry ears. It seemed to be annoyed and felt disturbed. The dragon race's divine king really could not stand it anymore. Even the heavenly lightning couldn't wake it up. This little thing was really too much. There were so many experts present at the scene. It could even be said to be watched by tens of thousands of people. Yet, it still had such a lazy appearance. It didn't care about the heavenly lightning at all. The dragon race's divine king's roar exploded beside Keek's ears. I'm so sleepy, my watch, it's disturbing me. Sleep for another year, wake me up again next year. The snow-white little critter covered its ears and turned over in a daze. It only showed the back of its head to the divine king. All the half-step ancestors were speechless. All the experts were dumbstruck. This little thing was too much. Sleep, in years, it was so lazy that it almost made people lose their temper. The dragon race's divine king's forehead was full of black lines. With so many half-step ancestors watching, this was really a big joke. There was a dragon girl at the side. She was very intelligent. She smiled sweetly and said, "Our rainbow sacred tree has finally borne fruit. It's time to pick the divine fruit." Hearing this, the little beast immediately sat up from its soft nest and rubbed its big eyes in a daze. At the same time, it shouted, "Where is it? Where?" At #yen%#yen, everyone, including the half-step ancestors, had their mouths wide open. They didn't know what to say. The rainbow sacred tree is mine. Don't steal my fruit. Although the snow-white little critter's eyes were still drowsy, it shouted quickly. It was afraid that the fruit on the sacred tree would be taken. Boom, right at this moment, a rainbow-colored lightning struck down from the sky and engulfed it. The rainbow-colored fruit, to everyone's surprise, Kiki reached out to grab the rainbow-colored lightning. Everyone was dumbfounded. The dragon race's divine king was anxious and angry. He shouted, "Watch out. That's the most violent rainbow-colored lightning." Rumble, the violent rainbow-colored lightning was summoned by the muddle-headed little critter. It compressed it into a ball and threw it into its mouth like candy. Squeak. Just at this moment, the little critter suffered a lot and shouted loudly. Its whole body flickered with lightning and all its snow-white fur stood erect. The rainbow-colored lightning submerged it. Its whole body was discharging electricity. The soft nest made of spiritual essence turned into ashes immediately. Following that, the ancient tree also turned into ashes in an instant. The dragon race's sacred mountain shook immediately. Kiki fell on the mountain peak and turned into a white light, discharging electricity in all directions. It only stopped after a long time. It was no longer sleepy. It glared at the sky with its big bright eyes. Squeak, squeak, little critter Kiki was very angry. It pointed its little claw at the sky and said angrily, "Scoundrel, come out, sneak attack me." In the distance, many practitioners almost fell to the ground. After messing around for so long, this muddle-headed little critter still didn't know that it had encountered the heavenly lightning. It didn't realize that it was advancing to the half-step ancestor realm. What made people feel even more unfair was that the little critter wasn't injured by the rainbow-colored lightning at all. It only felt pain from being electrocuted. The little critter looked around angrily. When it saw a group of people surrounding it, it immediately made a ruckus. It shouted with its immature voice, "Scoundrel who sneak attacked me, come out." In the dark weapon burial valley, a cold and gloomy aura assaulted their faces. Even experts of Bai Qi and Xiaoqian's level shivered. In the center of the second valley, the huge skull was very eye-catching. People who saw it could not help but feel enlightened. The martial imprint did not understand. Its eyes shot out two dangerous rays of light as it stared straight ahead. When Xiaoqian and Bai Qi saw this, they could not help but stop their steps. At this moment, they were only 30 meters away from the stone bone. They could see everything clearly. The cold and gloomy wind was blowing from the stone bone. This stone bone, Xiaoqian stretched out his left hand and held the pigeon egg-sized skull in his palm. Looking at the house-sized stone bone in front of him, he revealed a bewildered expression. The two were too similar. If the huge skull in front of him shrunk, it would be able to match the small skull in his palm. After the violent shaking, the valley gradually calmed down. In front of them, the huge stone bone was like a fossil. It quietly lay there, giving people the feeling that it had traveled through the long river of history. There was no energy fluctuation nor any dangerous aura, but this huge stone bone still gave people a strange feeling. Xiaoqian and Bai Qi did not know why, but a sense of reverence rose in their hearts. They could not help but have the urge to pay their respects to this half-skull. This was not the work of a demonic power. It was just an impulse from the bottom of their hearts. The golden divine sword and the dark iron engraved sword were filled with reverence. They watched from afar, not daring to move. They seemed to be very afraid. The feeling of the martial imprint was very different. He had already turned into a human form. His body was glowing brightly. He was on guard at all times, ready for a great battle. As for the mysterious woman further away, it was as if she was facing a great enemy. The sword in her hand was glaring. She had already merged with the yellow hazy figure beside her. Her lily-white hand held the sword horizontally as she walked forward step by step. With every step she took, a clear and delicate footprint would be left on the ground. She seemed to be enduring an unimaginable force. Although it was unknown how long the huge stone bone had been here for, there was not a speck of dust on it. It was simple and unadorned. The stone bone was surrounded by darkness. The divine beast's fingers could not be seen. It was like a huge door that was connected to a dark tunnel, or rather, it was connected to a strange space. The inside of the half-stone bone was extremely deep, and the ground that supported it was so dark it made one's heart tremble. It swallowed a bit of radiance, and there seemed to be a bottomless hole there, connected to another space. The sword-wielding woman approached him step by step. The martial imprint had no choice but to arrive in front of the stone skull. He already had to be on guard against the woman, but he was also on guard against the stone skull. The stone golem world is divided into 9 parts, and here is half a skull. The voice of the martial imprint seemed to be trembling. At that moment, the mysterious woman ignored the martial imprint. She and the yellow figure separated and merged back together. Between them, a yin and yang fish spun out rays of light that enveloped the half-stone bone. She wanted to refine it. The martial mark enveloped Xianxia and the others, forcing them to retreat quickly as if afraid of not being able to dodge in time. Bang, the 2 yin-yang fishes tangled together, resembling a taiji symbol. The light they emitted blasted onto the skull, creating an incomparably loud sound. However, the stone skull didn't budge at all, withstanding the attack of the divine weapon without suffering any damage. Clang, just at this moment, the valley shook violently again. The mysterious woman and the martial imprint were extremely nervous. That was because they discovered that the source of the tremor was the stone skull, or rather, the pitch-black hole under the stone skull. At the same time, Xiaoqin felt the half-stone skull in his palm throbbing as if it had a life of its own. Only when the surroundings calmed down did the small skull in his palm return to silence. Swish, with a flash of light, the 8 trigrams appeared. Although it was formed from killing intent, there was no difference between it and an actual object. The 8 ancient symbols on it flickered with an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation. Boom, the earth shook violently. The huge Xianxia and the 3-headed, 9-tailed Tyrannosaurus also rushed over. These 2 colossal creatures were like small mountains, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Swish, a long halberd streaked across the sky. A tall man holding a primal chaos armor walked over with large strides and also appeared on the scene. Obviously, when they saw the mysterious woman enter the center of the valley unscathed, they no longer hesitated and followed her. Stone Golem. It's actually a stone golem. The stone golem was divided into 9 and scattered all over the world. Back then, Yukashi, Xianxia, and Fushi carefully collected them. No outsider knows what kind of secret they have. The man holding the primal chaos battle halberd emitted a murderous aura. It was as if a peerless demon god had awakened. The 8 trigrams also let out a deafening voice and said, "At that time, I didn't have a true soul of my own. I remembered many trivial things, but I only had a vague impression of the major events. I simply don't know the secret behind them." At the same time, the huge Xianxia and the mystical Tyrannosaurus both looked at the mysterious woman. They didn't say anything, but their intentions were clear. They were asking her. After all, she had the most powerful background here. It wouldn't be wrong to call her an ancestor god. She was the flesh and blood of the ancestor god of the previous generation. She was an era before all the ancestral god weapons here. This mysterious stone golem already existed in the previous era. At that time, it was already divided into 9. Hearing her reveal such a secret, everyone present, be it the people or the divine weapons, was extremely shocked. This stone golem seemed to have a frighteningly powerful background. It was abnormally ancient. "I'm the flesh and blood of the previous generation's fallen ancestor god. My spiritual sense has already dispersed. I only have this vague memory. The mysterious woman's voice was pleasant to the ear. She spoke gently without any emotion. Throughout this process, the sword in her hand kept pointing at the huge stone bone as if she was facing an unimaginably powerful enemy. However, I think someone knows the secret of the stone golem. The moment the mysterious woman said that, the powerful ancestral god weapon souls all looked at the martial imprint. The 8 trigram's main body was comparable to an ancestor god. Its killing intent was terrifying. The mysterious woman was like an ancestor god. The pressure she gave off was unimaginable. As for the man holding the primal chaos battle spear, the 2 huge creatures, the Xianxia and the Tyrannosaurus, they were all 9th heaven half-martial ancestors. They gave the martial imprint and the others a great pressure. Don't look at me. Don't tell me that I don't know anything. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you if you don't give me some benefits. The martial imprint kept retreating. Fraud, tell us honestly. Otherwise, we'll chop you into pieces and burn you like trash. The 8 trigram's voice was very cold. He was not joking. The martial imprint said angrily, "Gossipy man, you even remember my glorious history. How can you not know such a big matter? Although I don't know, you definitely know the secret of the stone golem. After all, you are a living gossip. Mysterious secrets cannot be hidden from you. Fraud, stop trying to drive a wedge between us. At that time I did not even have my own consciousness. How could I know a secret that even ancestor gods cannot speak of? Only trash like you would be able to discover those lousy things. Gossip my ass." The martial imprint cursed. "You clearly had a strand of consciousness back then and loved to pry into the secrets of others. How could you not know the secret of the stone golem? Don't use my glorious history as an excuse. Hurry up and tell me the secret of the stone golem." Glorious my ass. The 8 trigrams cursed as well, afraid of becoming a target of suspicion. Those lousy things of yours count as glorious history? At that time, you were the first to give birth to your own soul. Only you could possibly know the secret of the ancestor gods. The 2 old and cunning ancestor god weapons started arguing and pushing the blame onto each other. Humph, the sword-wielding woman let out a cold snort. Her voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook all the ancestor god weapon souls present. The blurry yellow figure beside her carried the smooth and round stone warrior and swept her gaze across everyone. Then, her gaze fell on the martial imprint and said, "It's fine if you don't want to speak. I'll have to trouble you to explore this deep hole for me." Woo-woo, woo-woo sounds came from the deep hole under the stone bone. I still have some impression of it. Half of the stone bone seems to be, beside the ancestral well. This deep hole should be the legendary ancestral well. The mysterious woman seemed to have sunk into a distant memory. She tried her best to recall some past events, but after a long time, she could not find anything. "Since you don't want to speak, I'll give you 2 more choices." The mysterious woman's voice was very pleasant, but it was also dignified, as if she was an empress. She looked down at the martial imprint and said, "1. Let us refine you and then throw you into the ancestral well, or you jump in yourself and explore it. Make your choice." Of course. The 8 trigrams was the first to respond. The Xianxia and the 3-headed, 9-tailed Tyrannosaurus also roared and nodded. The martial imprint was enraged and said, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Then let's fight." However, when he saw the blurry yellow figure beside the mysterious woman raise the smooth stone warrior, he immediately lost his confidence. After all, there were 2 powerful opponents in front of him who were comparable to ancestor gods. He could not deal with them at all. "I'm a man of my word. Since you aren't willing, let's start with them." The mysterious woman stood there like a perfectly straight bamboo. She did not move at all, but 2 yin and yang fish flew out from between her and the blurry yellow figure. In an instant, they enveloped the golden divine halberd and the tungsten iron seal. Bang, the 2 god weapons were immediately sent flying. They turned into 2 balls of light and rushed into the huge stone bone, falling into the pitch-black divine cave. Mother asterisk cur. At this moment, the 2 god weapons let out a final sound. They directly fell into the bottomless cave. The black hole under the stone bone emitted a series of humming sounds. Soon, the voices of the 2 god weapons were drowned out. This woman was indeed terrifying. She did not give anyone a chance to hesitate and immediately took action. Now, tell me the secret of the stone warrior. She stared at the martial imprint very calmly. I really don't know. If I did, why would I hide it? I speculate that it's an artifact as ancient as the divine steel. It's a heavenly item from a civilization era that we don't understand. The martial imprint was already sweating. That's not the answer I want to know. Saying that, she stared at Xiaochen and Bai Qi and said, the two of you should go down as well. The two yin and yang fishes swam in different directions. Under the power of an ancestor god, Xiaochen and Bai Qi could not resist at all. They were thrown into the stone bone in an instant. The martial imprint was furious and tried to stop them. However, the mysterious woman and the yellow blurry figure came forward together. A sword and a smooth stone warrior stopped him. Come back. At this moment, Xiaochen, who had just fallen into the bottomless cave, was pulled back by a powerful force. The two yin and yang fishes pulled him up. I haven't put away your sword yet. If I let you fall like this, it'll be troublesome if you lose your sword. The woman with the sword said. Xiaochen dodged a calamity because of this. Facing this god weapon soul, he deeply felt powerless. There was no end to cultivation. There was an even greater power above the great power. Xiaochen slowly moved towards the martial imprint. He wanted to hand over the skull in his hand and see if it could display its terrifying power. However, this seemed to be very difficult. The brass 8 trigrams and the mysterious woman's two powerful divine senses were very sharp. If he tried to walk over, they would immediately notice something was wrong. I'll risk it. The martial imprint took on a human form. He waved his fists and sent out a terrifying fist light that was several hundred kilometers long. It directly shook the entire valley. The mysterious woman merged with the yellow blurry figure and instantly blocked him. Soon, the boundless fist light was suppressed. The killing intent formed by the brass 8 trigrams smiled coldly at Xiaochen and said, I'll give you two choices. One is to hand over the sword, and the other is to jump into the cave yourself. At this moment, Xiaochen was very decisive. He did not say anything and rushed into the cave with 8-fold speed. He jumped in himself. It's not too late to jump after you hand over the sword. The brass 8 trigrams smiled coldly and sent a strong killing intent into the cave, trying to capture Xiaochen. However, at this moment, Xiaochen had already spread open his right hand. The skull in his palm faced up, and the strand of killing intent surged into the skull. Woo, woo, the terrifying cries of deities resounded in Xiaochen's ears. There was also the sound of the wind. Xiaochen fell into the cave. The brass 8 trigrams was shocked and shouted, that brat still has half a stone bone in his hand. The moment these words came out, the mysterious woman who was fighting at the side stopped in shock. It was not that their spiritual sense was not sharp, but the stone bone was too strange. There was nothing special about it, so they could not sense it in advance. What? He has half a stone bone in his hand? How can he control it? The martial imprint was also shocked. Tell me the secret of the stone man. The mysterious woman's eyes emitted 2 cold lightning bolts for the first time. She was incomparably shocked. Even the brass 8 trigrams and the martial imprint felt a chill in their hearts. I really don't know. While saying this, the martial imprint suddenly turned into an azure light and directly charged into the huge stone bone, jumping into the bottomless cave. The brass 8 trigrams shot out a horrifying light beam. The yin-yang fish of the mysterious woman rushed out immediately, but they were still unable to stop it. Woo, woo, a cold aura and a hair-raising sound came from below. The mysterious woman rushed to the stone bone and stared at the deep cave for a long time before slowly retreating. The brass 8 trigrams was full of regret. What should we do? 27 swords and half a stone man's skull. It's such a pity that they fell down just like that. The man with the halberd also walked forward. The black Qilin and the tyrannical dragon beside him roared. The Well of Ancestors. The Well of Ancestors, the mysterious woman sank into deep thought. She tried her best to recall everything before muttering to herself, this seems to be a land of evil. Even ancestor gods will be in danger if they go there, but that was all she could think of. She said seriously, we can't enter, so we can only wait here. If they can come back alive, it will all be for naught. In the deep cave, the golden divine halberd and the black iron engraved seal were dizzy from the fall. They cursed loudly. But a moment later, with a loud bang, the two divine weapons were smashed shut. Almost all the bones in Bai Chi's body were broken. He stepped on the two divine weapons and stood up with great difficulty. F***ck, where are we smashing? Do you think we're cotton fields? The two smashed fellows were never the ones to suffer losses. Make a ruckus and listen to it. Bai Chi could not be bothered to bicker with them. How could his body be tougher than the two divine weapons? Speaking of which, he suffered a great loss. He walked to the side and started to treat his injuries. Bang, the two talkative divine weapons were injured again. This time, they were smashed into a daze. They did not recover their wits for a long time. Damn it, are you addicted to smashing us? Do you think we're mattresses? The two fellows were flustered and exasperated when they recovered their wits. Xiaochen also felt intense pain all over his body. Even with the ancestor god battle armor protecting him, he still found it unbearable. He slowly stood up. I'll have to trouble you, quickly raise your noble foot. You're stepping on my handsome face. The snake-bodied ancestral dragon golden divine halberd puffed up its cheeks and glared at the foot stepping on its mouth. Xiaochen walked forward unsteadily. Oh son, you're taking advantage of me. I'm going to kill you. The golden divine halberd shouted angrily. Xiaochen did not pay attention to it. He stepped on its ancestral dragon nose and its dragon face as he walked over. Xiaochen was indeed severely injured. His qi and blood were surging. Although it was not as serious as Bai Chi's, he still needed to treat his injuries quickly. However, Xiaochen had just sat down when the dark iron engraving's angry voice rang out again. Raise your noble butt and sit on my face. Xiaochen cursed his bad luck. He stepped on the dark iron engraving and walked to the side. He said, if the two of you don't want to continue getting smashed, quickly move to the side. Otherwise, you'll suffer more. However, before the two divine weapons could move, a huge object smashed down. Bang, this time, the two ancestral divine weapons stopped chattering and became completely silent. The martial imprint patted his butt and stood up. He looked around and asked, is everyone all right? If there's something, please move forward, have mercy. The golden divine halberd and the dark iron engraving trembled weakly under his feet. Although the cavern was very dark, one could see the surrounding scenery. It did not feel cramped at all. On the contrary, this place was very spacious, forming a world of its own. In the distance, specks of divine light flickered in the darkness, and the cries of the gods could be heard. It was as if there were fireflies dancing in a dark and empty field. It was hard to tell how vast this area was. Brat, you are holding half a stone bone in your hand? The martial imprint asked Xiaochen. Anxiously. Yes. As Xiaochen treated his injuries, he also sized up the spacious plains. It's over. The martial imprint seemed to be very upset. It said, bringing you along is really bad luck. What's wrong? Xiaochen was very surprised to see the martial imprint like this. It seems like we are not far from the most evil place. The martial imprint replied. Xiaochen was stunned at first. Then, he immediately revealed a joyful expression. He said, that's great. Great my ass. The martial imprint seemed very uneasy. It kept scanning the spacious plains and said, the path to the most evil place is the most dangerous. Even an ancestor god might not be able to pass through safely. According to the legends, only when the two halves of the stone meet would they be able to open the path to the most evil place. That was the information revealed by the mark of the martialist. However, this path was extremely dangerous. Even an ancestor god might not be able to pass through it safely. The land in front of them was extremely vast and boundless. In the darkness, specks of light flickered like fireflies fluttering in the open plains. Waves of cries of gods could be heard. The martial imprint and Xiaochen's group advanced forward step by step. The weeds around them reached their waists. They were all astonished to find such real vegetation underground. Pu Ling Ling, a wild bird about 3 meters long, flew out from the grass. It looked extremely strange. It had the body of a bird and the head of an elephant. Its tusks were as white as jade and its trunk was moving back and forth. It circled in the sky and looked down at them. What the hell is this place? Even a bird has a trunk? The golden divine sword shouted loudly. This is a creature from the previous civilization era. The martial imprint revealed a grave expression. He felt that this place was very strange. He then reminded, don't look down on it. Ant might be injured. What a joke. A little bird can injure me? The golden divine sword was unconvinced. Chi-chi, as soon as it finished speaking, 2 snow-white beams of light shot down from the sky. They were extremely glaring. They were formed from the tusks of the strange bird. The golden divine sword roared at the sky. A blazing expanse spread out with the sound, immediately scaring the strange bird away. The 2 elephant tusks also disappeared in a flash. Even a bird dares to bully me. Damn it. The terrifying tusks left 2 scratches on the golden divine sword's body. It was easy to imagine how powerful the strange bird was. Bai Qi also felt that it was inconceivable. If that was the case, wouldn't the path ahead be filled with danger? I have to remind you guys not to be careless. The martial imprint was very serious. He said with an incomparably solemn expression, any creature from the previous civilization era that can survive must be extraordinary. It can't be that we have to be careful even if we meet a winged rabbit, right? Not far away, a rabbit was grazing on the black iron seal. That rabbit was very special. It didn't really have wings, but its ears were super big, like 2 huge cattail leaf fans. They were twice the size of its body. As it ate, it sized up the uninvited guests. That's right, as long as you see a living creature, you must be on guard. The imprint of the martial artist replied seriously. Are you saying that this rabbit is also in danger? Wu Taiyin asked casually. Phew, the rabbit's ears fluttered, and it quickly soared into the sky like a gust of wind. Its ears vibrated and emitted a terrifying light wave, which instantly blasted the dark iron engravings several hundred feet away. Then, the rabbit blinked its ears and boldly flew away. Black iron engraving, hashtag %% hashtag %yen% at hashtag at, everyone was dumbfounded. This place was too strange. The imprint of martialism solemnly reminded again, you've all seen it. Do not underestimate any prehistoric creature. They were all very interested in the creatures left behind from the previous civilizations that had not truly gone extinct. They kept asking about the mark of the martialist. Although I can be considered an antique, I'm still only a powerhouse of this civilization after all. In the distant past, I'm not sure what races there were and how many civilizations there were. It was rare that the old faker was not blindly deceiving them. However, I can be sure that the strange bird and large-eared rabbit we saw just now were definitely not the main characters of the civilizations that had already been destroyed. At best, they were just creatures with strong vitality. What the imprint of the martial artist said next was somewhat different from what the human realm upon heavens and the outsiders had said. According to the old faker, humans had indeed been destroyed several times, but they were not the earliest main characters of the world. Furthermore, the current 100 races were not completely the products of the experiments of the supreme ancestral god of the other world. According to the legends that the old faker knew, the powerful dragon race was the main character born in the world before the human race. That civilization was called the Age of the Dinosaurs. No wonder the dragon race is so powerful and has such a long history, Bai Qi sighed. Before the Age of the Dinosaurs, the main characters of the world were the celestial humans. This was an extremely powerful race. Although there were only a few dozen of them left, no one among the 100 races dared to provoke them. This race had always had the legend of being the king of those of the same rank. The celestial humans actually have such a background. The human race, the dragon race, and the celestial humans had all been destroyed several times. Each race had several civilizations, and the multi-layered history of the 3 races could be referred to as the history of the 3 great civilizations. As for whether there were other great civilizations above the 3 races, the old faker did not know. I understand now, the imprint of the martial artist seemed to have thought of something. He clenched his fist and said, in the past, I only speculated that the evilest land had eternal light. Now, I can be sure that it must be so. There were at least 10 ancestral gods buried there. Why are you so sure? I didn't know that the evilest land was under the Weapon Burial Valley. Only today, when I accidentally learned that you had half a stone man's skull, did I suddenly understand. The imprint of the martial artist had briefly mentioned that the meeting of the two halves of the stone man's skull could open the path to the evilest land. This time, it did not go into detail. The Weapon Burial Valley is above, where the ancestral divine weapons are buried. The evilest land is below. Logically speaking, the ones buried there are naturally ancestral gods. There must be eternal light there. The imprint of the martial artist swore. That's, right at this moment, the imprint of the martial artist's eyes shot out two frightening rays of light. A ghost-like knight silently appeared in front of the grassland. He and the warhorse he was riding on were completely black. There was no energy fluctuation at all. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air like phantoms. A fallen knight of the celestial race. The imprint of the martial artist revealed a grave expression. They were just discussing the races of the three universal civilizations, and now, a fallen knight of the celestial race had suddenly appeared. Things did not seem good. A gust of wind blew over, bringing with it a dense aura of death. The Knight of Death silently raised the spear in his hand. Rumble. With a loud sound, a frightening gray haze appeared behind him and surged over like a tide. Oh no! The imprint of the martial artist shouted and enveloped Xianxia and the others. It turned into a dazzling green light and flew into the depths of the grassland. Rumble, behind them, it was as if thousands of horses were galloping, or as if a raging sea was roaring, producing a deafening sound. The Knight of Death held the spear in his hand and merged with the black warhorse as he galloped in front. Behind him was the gray haze that swept toward the imprint of the martial artist. This is the haze formed by the collapse of the ancestral god's consciousness and soul power. Xianxia was all too familiar with this kind of gray haze. Back then, he, Sky Beyond Heaven, Hero, and the others were trapped here for more than 150 years. Boom, the imprint of the martial artist waved his fist and sent out dozens of terrifying fist lights that were over 100 kilometers long. Then, he raised his speed to the limit. After 6 hours of pursuit, they finally escaped from the gray haze and the Knight of Death. If not for the existence of the imprint of the martial artist, they would have definitely been devoured by the haze like Xianxia last time. This is indeed a terrifying path that leads to the most evil place. We have already encountered such danger at the very beginning. We might all die on this path. The imprint of the martial artist's expression was very unsightly. Although he could deal with the haze, it was hard to say what they would encounter next. He continued, I actually saw the celestial race's death knight. It must be the haze formed by the soul power of that race's ancestral god after his death. Why don't we retreat now? The imprint of the martial artist suggested. I want to retreat, but the exit is guarded by that mysterious woman and the brass 8 trigrams. Going back would be suicide. It's better to try our luck. At this point, the imprint of the martial artist suddenly burst into laughter and said, I think that old gossip must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. The second valley is definitely not that simple. Since the haze of the celestial race's ancestral god has appeared here, there might also be a celestial race's divine weapon buried in the second valley. The imprint of the martial artist's guess was correct. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place in the second weapon burial valley. The mysterious woman merged with the yellow hazy figure and was fighting a newly awakened ominous weapon. Even the killing intent formed by the brass 8 trigrams was sent flying. The second valley shook violently. The divine weapon's killing intent shook the heaven and earth. On the path to the most evil place, the imprint of the martial artist sighed, Genius, there is a genius among the seniors. Who said that the number of ancestral gods cannot exceed 10? Even if they die in battle, their corpses and soul power can still be used in such a reasonable manner. What a blessing! But, is there anyone who can integrate this power? Xianxia frowned and said, I'm afraid that another powerful power has been created out of thin air. That's true. The unparalleled ominous weapon, the ancestral god's haze, is no longer the divine weapon it once was. The imprint of the martial artist sighed. 3 days later, Xianxia and the others walked out of the boundless prairie and discovered a remnant in front. It was the ruins of a destroyed Sa city. It was unknown how long it had existed, but even the imprint of the martial artist frowned when he saw it. Xiaochen picked up a piece of pitch-black rubble. It felt heavy in his hand. It was actually made of an unknown metal. This greatly startled Xiaochen. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the rubble and broken pieces were all indestructible and extremely rare refining materials. Bai Qi's expression changed. He said, "This is a peak material. If we purify this ruin, we can forge a horrifying divine weapon." Even the imprint of the martial artist revealed an expression of shock. It said, "How extravagant. Using such excellent divine material to build a city. They should be struck by lightning." However, this city still turned into rubble in the end. At the very least, it probably suffered the attacks of a ninth heaven martial ancestor. Naturally, Xiaochen and the others would not let such a mysterious remnant go so easily. They started to dig, hoping to find some useful items. Bang, the golden divine halberd and the pitch-black metal seal were very direct. They gave off a dazzling light and swept through the rubble. Rubble flew everywhere like a mountain, clearing out the center of the rubble. "Hey! There seems to be something strange underground. There is a sealing power." The surface of that area was covered in pitch-black stone slabs. The two fellows could not move it at all. It was like there was a strong divine power supporting the seal. This is not a celestial race building. It is even more impossible for it to be a dragon race building. It is most likely an ancient remnant of our human race. The imprint of the martial artist walked over with large strides and said, "Move aside. Let me take a look." Right now, the imprint of the martial artist was one with his main body. His combat prowess was incredibly strong. He gently stomped his feet, and the black stone floor gave off a resplendent and dazzling light. "All of you, quickly retreat. There seems to be something strange about this place." The imprint of the martial artist started to exert more force. As he moved his feet, it was like a million huge mountains were trembling. His power was as boundless as the vast sea. Boom, divine light soared into the sky, and the black stone floor completely cracked. "Oh no! Run!" The imprint of the martial artist suddenly shouted. He wrapped the group up and turned into a beam of azure light, charging into the sky. A golden line over 10 kilometers long rushed out from the ruins. Even though it was very fine, it was extremely dazzling. The golden line was 10,000 times more terrifying than the 10,000 heavenly lightning. The fist light that the imprint of the martial artist shot backward was easily cut in half. It could be said to be unstoppable and unstoppable. "What is that?" Bai Qi was very shocked. Everything he saw along the way was beyond his understanding. "That is the prehistoric slaughtering light." "What is the slaughtering light?" the golden divine halberd asked. "You won't understand even if I tell you." The imprint of the martial artist quickly flew to the shield. "It's getting closer," Xiaochen reminded loudly. Behind them, that beam of light was already 100 kilometers long. It swept over and was about to cut the azure light that the imprint of the martial artist had turned into. "Risk it." The imprint of the martial artist broke through the void and rushed into the spatial tunnel. The golden divine halberd shouted, "Didn't you say that we can't tear space on the way to the most evil place? It is very likely that we will enter the chaotic spacetime and never be able to find the way out." "There is no way out. We can only take this risk." The imprint of the martial artist sounded very anxious. The prehistoric slaughtering light behind them didn't chase after them. This was something worth rejoicing over. However, they really rushed into the chaotic spacetime tunnel. Time and space were extremely harmonious. They were lost. "A beautiful woman," Wu Taiying shouted. In this chaotic spacetime, they couldn't help but be shocked when they suddenly found a beautiful woman breaking through. In front of them, there was a peerless beauty in snow-white clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she flew diagonally to the end of the tunnel. "Ching-ching," Xiaochen immediately cried out in surprise. There was no way he was wrong. That intelligent and ethereal white-clothed girl was Ching-ching. "Don't waste your energy shouting." The imprint of the martial artist interrupted him and said, "She is in front of us. She is about to disappear. Just a hair's breadth and we might be separated by 100 years. Don't forget, this is the chaotic spacetime. Just at this moment, another figure appeared in front of him. 3 snow-white skeletons took elegant steps and chased after the white-cloaked girl. Qingguang Wang, Yanlua Wang, Luanhui Wang, Xiaoqian's eyes shone brightly as he looked ahead. He wished he could immediately rush over. What, Yanlua Wang and Luanhui Wang? Those are Xuerenqi's 3 disciples. The imprint of the martial artist's eyes shot out 2 azure lights and said, it's actually the 3 of them. In the chaotic space-time, everything was very uncoordinated. Seeing Luanhui Wang and the other 2 chasing after Qing Qing, Xiaoqian couldn't do anything. The imprint of martial was right. The distance that seemed to be a few miles might be more than 100 years. It could be said to be so close yet so far away. It was unknown how long they floated in this chaotic space-time. Xiaoqian and the others couldn't find the way out and were lost here. The surroundings were not spacious. They would often encounter floating mountains and islands. Sometimes, there would even be a terrifying killing intent sweeping past. This place was not peaceful. It was a chaotic space-time filled with danger. Chi. Chi. Just at this moment, a terrifying saber ray shattered the chaotic space and swept over. In an instant, it made people feel as if doomsday had arrived. The tyrannical power made Xiaoqian and the others' souls tremble. That kind of divine might even made the imprint of martial change color. A power that could even shake an ancestor god. The old faker was very agile at this moment. After wrapping Xiaoqian and the others, he charged forward and narrowly dodged that dazzling saber ray. Ancestor god. There's an ancestor god in this chaotic spacetime. He attacked us. The golden divine halberd and the dark iron engravings were very uneasy and revealed fear. Don't think too much. That kind of power came from shattering the chaotic spacetime. The imprint of martial calmed down and said, that is a kind of divine power that can travel through spacetime. It might have been sent out several hundred years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago. We won't meet him. People of this level should have left long ago. Just like that, they floated for half a month but still couldn't find the way out. Of course, this was only their own feeling. Whether it was half a month, several days, or several years, it was already hard to tell. In this chaotic spacetime, the flow of time couldn't be measured with common sense. The imprint of Marshall wanted to shatter the void and completely open up a path to the outside world, but it failed after many attempts. If they didn't enter an even more violent chaotic spacetime, they would pass through space and appear in an even more dangerous hell. They couldn't break free from the restriction of the chaotic spacetime and could only float aimlessly. Just like that, they felt that more than 20 days had passed. On this day, 2 resplendent light beams suddenly appeared in front of them. They arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Quickly dodge! The imprint of Marshall shouted. Needless to say, they all flew to the sides. Xiaoqian felt the underworld iron battle suit tremble. The 2 beams of light that flew by left 2 faint marks on the ancestor god battle suit. This was simply too terrifying. To think that they could damage the ancestor god battle suit. How sharp were these weapons? Those are 2 elder god weapons. The mark of the martialist wrapped around her, turned into a ray of light, and chased after him. Chaotic spacetime, an evil place. Even the taciturn Bai Qi muttered. The 2 ancestral god armaments had traveled through space and appeared on the same path as the 3 of them. Unfortunately, after chasing for several days, the 2 ancestral divine weapons had completely vanished from sight. Immortal Island. There's an immortal island up ahead. The golden divine halberd made a ruckus. Indeed, he had seen quite a few mountains and islands before, but they were all barren. However, the immortal island in front of them was very different. It was green and full of vitality. Indistinctly, they could even hear the roars of apes and tigers. The few of them quickly rushed over. The island was filled with flowers and plants, and the vegetation was lush and lush. A big-eared rabbit flew over, followed by 2 elephant-headed birds. Xiaoqian and the others were no strangers to these prehistoric creatures. They had encountered them not long ago. Rumble, a mountain ridge in the distance flipped over, and the entire island trembled. It was actually a super-huge snake. This is a prehistoric immortal island. It fell into the chaotic spacetime, and there are many unknown creatures left behind. The mark of the martialist reminded, don't provoke them. I don't think they will take the initiative to attack us. The few of them carefully searched the island and discovered many strange creatures. In the end, they even saw a large blue stone with words carved on it at the peak of the tallest mountain. It was a very unique handwriting. It was crooked, like the handwriting of a child who had just learned. It could be said that it was comparable to the handwriting of the little beast Kiki. The style of the two was too similar. The moment the old faker saw the stone carving, the mark of martial arts began to circulate its energy. It was rare for the old faker to hate someone so much. Needless to say, it was another piece of calligraphy left behind by the one who had carved words on his body. Asterisk 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 come here. If you wish to leave the chaotic space-time, worship this Lord's inscription on the steel for 3 days, and the path to the outside world will naturally be opened. The mark of the martialist gnashed its teeth as it read. Xianxia and the others were incomparably shocked. This Lord's handwriting was really unflattering, but his strength was too heaven-defying. This Lord had once appeared in the Weapon Burial Valley and carved words on the old faker's body. He did not have the stone bone in his hand, but he still successfully opened the path to the most evil place. They could not help but admire his extraordinary means. Moreover, these words he left behind seemed to be extremely relaxed, and he didn't take all of this seriously at all. He seemed as if he was sightseeing in high spirits while walking unhurriedly towards the place of evil, and he'd completely overlooked the danger that could threaten a universe-enlightened ancestral god. Carving words on my body, and then coming here to play tricks. I'm so angry. The mark of the martialist was about to slap the limestone on the spot, but it was quickly stopped by the golden divine halberd and the black iron engraving. Lord Fraud, please calm down. We would rather believe it than not. Otherwise, if we were to be trapped here forever, it would be too late for regrets. The mark of the martialist was in the middle of circulating his energy. When he heard those words, he glared at them fiercely and said, "What, Lord Fraud? Just call me Lord and remove the 2 words in front." Yes, yes, yes. Lord, then let's worship the inscription on the steel. The mark of the martialist clenched his teeth and read out the inscription on the steel. He said, "I only accept the incense of ancestral god-level cultivators. As for the others, don't waste your effort." This was too abnormal. To make an ancestral god worship him, was this lord really arrogant, or was he too heaven-defying? Escaping is the most important thing. Lord Fraud, please take your leave. Xianxia suggested to the mark of the martialist with a fake smile. Brat, are you asking for a beating? The mark of the martialist's face darkened, and his expression was extremely unfriendly. The golden divine halberd and the black iron engraving also advised, that is a senior expert. Lord Fraud, even if you take your leave, it will not be considered a loss. Both of you, shut up. If you want to worship, do it yourselves. I definitely won't do it. The mark of the martialist's expression turned ugly. He really wanted to smash the large limestone with his palm. We are not ancestral gods. That lord will not accept our incense. Only you can. %yen #%#. The mark of the martialist cursed out of anger. It is obviously that bastard playing with us. Even if he is heaven-defying, he has already left for many years. It is impossible for him to reopen the spatial passage for us. Not far away, a very human-like white fox was curiously looking on. The black iron engraving turned into a black light and quickly pressed down. Hee, I caught a spirit fox and made it worship me for 3 days. Let's try it out. It's a hopeless situation. Eh? It actually has 9 tails. It really is a mutated species. Just as the black iron engraving finished speaking, it suddenly fell straight to the ground. A tyrannical prehistoric creature, 9-tailed spirit fox. The gas it emits can paralyze the divine soul. The mark of the martialist said and shot out a green light that quickly froze the spirit fox. At the same time, the black iron engraving rushed up. After all, he had the powerful divine sense of a half-martial ancestor. Even though he was momentarily stunned, he quickly recovered. Motherfucker. This is truly preposterous. Even a fox is so strange. This is it. Make it worship me for 3 days. The unfortunate prehistoric creature, nine-tailed spirit fox, was forcefully captured and forced to kowtow. Clearly, this was a highly intelligent spirit fox. After understanding that it was a matter of life and death, it was very cooperative. At first, they did not think much of it. They only thought that the black iron engraving was venting his anger. Unexpectedly, after 3 days, the large limestone actually flashed with divine light and a few crooked words appeared. Even the mark of the martialist was shocked. He could not help but read, "Those who are not half martial ancestor god do not need to waste your energy. Live well on this island. I will bless you with a lifetime of peace." Everyone looked at the mark of the martialist. "Don't look at me. I will not worship this bastard even if you beat me to death." The mark of the martialist's forehead was filled with black lines. He was very powerful. Naturally, they could not force him. However, for the next half a month, they still could not think of a way to escape from the chaotic spacetime. In the end, the mark of the martialist became anxious. He slapped Xianxia, Bai Qi, the golden divine halberd, and the black iron engraving 4 times at lightning speed. They did not know why they were sneak attacked by this old fraud. They fainted on the ground in a daze. When Xiaoqian and the others woke up again, they discovered that not only was the large limestone shattered, but even the mountain ridge under their feet had been flattened. Meanwhile, the mark of the martialist was panting like an ox. His expression was dark and foul, as if everyone in the world owed him money. Seeing this scene, the 2 crafty old foxes, the golden divine halberd and the black iron engraving, secretly laughed. They guessed that the mark of the martialist must have secretly kowtowed to the large limestone. Bai Qi also guessed it. However, he was more practical. He directly asked, "Senior, what was the result? Did you find a way out after you worshipped him?" The mark of the martialist seemed to have his tail stepped on. He angrily jumped and shouted, "Nonsense! Why would I worship that bastard? Lord Fraud, please calm down." The black iron engraving advised from the side. The golden divine halberd also tried to curry favor. He said, "Senior, do you have a way to leave this place?" "No." The mark of the martialist seemed to be very angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "That liar." After saying that, he suddenly became alert. He knew that he had spilled the beans. He immediately shut up. They did not know the details and did not dare to ask. In the following half a month, the mark of the martialist kept gritting his teeth. Every day, they could hear the sound of grinding. Xiaoqian and Bai Qi were speechless. The person who left the inscription was too reckless. He actually dared to toy with the ancestor god. After so many years, he had angered the mark of the martialist to such a state. He was really heaven-defying. It was obvious that he was someone who would give the ancestor god a headache. A few days later, Xiaoqian and the others left this place and continued to drift in the chaotic spacetime. "You bastard, I can't deal with you, but I will definitely teach that treasure of yours a lesson." It had already been more than 20 days, but the mark of the martialist was still filled with resentment. Every day, he gritted his teeth and said, "I curse you 100 times. 100 times." As he said this, he did not forget to glare at Xiaoqian. This made Xiaoqian feel a chill down his spine. Xiaoqian quickly turned around and pretended not to see it, showing the back of his head to the mark of the martialist. "Senior trickster, how did that person toy with you?" Xiaoqian did not know if Bai Qi had gone overboard or if he was purposely provoking the mark of the martialist. "Shut up. This has nothing to do with you." The mark of the martialist found everyone an eyesore. He had nearly dealt with the golden divine halberd and the dark iron engraving, who had once mocked him for worshipping the inscription. These 2 fellows had been having a hard time. They became obedient and did not dare to say anything. After being stifled for more than a month, the golden divine halberd and the dark iron engraving finally found an opportunity to roar a few times. "Quick, look. There's a figure at the side. That's not right. It seems to be the figure of a beast." On a space-time tunnel parallel to the mark of the martialist and the others, a gentle, snow-white light moved forward unhurriedly. After Xiaoqian looked carefully with the celestial eye, he immediately cried out in surprise, "Kiki." At this moment, he really found it hard to understand. How did the little critter come here? Kiki, Xiaochen called out to the little thing loudly. Soon after, he came to a realization. In the space-time tunnel, the slightest mishap could be as long as 100 years. Even if he called out loudly, the other party would not know. However, he felt it was a little inconceivable. Why did the little critter Kiki come here? How did it come in? That ball of white light approached them from afar. In the end, they could see the snow-white little critter through it. However, Xiaochen was a little dumbstruck. The snow-white little critter in front of him was really too cool. Although it was the same as Kiki, it was only a foot long and its body was as white as jade. It seemed to be brimming with spiritual energy, but it was completely different from the cute Kiki. The snow-white little critter in front of them was wearing a black crystal mirror. It was said that this kind of black crystal mirror had been dug out from many prehistoric ruins. Rumor has it that its real name was sunglasses. This snow-white little critter had its hands behind its back, its head was raised, and it was wearing a pair of black crystal sunglasses. It was holding a straw stick in its mouth. This demeanor was simply a cool little critter. Also, the snow-white long hair on its head had been combed into a swept-back hairstyle. Is this Kiki? Xiaochen muttered. This demeanor didn't seem like it no matter how he looked at it. The little critter definitely didn't have this kind of demeanor. Just when Xiaochen was muttering to himself, the martial imprint at the side erupted. #@yen#@. The martial imprint's entire body was trembling. It pointed at the snow-white little critter and cursed angrily, "It really is you, you bastard. Just you wait, I'm not done with you." Even though it knew that this might be a trace left behind from several thousand years ago and was transmitted here by coincidence in this chaotic space-time, the martial imprint was still unable to control its emotions. It was so angry that it stomped its feet and cursed loudly. Its entire body was trembling. "You bastard, you ate all the spiritual essence collected by the ancestral gods. A portion of those spiritual essences belonged to me, but I didn't have the fortune to enjoy them. You even carved words on my body, you liar. I despise you, I curse you." The martial imprint was on the verge of losing control as it cursed unceasingly. Life is really as lonely as snow. The days of being unrivaled in the heavens and earth are really too hard. I don't even have someone to pass my time with. Sigh, the cool snow-white little critter with its hands behind its back and its head raised towards the sky, wearing sunglasses and holding a straw stick in its mouth sighed. In the end, it even sighed and said, "It seems like I need to go to the other world or the great desolate heavenly realm for a stroll." That cool snow-white little critter with its hands behind its back and its head raised to the sky, wearing sunglasses and holding a straw stick in its mouth was really eye-catching. Coupled with those words, it made people feel extremely speechless. The martial imprint really wanted to slap him. He was so angry that he jumped around in the space-time tunnel. Xiaochen was already dumbstruck. This was definitely not Kiki, the style was different. Furthermore, he had already deduced from the imprint of martial arts that this cool little critter was not much older than Kiki, it was very young. Xiaochen suddenly understood. No wonder the mark of the martialist said that it wanted to deal with that person's precious treasure was cuckoo. It even caused him to get beaten up. They were indeed of the same origin. The words written by Ku and this cool little critter were really equally crooked. All in all, Ku was much prettier. Its parents were very different. The snow-white little critter in front of them was advancing at the same pace as Xiaochen and the others. It greatly stimulated the imprint of martial arts, causing his emotions to fluctuate violently. It was as if he had taken the wrong medicine. The old faker's body trembled non-stop. He wished he could rush over and have a duel with the little critter. That divine staff is really useless. Old man Wu was tormented by him like that. If he knew in the underworld, he would definitely die of anger. At that moment, the little cool beast spoke again. Although those words caused the imprint of martialism to be filled with black lines, it was rare for him to endure it. He wanted to listen to what was going to happen next. However, the little cool beast did not speak for the next half a day. It just looked at the sky with its hands behind its back. At #%%. Why don't you keep talking? The mark of the martialist was infuriated. It's hard to find a worthy opponent even after transmigrating for thousands of years. I can only blame myself for being too talented. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do. Hearing the little cool beast speak again in such a narcissistic manner, the imprint of the martialism felt like he was about to go mad. However, no matter how much resentment he felt, there was nothing he could do. The little cool beast placed his hands behind his back, raised his head, and held the grass stick in his mouth. Suddenly, he sped up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bai Qi was very honest. He dealt another blow to the imprint of martial arts at such a crucial moment. He said, "Senior swindler, it seems that you didn't worship that heaven-defying little beast for nothing." "What? What are you talking about?" The mark of the martial imprint immediately grew anxious. It completely erupted and grabbed Bai Qi, wishing that it could tear him apart. "That is indeed the case. If we advance parallel to it, we will most likely find a way out." Bai Qi argued for what was right and said in a very serious manner, "Although we have been separated from it for countless years, and time itself is an infinite variable, space is unchanging. If we follow the path it has taken, we will definitely be able to find the way out." What Bai Qi said made sense. However, in this chaotic spacetime, there were too many variables. But in this chaotic spacetime, there were still too many variables. It was difficult to determine if this method was effective or not. However, they had no other choice. They could only try everything they could. Because of that, the imprint of the martialist did its best to increase its speed. Surprisingly, not long after, they encountered the little cool beast again. It was still traveling on the same path as them. Just like that, they flew for an entire 7 to 8 days before the little beast completely disappeared. It was as if it had passed through a water curtain, only leaving behind a little ripple in that space. The imprint of the martial imprint spent a total of 2 months before it was able to break through space and approach that area. Then, it bombarded the place where the little beast disappeared every day, hoping to open a spatial door. Perhaps it was because the little cool beast was too heaven-defying, or the imprint of the martial imprint was too useless, but it took a total of 3 months to open a small hole the size of a rice grain. The aura of the outside world rushed in. "Open!" The imprint of the martial imprint shouted and finally opened a spatial crack. "Charge out, quick!" The imprint of the martial imprint shouted. Xiaochen, Bai Qi, the golden halberd, and the dark iron seal rushed out of the spatial crack like the wind and lightning. The imprint of the martial imprint even fell out as if it was exhausted. Even a terrifying expert of his level was so tired that he did not want to move. One could imagine how much divine power he had expended. The scene before them was desolate. The grayish-brown land was barren. It was a barren land. It was extremely empty and lonely. "I understand now. Even if we did not encounter the slaughtering light, we would still have to walk through the chaotic spacetime. Only then can we reach the most evil place. The chaotic spacetime is a path we must take." Hearing the imprint of the martial imprint's words, Xiaochen and the others were shocked. This path was truly dangerous. It was truly difficult to reach the end. After that, they flew for several days before they found a ruin in the barren land. This time, without the imprint of the martial imprint's reminder, no one dared to touch it for fear of provoking something strange. However, when they took a detour, something unexpected happened. Beeping sounds came from the ruins. Occasionally, there would be flashes of electricity. It seemed to have sensed the divine power ripples in the sky. Under the ruins, a broken metal man suddenly soared into the sky. It was holding a strange-looking weapon in its hand. In an instant, it shot out a terrifying energy beam towards the imprint of the martial imprint and the others. It was an extremely tyrannical power. The imprint of the martial imprint was shocked. It used the hand of heaven to attack. Not good. This is the power left behind by the prehistoric civilization. It is completely different from the path we cultivators take. This is the legendary antimatter weapon. The imprint of the martial imprint's expression turned grave. He waved his fist repeatedly. A blazing azure light blasted the broken metal man into ashes with a rumble. However, an even more terrifying sound came from the ruins. With a rumble, a huge monster rushed out. It was at least 10 miles in radius. It looked like a warship. Its black metal exterior gave off a terrifying power. Boom, a loud sound shook the heavens and the earth. The power of the warship was extremely terrifying. It completely submerged the sky, making Xianxia and the others unable to see anything. The imprint of the martial imprint covered the sky with blazing azure light. It blocked the terrifying power. The sky only returned to normal after a long time. The damaged warship had already collapsed. This prehistoric civilization is indeed very powerful. Legend has it that during their glorious era, these warships could cover the entire sky. Every star had a strict deployment. The imprint of the martial imprint sighed. Millions of warships at the same time. Just thinking about it makes one tremble. It would not be a problem for them to destroy the entire sky. However, it's a pity that the forefather god of the other world completely erased that part of their civilization. There is no most evil, only more evil. The imprint of the martial imprint muttered to himself, no wonder it is called the most evil place. I have never seen or heard of anything like this along the way. For them, there were many things that were inexplicable and incomprehensible. Several days later, they flew over the desolate land. Greenery gradually appeared in front of them. Soon, they felt as if they had entered a paradise. All sorts of divine trees were emerald green and emitted rays of green light. There were countless immortal Ganoderma orchids and immortal fruits. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Flowers were blooming, divine springs were gurgling, and streams were gurgling. The place was filled with dense spiritual energy. The golden halberd nodded repeatedly and said, "We just passed by a desolate land. There was not even a strand of hair. Why did so many divine trees and immortal herbs suddenly appear here? The contrast is too great. It's strange, this was the path they had to take." Xiaochen picked a large number of spiritual fruits without wasting any time and stored them in the acupoint space. They were all on guard. It was impossible for the path to the most evil place to be this peaceful. Boom, sure enough, at this moment, a beautiful mountain peak in front of them suddenly collapsed, and a huge white bone dragon soared into the sky like a dancing mountain ridge. It was actually the bone of an ancestral dragon. It was over 100 miles long and stretched on endlessly. The collapsed immortal mountain was merely an exit. Its huge body was completely underground. There were specks of divine flames throbbing in its skull. This was a very terrifying fire seed creature. Not to mention what realm it had reached, just its ancestral dragon skeletal body was enough to intimidate people. It almost represented eternity and indestructibility. In the history of the three universal civilizations, the human race and the celestial race have all shown their power. How can there not be a dragon race? The imprint of martial arts seemed to have expected it and said, as expected, it has appeared here. He did not dare to be careless. Although the ancestral dragon's skeletal body was no longer an ancestral god, it seemed to have an extremely mysterious power that made him feel threatened. You guys go first. I'll stop it. The imprint of martial arts soared into the sky and faced the huge ancestral dragon's skeletal body. Although it was only a bone body, it still let out a loud dragon roar that shook the heaven and earth. After the white bone ancestral dragon rushed out of the earth's surface, it coiled in the sky like an endless white cloud that covered the void. Get out of the way. The imprint of martial arts was not a pushover either. He unleashed the martial ultimacy to the extreme. His fist shot out for hundreds of miles and completely engulfed the ancestral dragon's skeletal body. The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. The ancestral god-level power did not knock the ancestral dragon's skeletal body away. Its horns shone brightly and charged at the imprint of martial arts instead of retreating. Xiaochen did not dare to stay any longer. He rushed forward with all his might and only slowed down after flying for tens of thousands of miles. They waited for the imprint of martial arts for 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. It was only on the second day that the imprint of martial arts flew over. Senior Divine Fraud, you're an ancestral god weapon, are you still not a match for that skeleton? The dark iron engraving and the golden divine halberd did not seem to notice the imprint of martial arts at all and continued chattering. Die. The imprint of martial arts waved his hand and slammed the 2 weapons into the ground. After a long time, they climbed back up with their faces covered in dirt. It's easy for you to say that. The imprint of martial arts said angrily, that ancestral dragon skeletal body has taken out its reverse scale. Which one of you wants to try? I guarantee you'll be reduced to ashes in an instant. Furthermore, I'm not willing to kill. They were created to guard the evilest land in the first place to test the later generations. I can't bear to destroy them. Taking out the ancestral dragon's reverse scale is definitely a super powerful attack that would make even an ancestral god pale. However, the last few sentences of the imprint of martial arts are worth discussing. In the following half a month, Xianxia and the others encountered all sorts of dangers and saw many unimaginable things. On this day, the imprint of martial arts suddenly sensed something and said, "We're here. We're already close to the evilest land. We're no more than a few hundred miles away." However, at this moment, the imprint of martial arts revealed a grave expression. His powerful spiritual sense sensed an extremely ordinary aura. In front of them were endless hills and trees. They looked very ordinary, but there was no celestial chi. However, it was precisely in such a place that the imprint of martial arts felt as if it was facing a great enemy. It felt an unprecedented pressure. "Follow me from afar. Don't get too close." The imprint of martial arts stopped flying and walked forward step by step. Only when they reached the top of those hills did Xianxia and the others discover to their horror that they were actually all piled up with ruins. It's just that there were plants growing on top of them. After advancing for more than 50 miles, the ruins were endless. At the same time, an ancient aura spread over from a distant place. After advancing for another 100 miles, they finally discovered a huge city. It stood on the horizon, it was completely intact, that was a majestic huge city. It was actually very majestic. Xianxia was stunned on the spot. It was too similar to the style of the ghost city. He always suspected that the evilest land was in the world of death. At this moment, he was even more suspicious. Could it be that they had already entered the depths of the world of death, and this was only one of those legendary immemorial demon cities? On the Dragon Island, little beast Kiki had already successfully advanced to the half-step ancestor realm. A few months ago, it withstood all the heavenly lightning while it was in deep sleep. After that, it angrily asked the surrounding practitioners who sneak attacked it. It really made everyone's jaws drop. The heavenly lightning didn't injure the little beast, and it also didn't injure the practitioners at the scene. However, little beast Kiki's comment made everyone feel very hurt. Everyone sighed at the unfairness of the heavens. Soon after, under the patient explanation of the divine king of dragon race, the angry little beast didn't flip out. However, the next sentence the little critter said almost made the surrounding practitioners fall to the ground again. It mumbled with grievance, "I'm so sleepy, I want to go back to sleep, don't look at me like that." Just like that, the snow-white little critter rubbed its big eyes and fell into a sweet dreamland again in a daze. It made the surrounding practitioners all dumbfounded, they were completely speechless. Speaking of which, it really took too long to go back to sleep. It took months as the unit of measurement. Only after 3 months did it unwillingly wake up by the divine king of dragon race who couldn't stand it anymore. Kiki's eyes were hazy from sleep, it sat there and kept rubbing its big eyes. It seemed very wronged. "I'm really sleepy," the good-tempered divine king of dragon race almost flipped out, but he still endured it in the end. He said amiably, "You have already slept for more than 150 years. You already became a half-step ancestor in your sleep, don't tell me you still haven't slept?" "I haven't," the little critter nodded very seriously, its big eyes were filled with innocence. The divine king of dragon race almost fell to the ground. And the group of dragon elders at the side all had the urge to vomit blood. They felt that they really had nothing to say to this snow-white little critter. At the side, the dragon girl who once woke Kiki up in the name of the fruits of the 7 sacred trees rolled her eyes and said, "Don't you want to know Xiaoqian's current situation? He has appeared again after more than 150 years, but he seems to be lost in the most evil place." Hearing these words, the little critter Kiki finally became a little more spirited. A trace of vigor flashed in its big hazy eyes as it said, "Yeah, I'll go save him now." Just like that, the little critter Kiki finally stopped sleeping. After asking a few simple questions, it turned into a beam of white light and rushed out of the Dragon Island. It wanted to go to the place where the half-step ancestors of the soul world disappeared to save Xiaoqian. However, before going to the soul world, the little critter wanted to test out its half-step ancestor ability to see how strong it was. There were many races gathered in the sea, and there were many divine islands. At this moment, all the practitioners heard a tender voice echoing clearly in the world. Keek's profound meaning, devour the world. At this moment, spiritual essences of heaven and earth soared into the sky from all the divine islands in all directions and gathered in one direction. Soon, the snow-white little critter in the sky was drowned by all kinds of Ganoderma and ginseng fruits. People could clearly hear the little critter's tender voice mumbling in dissatisfaction, too little, not enough, more. On this day, a group of experts went crazy. They all rushed into the sky to catch the little thief. However, when they arrived, the little critter Kiki had already arrived in the Soul World. Soul World, Xianxia City. Crisis hooked his arm around Toadie's neck. His peach blossom eyes were almost squinted into two slits as he stuttered, "Mock. Mock mock, we are brothers from now on. You and I met on this splendid day. Let's forget our grudges with a smile. Even if you wronged me in the past, I won't settle the score with you." 3-3. Third stutterer, I want to fight with you. Toadie was drunk to the point where his eyes were hazy. His tongue didn't listen to him as he said, I have never wronged you. You are the one who wronged me. He put his arm around Crisis's shoulder and said, I have a huge wish. That is to sell you a few times. Huh. I didn't hear you. Say it again. Crisis patted Toadie's shoulder. His peach blossom eyes were already in a daze. Drink and chat merrily. Don't mention things that spoil the mood. The white-haired Juga fatty poured wine for the two and said, I'll treat you two to the Moonflower Castle in a while. Vulgar, that place is too vulgar. Crisis shook his head repeatedly. Juga fatty burped and retorted, Ugh. Brother Crisis, aren't you being too unkind by saying that? The Moonflower Castle and the Spellbind Castle are the most elegant places in the world. How can you say that? Crisis shook the wine pot and put his arm around Toadie's shoulder. His breath reeked of alcohol as he said, The mountain is the mountain, the water is the water, the mountain is not the mountain, the water is not the water, the mountain is still the mountain, the water is still the water. I've already returned to my original state. This is the 333. The 3 grades are also known as the 3 realms. Hearing those words, Toadie immediately became excited. He held Crisis's arm tightly and said, Bosom friend. I've always disliked you, but now I've changed my mind. I didn't expect that people of my generation can only discover bosom friends inadvertently. It's hard to meet a bosom friend. Today, It seems like I've also experienced the 3rd grade. It's fate. The drunken white-haired Juga fatty also came forward and said, Let's go, I'll bring you two to a good place. A good place to return to your original state. Where? Crisis and Toadie's eyes lit up. Juga fatty stood up unsteadily and said with a lisp, Naturally, it's the place I'm most familiar with, the celestial city of the Immortals. Collegium Street. In the past, when Xiaochen was in the celestial city, I would often look for him to look for beauties together. Not bad, it has indeed returned to its original state. Crisis patted Juga fatty's shoulder approvingly, and revealed a smile that could only be understood but not put into words. Xiaochen, this fellow, is also a kindred spirit? Although Toadie was drunk, his eyes were still shining. Hey, why did I see an illusion? I saw Xiaochen's snow-white little beast again. Juga fatty walked forward drunkenly and said, Come, let me pinch you. In the past, I couldn't afford to offend you. Today, I can't even deal with the illusion. I'll see a ghost. Bang, Juga fatty soared into the sky and directly smashed Crisis who was behind him. Damn it, I've already reached the 3rd realm. How come it doesn't look like an illusion today? The mountain is still the mountain, the water is still the water. Juga fatty and Crisis swayed unsteadily. They supported each other to stand up and made a ruckus. Although Toadie reeked of alcohol, he wasn't completely drunk yet. He said, The mountain I see is still the mountain, the water is still the water, the little beast is still the little beast. Speaking until here, he suddenly sobered up and said, It's really that little beast. Just like that, the little beast angrily kidnapped the 3 people. According to the information provided by the 3 people, it directly rushed to the uninhabited area 1,000 miles away from Xianxia City. Several months ago, an earth-shattering fluctuation was transmitted from that area and shook the entire soul world. Many experts rushed over there. However, only half of the group rushed in. The others were already too late. When they arrived at this barren land, they found Wu Ming and his son again. Aya, how do we get in? The little beast swept its eyes around and looked at these few people. These few people also couldn't do anything. Even if they fought until the sand and stones were flying, they still couldn't open the world gate. Keek's profound meaning, when it shouted until here, the little beast seemed a little embarrassed. It lowered its voice and muttered softly, Keek's profound meaning, open the door. After that, its whole body blossomed with rainbow-colored divine radiance. Its unique divine power spread in all directions. It was really strange. When the rainbow-colored divine power surged out and the little beast muttered the words open the door, a rumbling sound actually transmitted from the ground. A blue stone emerged from the ground. Wu Ming was dumbstruck. Then he cursed inwardly, #@yen, #yen, %. He had been trying his best to take care of me for a few months, but it didn't even have any effect. And this little critter just muttered something randomly, and a blue stone full of engraved words appeared. This really made him extremely angry. Of course, Wu Ming was an outstanding person. He quickly deduced that the person who left behind the inscription on the monument had an unusual relationship with this little thing. The snow-white little beast that was less than a foot long felt a little dizzy when it faced the 1-meter-tall blue stone. That was because it couldn't recognize any of the engraved words on it. So ugly. The little beast muttered softly and said to itself, much uglier than my handwriting. While saying that, it wrote the 2 words Kiki on the blue stone. When the few people at the back saw this, they were completely speechless. They evaluated in their hearts, it's just as ugly, okay? The little beast looked at it for a long time, but it still couldn't recognize a single word. It felt a little guilty and muttered softly to cover up, it's really ugly, I don't like it anymore. It turned around and pointed at Toady, Aya, you read it. Toady was pondering over it. After looking at it for a long time, it still couldn't find any relevant memories. It didn't know what kind of words it was. It shook its head, I don't recognize it. Then Crisis, Wu Ming, Wu Xiaoshi, and Zhuge Fatty all shook their heads, saying they didn't recognize it. You guys are really ignorant and incompetent, you don't even recognize words. They were actually looked down upon by the little beast. However, what the little beast said next made them quite speechless. The words on it. I don't recognize a single word either. You don't recognize it, yet you're looking down on others? The few people criticized in their hearts. However, Wu Ming and the others had already noticed the problem. The words on the blue stone were too similar to the little beast's words. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. It was the same crooked and crooked, the same scribbled talismans. It's really ugly, how can someone write such ugly words? The little beast, Kiki, muttered softly. Cough, Wu Ming coughed and said, why do I feel that the words are exactly the same as yours? No way. Hearing that, Kiki was very dissatisfied and said, how can it be as beautiful as mine? Kiki, don't tell me you wrote it in the past. Crisis and Toady were very suspicious. They felt that the words on the blue stone were too similar to the little beast's words. Just at this time, Wu Xiaoshi opened his mouth and said, there's a mark here. He dug up the soil around the blue stone that was buried underground and revealed a complete imprint. It was actually a small claw mark. It was very exquisite and clearly visible. The few of them looked at the little beast at the same time. Because the claw mark was very similar to its little claw, it almost overlapped. It looks very familiar. The little critter muttered a little guiltily. It really suspected that it had accidentally left this mark on the big green rock when it was asleep in the past. However, it also felt that something was wrong. It had never been here before. Kiki gestured with a guilty conscience and pressed on that small claw mark. When Kiki pressed on the small claw mark, the two perfectly overlapped. Immediately, a loud noise resounded in the world. Rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was as if the world was collapsing. The huge head that appeared in the sky before didn't appear this time, but the world gate had already opened. A dark space appeared in front of the few of them. It's like this. The world gate has opened. When I arrived here a few months ago, I just happened to see it closing. Wu Ming shouted. He thought that it was full of opportunities inside. He immediately shouted, let's rush in. He didn't want to share the opportunity with the few of them, but he felt that it was necessary to gather some helpers. The few of them were afraid that the world gate would close, so they all rushed in. But just at this time, one figure after another rushed over from the darkness. The little beast, Kiki, was very vigilant. It immediately opened the lost paradise and stored Wu Ming, Crisis, and the others inside. It's those half-step ancestors. Wu Ming cried out in fear. Why are they in such a sorry state? What happened? Those half-step ancestors were in tatters and covered in blood. All of them were in a sorry state. It was as if they had experienced the most desperate battle. They rushed out of the world gate frantically. They are so stupid. They locked themselves inside and waited for me to open it. The little beast wrinkled its delicate nose and mumbled. Not good, let's retreat quickly. Wu Ming shouted anxiously, even half-step ancestors can't resist the danger inside. We will definitely die if we go in. Retreat, retreat quickly. Crisis's voice was even louder. He shouted in the lost paradise with all his might, but he couldn't rush out no matter what. I came to save Xiaochen. I didn't see him come out just now. The little beast ignored him. Then let us out, you go in and save him yourself. Wu Ming was really a little anxious. Even half-step ancestors were so cunning. It was definitely not a place they could enter. Without you guys, I will be afraid. It's too dark here, let me think, the little beast mumbled. #@#yen, the few of them were completely speechless. They had already reached the half-step ancestor realm, yet they were actually afraid of the dark. This reason was too far-fetched. When the half-step ancestor Xianxia also fled for his life, the world gate was completely closed. Wu Ming and the others were completely in despair. Oh, I'll let you guys out. The little beast muttered to itself like a little muddle-headed person. The few of them were completely defeated by it. It was definitely doing this on purpose. The few of them felt that this little muddle-headed person was not muddle-headed at all. Crisis, Toddy, and Zhuge Fatty's drunkenness had completely disappeared. All of them started to howl like wolves. Oh heavens, oh earth, oh beauty, Wu Ming and his son also felt a wave of regret. They really shouldn't have followed this little beast. They were really unlucky. The half-step ancestors who rushed out of the world gate felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If it wasn't for the divine weapons in the first valley rushing into the second valley and leaving only a few half-step ancestor divine weapons in the first valley, they would have been completely annihilated. Even so, they still paid a huge price. A half-step ancestor spiritual treasure with a soul was already equivalent to a half-step ancestor. They simply didn't dare to believe this fact. These people had already bombarded the world gate for a few months, but they couldn't shake it at all. Regardless of whether it was these half-step ancestors or the current Kiki and the others, none of them knew that it was because a snow-white little beast wearing sunglasses and holding a straw stick in its mouth left behind a back door countless years ago. Only then did they manage to open the world gate once again. On the road leading to the evilest place, a majestic immemorial demon city stood tall. Although it had stood tall for countless years, it was still in perfect condition, as if it could exist forever. It's too dazzling. It's too extraordinary and unpredictable. The black iron seal and the golden divine halberd exclaimed in admiration. Near the immemorial demon city, there were two meteor-like beams of light flying back and forth outside the huge city. They were extremely dazzling. Seeing this scene, the martial seal's expression changed. He staggered back a dozen steps. He never thought that he would be so grave, as if he had seen something very terrifying. What's wrong? Xiaochen asked. We've encountered a big problem, it might be a calamity. The martial seal's voice was gloomy. Clearly, what gave him such a pessimistic thought were the two resplendent beams of light in front of him. They were flying around the ghost city. What's that? Although they were very far away, Bai Qi, as a half-step ancestor, felt his heart palpitate when he saw the two beams of light. That's a terrifying power. If an ancestor god gets entangled by them, he will probably be in danger. Hearing this, Xiaochen and the others were immediately shocked. I hope they didn't notice us. Otherwise, we will definitely be completely annihilated. But unfortunately, just as the martial seal finished speaking, a resplendent beam of light was already rushing in their direction in front of the immemorial demon city. Yeah, it's really dark here. In the Weapon Burial Valley, the little critter was moving forward step by step. If it wasn't for the protection of the lost paradise, they would have been pierced by the 10,000 beams of light when they were flying down. Later on, they slowly realized that it was the safest to go down the winding mountain road. The people behind them were dispirited. And behind them, there was a large blue stone floating in the air. There were crooked words carved on it. It was unknown when it had followed them. At first, they felt that it was very strange. But later on, they started to ignore it. Although there were half-step ancestor divine weapons blocking their way, now that the little critter had reached the half-step ancestor realm, the power of the lost paradise had become even stronger. Its defensive power could be said to be unparalleled. Their journey was more daunting than dangerous. In the Weapon Burial Valley, all the ancestor divine weapons in the first valley were charging into the second valley. No one could stop them. Although the main body of the 8 trigrams was still there, all of its divine sense had left its body. It was as if it had lost its consciousness. After the large blue stone behind them entered the first valley, it came to the front like an old horse and began to lead the way. It directly led the little critter and the others to one of the walls of the second valley. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely notice that this was the place where he obtained the half of the stone bone. That fist-sized black hole was still blowing a chilly wind. In the second valley, killing intent soared to the sky. That was an intense battle between the ancestor divine weapons of different civilizations. The dazzling light could be clearly seen even from several hundred li away. The bone-piercing killing intent made Wu Ming and the others tremble in fear. Just at this time, the large blue stone floating in front of Kiki suddenly shot up and smashed into the wall of the valley with a bang. That fist-sized black hole immediately expanded to the size of a door. Waves of terrifying chilly wind blew out. Wu Ming, Crisis, and the others all felt a bone-piercing chill. The cold aura even made it hard for Wu Xiaoshi to move. In the dark cave, there was actually a blue stone. It was extremely similar to the blue stone that opened the world gate. The same crooked handwriting was engraved on it. This time, little critter Kiki didn't mention that the handwriting was ugly. Because the others had already agreed that the two were about the same. After this blue stone sensed the fluctuation of divine power from the lost paradise, it actually emitted a bit of brilliance. After that, it became as bright as a mirror. Soon after, the figure of a snow-white little critter gradually emerged from the mirror. It was rare for Kiki to feel a little embarrassed. It muttered in a low voice, "Why did I become ugly?" However, as the little critter in the mirror became clearer, Kiki became more and more confused. The others at the side also felt a little strange. Although this mirror was very smooth, it was very serious. In the end, when the snow-white little critter in the mirror became completely clear, they were even more dumbstruck. Was that snow-white little critter really Kiki? With its hands behind its back, wearing a pair of crystal sunglasses, holding a straw stick in its mouth, and looking at the sky without a care in the world. Isn't this a little too outrageous? Little critter Kiki was also a little dumbstruck. This was the first time the little critter was truly confused. The few of them felt a little dizzy. The blue stone in front of them had indeed turned into a mirror, but it was very strange. Squeak! Kiki angrily bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It shot out a ray of 7 divine radiance. The divine power rippled like water and flowed into the strange mirror. The snow-white figure inside immediately became lively. It was actually able to move around freely. Little guy, just at this time, the cool little critter inside actually transmitted this kind of lazy voice. The sudden voice transmitted out from the cave filled with chilly wind. It immediately made Wu Ming and Crisis's hair stand on end. Their souls almost went off topic. The little critter also revealed a rarely seen deflated expression. It hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at the mirror vigilantly. The cool little critter in the mirror spoke lazily, as if it didn't care about anything. It said, "Oh, little guy in front of the mirror, you are definitely not as handsome or beautiful as me. Life is really as lonely as snow. It's fine if you're invincible, but no one can even compare to you in terms of handsomeness. I can't even seek defeat." At #yen%, the few people in front of the mirror felt a little dizzy. Isn't this cool little critter a little too narcissistic? Even Kiki rubbed its spectacles with all its might. After making sure that it wasn't seeing things, it muttered guiltily, "Who are you?" "This is the loneliness of a strong warrior." These kind of words were said by the cool little critter with that kind of indifferent tone. It was very strange. "You and I are of the same race," the little critter mumbled in a low voice. Then it said loudly, "Your handwriting is too ugly. You are also not handsome, very ugly. You are not even comparable to me." The few people at the side were a little dumbfounded. These two little critters were really, "Little guy, you have to learn from me properly. Let's continue forward. I have already opened up the safe passage to the most evil place. Sigh, I really can't help it. I've already opened up the passage just like that. I wonder if I can still find such a challenging thing to do in the future." The little critter with the grass stick in its mouth lightly waved its hand. With a flash of brilliance, that mirror turned back into a blue stone once again. The handwriting on the surface of the mirror shone brightly and rushed into the black hole. The gloomy atmosphere was no longer as cold as before. Crisis, Wu Ming and the others opened their mouths wide in shock. The passage to the most evil place? If what the cool little critter said was true, then they really had a great opportunity. The chilly wind blew in the dark passage, as if there was no end to it. Two large limestones sandwiched the few of them as they advanced forward. The originally heavy limestone was as light as a feather at the moment. That snow-white little critter with a grass stick in its mouth kept flashing in its mind. It made the little critter feel uneasy for the first time. Crisis, Wu Ming and the others were incomparably excited. They were safely heading towards the most wicked place. This meant that they might be able to obtain the eternal light. Unknowingly, they had already walked out of the dark passage. Specks of light appeared in the spacious world. That is, Wu Ming's eyes widened. The beautiful specks of light were like pearls embedded in the night sky, sparkling and translucent. Crisis didn't care about those pearl-like specks of light, but Wu Ming was shocked to the extreme. He had seen the speculation regarding the eternal light on the last page of the Weapon Refining School's Peerless Grimoire. The mysterious aura that was flickering in the night sky in front of them was too similar to what was recorded on the last page of the Peerless Grimoire. Wu Ming felt that he had touched the eternal light. His heartbeat sped up. His mouth was a little dry. He was incomparably excited. Seeing him lose his composure, Crisis immediately realized that the radiance in front of them was very unusual. The sky is filled with little stars, twinkling and twinkling. Only the little critter, Kiki, mumbled indifferently. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, under the blue dome of heaven, the specks of light suddenly became dazzling. They were like stars in the night sky. Moreover, they shot out one after another blazing divine radiance and connected with each other. A huge starry sky gate appeared in the sky. It was completely formed by those pearl-like specks of light. Too extravagant. Wu Ming was so excited that he almost fainted. He felt that when this starry sky gate was refined back then, it must have been mixed with a portion of the eternal light. This is the most sturdy space-time tunnel. It can completely connect several worlds together. Even if countless years have passed, it won't collapse. Crisis cried out in surprise. He was originally an assassin, so he was most proficient in stealth and time traveling. Naturally, he had a deep understanding of it. The words on the two limestone emitted specks of radiance and resonated with the starry sky gate in the sky. A gentle and holy radiance enveloped them, and in the next moment, they appeared in the star gate. In front of the immemorial Devil City, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the sky, sweeping towards Bai Qi and the others. The instant it approached, even the powerful golden halberd and dark iron seal felt powerless. They were unable to resist it at all. Kill! The mark of the martialist's roar shook the heavens. Throwing caution to the wind, it smashed its fist towards the sky. The hand of God shook the heavens and the earth, blinding azure light shot straight into the clouds. This was a power comparable to an elder god's, one that could shatter millions of stars and pierce through a major world. The mark of the martialist and the divine light tangled together. The two of them moved at an inconceivable speed. It was impossible to see their shadows, and the entire sky was filled with their shadows. Bang, the mark of the martialist had been pierced, that piercing light pierced through his chest, causing the expressions of Xiao Chen and the others below to change. Fortunately, the mark of the martialist was covered in azure light and quickly repaired his body. Following that, his movements slowed down. His hands drew incomparably profound trajectories that contained boundless martial intent, representing the current peak of martial arts. Rays of azure light lingered around his body. He used the martial ancestor's battle technique without holding back. This was the extreme martial realm. Every movement contained the profound meaning of the Tao. Every movement connected with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Although his movements were slow, the invisible power of heaven and earth, as well as the profound source laws, flowed naturally with his every movement. It shook the surroundings. The distant immemorial devil city trembled. The mark of the martialist had blocked the divine light, but at this moment, a second resplendent light rushed over from the immemorial devil city. The dazzling light illuminated the entire land. The two divine lights intersected in the sky. It was extremely beautiful and dazzling. With a rumble, the source laws of the world directly shattered, and the mark of the martialist was sent flying hundreds of miles away. The two rays of light passed through the mark of the martialist's body. The mark of the martialist shouted loudly. The rays of light shone brightly. He turned into a divine tree that reached the sky and flew back from hundreds of miles away. At this moment, the two resplendent rays of light were already rushing towards Xiaoqian's group. They were about to be submerged. Without a doubt, as half a group, it was impossible for them to resist. Just at this moment, the half-stone bone in Xiaoqian's hand suddenly trembled. He hurriedly raised it towards the sky. There was no energy fluctuation, as if it had been like this since ancient times. Even when such a terrifying light swept over, it was still as calm as ever. However, something shocking happened. The two rays of light rushed into the stone bone like birds returning to their nests. The terrifying power did not harm them in the slightest. Soon after, the two rays of light rushed out from the stone bone. They circled above their heads and once again rushed towards the immemorial devil city. They turned into two beautiful rays of light that twined around there. The mark of the martialist immediately retracted its shocking divine power. Two extremely terrifying wounds appeared on its body. I didn't expect the stone bone to save us at the crucial moment. Even someone as strong as the mark of the martialist felt a lingering fear. I just merged with my main body not long ago. It's hard for me to bring out my peak power. Just now, I nearly died here. What were those two meteor-like light rays? Ancestor God's murderous intent. The mark of the martialist uttered these 4 words. They looked beautiful, but they were extremely terrifying. Even an ancestor god would be left with a mark if they encountered them. Those were formed from the purest murderous intent of the incomparably powerful ancestor god Yunho. The mark of the martialist sighed. It deeply understood how terrifying that murderous intent was. If not for the stone bone blocking the two light rays at the crucial moment, they would have been completely annihilated. The pure murderous intent of an ancestor god has merged with the origin of heaven and earth. They have no consciousness of their own, but they are unimaginably terrifying. They can even pierce through ancestor god experts. They are not inferior to the light of massacre from before. The immemorial devil city was surrounded by two ancestor gods' murderous intents. One could imagine how dangerous this place was. The few of them had no desire to investigate. If they went over rashly, they would be courting death. However, they were shocked to discover another dead city on the horizon after traveling for several dozen kilometers. However, there was no murderous intent of an ancestor god here. There was only a huge, majestic city standing alone. We have come to the depths of the world of death. It must be like this. Now, Xiaoqian was increasingly convinced that they had entered the world of death. It was too similar to the legendary world of death. At present, they had already seen the tip of the iceberg. Interesting. I agree with this conjecture. Just at this moment, an incomparably cold voice suddenly rang out. Xiaoqian, Bai Qi, and the others were immediately startled. A tall figure appeared several kilometers in front of them with his back facing them. The mark of the martialist stared ahead, and gradually, he exuded an intense fighting spirit. He shouted, "It's you. You actually found your way here." That tall figure slowly turned around on the hill and revealed his true appearance. His long gray hair draped over his shoulders. His fair skin was very exquisite, and his light blue eyes were as deep as the sea. This was a man with a very elegant temperament. You are that divine weapon of the martial ancestor? The gray-haired man revealed a scholarly smile and said, interesting. You already have a true soul. You are the otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu. The mark of the martialist clenched his teeth and said, you have the ambition of wolves. You actually found your way here. Xiaochen and Baiqi were shocked. The otherworldly ancestor god had found his way here. The situation was very serious. To be precise, I am Li Huiyu's first incarnation. I am Li Huiyu's first incarnation, but you can also call me Li Huiyu. Back then, I suspected that the ancestor gods on your side had a hidden chess piece. Indeed, I guessed correctly. The eternal light, such a thing actually exists. Li Huiyu had a grave expression as he looked at the distant horizon. You risked your life to come here just to verify your conjecture? That's right. Hearing that, the mark of the martialist heaved a sigh of relief and said in a cold voice, that makes things much easier. Getting rid of you means getting rid of all the troubles. Ha ha ha, Li Huiyu faced the sky and laughed heartily. Even if you have a soul, you are still just a weapon. You actually dare to boast so shamelessly. The mark of the martialist was very calm. He said, you are just a clone. You don't even have a true soul. You are not even worth mentioning. Right at this moment, 9 figures rapidly flew over. 9 powerful half-martial ancestors descended and lined up behind Li Huiyu. So many of you are here, the mark of the martialist's pupils rapidly contracted. Back then, we 4 ancestor gods used our supreme divine power to forcefully open the path to the evilest land. We never thought that we would be trapped in the chaotic timespace for countless years. 2 ancestor gods fell for eternity. We paid such a huge price to finally find this place. Li Huiyu's cold voice contained a trace of regret. Does that mean that there is another ancestor god here? The mark of the martialist deeply felt that his side's strength was insufficient. Don't worry, I alone can take care of you. The other ancestor god did not come here. He was heavily injured and is currently recuperating in a deep slumber. Li Huiyu sneered and said, speaking of which, it is strange. Out of the 4 of us, only I entered with a clone. Comparatively speaking, I am slightly weaker than their true bodies. However, I am the only one who was unscathed. Although he seemed scholarly, he was incomparably arrogant. He did not place the mark of the martialist in his eyes at all. 4 ancestor gods. Behind him, Xiaochen and Baiqi looked at each other. This was too terrifying. Fortunately, 2 of them had already been annihilated. Very well, I will deal with you first. After that, I will go and kill that guy who is in a deep slumber. The mark of the martialist strode forward. At this moment, his aura continuously rose. He had a momentum that could devour mountains and rivers. His martialist battle intent completely erupted. Clang, Li Huiyu's body flickered with light. Sharp metal spikes appeared on the surface of his body. It was a bright silver ancestor god battle armor. The porcupine armor covered his entire body. Xiaochen could not help but curse in his heart. The ancestor god Babula he saw in the past had 8 ancient spears that looked like spider legs and a scorpion tail. This person before him was similarly strange. His entire body was covered with sharp metal spikes. It would be very difficult to deal with him. After seeing this, the mark of the martialist's body shook violently. With a loud wing sound, a divine wood appeared in his hand. He used the weapon's soul to control his body. The 2 were connected, and the soul and weapon merged. His combat prowess rose sharply. Seeing this, Xiaochen, Baiqi, the black iron seal, and the golden divine halberd also looked at the 9 half-martial ancestors. A great battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, one of the 9 half-martial ancestors secretly transmitted his voice to Li Huiyu, reporting a major matter. What? Someone beat us to it? Why didn't you say so earlier? The ancestor god Li Huiyu turned into a beam of light and quickly rushed forward. The 9 half-martial ancestors followed closely and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The mark of the martialist and Xiaochen chased closely. This time, the situation was very serious. The eternal light was related to the future of the 9 provinces and the 4 worlds. If the ancestor god of the other world succeeded first, the consequences would be unthinkable. Along the way, they passed by 2 majestic immemorial demon cities. The majestic pressure made them feel apprehensive. The immemorial demon cities were actually so concentrated. It was easy to imagine that, even without considering the eternal light, there must be a very important place ahead. This place was not far from the evilest land. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A hazy curtain of light, like a curtain of the sky, completely blocked everything in front of it. It was hazy, making it impossible for people to see what was going on inside. The mark of the martialist immediately shouted, "It's the evilest land. I feel the aura of the eternal light. It's right in front of the hazy sky screen." Xiaochen and the others finally arrived at the true evilest land. The ancestor god Li Huiyu led the 9 half-martial ancestors and stopped in front of the sky screen. Not far from them stood a row of experts. The 2 sides were facing each other. The atmosphere was very tense. That's 2 divine lights shot out from Xiaochen's eyes as he looked at the people on the other side in shock. On the other side, the leader's body was as white as jade. He was just a skeleton. A flame overflowed from his skull and covered his entire body. It flickered with sparkling radiance and rippled with the aura of a supreme ancestor god. This was the ancestor monarch of the death world. He was a powerful flame creature. At this level, he could regenerate his flesh with just a thought. However, he didn't do that. He was an absolute expert. There was no difference between a true ancestor monarch and an ancestor god. They were equally powerful. And behind him stood 8 flame creatures. All of them existed as skeletons. Among them, 4 were white skeletons and 4 were colored diamond skeletons. They had all reached the monarch realm and could also regenerate their flesh. However, like the ancestor monarch at the very front, they didn't do that. The 3 sides met here and viewed each other with hostility. Without a doubt, the powerful ancestor monarch's strength was enough to suppress the mark of the martialist and Li Huiyu. Just at this moment, an extremely dazzling divine light streaked across the sky. Even the sky screen couldn't conceal its radiance. It streaked across the sky and flew past that area. The eternal light. The martial imprint stared at the gradually disappearing divine light in shock. It's indeed here. That was just a small divine light. There should be a huge eternal light source here. The ancestor god Li Huiyu also revealed a grave expression. Aside from the eternal light, there should be something else in the area covered by the sky screen. This was Xiaochen's judgment. You are not creatures of the death world. The powerful ancestor monarch's voice wasn't loud, but it pressured heaven and earth. Even the sky screen trembled along with his words. It doesn't matter where we come from. How about we work together? Let's gather the eternal light together. The ancestor god Li Huiyu naturally saw how powerful this ancestor monarch was. His main body wasn't here yet, so he couldn't contend against this ancestor monarch. The powerful ancestor monarch's entire body was sparkling and translucent. He pointed at the skull and said, "This area should indeed be opened. It blocks the path to the deepest part of the death world." Then, he shook his head and said, "Why do I need you to work together?" Not far away, Xiaochen was greatly astonished. Disregarding his identity, he couldn't help but ask, could it be that this isn't the deepest part of the Death Continent? This place is far from it. It's just a special area. The ancestor monarch of the Death World answered. This shocked Xiaochen. The deepest part of the Death World was actually far ahead. It seemed like he had only seen a corner of the Death Continent in the past. A great battle broke out without any warning. The ancestor god of the Death World was ridiculously powerful. He sent Li Huiyu and the martial imprint flying with a single slap. A true ancestor god could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He controlled all things in the world and could destroy the heavens with a single thought. No power of laws could restrain him. Li Huiyu roared towards the sky. The hedgehog armor that covered his body shot out divine spikes that shot out tens of thousands of beams of light. Although he was the incarnation of the ancestor god, he was still enraged. In his right palm, a divine dagger axe materialized. Although it was completely black, it shone with boundless radiance that pierced through the clouds. Li Huiyu pierced through heaven and earth with the dagger axe, arriving before the ancestor god in a single step. Although the black dagger axe was less than 3 meters long, it was unknown how many tons it weighed. It flickered with demonic light and shattered the world as it struck. Doomsday Dagger Axe, as its name suggested, was like the end of the world when it was unleashed. It was a great killing weapon among ancestor god armaments. Who knew how many generations it had been passed down in the otherworld? In the endless river of history, countless human ancestor gods had perished under the Doomsday Dagger Axe. Clang, but the ancestral monarch on the other side was ridiculously powerful. He used his bone palms to directly clash against the Doomsday halberd, and he had the absolute upper hand. His white bone claws that were like sheep's jade reached forward and clawed at the hedgehog divine armor. Li Huiyu staggered on the spot. However, he was protected by the ancestor god's armor, so he wasn't injured. However, the ancestor god's might was undeniable. His bone palm wasn't pierced by the divine spikes. Instead, he grabbed a dozen of them and pulled them out. Li Huiyu was enraged. He swept the Doomsday Dagger Axe forward, but it was once again blocked by a bone palm. You're the legendary ancestor god? You're only SOSO. The ancestor god used his bone palm to suppress the jet black dagger axe and looked down at his opponent. My main body hasn't arrived yet. If I had, how could you possibly be my match? Li Huiyu shook the Doomsday Dagger Axe, causing the surrounding world to shatter once again. One isn't enough, you come too. The Death World's ancestral monarch possessed matchless divine might. A divine rainbow shot out from his palm towards the martial imprint, dragging him into the battle. After the mark of the martialist was sent flying, he had wanted to watch from the sidelines and let the two fight to the death before making a move at the final moment. He didn't expect the ancestor lord to be so domineering, dragging him into the fray to fight against the two of them. The mark of martialism used the soldier soul to control the divine tree's main body and unleashed a terrifying beam of light that originated from the immemorial demon cities. Even ancestor god realm experts felt uneasy. On the path leading to this place, one cannot travel through space-time, nor can one engage in intense battles. The ancestral sovereign revealed a grave expression and said, "Let's go to the sky canopy to fight." After saying those words, he took the lead and charged towards the hazy barrier of light. The imprint of martialism had no choice but to chase after him. There was eternal light there, and it could not fall into the hands of an outsider. The otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu also gave chase immediately. He had come for the eternal light in the first place. 2 otherworldly ancestor gods had fallen on the way because of it. It would be too unfortunate if they failed at the crucial moment. Just now, they had only clashed a few times, and it was already so horrifying. If a true battle between ancestor gods erupted, it would be unimaginable. If they didn't control themselves, they might destroy an entire world. The 3 unparalleled experts disappeared into the sky canopy in the blink of an eye. The battle between ancestor gods erupted. The half-step ancestors and sovereigns in the rear also started fighting. In the 3-way battle, the 9 otherworldly half-step ancestors and the 8 sovereigns of the death world held the upper hand. Xianxia, Bai Qi, and the 2 divine weapons were clearly at a disadvantage. On Xianxia's side, the golden divine halberd and the tungsten iron seal were rather unyielding. They had already evolved to the 6th heaven. Although they were divine weapons, they were as strong as half-step ancestors of the same realm. They fought 1 against 2, blocking 4 powerful opponents. As for Xianxia and Bai Qi, they were in a very dangerous situation. In this world-shaking chaotic battle, they were completely surrounded by enemies. This was especially so since Xianxia was currently being chased by an 8th heaven otherworldly half-step ancestor. The gap between the two was simply too great. They were not on the same level at all. Zhuge rein in the horse. Xianxia fought passively, continuously dodging. He felt very frustrated in his heart. In the end, he had nowhere to run. He raised the stone bone in his hand and faced the strong 8th heaven opponent. Boom. The millions of saber lights all struck the stone bone and were absorbed cleanly. This powerful otherworldly half-step ancestor was immediately stunned. He found this inconceivable. He did not believe that Xianxia could easily block such a tyrannical attack with one hand. Seeing this situation, Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. The 6 heavenly steels and 27 swords swept across, immediately tearing the 8th heaven half-step ancestor into pieces. A bloody mist filled the air. Xiaoga rein in the horse. The otherworldly ancestor god flew into a rage. He had advanced to the 8th heaven. Of course, he could not be killed so easily. Just as he was about to be destroyed, he reformed his body in the air. Then, he used the huge demonic saber in his hand to chop at Xiaochen with supreme might. However, what awaited him was still a single hand. That hand blocked the thousands of saber lights and thousands of saber screens. The stone bone absorbed all the killing saber chi. At the same time, Xiaochen swept over with his sword. Pooh! He cut the otherworldly ancestor's throat, causing blood to spurt out. The 8th heaven half-step ancestor retreated in disbelief. He held his throat with one hand as blood flowed out. He was in so much pain and shock that he could not speak. Who's afraid of who? Again, Xiaochen waved his hand at him, appearing to be indifferent. By now, he had more or less confidence in his heart. This 8th heaven half-step ancestor was already an extremely strong existence. He could sweep through all half-step ancestors. However, at this moment, he felt exceptionally frustrated. The 8th heaven half-step ancestor released divine light and quickly healed his throat. Then, he turned into a beam of light and charged at Xiaochen. He dodged Xiaochen's hand and quickly hacked at various parts of Xiaochen's body. However, a half-step ancestor's spiritual sense was very strong. Xiaochen did not need to do anything. He only used his left hand to block in front of him, which was faster than the otherworldly ancestor attacking him. After several dozen exchanges, Xiaochen unfortunately cut the throat of the strong 8th heaven half-step ancestor again, causing blood to spurt out. I was born from the will of the world, carrying out punishment on behalf of the heavens. I have an eternal and indestructible body. You cannot do anything to me. Hearing Xiaochen's nonsensical words, the 8th heaven half-step ancestor became enraged and charged over again. Who's afraid of whom? You can hit me hundreds or thousands of times. It's not as good as me hitting you once. Now, Xiaochen completely relaxed, looking infuriating. The 8th heaven half-step ancestor ignored Xiaochen's words. His expression turned incredibly cold as he shouted emotionlessly, 6 directions seal. Just at this moment, a terrifying light appeared in the surroundings, sealing off Xiaochen. Space rapidly shrank, trying to seal Xiaochen inside. However, the stone in Xiaochen's hand silently absorbed the approaching horrifying light barrier, and the world regained its clarity. The 8th heaven half-step ancestor felt frustrated. However, he could not think of a way to kill Xiaochen. Furthermore, Xiaochen focused on defense, so he could not kill this 8th heaven half-step ancestor. On the other side, Bai Qi narrowly escaped death. The chaotic battle with the 2 white-boned sovereigns and the otherworldly ancestor reached its climax, resulting in holes piercing through him several times. I say, brothers from the world of death, we are on the same side. Xiaochen used the half-stone bone to open a path, shaking off the 8th heaven half-step ancestor and charging at the group of strong sovereigns. At the same time, Xiaochen put away the ancestor god battle armor. His flesh turned transparent, revealing the bones inside. The 7-colored bone released a dazzling light. Look, we are of the same race. Xiaochen shouted, this little brother once cultivated in the periphery of the Death Continent. Brothers, you should be able to tell who I am. You are also a cultivator from the world of death? The sovereigns immediately revealed shocked expressions. They could tell that Xiaochen's 7-colored bone was not a disguise. Yes, this little brother is a super evolver. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The sovereigns who made things difficult for Bai Qi and the 2 divine weapons retreated from the battle and prepared to surround the 9 otherworldly half-step ancestors. The situation changed so quickly that the 9 otherworldly half-step ancestors felt that something was wrong. Although you have a 7-colored bone, how can you prove that you are a cultivator from our world? You are all sovereigns of the world of death. I believe you must know the names of some sovereigns. Xiaochen did not care about the consequences. He directly tried to establish a relationship with these sovereigns whom he had never interacted with before. He said, you have heard of Xianxia, right? He and I are sworn brothers. Nonsense. Xianxia disappeared 10,000 years ago. If you are an ancient relic, why haven't we heard of you before? Xiaochen slapped his forehead and said, I forgot. He was trapped in the Death Heavenly Palace for countless years. I was the one who rescued him. Very well, I will mention another person's name. You must know of him. In the periphery of the Death Continent, there is a sovereign called Tianzhong. He is my little brother. Have you heard of him? Of course. The 8 powerful sovereigns all nodded. One of them, the Rainbow Diamond Skeleton Sovereign, gritted his teeth and walked forward. Since you have heard of him, it is easy. Do you believe me now? Xiaochen asked. However, the 8 sovereigns all shook their heads. The Rainbow Diamond Skeleton Sovereign that walked forward gritted his teeth and said, Since when did I become your little brother? Behind him, Bai Qi, the Black Iron Seal, and the Golden Divine Halberd all rolled their eyes. Xiaochen felt like he ate a mouthful of chili. He coughed repeatedly and said tongue-tied, It can't be this coincidental, right? Tianzhong, didn't you explore the depths of the continent with the young female sovereign? Why did you follow an ancestor sovereign? Where did the young female sovereign go? You talk too much. Sovereign King Tianzhong asked coldly and emotionlessly, Since when did I become your little brother? Extreme joy turned to sorrow. He thought he had contacted a powerful ally, but he didn't expect to be exposed. Xiaochen felt embarrassed. He could only explain, It is a misunderstanding. Brother Tianzhong and I are close friends. I have heard of him for many years. It is just that I haven't met him yet. I blurted it out in excitement just now. An explanation is a cover-up. No matter how eloquent you are, don't try to deceive us. Tianzhong was furious. No matter what, you should believe that I am a cultivator from the Death Continent. Otherwise, how would I know the name of the sovereign of the periphery? Let's go and help the ancestor sovereign. Let them continue fighting. The 8 sovereigns swaggered off. They left the battlefield and walked towards the sky screen. At this moment, the 9 otherworldly half-ancestors were confronting Xiaochen and the others. They had the absolute advantage. Brother Tianzhong, don't go, Xiaochen shouted from behind. However, the 8 sovereigns ignored him and entered the sky curtain. Kill. The strong 8th heaven martial ancestor waved his hand, and the 9 half-ancestors immediately surrounded Xiaochen and the others. Surging killing chi surged like volcanoes erupting, soaring into the clouds and drowning out this place. In the entire history of civilization, only a few ancestor gods had appeared. Half-ancestor cultivation was practically the limit. The auras of the 9 strong half-ancestors shook heaven and earth, suppressing the sun and the moon and knocking down the stars. Even people as strong as Bai Qi and the others could not endure it. As for Xiaochen, even though he grasped the half-stone bone, he could no longer defend. The attacks came from all directions, drowning them completely. In just an instant, Bai Qi shattered twice. Cracks also appeared on the Golden Divine Halberd and the pitch-black Iron Seal. Their spiritual senses weakened rapidly. If this continued, they would definitely fall. Xiaochen had the protection of the Ancestor God battle suit. Although his body did not shatter, he suffered severe injuries. The enormous heavy sword was protected by the Underworld Iron battle suit. Who knew how many bones in his body broke? Chi. Chi, chi. Just at this moment, Xiaochen flicked out many blood pearls infused with boundless killing intent. Some of the otherworldly half-ancestors immediately roared as the blood pearls pierced their bodies. This was the blood of an ancestor venerate that Xiaochen obtained from the Death Heavenly Palace at the same time as the 3 broken swords. Xiaochen vomited 10-odd mouthfuls of blood and shouted, Go! Xiaochen charged out of the gap. At this moment, his body was nearly shattered. Even with the protection of the Ancestor God battle suit, he could not block the overwhelming saber light and sword chi. This was already the 4th time Bai Qi's body shattered. Using the Ancestor Venerate's blood to open a path, the 4 of them finally charged out of the battlefield and into the sky curtain. Trying to leave? It's not that easy. Today, there is nowhere for you to go. You are dead for sure. Xiaochen had already shattered that 8th heaven otherworldly half-ancestor's body several times. He was already filled with rage, so he led the other 8 half-ancestors to chase after Xiaochen. The sky curtain was like a ripple, and they easily passed through it. Inside was a grassland brimming with vitality, filled with the aura of life. The three ancestor god experts were not here, and there was actually a second sky curtain in front of them. Clearly, they had already entered a deeper region and were already close to the eternal light. What made Xianxia and the others despair was that there was a thin golden line several kilometers long in front of the second sky curtain, quietly lingering there. That was the light of massacre. They had once been chased into chaotic spacetime by this horrifying light. They did not expect to see one here as well. Furthermore, it was blocking the second sky curtain. If they were not ancestor gods, how could they charge through? The 8 sovereigns stopped in front of them. The 9 otherworldly half-ancestors all revealed sinister smiles as they pressed towards Xianxia and the others. Go all out. Now, Xianxia and the others had no choice but to put their lives on the line. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. How could 4 half-ancestors block 9 half-ancestors, including a peak 8th heaven expert? Bai Qi's body was shattered for the 6th time. His soul energy rapidly decreased. If this continued, he would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Xiaoqian's physical body was finally shattered once inside the ancestor god battle robes. A bloody mist drifted as he reconstructed his physical body with great difficulty. His true strength had not reached the half-ancestor realm yet. Back then, he was trapped in the Death Heavenly Palace for more than 150 years. After enduring all sorts of torment and bitter cultivation, he only managed to break through to the 3rd or 4th heaven. 9 powerful otherworldly half-ancestors surrounded them, and they could not charge out at all. Meanwhile, the golden divine halberd and the black iron engravings were also shattered 4 times. They were divine weapons, and their bodies were incredibly hard. They could not be shattered at all. Once they were shattered and reconstructed, their cultivation would plummet. After being shattered 4 times, they had already fallen from the 6th heaven to the 4th heaven. At this rate, they would become ordinary weapons sooner or later. Mother **Cur. Stop your horses. The black iron engravings and golden divine halberd cursed loudly. You bird half-ancestors, if you dare, fight me one-on-one? 8th heaven, does that smelly bug dare to fight me one-on-one? No one paid the 2 of them any attention. The 9 half-martial ancestors revealed killing intent and only coldly looked at them. Furthermore, the 8th heaven martial ancestor paid special attention to Xiaoqian. This was already the 2nd time he crushed Xiaoqian's body, forcing him into a dead end. If this continued, he, a fake martial ancestor, would be the first to die. Insects are insects. You can only be a low-level race for us to observe and experiment on. In the end, you won't be able to become fake. One of the 9 half-martial ancestors spoke in an ice-cold manner, his voice filled with disdain. This kind of race should have been destroyed a long time ago. There's no need to observe them at all. The inferior ones should be eliminated as soon as possible in preparation for the appearance of the next strong race. That's right. It's time for me to suggest to the elder gods that we need an even more powerful race to be our subjects of observation and experimentation. It was obvious that the half-ancestors of this world had an innate sense of superiority. It was deeply ingrained in them, and they were filled with contempt for the human race and the dragon race. Right at this moment, the powerful 8th heaven half-martial ancestor from the otherworld coldly ordered, "Send these people on their way." The 9 powerful half-martial ancestors all shone with divine light. They floated there like 9 suns. Countless beams of divine light soared into the sky. They were preparing to unleash their strongest attack to destroy Xiaoqian's group in both body and soul. But just like that, starlight flickered in the sky. Suddenly, a huge starry sky gate appeared and suppressed the light of the 9 people. Moreover, the 9 people were shaken to the point where they were on the verge of falling from the sky. At this moment, starlight flickered, and a few figures fell out of the starry sky gate. Bang, Wu Ming, Wu Xiaoshi, and Fatty Zhuge crashed into the bodies of 3 half-martial ancestors. Toddy fell straight into the embrace of a half-martial ancestor. When he saw the lineup before him, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. As for Crisis, it was even more exaggerated. While the half-martial ancestors were on the verge of falling and had no time to deal with the pressure from the starry sky gate, Crisis fell out of the starry sky gate and rode on the neck of the 8th heaven martial ancestor. His 2 legs were placed on the 8th heaven martial ancestor's chest. The third stutterer instantly understood the situation before him. He immediately grinned. It was unknown whether he wanted to cry or laugh, but it was definitely uglier than crying. However, his two legs still involuntarily swayed a few times in front of the eighth heaven martial ancestor's chest. Bang! In the end, Kiki fell down and directly smashed into the eighth heaven martial ancestor's head. The little fellow rubbed her eyes in a daze. She stepped on the eighth heaven martial ancestor's head and looked around. Crisis was riding on the neck of the eighth celestial layer half-ancestor. He deeply felt how terrifying the expert below him was. The surging divine energy in his opponent's meridians was like a surging river. It made his soul tremble. Such a close contact made Crisis feel as if he was sitting on the mouth of a volcano. He could be turned into ashes by the most berserk energy at any time. HHHH. His sister. Riding on the neck of a peerless half-ancestor, this life is really not in vain. BB but. I just don't know if I'll have the chance to show off again. Crisis opened his mouth wide. He really didn't know whether he should cry or smile. Rumble, the blood and energy of the eighth celestial layer half-ancestor surged. His blood flowed like a tsunami, and also like a stampede of 10,000 horses. The blood surged intensely in his veins. It contained an incomparable destructive power. The rumbling thunder resounded in Crisis's heart. This time, Crisis really wanted to cry. This kind of terrifying power really made his heart palpitate. He felt that his butt might be the first to bloom. Because he felt that what he was sitting on was not his neck, but the incomparably sharp tip of a spear. Damn it. I'd rather be blown up by the legendary Great Destruction Spear, Crisis scowled miserably. He really didn't know what kind of nonsense was going through this guy's mind. At this crucial moment, all his thoughts were in a mess. The only thing that made Crisis worried was that Kiki was right in front of him. It was standing on the head of the eighth celestial layer half-ancestor and looking around. The eighth celestial layer half-ancestor was about to go berserk. An enormous pressure engulfed all directions and shook the first layer of the sky. It made the other half-ancestor experts feel terrified. However, he didn't want to kill Crisis directly. That would be too easy on him. Even now, those two legs were still swinging in front of his chest. It was intolerable. He decided to torture Crisis to death and make him regret being born in this world. Squeak, little Kiki stepped on the head of the eighth celestial layer half-ancestor. It bent down like a cat and looked down. Its pair of big watery eyes just happened to meet the fiery eyes. It mumbled in a daze, "Why are you standing under my feet?" Chugalima, you're the one standing on my head, okay? The peak expert of the eighth celestial layer was seething with anger. Even his hair was about to catch fire. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes had already conveyed everything. He extended his big hand coldly and mercilessly, grabbing at Ku and Crisis. He was prepared to use the cruelest method to torture them 1,000 times. However, something shocking happened. That big hand flickering with cold metallic light seemed to be infinitely close to Ku and Crisis, but it maintained a certain distance from them all along. In the end, the big hand expanded to a radius of 4 to 5 meters. It shrouded over them, but it still couldn't touch Kiki and Crisis. A faint layer of light formed a special space. The big hand had already stretched for God knows how many miles, but it still couldn't get close to the little critters. The mighty power of the lost paradise was unleashed. This was the little critter's nimble usage. The hand of the eighth celestial layer half-ancestor had already stretched more than 10 kilometers into the mysterious space, but he was still unable to restrain Ku and Crisis. "Yeah. What are you doing?" The little critter bent its back like a cat and curiously tilted its head to look at this powerful half-ancestor. Its big eyes were blinking, one could clearly see its eyelashes were trembling. "Chugalima, I'm trying to catch you." The peak expert half-ancestor really wanted to shout out like this, but he forcefully held it back. He felt very embarrassed. He actually couldn't catch the man and beast that were riding on his neck. This was really too strange. "Die, all of you." The eighth celestial layer's decision made the half-ancestor furious. His entire body was covered in divine radiance. A huge ray of light soared into the sky. He had completely lost his patience. He didn't plan to torture the man and beast anymore. He was prepared to use his boundless divine power to annihilate them and turn them into fine powder. The divine flame was monstrous. The 8th celestial layer half-ancestor was only 2 celestial layers away from the ancestor god. His divine power could be said to be as vast as the ocean, incomparably tyrannical. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but retreat. No one could withstand that kind of world-destroying power at such a close distance. However, to everyone's surprise, this gush of destructive divine power that could shatter the universe did not destroy the little beast's body and soul. A layer of 7-colored light screen enveloped the little beast and third stutterer's body. It was connected to a magnificent divine garden. All of the destructive power surged into that mysterious space. The lost paradise absorbed all the divine power. The 7-colored divine radiance separated Kiki and Crisis from the otherworldly half-ancestor like a piece of paper. No matter how hard the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor shook his divine body, he couldn't hurt them at all. At the same time, the lost paradise opened wide and slowly descended. It enveloped the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor. Even someone as powerful as this peerless half-ancestor could shake the heaven and earth. However, the moment he was enveloped by the radiance of the lost paradise, the divine power around his body seemed to have been extinguished all of a sudden. It vanished completely in the blink of an eye. Crisis rode on the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor's neck and entered the lost paradise. This made the Crisis completely relieved. His pair of peach blossom eyes lit up brightly. His 2 legs were swinging back and forth in front of the half-ancestor's chest. Ha ha ha, he laughed complacently. The little critter, Kiki, covered its ears and flew away from the half-ancestor's head. It retreated to one side and stared at the Crisis with dissatisfaction. Bang, even though the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor's divine power had disappeared, his martial skill was still there. He threw Crisis to the ground. Ugh, the Crisis's peach blossom eyes were wide open. He almost fainted from the fall. Meow meow, you dare to throw me? He crawled up and rushed over. He shouted loudly, I don't have any divine power left. Who's afraid of who? Clang 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 clang, the 2 of them collided with each other savagely. It was like a fight between mortals. Crisis held the head of the otherworld's ancestor god and twisted it fiercely. He tossed and turned with all his might. Outside, everyone was dumbstruck. Was that an 8th celestial layer half-ancestor? How could he be in such a difficult situation? How could he be thrown around by that peach-eyed man who was caressing him? The group of otherworld half-ancestors outside were completely dumbfounded. The 8 sovereigns at the side were also so shocked that their jaws dropped. The most excited ones were none other than the golden divine halberd and the dark iron engravings. The 2 divine weapons let out long howls like old monsters and rushed into the lost paradise at the first moment. However, after they entered the divine garden, they quickly turned into weapons. It was very difficult for them to move. However, it was as if they had taken stimulants. They attacked the otherworld's half-ancestors from time to time. Clang clang clang, the 2 divine weapons kept on thrusting and smashing. Just now, they were shattered 4 times. This caused them to fall from the 6th celestial layer to the 4th celestial layer. They were very depressed. They finally found a punching bag to vent their anger on. Insects. Ants. The 8th celestial layer half-ancestor growled. His innate sense of superiority made him unable to believe the reality before his eyes. A bunch of weak ants were riding on his body. It was really unimaginable. Damn it, who are you calling ants? Although Crisis's eyes were already black and blue and he suffered a lot, he still grabbed the otherworld's half-ancestor's collar and started to wrestle with him. The 2 divine weapons even shot cold arrows at the 8th celestial layer expert from behind. Whoosh, Xiaoqian and Baiqi also rushed into the lost paradise. Squeak, 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 Kiki was incomparably happy. Its big eyes almost turned into crescent moons. It flew over to Xiaoqian and kept muttering as if it had endless things to say. After not seeing it for 158 years, Xiaoqian also missed this little thing. He dotingly pinched its nose. Then, he took out a large handful of purple diamond yin-yang fruit. The yin and yang qi circulated around the upgraded yin-yang fruit, giving off a refreshing fragrance. One had to know that this fruit was formed from an old tree of sovereign king grade. It was a rare spiritual herb in the world. Kiki immediately hugged the Inyang fruit. It was incomparably happy. It took a bite and immediately revealed an intoxicated expression. Soon, it woke up and picked up a pile of spiritual herbs from the lost paradise for Xiaoqian to taste. Xiaoqian bit the immortality peach and walked towards the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor with great strides. Without saying anything, he directly pierced the half-ancestors but with his sword. The powerful Otherworld's half-ancestor immediately cried out and jumped off Crisis's body. This was a comical scene. When had a bona fide peak half-ancestor ever been in such a sorry state? Now, he simply looked like an ordinary person. Lowly ant. Inferior race. The 8th celestial layer half-ancestor's eyes spewed fire as he glared at Xiaoqian. Are you very noble? Xiaoqian pressed forward with the sword in his hand and swung it down mercilessly. Pfff, a scarlet light flashed. An arm fell off from the 8th celestial layer. Half-ancestor's body. Blood spurted out and gushed out. The lost paradise was Keek's world. In this place, the little critter could be said to be unrivaled. The 7-colored divine light easily restrained the powerful Otherworld's half-ancestor. Lowly race, your end is near. You will be completely erased from this world in the near future. The 8th celestial layer half-ancestor was rather unyielding. He did not beg for mercy at all. His eyes were filled with a cold murderous intent. Noble race, you have to understand that I am killing you now. What happens in the future is not up to you. Xiaoqian brandished the blood-dripping sword again and chopped off one of the Otherworld's half-ancestor's legs with a chi. Damned reptile, the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor roared like a wild beast, your end is near. Seeing that Xiaoqian was about to brandish the sword again, Crisis rubbed his bruised eyes and stammered, Don't, take it easy. Let me slash a few times to vent my anger. The golden divine halberd and the dark iron engraving volunteered. In the end, Crisis and Bai Qi each picked up a divine weapon. One stabbed wildly, and the other smashed. The 2 divine weapons that had turned into spirits cried out in satisfaction. They finally vented their anger. Bai Qi's body was also shattered many times. His soul power was greatly reduced. Naturally, he was doing his best to deal with the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor. The Lost Paradises group ganged up on the unlucky peak half-ancestor. It was an incomparably violent scene. It was not suitable for children. The 8 Otherworld's half-ancestors outside were in an uproar. They were all shouting and shouting. Everyone already understood that even a peak half-ancestor would have their divine power weakened after entering the Lost Paradise. Stop. Otherwise, I'll kill these people immediately. The voices of the 8 half-ancestors entered the Lost Paradise. When Wu Ming, Wu Xiaoshi, and the white-haired fatty Zhuge fell out of the starry sky gate, they were very unlucky. They smashed into 3 Otherworld half-ancestors and were immediately restrained. The golden-haired toady was even more unlucky. He directly fell into the embrace of a half-ancestor. Naturally, he was subdued without any suspense. The Lost Paradises group beat up the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor. When they finally vented their anger, the unlucky peak half-ancestor was already chopped into a meat stick. His limbs were all separated from his body. The Lost Paradises group played an extremely dishonorable role. They were simply a group of thugs. We're done venting. Let's switch. Xiaoqian was still relentlessly moving the golden divine halberd and the dark iron engraving to the side. You guys are too much. The 8 Otherworld half-ancestors all clenched their teeth. In just a moment, their leader was beaten to such a state. It was hard to imagine that the aloof half-ancestors would have such a miserable day. Which one do you want? One of the Otherworld half-ancestors had a sullen expression. He stared at Xiaoqian's group like a venomous snake. Naturally, we want all 4. Xiaoqian dragged his bloodied sword and said, he is an 8th celestial layer half-ancestor. If you want to exchange one person for another, sorry, we can only bury him as fertilizer. Alright, let's switch. The 8 half-ancestors all had sullen expressions. They forcefully suppressed their killing intent. Both sides exchanged and released their captives. It was very clear that the 8 half-ancestors hated Xiaoqian's group to the core. They attacked before the exchange was completed. An 8th celestial layer half-ancestor was a peak expert after all. The instant he left the lost paradise, he reassembled his body. Boom, divine light soared into the sky, shattering heaven and earth. He recovered in an instant. With the might of a monarch, he attacked the dead toady. At the same time, the half-ancestor behind him also attacked ruthlessly. Xianxia had already instructed Kiki. The little critter had been observing them all along and immediately made a move to rescue them. The seven-colored divine light illuminated the world. The lost paradise descended. Only an eighth celestial layer half-ancestor had experienced that kind of horrifying experience. He immediately turned into an azure rainbow and rushed to the side. Boom, the lost paradise enveloped them. Toady and the other three were rescued unscathed. Among them, there were two half-ancestors with slightly weaker cultivation. They retreated a little too slowly and were trapped inside. Damn it, do you think this fat brother is easy to bully? The white-haired fatty Zhuge immediately became spirited. He leaped up and immediately pounced at one of the half-ancestor. Don't look at how the fatty's strength was normally a mess. After being reduced to an ordinary person, this fellow's body revealed its might. His huge body charged over savagely. He pressed down from above. Although his battle technique was inferior to the other parties, his methods were crafty. In the end, he knocked that unlucky half-ancestor flying with his butt. The golden-haired toady was also very lively. As he fought with the other half-ancestor, he shouted shamelessly, "What's so great about a half-ancestor? This brother is beating up a half-ancestor. People call him the golden-haired undefeatable, the martial ancestor's inheritor, Lord Toady." Wu Xiaoshi was also eager to give it a try. He wanted to rush over and kick those two half-ancestors a few times. But Wu Ming was very calm. He pulled Wu Xiaoshi back and didn't let him act rashly. He was afraid that the otherworldly experts would settle the score with them in the future. But when Wu Ming saw the 6 half-ancestors outside the lost paradise staring at everyone with ashen complexions, he knew that he had already been marked. If he didn't make a move, he wouldn't have a good ending. Hit! He pulled his son and rushed over. At the same time, he took out a large bell and smashed it on the 2 half-ancestors. He beat them in whatever way he could to vent his anger. You two are trash. Beating them like that won't make them feel any pain. If you want to beat them like this, Wu Ming, who threw caution to the wind, was simply an expert. He demonstrated for Toady and Fatty Zhuge how to use underhanded methods. I knew you weren't a good person. Fatty Zhuge and Toady cursed inwardly. After seeing Wu Ming's methods, they couldn't help but clamp their legs together. Outside, the 6 powerful otherworldly half-ancestors were anxious, but they couldn't do anything. No one dared to rush into the lost paradise. The terror of the divine garden had already been personally experienced by the 8th celestial layer half-ancestor. Far away, the 9 powerful sovereigns were even more dumbstruck as they watched all of this. They were also extremely shocked, especially Yi Tianzhong. He even muttered, "I know. This little thing has a terrifying background. Come out and fight if you have the guts." A half-ancestor from another world shouted. Why you? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Big bro will fight all 6 of you alone. Crisis stood in the lost paradise in an incomparably coquettish manner. His peach blossom eyes flickered wildly as he faced the 6 otherworldly experts with the appearance of a matchless expert. Chugalima, you stutterer. A half-ancestor from another world flew into a rage and said, "If you dare to come out, I will crush 10,000 of you with a single finger." Crisis didn't say anything after being despised and looked down upon like this. He directly picked up his golden halberd and charged at the 2 half-ancestors who were being beaten up by Wu Ming and Toady. Aren't you Chugalima? Big bro will torture people of your level right now. Let's see if you can still be arrogant. The golden halberd in the 3rd stutterer's hand shone with resplendent radiance. With a pu sound, it opened up a big bloody hole on the butt of a half-ancestor from another world. The 6 half-ancestors outside were dumbstruck. Then they gritted their teeth. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. This frivolous stutterer in front of them was simply too much of a bastard. Just at this time, Xiaochen communicated with Kiki. In the end, Kiki tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she pointed at Xiaochen. A divine light rushed into his body and immediately restored his divine power. After Keek's cultivation reached the half-ancestor realm, after some careful consideration, it could actually restore the divine power of a specific person in the lost paradise. Its control over the divine garden was becoming more and more proficient. Lowly insects, you should all be exterminated. A race like yours is not far from extinction. Ants, just wait for your destruction. The 6 half-ancestors from another world roared furiously outside. You keep saying that we are ants, but you are a noble race. Now, let me, an ant, slaughter you 2 noble half-ancestors first. Let's see where your sense of superiority comes from. Xianxia walked towards the 2 half-ancestors trapped in the lost paradise with large strides. Crisis and the rest immediately moved aside when they saw this. Boom, divine energy surged around Xianxia's body as he stretched out his right hand and quickly enlarged. Bang! He grabbed a half-step martial ancestor and crushed that half-step martial ancestor in an instant. Then, he ferociously waved his hand and extracted a strong divine soul. I don't see anything special about your souls. Xianxia was very cold-blooded at this moment. He directly refined the half-ancestor level divine soul into his own body. After that, he walked towards another strong half-ancestor and crushed him with a loud rumble. Then, he extracted the divine soul and refined it into his own body. These 2 divine souls were comparable to a sovereign king-level fire seed. They contained boundless divine power. Even though Xianxia could no longer rely on devouring fire seeds to advance, the benefits to him were still incomparably huge. The eyes of the 6 half-ancestors outside almost popped out of their sockets. They revealed boundless killing intent as they stared at Xianxia. It's useless to look. Do you dare to come in? Boom, just at this moment, the second layer of the sky shook violently. A figure wearing a porcupine armor emitting a bright light flew out. The doomsday halberd in his hand nearly flew out. It was the otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu. Without a doubt, he was beaten out by an ancestor god. A battle between unparalleled experts of this level could easily destroy the heavens. It was not strange for him to be beaten out. However, it also showed how strong the ancestor god of the dead world was. Lord Ancestor God, please subdue the demonic beasts. A half-martial ancestor immediately reported what had just happened to Li Huiyu. Walked out from the starry gate? Li Huiyu looked at the huge starry gate in the sky and his expression immediately changed. He cried out involuntarily, someone entered the most evil place and opened such a starry gate. How is this possible? Then, he looked at the lost paradise. The instant he saw the snow-white little critter, Li Huiyu's expression changed. He took several dozen steps back in shock and said, "It's you." Xianxia knew that this otherworldly ancestor god must have mistaken Cuckoo for Father Ku. He really wanted to remind Cuckoo to pretend to be Father Ku. Otherwise, they would be in a very bad situation. However, it was already too late. Cuckoo didn't know about this. It just let out a squeak. Li Huiyu was an ancestor god after all. His spirit sense was very strong. He immediately discovered the abnormality and said doubtfully, "No, it's not that heaven-defying fellow." Then, he faced the sky and laughed loudly. "I actually saw his descendant. Ha ha ha. I'm going to cut off his line. I'm going to make your race disappear completely." He rushed to the lost paradise with one step. Then, he instantly frowned and said sullenly, "It's actually the lost paradise. Good, good, good. I'll snatch it away as well." The ancestor gods might shook the surroundings. He wanted to suppress the lost paradise. Li Huiyu revealed a sinister smile. Squeak, the little critter's sharp senses detected the danger. However, just at this time, the crooked characters on the 2 large blue stones that followed them here suddenly released a dazzling radiance. And the starry sky gate in the sky turned into pearl-like specks of light. All of them shot towards one of the large blue stones. That large blue stone that once reflected Father Ku's figure like a mirror shone brightly. In the end, it became as smooth as a mirror, able to reflect a person's figure. When it completely absorbed the eternal light contained in the starry sky gate, not only did the snow-white little critter in the mirror reappear, but it was also very lifelike as if it had come back to life. Li Huiyu was greatly shocked. He quickly retreated far away and looked back in bewilderment. In the distance, all the demigods and sovereigns changed expressions. Li Huiyo's performance was inconceivable to them. Humph, so it's just an illusion. The otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu let out a long breath. Then, he walked forward with large strides, emitting a strong killing intent. Who would have thought that the little white critter would actually walk out from the shining blue stone? You, Li Huiyo's expression changed immediately. He simply didn't dare to believe everything that was happening in front of him. Father Ke looked extremely cool. With his hands behind his back, he wore a pair of crystal sunglasses and held a straw stick in his mouth. He raised his head and looked at the sky as if he didn't put Li Huiyu in his eyes at all. Squeak. Why did you come out? The most shocked one was still Kiki. It transformed into a streak of white light and rushed to the front of Daddy Ku. Its big black eyes darted back and forth, it felt very guilty. Who are you to me? Kik's voice was very immature. It stared at the little beast nervously and clenched its little fist with all its might. However, this snow-white little beast was still as calm as before. It looked up at the sky and didn't pay any attention to the little critter. Being ignored by the little critter, Kiki pushed it angrily and said, "Your handwriting is very ugly," but just at this time, Kik's voice came to an abrupt halt. Because it directly streaked across the little critter's body, it seemed like it was only an afterimage. Ha ha ha, the otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu faced the sky and laughed heartily. He immediately relaxed and said, "So it is only an afterimage. I was wondering how you could suddenly appear here after disappearing for countless years." Everyone could see that Li Huiyu was very afraid of the little critter. If Daddy Ke really appeared, he might run away immediately. Squeak, Kiki scratched its head. Xiaochen hurriedly pulled it closer to the lost paradise, away from the two blue stones and the little critter. Bang, the otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu stabbed the doomsday halberd that was flickering with a cold metallic luster into the ground. The tremor directly caused a huge crack to appear on the plain. This is the will of the heavens. Your race shall be exterminated. He coldly and emotionlessly revealed a dense killing intent towards Kiki. He didn't want to leave behind a great threat in the future. He wanted to kill the little critter before it matured. Li Huiyu walked forward step by step. The ancestor god's boundless divine might could destroy the sun and moon, and cause the stars to fall. Even if he was just walking casually, it still made all the half-ancestors and sovereigns feel a terrifying pressure. Fortunately, they were all in the lost paradise. Otherwise, they might have been directly crushed into powder by the powerful divine sense of the otherworldly ancestor god. However, the lost paradise still received the impact. It was shaking incessantly. All kinds of divine trees inside were shaking. Just an afterimage, yet you still want to be deliberately mystifying. I will grant you extinction, turn into ashes. Li Huiyu held the doomsday dagger axe in one hand and thrust it forward. He wanted to turn Father Ke and the two green rocks into ashes. The doomsday heavenly dagger axe represented destruction. Just like its name, whenever the end of the world came, it would appear and exterminate the races of the 9 states and the 4 corners of the world. Boom, the pitch-black heavenly dagger axes flickered with a demonic light, shaking the surroundings. They swept out with the momentum of 1,000 soldiers, like 10,000 horses galloping, giving off terrifying rumbling sounds. Clang, the thunderous sound of the sky dagger axes sweeping across the sky was masked by a loud metallic sound. The little cool beast with its hands behind its back and the grass stick in its mouth, on the 2 large green stones in front of it, the crooked characters blossomed with a dazzling brilliance, directly breaking the doomsday halberd. What? Foreign-verse ancestor god Li Huiyo's expression changed once more. He never imagined that something unexpected would happen. 2 broken stones want to stop me? Li Huiyu raised his doomsday halberd and charged forward with a single step, using the heavenly halberd's sharp blade to slash at the 2 large blue stones. Clang, this time, the metallic sound was deafening, causing the surrounding half-ancestors and sovereign kings to tremble. They felt that it was unbearable and couldn't help but retreat. Li Huiyu was shocked. This time, it was actually the little cool beast that made a move. Its body was very illusory, almost transparent, but it truly displayed its battle prowess. Eternal and inextinguishable battle intent? Li Huiyu finally discovered Dad Ke's state. It wasn't his real body, It was an inextinguishable battle intent combined with the eternal light. Ku and Dad Ku were in the same state. When Ku was in trouble, although Dad Ku didn't have any consciousness, when someone attacked Ku who had lost her paradise, it would appear to protect her. It's not his real body, yet he still wants to stop me? After seeing everything clearly, Li Huiyu brandished the doomsday halberd and charged over, absolutely sealing the space. Even the half-ancestors and sovereign kings in the distance couldn't move at all. The hedgehog divine armor on his body blossomed with 10,000 rays of light. The doomsday halberd in his hands surpassed the speed of light, causing time to flow backwards, drowning Dad Ku beneath it. Boom, the two large green rocks finally couldn't withstand the ancestor god's power and shattered on the spot. However, the distorted self on top of them didn't dissipate. Instead, it seemed to have a life of its own as it floated in the void, flickering with divine light. Then, it transformed into many mysterious runes that revolved around Dad Ku's body. After this transformation, Dad Ku seemed to have even more vitality. It was as if his real body had descended. Who woke up the strongest and most handsome me in the entire world? The little cool beast that was wearing crystal sunglasses and holding a straw stick in its mouth suddenly spoke. This narcissistic words immediately shocked everyone. Li Huiyu, the ancestor god of the alternate universe, even shivered. He never expected such a thing to happen. Good, you actually left behind a spiritual imprint. Today, I will completely erase all the traces you left behind. You dare to use weapons in front of me. I'm really looking forward to it. The little cool beast's voice was divine and magnetic. It was filled with powerful confidence. In almost an instant, its snow-white figure disappeared under the doomsday halberd and directly appeared in front of Li Huiyu. Its movement was really too fast, it surpassed the speed of light. One could even see that time and space were being reversed. Bang, the snow-white little critter suddenly smashed onto Li Huiyu's stomach. The powerful otherworld's overgod was directly blasted 100 miles into the sky by this kind of punch. Without waiting for Li Huiyu to make a defensive movement, the snow-white little critter had already surpassed the speed of light and arrived in front of him again. It merely smashed down with a simple punch. It directly smashed onto Li Huiyu's head. Just like a wooden pole, it ruthlessly blasted Li Huiyu down from the sky. Li Huiyu was stabbed into the ground along with the doomsday halberd wallpaper. With a flash of light, the snow-white little critter appeared out of thin air. It stepped on the otherworld's overgod's head that was exposed on the ground. With its hands behind its back and a straw stick in its mouth, it raised its head and said, "Life is really as lonely as snow." At a distant place, the 6 powerful otherworld's half-ancestors and the 8 sovereigns of the death world were all dumbstruck. This snow-white little critter in front of them was too heaven-defying. It stepped on a otherworld's overgod just like that, and it even let out such a sigh. In the lost paradise, their jaws also dropped. After everyone saw Daddy Ku's divine might, they couldn't help but look at Kiki. It was very obvious that this little critter would also be very heaven-defying in the future. Squeak, 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 Kiki's pair of small fists were very tightly clenched. Its big eyes were blinking, it was filled with little stars. In the past, it always used Shintong to fight against its enemies. After seeing this snow-white little critter conquering the world with just its fists, it was deeply moved. Li Huiyu was furious. The divine power in his whole body surged and shattered the ground. He soared into the sky with the doomsday halberd in his hand and sent Daddy Ku flying. Reverse time, return to the desolate era of the ancient times. Li Huiyu's hair was standing on end, his murderous aura soared to the sky. The blade of light shot out by the doomsday halberd directly connected to the sky. The glaring radiance reached up to the 9 underworlds, even the stars in the sky were trembling. He wanted to return to the ancient times to kill Daddy Ku. There is no one in this world who can compete with me in the laws of divine power. Daddy Ku was calm and collected. With his hands behind his back, he walked toward the time flow in reverse. The sky fell, the earth cracked, and the water flowed backward, the stars were destroyed, and the sky collapsed. This was the real scene in the first layer of the sky screen. Time flowed backward. The otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu's hair stood on end. He wanted to reverse time and space with a peerless divine ability to rush back to the immemorial era to kill Dad Ku. The originally lifeless land gradually glowed with vitality. Buds sprouted, fresh flowers bloomed, and greenery flourished. It was infinitely close to the immemorial era, the world of death. The vast land gradually showed signs of life. Roar, a deafening roar echoed out, and the vast expanse trembled violently. A horde of ancient beasts the size of mountains galloped past. Wild beasts roared, and gigantic demonic birds flapped their wings, hundreds of meters in length, and blotted out the sky. Reverse time and space, infinitely close to the immemorial era. In the distance, the 6 otherworldly half-ancestors and 8 sovereigns were shocked speechless. They couldn't even touch the doorway to this peerless divine ability. Could it really connect the past and the present to kill Dadku? If so, this divine ability could simply be said to be unrivaled under the heavens. They weren't ancestor gods, so they naturally didn't know about this divine ability. This divine ability needed to envelop the present world first before it could be reversed to the immemorial era. But even so, returning to the immemorial era was extremely terrifying. Everyone could clearly see Dadku walking calmly into the immemorial passage with his hands behind his back. He wasn't being restrained, he walked in willingly. If I don't take a stroll, you might not be convinced. But using divine abilities in front of me is really a waste of energy. The cool snow-white little critter's voice was magnetic and full of confidence. Li Huiyu faced the sky and roared. He raised the doomsday halberd with one hand and pointed it toward the southern sky. Divine flames surged around his body as he merged with the starry sky in the sky. Millions of starry rivers cascaded down like a huge waterfall. Tens of thousands of resplendent rays of light connected the starry sky and the immemorial era. That area had already been completely isolated from the space they were in. It had reversed to the immemorial era. Perish in the immemorial era. The doomsday halberd in Li Huiyu's hand was completely black and flickered with a demonic cold light. He pointed it at Father Ku. The terrifying light immediately submerged the snow-white little critter, turning that place into a chaotic spacetime. Boundless divine power erupted. He wanted to beat Father Ku back to when he was born and turn him into his weakest form. Who would have thought that in the eye of the storm, the snow-white little critter wouldn't budge an inch with the grass stick in its mouth? The boundless power was unable to touch its body at all. I am immortal and undecaying. No matter how heaven-defying your divine abilities are, what can you do to me? The cool little critter was like a boulder. In the eye of the chaotic storm, its imposing manner was heavy and unshakable, let alone being beaten back to its childhood. With his hands clasped behind his back, Abba strode forward in the chaotic spacetime. Step by step, he walked toward Li Huiyu, who was casting a peerless divine ability. The mighty power that went against the flow of time passed through the turbulence of space and walked straight to Li Huiyu, saying, "Divine abilities and mighty powers are useless against me." It was as if he was immune to divine power. Li Huiyu's expression changed completely. This race that defied the natural order was even more terrifying than the legends. His matchless divine ability couldn't do anything to Father Ku at all. This made him very uneasy. The doomsday halberd in his hand carried the mighty power of the stars in the universe and pierced towards Father Ku. Clang! Father Ku stretched out his snow-white little paw and accurately flicked the incomparably sharp halberd, blocking it 3 inches away from his body. Li Huiyu let out a long roar. Even the sky above was shattered by his roar. The stars in the sky were all swaying. This was the power of an ancestor god. Every movement was enough to shake the universe. The doomsday halberd's divine power was overflowing. Borrowing the power of the universe, it sent down countless rays of destructive light towards Abba. 3 realms rotation. Just at this time, the snow-white little critter with the grass stick in its mouth shouted these 4 words. It no longer attacked with martial skills. This was the first time it displayed its divine ability. In an instant, the ancient world was divided into 3. The 3 worlds split the spacetime and started to rotate. The power that went against the flow of time was completely reversed. The ancient world was slowly getting further and further away. The 3 realms rotation started to rotate, Li Huiyu shouted loudly. He pierced through the heaven and earth with the doomsday halberd. He wanted to escape from the terrifying whirlpool of the 3 realms rotation. Bang! Li Huiyu just rushed out, but he was forcefully restrained in an instant. Transcend beyond the 3 realms. No, stay within the 5 elements. The otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu shouted loudly. He was really anxious now. He wanted to escape from this terrifying three realms rotation as soon as possible. After escaping from the three realms and entering the eternal unknown, his figure quickly faded away and was about to disappear. Break! Regarding this, the cool snow-white little critter only bit the grass stick and indifferently spat out this word. Just when Li Huiyu was about to disappear, he suddenly lost connection with the eternal unknown. The snow-white little critter not far away forcibly cut him off. Bang! The otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu fell from the sky. The stars in the deep starry sky swayed. The three realms rotation battle split the three realms. It rotated towards Li Huiyu. Ah! Li Huiyu shouted loudly. His ancestor god's power was quickly draining away. The three realms rotation devoured everything. Time reversal, go far away from the ancient world, return. Li Huiyu was really a little frightened. He was enveloped by the three realms rotation and his body was about to collapse. He activated the power of time again to stabilize the collapsing chaotic spacetime. Boom, with a loud sound, he finally returned. However, the power of the three realms rotation was still the same. It enveloped his body and didn't go far. The otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu was frozen in place. He roared loudly, break through the three realms, escape from the heaven and earth, break for me. Bolts of lightning as thick as a mountain suddenly struck down from the sky. Every bolt of lightning was connected to a star and concentrated towards where Li Huiyu was. He wanted to force his way out and escape the central region of the three realms rotation. Freeze! Dadka bit the grass stick and uttered another word. Boundless divine power soared into the sky and dispersed the bolts of lightning in an instant. He froze that piece of heaven and earth. The three realms rotation wasn't affected and started to rotate again. This was a battle between ancestor gods. Although there wasn't an intense collision, any one of the divine lights could easily penetrate a half-ancestor. Li Huiyu was blocked again. Even someone as strong as him started to let out cracking sounds. His body was on the verge of splitting into pieces. He was extremely shocked and furious. He shouted, eternal and undying, my body is immortal. Millions of light rays soared into the sky and condensed into one with the vast starry sky. He became one with the vast starry sky and became one with eternity. Your words don't count. If I say you will shatter, you will shatter. The little beast's voice was calm but extremely conceited. He shouted solemnly, three realms rotation. Boom, the power of the three great worlds surged violently. The worlds rotated and instantly submerged Li Huiyu. The millions of starlight in the sky were forcibly severed. They immediately lost contact with Li Huiyu and isolated him in the three realms storm. No. Li Huiyu was shocked and furious. He shouted, open for me. The doomsday halberd in his hand was like a demonic dragon. It was as long as a mountain and it slashed through the heaven and earth. Rumble, the doomsday halberd erupted with surging power, but it couldn't block the three realms rotation. When the demonic dragon was completely suppressed, Li Huiyu roared in despair. His roar shook the heaven and earth. The first layer of the evil land's light barrier almost collapsed. Crack, the hedgehog armor on Li Huiyu's body cracked. Then, an ear-piercing shattering sound lingered in the ears. The ancestral god battle armor had completely collapsed. Rumble, piece after piece of shattered armor fell to the ground, and the battle clothes had completely left his body. After that, an enormous bang resounded as his body that was as strong as a universe-enlightened ancestral god's body was split into pieces by the divine ability of three-world revolution. The scene was extremely shocking. This was an ancestral god, an indestructible body of an ancestral god was destroyed on the spot. In the distance, all the half-ancestors and the sovereigns of the death world were terrified to the extreme. They didn't dare to believe everything that had happened. In the lost paradise, everyone was also greatly shocked. Especially the little beast Kiki, its big eyes were glowing. It clenched its fist tightly and was filled with fascination. Li Huiyu's divine sense rushed out and roared in anger. He wanted to reassemble his body. The shattered body quickly gathered together. However, the energy of the divine ability, cycle of the three realms, crushed down mercilessly, causing the universe-enlightened ancestral god's body that had just been reassembled to collapse once more. Moreover, rumbling resounded as it shattered into pieces and transformed into ash that didn't even leave behind a single bit of its remains. You destroyed my body. Li Huiyu roared. He couldn't accept this fact. Even though he was the real Li Huiyu's incarnation, the incarnation in front of him was definitely refined from the real ancestral god's body. It was destroyed just like that. Although Dad Ke looked very weak, his snow-white body that stood alone in the world was shocking to everyone. It murmured to itself, since your divine sense is not destroyed, then let's use the 6 paths of reincarnation again. As soon as it said this, everyone was shocked. The 6 paths of reincarnation was an invincible divine ability. There weren't many laws that could contend against it. Li Huiyu was horrified. He said with a trembling voice, You even know this divine ability? I know many more. Speaking up to here, Dad Ke became serious and was about to use some unparalleled divine ability. Swish! At this moment, Li Huiyu's divine sense surpassed the speed of light and rushed towards the second layer of the sky screen. He was so shocked that he retreated without fighting. Just as Dad Ke was about to use the 6 paths of reincarnation, he suddenly stopped and looked outside the first layer of the sky screen. This allowed Li Huiyu's divine sense to successfully escape into the second layer of the sky screen. I said that I will use the 6 paths of reincarnation to retrieve you. Even another person can't stop me. Let me in first and I will retrieve you later. When Dad Ke said this, he didn't look at the escaping Li Huiyu. Instead, he kept looking outside the first layer of the sky screen. There was a tall figure standing there like a heavenly monument. Just now, it was him who had released his powerful divine will to disturb Father Ke, allowing Li Huiyu to temporarily escape from danger. Swish! That huge figure disappeared outside the first layer of the sky screen. Immediately after, the second layer of the sky screen trembled slightly like water ripples, and the huge figure had already rushed in. Dad Ke didn't stop it and watched everything quietly. The ancestor god-level battle temporarily came to an end, and Ke immediately rushed over. Squeak! The little thing's big eyes were red and filled with tears. No matter how muddle-headed it was, it also felt something at this moment. It murmured guiltily, You are, haha. Dad Ke laughed loudly. He threw away his crystal sunglasses and rubbed Ke's head. He didn't say anything, but his expression was filled with doting love. It was completely different from his cool appearance just now. Not good, damn it. It's been too long, and my power has been greatly depleted. I can't waste it anymore. I still need to save it to kill 1 or 2 ancestor gods. At this point, Father Ke transformed into a ray of light and reassembled the shattered limestone. He then sank it into the limestone, and the crooked handwriting once again appeared. At this moment, a divine light emerged from the green stone and shot towards the silent and motionless slaughter light in front of the second layer of the sky screen. The slaughter light that was dozens of miles long was only as thick as a thumb. Like a thin golden thread, it quickly rushed over and lingered in front of the lost paradise like a loyal guard. In the distance, the 6 half-martial ancestors and 8 sovereign kings were dumbstruck. After that, all of them charged into the second screen at the first possible moment. This place was too dangerous for them, and even the light of slaughter had been tamed a long time ago. I've already opened up the evilest land. If I can distinguish the lost paradise's divine power fluctuation, I won't stop you. After Dad Ke sent out this divine sense fluctuation, he became completely silent as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Although this wasn't the real Dad Ke, it was an extremely powerful spiritual imprint that he had deliberately left behind to guard the evilest land. TTT, this is too heaven-defying. When everything calmed down, Crisis was the first to jump up. This guy was too excited. He couldn't wait to hug the green stone and talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Wu Ming was even more excited. If he could form a relationship with such a powerful figure, entering the evilest land wouldn't be as dangerous as he had imagined. It was very likely that he could obtain the eternal light. With the slaughter light opening up the way, Ke rode the lost paradise and rushed into the second layer of the sky screen. Here, bees and butterflies were dancing, flowers and plants were fragrant, and the divine spring was flowing back. It was an incomparably beautiful scenery. The beautiful scenery stretched as far as the eye could see. It seemed as if there was no end to it. In the endless distance, it connected with the dark blue sky. And it was also on the distant horizon that a sun-like ball of light blossomed with a dazzling divine splendor. Rays of multicolored light revolved around it. It was only the size of a house, but it was filled with an eternal aura. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. The evilest land, the eternal light. There's no mistaking it. That's the eternal light. Wu Ming couldn't restrain his excitement and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Bang, the imprint of the martial artist was sent flying. His weapon's soul became much fainter, and terrifying wounds appeared on the divine wood in his hand. In the distance, the powerful ancestral god was facing off against the gigantic pillar that resembled a heavenly monument. It was clear that the imprint of the martial artist had been eliminated. A battle between ancestral gods. This was a battle between peak experts. It wasn't like the imprint of the martial artist and Li Huiyu. One was a weapon soul, an ancestral god weapon that had been separated from its main body for countless years. The other was a clone of an ancestral god. Neither of them was a true ancestral god. Ants, retreat. The two ancestral god experts coldly and emotionlessly shouted at the imprint of the martial artist. It wasn't that they didn't want to take the imprint of the martial artist's life. It was just that they still needed him to scout ahead. They felt that there was something unusual ahead. The imprint of the martial artist spat out a mouthful of green air with great difficulty. He clenched his fist. Whoosh, the second layer of the sky screen gently trembled. No one could clearly see that a figure had appeared in front of the imprint of the martial artist. No one could see how he had charged over. Get up. He spoke to the imprint of the martial artist in a deep voice. At that moment, the imprint of the martial artist's expression instantly froze. He was petrified. After saying that, the skinny figure disappeared once again. At the same time, the two ancestral god experts in front of him erupted with a blinding light. The powerful battle chi shook the entire evilest land. The two experts were forced back by the impact. How dare you call him an ant? The calm and indifferent voice didn't contain any emotion. Who do you think you are to call him an ant? The calm and indifferent voice did not contain any emotion. Soaring battle aura, the mysterious skinny figure with unfathomable strength suddenly appeared in front of him. His powerful battle chi shook the entire evilest land, and the two ancestor god realm experts were forced to take several steps back. He came so suddenly that even the two peerless experts in front of them did not notice him in advance. The skinny figure looked very frail. His yellow hair was messy like weeds. He was skinny and only wrapped in a layer of yellow skin. Xiaochen almost cried out. This mysterious visitor was not a stranger. It was actually that evil corpse, the evil corpse that slept in the Sovereign King's ship. The expert that once opened the Death World alone and went into search for the Oracle Bone Map. If not for this mysterious evil corpse barging into the Death Heaven Palace and suppressing Ricio, Xiaochen and the others from beyond sky would have already died. From the moment the evil corpse awoke in the Sovereign King's ship, it showed its invincibility. Who are you? The white skeleton ancestral monarch, whose body was like white jade, asked in a deep voice. Not far away, the huge figure that looked like a divine monument revealed a bewildered expression and said in shock, "You are." The only response they got was a pair of fists. A pair of invincible iron fists that could shatter mountains and rivers. Bang, as if it couldn't bear the weight, the gigantic figure that was like a heavenly monument stopped talking and was sent flying. The white skeleton ancestor reacted quickly and clashed with the evil corpse's other fist. Although he met it head-on, he did not manage to block it. Clang, the powerful ancestor god was also sent flying. His jade-like palm bones were almost broken. Extreme strength, although the skinny figure of the evil corpse was very frail, it had the most terrifying combat power in this world. It was unstoppable. It's you, it's really you. The huge figure that looked like a divine monument revealed a shocked expression. It's me, and it's not me. The skinny figure stood alone between the heaven and earth. Although it looked very thin and weak, at this moment, it shocked everyone. No one dared to make the slightest movement. The gigantic figure that was like a heavenly monument finally revealed its true form. Its entire body was covered in dragon scales, and the scarlet light was extremely dazzling, like a burning flame. The 6 half-ancestors in the distance wanted to cheer, but when they saw the mysterious corpse's back, they restrained themselves. Without a doubt, this was a formidable Xenorace universe enlightened ancestral god, and it was precisely the companion that Li Huiyu spoke of that had suffered heavy injuries in the chaotic space and fallen into deep slumber. He was called the Red-Robed Sword Ancestor, and he'd awakened today and rushed over here. Back then, when the 4 peerless experts took action, they still gave you a chance to live. Bang! Piercing through the heavens and earth, the mysterious demonic corpse responded with a despicable action. Jing Na disappeared from where he stood. He didn't rely on any divine ability, but purely on the speed of his physical body that surpassed the limits of common sense. He suddenly appeared in front of the red-robed sword ancestor and slashed down with his skinny palm. It was even more terrifying than the heaven blade. Bang! The palm heavily struck the Xenorace universe enlightened ancestral god's crossed palms, causing the scarlet dragon scales on the red-robed sword ancestor's body to emit a bloody light. A large part of the dragon scales was shattered, and the red-robed sword ancestor was sent flying by the pure battle power. Behind him, the martial imprint was about to go crazy and shout. He was incomparably excited as he shouted, "Do you see this? This is pure martial power, the pure martial skill that you all criticized as being useless. If this is also an insignificant skill, then you all can properly enjoy it." It could be seen that the old faker was holding back a bellyful of anger, and now he was venting it. A useless and insignificant skill? The mysterious demonic corpse's back was facing the crowd as it coldly repeated those words, and said, "Martial cultivation has declined to this extent? Since that's the case, I'll use this useless insignificant skill to bury you here, and open up a new world." As the mysterious evil corpse spoke up to this point, it crossed hundreds of meters with a single step. In an instant, it arrived in front of the red-robed sword ancestor, shaking the heavens and the earth. The instant its fists punched out, the entire evilest land trembled, and the entire sky shook violently. The red-robed sword ancestor's body blazed with bloody light, and like his name, he used his sword to connect the heavens. Millions of sword rays burst out from his body, and all of them swept towards a single direction. Buzz, like countless flying insects flapping their wings, the ear-piercing sound made even the half-step martial ancestor's ears ache. The sky was filled with blood-colored sword rays, however, facing the endless sword rays, the mysterious demonic corpse paid them no heed. Its iron fists pressed forward with indomitable will, and smashed forward. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, a pair of iron fists shattered the blood-colored sword rays that filled the sky, directly pierced through the sky, and smashed into the red-robed sword ancestor's body with a rumble. Bang! The moment the red-robed sword ancestor was hit, he soared up into the sky, and shouted loudly, "Billions of stars, listen to my command, celestial sword, descend." In the vast starry sky, countless stars twinkled, and dazzling sword rays shot down from the stars. Using the stars as the source of the sword, the sky was filled with murderous intent, and the entire sky was the red-robed sword ancestor's shield. This was the frightening part of the sword ancestor. Billions of stars were his divine swords, and this incomparably rare divine ability was enough to obliterate everything in the world. The glaring light submerged that place, and all of it concentrated on the mysterious demonic corpse. Facing this kind of frightening divine ability, even the White Bones ancestor revealed a dignified expression. Its power was too powerful. However, the mysterious demonic corpse was not afraid at all, and rushed out from the millions of celestial sword, using its matchless battle power to crush everything in its way, and forcibly opened up a path. Its target was very clear, and it concentrated all of its battle power on one point, and attacked the red-robed sword ancestor. Since the millions of celestial sword were summoned by the red-robed sword ancestor, as long as it directly killed him, all of the terrifying heavenly swords would naturally collapse. Boom! The mysterious demonic corpse's battle power was heaven-defying, and it used pure force to break the ancestor god's divine ability. Its body spun rapidly like a top, and the countless heavenly swords in the sky were smashed into pieces, and it rushed towards the red-robed sword ancestor. Its 10 fingers were like 10 heavenly diamonds, and they pierced towards the red-robed sword ancestor's chest. Completely piercing through the ancestor god's 10 zhang thick protective divine light, the mysterious demonic corpse's battle power was unparalleled, and it used pure force to fiercely kill its way towards the red-robed sword ancestor. Chi! The red-robed sword ancestor roared, and he felt extremely uneasy in his heart. He exerted all of his strength to condense tens of thousands of sword rays in front of his chest, and blocked the 10 fingers. Kacha, the mysterious demonic corpse's battle power was shocking, and its pure physical attack had surpassed the limits of everyone's imagination. The 10 fingers seemed to be piercing through white paper, and they left 10 terrifying bloody holes on the red-robed sword ancestor's blood-colored dragon-scale armor. The mysterious demonic corpse was frightening, and its 10 fingers pierced through the red-robed sword ancestor's chest, and 10 arrows of blood immediately gushed out. The red-robed sword ancestor shouted loudly, and he fled several kilometers away like a beam of bloody light, before he stopped with his hand on his chest. This is the insignificant skill of a pure martial artist, the demonic corpse said coldly and calmly, but it proved the strength of a martial cultivator with facts. In the distance, all the otherworldly half-ancestors were horrified. That was their ancestor god, but he actually couldn't defeat this mysterious enemy. The 8 sovereigns were also shocked. This mysterious person was too powerful, and his battle power was boundless. He injured an ancestor god so quickly. In the Lost Paradise, Xianxia and the others were also extremely shocked. Back in the Forbidden Ocean, these people had seen the appearance of the demonic corpse, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. It had the strength to kill an ancestor god. 7th heavenly layer ancestor god? Or even 8th heavenly layer? The White Bones ancestor in the distance revealed a grave expression. Although he hadn't made a move yet, he was suppressed by a terrifying battle power from start to finish. He was an unparalleled character in the 9th heavens back then. The red-robed sword ancestor recovered his injured body and walked back in the void with large strides. The White Bones ancestor had no choice but to cooperate with the red-robed sword ancestor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face the terrifying martial artist in front of him alone. Clang, the White Bones ancestor pulled out the white bone saber on his back seriously and solemnly. The saber was snow-white, and its murderous aura instantly pierced through the sky. The terrifying power condensed into one with the endless stars. Although it was just a white bone saber, it was even more terrifying than an ordinary ancestor god weapon. This was the bone saber he had been refining ever since he was a little flame creature, and it had already evolved into a true barium-grade ancestor god weapon. My name is Original Sin, and the saber's name is Oblivion. The White Bones ancestor announced his name. Chi, the bone saber slashed down diagonally, and suddenly grew to 3 kilometers long. The snow-white bone blade was incomparably sharp, and it slashed down like a mountain ridge. The land of death shook violently, an endless baleful aura rose from the grass and trees, condensing on the bone saber. The White Bones ancestor, named Original Sin, could summon the power of the world of death. The evil corpse's feet seemed to be stepping on the stars, and it rushed up in the void. Halos bloomed under its feet, and its movements were strange and unpredictable as it rushed towards the huge bone saber. Clang, it used its bare hands to take on the bone saber named Oblivion. An earth-shaking explosion erupted, but the mysterious evil corpse was unscathed, and the bone saber that was 3 kilometers long was sent flying. Then, it rushed forward like a beam of light, and with a bang, it clashed with the White Bones ancestor's palm. The White Bones ancestor was sent flying. Don't compete with him in pure martial strength. Not many people can contend against him in that domain. The red-robed sword ancestor shouted, deal with him with incantations. The Original Sin of the world of death was sent flying for dozens of kilometers before it stabilized its body. Its body was almost transparent, and it held the Oblivion bone saber and nodded, then we will use incantations to subdue him. Boom, the evil corpse had already rushed over, facing 2 ancestor god-level powerhouses alone. Its incomparably mysterious steps made it seem like a specter in the chaotic space. It was impossible to predict where it would appear in the next moment. Pure martial strength and terrifying battle techniques were unparalleled in this world. The evil corpse shook the heavens and earth, bringing great pressure to the Original Sin and the red-robed sword ancestor, making them feel very uneasy. At this moment, the 2 did not hold back, and both displayed the laws of heaven and earth that they had comprehended. My name is Original Sin, and I punish on behalf of the heavens. Soul deprivation. The Original Sin of White Bones ancestor shouted. The Oblivion bone saber in its hand flickered with a demonic light as it swept towards the evil corpse. This was an extremely demonic ability that originated from the power of the world of death, and it wanted to seize the ancestor god's soul. the evilest land was originally filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass, but at this moment, a murderous aura rose from the ground, and a black fog shrouded the entire world. At the same time, Walala sounds rang out. Tens of thousands of iron chains, each as thick as a mountain range, suddenly appeared in the darkness. They crazily danced in the air, entangling the mysterious evil corpse. Deprivation of the ancestor god's soul. The death chains summoned by the White Bones ancestor could bind the soul of a peerless powerhouse of this level. The tens of thousands of giant iron chains that were dozens of miles long fell from the sky, and in an instant, the evil corpse was submerged. These giant chains weren't just for binding, but for true annihilation. The power of the world of death was so vast that these iron chains could truly imprison the soul of an ancestor god. Deprivation. The original sin of White Bones ancestor shouted. The Oblivion bone saber in its hand violently trembled, and the countless giant iron chains in the sky began to clatter and shake violently. It was a horrifying scene. The surrounding half-ancestors were filled with waves of fear. This power was too terrifying, and they had never heard of it before. It was actually able to imprison the evil corpse that could kill an ancestor god. The evil corpse was submerged by the giant chains in the sky. Endless black energy curled around its body, as if it had been imprisoned. A powerful force was tearing at its soul. The world is collapsing, and my soul is undecaying. It is impossible to imprison my soul. The evil corpse suddenly roared, "Break for me!" At this moment, a raging wave swept through the world, shaking the mountains and rivers. A monstrous battle strength erupted from its withered body. The giant iron chains in the sky were all broken. Crack, 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 deafening shattering sounds rang out without end. The sky was filled with the shattered death chains. Each one was as large as a mountain. Boom, the battle chief from the martial mark soared into the sky, scattering all the black clouds. The world became clear again, and all the evil power disappeared. This deeply shocked everyone. He had used his physical body to forcefully break the terrifying imprisonment just now. Cosmic Star Sword. At this moment, the red-robed sword ancestor's hand streaked through the void. A hazy screen of light appeared between his fingers, and a sea of stars curled around his palm. An unparalleled divine ability, it had actually summoned a universe of stars, a Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed, and it rested on his palm. This kind of forbidden divine ability was truly shocking. Suddenly, the universe of stars in his palm burst out with a dazzling brilliance. The sea of stars expanded at lightning speed, and enveloped the mysterious evil corpse. Millions of sword rays rushed out, and every star turned into a star sword. Using martial arts to cultivate the body, eternally immortal. The evil corpse's voice was incomparably cold, and its speed was extremely frightening. It directly rushed into the endless star swords summoned by the red-robed sword ancestor. Breaking through the starlight and destroying the star swords, the evil corpse let out a loud roar, and already arrived in front of the red-robed sword ancestor. Its left hand stabbed diagonally, and its right hand chopped down. They were the ancient battle skills Heaven lacking finger and Heaven's hand respectively. Bang, a rain of blood splattered all over the sky. The heavenly K-finger pierced through the red-robed sword ancestor's chest, leaving behind 5 bloody holes that quickly cracked open, causing the entire sternum to suddenly split into 4 or 5 pieces, while the hand of Heaven shattered the lower half of the body. The red-robed sword ancestor was smashed into pieces by the evil corpse. His head flew out, but it still bellowed, "Martial ancestor, you will still die in the end." Martial ancestor, the evil corpse was actually the martial ancestor. After the red-robed sword ancestor shouted out, everyone was shocked. Although Xiao Chen and the others had already guessed it, they were still shocked when their guess was confirmed. An unparalleled ancestor god of the 9th heaven. Back then, when he was trapped in the formation, he fought against 4 peak ancestor gods and still managed to kill 2 of them. What kind of might was that? He caused the otherworldly ancestor gods to suffer heavy losses. He was a true peerless expert. The expressions of the surrounding otherworldly 10 ancestors changed greatly. They did not experience that battle, but they had heard of this terrifying 9th heaven ancestor god. His strength was unfathomable, and he was an existence that stood at the peak of the martial Tao. In terms of pure martial power, no one could compete with him. The martial progenitor's fingers shuddered like diamonds as 10 godly glows transformed into an eternal existence between the heavens and earth. 10 dazzling rays of light pierced through the evilest place. The 10 fingers shook the heavens and the earth, without giving the red-robed sword ancestor any chance to reassemble. The 10 divine lights pierced through him and turned his shattered body into dust. The ancestor god's indestructible body turned into ashes in the void. It turned into specks of light and disappeared completely. Martial ancestor. The head that flew out roared ferociously, filled with endless resentment. The body of an ancestor god was so tough that ordinary ancestor god weapons could not break it. It was the foundation of an ancestor god's powerful source energy. Yet, it was destroyed by the martial ancestor just like that. It was a terrifying blow to him. The martial ancestor soared through the sky, stepping on the void. Halos blossomed under his feet as if he was stepping on stars. His movement technique was extremely strange and unpredictable. In an instant, he arrived in front of the head. He formed his right hand into a dragon claw and drew a profound trajectory, tearing it forward. Roar! The broken dragon ancestor appeared in the void and let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens. The pure dragon-shaped claw surged with the might of an ancestor dragon. It was not a magic skill, but it was even worse than one. It was as if the Milky Way was surging and roaring as the dragon-shaped claw grabbed the remaining head of the red-robed sword ancestor. Although the powerful otherworld ancestor god possessed unfathomable magic power and divine might, at this moment, even if he were to pass through space and reverse time, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the dragon-shaped claw. Although the martial ancestor's palm looked very skinny, it contained a supreme might at this moment, causing the red-robed sword ancestor to tremble uncontrollably. Space was sealed, time was locked, and the void was completely locked. The entire world was enveloped by the martial ancestor's dragon-shaped claw. There was no way to dodge or hide. Even someone as powerful as an elder god was unable to dodge this powerful dragon-shaped claw. Bang! The martial ancestor's skinny dragon-shaped claw slashed across the red-robed sword ancestor's head and tore it into pieces. Red blood and white brain matter immediately dyed the void into a terrifying color. That was the head of a powerful alien elder god. Even though it shattered, the terrifying divine power that it erupted with was not something that a half-martial ancestor could endure. A violent gale blew, and a terrifying baleful aura swept through the evilest land. Boundless divine power surged violently. A red light soared into the sky. It was the red-robed sword ancestor's consciousness. He roared crazily, filled with extreme anger and fear at the same time. He wanted to summon the shattered head, but the martial ancestor merely pressed lightly in the void and the scattered elder god's shattered bones turned into ashes with a boom. Then, the palm grabbed at the elder god's soul in the sky, wanting to completely annihilate it. All of this happened in an instant because the martial ancestor's speed was too fast. He didn't rely on any divine ability, he only relied on his physical body to fly at the fastest speed in the world. Before this, the white bone ancestor, original sin, couldn't even stop him. Fortunately, he rushed over at the crucial moment. The bone saber in his hand, sinking, was 3,000 feet long, and it was like a white bone mountain range that swept over. The red-robed sword ancestor finally found an opportunity and rushed past the martial ancestor's fingers, escaping a great calamity. However, the white bone ancestor, original sin, paid a certain price for it. The martial ancestor's right hand was raised like a crane's beak, forcefully blocking the huge bone saber. Clang! The 3,000 feet long bone saber that was as long as a mountain range was slashed open, and at the same time, it rapidly cracked. Bang! The bone saber named Sinking was instantly broken into two. It was completely broken by the martial ancestor's palm. At the same time, the martial ancestor's left hand grabbed one end of the huge bone saber, a blazing light burst out, and a surging battle power surged through the bone saber towards the ancestral lord, original sin. Boom! The original sin felt as if it was struck by lightning. The powerful battle power caused the bones in its body to creak, and the bone saber that was grabbed by the martial ancestor shattered once again, turning into bone dust in the martial ancestor's hand. The current martial ancestor could be described as extremely powerful. His battle power was unparalleled, and his divine might was unparalleled. He had the upper hand against two elder gods, and his body was so tough that it was almost demonic. Li Huiyu, if not now, then when? The red-robed sword ancestor roared, his body turned into a red light, and soared into the sky. Not far away, a powerful elder god's aura spread out in all directions, and a green light wrapped around the doomsday halberd soared into the sky. That was ancestor god Li Huiyo's divine sense. He quickly converged with the red-robed sword ancestor, and the green and red lights intertwined, releasing an even more dazzling brilliance. The divine sense of two elder gods was extremely powerful. Together, they controlled the doomsday halberd, which had been passed down for countless generations, and charged forward to save ancestor White Bones. Right now, none of the three could die, or else the remaining two would not be able to resist the martial ancestor. A great divine ability was unleashed. Bang, but it was split apart by the martial ancestor's palm. Time reversal, return to the primordial era. Li Huiyu roared. His physical body was turned into ashes by Father Ku, but his powerful divine sense did not suffer too much damage. After the great divine ability was unleashed, the heaven and earth became chaotic, and the primordial sky appeared, and an ancient aura enveloped the great abundance pill. Wild beasts roared, and fierce birds flapped their wings. The doomsday halberd pierced through the sky towards the martial ancestor on the primordial land. The endless power of time engulfed the martial ancestor, and it wanted to turn his combat strength into nothingness, returning him to his childhood. Boundless sky, apocalyptic star sword. The red-robed sword ancestor roared. Under the cover of his soul consciousness, a hazy star region appeared around him. Sumeru was contained in the ring, and countless stars gathered within a radius of 10 zhang. However, the interior of the star region was incomparably deep, and the vast fluctuation of divine power was terrifying to the extreme. It was no different from a real star domain. All the stars turned into sword rays, and they all pierced through the same direction, aiming at the martial ancestor. Right now, it was a matter of life and death, so they had no choice but to fight with their divine abilities. They couldn't use force at all. The divine abilities of the two elder gods enveloped the martial ancestor. Ancestor White Bones, who was trapped in a dangerous situation, was finally freed. He also unleashed a terrifying divine ability, and shouted, "World Oblivion, World Oblivion." The power of the world of death surged out, and it was immeasurably majestic. It gathered at the White Bone saber in his hand, and the so-called World Oblivion was unleashed through the White Bone saber. The White Bone saber was set ablaze. It was a blazing black underworld flame that dyed the entire sky black, and even drowned the martial ancestor within it. It wanted the world oblivion and the martial ancestor to fall into oblivion together. 3 ancestor gods were attacking the martial ancestor with peerless divine abilities at the same time. The martial ancestor was attacked by 3 terrifying divine abilities at the same time. The most terrifying divine ability power was naturally Li Huiyo's time reversal divine ability. It had already trapped the martial ancestor in the immemorial heaven and earth. The destructive pressure was trying to devour his divine soul and weaken him endlessly. Trying to beat me back to my youth? I'm afraid you've miscalculated. I'll stand here and let you do whatever you want. The martial ancestor's skinny body did not move at all, allowing the terrifying light rays to land on him and invade his body with boundless divine force. During this process, his appearance rapidly changed. His long, yellow hair gradually turned jet black, and his thin and weak body gradually swelled up, filled with explosive power. The martial ancestor was returning to his prime, allowing the power of time to push him back. However, as the martial ancestor became younger, Li Huiyu was horrified to discover that the martial ancestor's body was no longer changing. The boundless divine abilities were unable to do anything to the martial physique. At the same time, the young and strong body was faintly discernible, and it emitted an energy fluctuation that made even ancestor gods fearful. Li Huiyu, what are you doing? The red-robed sword ancestor roared furiously. Fool! The white bone ancestor, original sin, also roared. He felt extremely uneasy. Thank you for pushing me back to my peak. It was the martial ancestor's voice. Although his tone was calm, his aura was suffocating. A powerful ninth-layer ancestor god had reappeared. Li Huiyu had inadvertently pushed the martial ancestor back to his peak. At this moment, that originally withered figure had already become exceptionally strong. The emaciated figure had already become a thing of the past, covered with flesh and blood that was brimming with vitality. The withered yellow skin had transformed into a bronze color, flickering with a sparkling and translucent radiance. It was exceptionally powerful. The martial ancestor had returned to his peak state with a surging life force. His body had become magnificent, as if he was the peerless martial ancestor of the ninth heaven in the past. His black hair was like a waterfall, naturally draping over his shoulders, covering most of his face. However, it could not hide those eyes that were like cold stars. The two deep divine lights were filled with a power that made people's hearts palpitate. Li Huiyo's astonishment turned into uneasiness and fear. He knew he had made a huge mistake. Instead of pushing the martial ancestor back to his prime, he had pushed him back to his peak. Even though it was only temporary, it was deadly. Who could stand a chance against a ninth-layer martial ancestor? Back then, the four strongest ancestor gods of the otherworldly world had come at the same time, but Babula and another ancestor god had died in the formation, while the other two were severely injured. How could they possibly stand a chance now? Time reversal. Li Huiyu yelled in terror. He used all his god force to push the martial ancestor back to his prime. However, the Zunwu body stood quietly in the sky. No matter how much divine power surged towards him, he didn't move at all. He was like a huge boulder that was fixed in place and nothing could move him. Li Huiyo's strongest move was useless against the martial ancestor. The god force was cleansing the martial ancestor's body like ordinary water ripples. The terrifying martial ancestor's flesh was absolutely undefeatable. Not many in the world could move him. Are you done? The martial ancestor of the ninth heaven glanced at Li Huiyu disdainfully and spoke in an imperious tone. Li Huiyu turned around and sprang into the sky. However, the martial ancestor had already reached out with his hand and grabbed the green radiance in the sky. Even the powerful ancestor god of the otherworldly world had no chance of breaking free. He was trapped by the martial ancestor's pure force. Crack, Li Huiyo's powerful divine sense shattered and his soul force crumbled. His ancestor god's soul was crushed by the martial ancestor with brute force. The terrifying aura was too terrifying, even ancestor god realm experts would be terrified. A single grab was enough to destroy the ancestor gods of the otherworldly world. Li Huiyu was crushed by the martial ancestor's hand. The first layer of the barrier was completely destroyed. The second layer of the martial ancestor god force surged forward. The sword rays formed by the countless stars pierced through the hazy star domain summoned by the red-robed sword progenitor. However, the strength of the martial progenitor battle flesh of the ninth heaven martial ancestor was utterly shocking. The martial ancestor didn't dodge at all. The star sword summoned by the law of divine ability all landed on his body. His battle physique flickered with a bronze luster, shattering all the star swords. Following this, the martial ancestor simply slapped his palm in the air. It was the combination of the hand of the heavens and the dragon-shaped claw, resulting in a formidable force. The hazy star domain collapsed on the spot. The countless stars inside it were shattered as a destructive aura burst out from the star domain. The Sumeru star domain inside the storage ring was on the verge of exploding. If that were the case, the evilest place would no longer exist. After all, it was a piece of the star domain. The martial ancestor's palm shook violently and instantly reached into the sky, directly turning all the stars into ashes. Then, with a forceful slash, the place returned to its primordial state, and everything slowly disappeared into the void. The red-robed sword progenitor was dumbfounded. No one knew better than him how terrifying the explosion of the star domain was, but it was suppressed by the martial ancestor's flesh. He was utterly terrified. The martial ancestor of the ninth heaven martial ancestor had reappeared, and his strength was unmatched. In order to kill the martial ancestor, only 4 or 5 peerless ancestor gods working together would be able to suppress the peerless martial ancestor. Escape from the star domain, to the eternal unknown. The red-robed sword progenitor tried to flee, to leave this terrifying place. But it was impossible, in front of the martial ancestor of the ninth heaven, unless it was a peerless ancestor god, no one could escape from the quadruple battle physique. The martial ancestor reached out his hand and grabbed the red-robed sword progenitor from the void. The star domain immediately collapsed, and the martial ancestor's ancestor god battle soul immediately shattered. The martial ancestor's divine sense and the divine sense were grabbed by the martial ancestor's left palm, just like Li Huiyu. Killing an ancestor god was as easy as grabbing a straw, it only took a single thought. The white-bone ancestor, original sin, had already sensed that something was amiss. It had already soared into the sky, but its world-sinking divine ability still enveloped the martial ancestor. The martial ancestor strode through the void as if he was walking on flat ground. He passed through the world-sinking divine ability, causing the star domain to collapse rapidly before it returned to normal. This was the invincible martial physique of the ninth heaven. It was indestructible and immortal. Just his physical body alone was powerful enough to shatter the world-sinking divine ability. Bang! The martial ancestor reached out his right hand and fired 5 rays of divine light. The sinking bone saber in the white bone ancestor's original sin's hand instantly shattered in the sky. At the same time, the martial ancestor's physical body surpassed the limits of its speed and blocked in front of the original sin. He raised his hand and pressed it forward. Terrifying cracking sounds could be heard as the white bone ancestor's original sin's bones began to crack. Bang! The martial ancestor reached out his hand and grabbed the soul fire from the snow-white skull. Crack! The martial ancestor's soul force and divine sense were firmly grasped in the martial ancestor's hand. The crowd in the distance was dumbfounded. Is this the true power of the martial ancestor? The battle strength of the ninth heaven was truly invincible. The martial ancestor of the ninth heaven reappeared with unparalleled might. He killed ancestor god experts with a snap of his fingers, as if he was tearing straws. Crack, crack, the martial ancestor grabbed the shattered souls of the 3 ancestor gods and crushed them into the purest soul energy in his palm. The soul energy was like 3 dazzling divine lights that lingered around the martial ancestor. Although the divine energy was refined into energy, the 3 ancestor gods' divine senses were extracted by the martial ancestor and held tightly in his palm. They were completely suppressed. Following that, the martial ancestor turned around. His messy hair covered his face, but the divine light in his eyes was terrifying. He coldly swept his gaze across the otherworldly half-step ancestors and the 8 rulers of the world of death. He didn't say anything. Instead, he stretched out his enormous hand, which even ancestral gods were unable to contend against. His enormous hand swept across the sky and grabbed the dozen or so half-martial ancestors. Then, he brought them close to him. The half-step ancestors could not resist at all. They were suppressed by the martial ancestor god's powerful battle chi. Have you seen something like this before? At that moment, a translucent bone fragment appeared in the martial ancestor's hand. It was the oracle bone diagram that Xianxia saw in the past. The rulers of the world of death knew something about it, but unfortunately, they did not possess the oracle bone diagram. The martial ancestor extracted the white bone ancestor's memories. After a moment of silence, he dragged everyone into the depths of the world of death. Looks like I'll have to enter the depths of the world of death. The martial ancestor muttered, before that, I'll use the eternal light to solve the problem of my body. Martial ancestor. Behind him, the imprint of the martialist shouted. It turned into a ray of clear light and rushed over. Please allow me to follow you again. You already have a complete soul. You are no longer an ancestor god weapon. You can walk your own unique path. But I want to follow you. The old faker was serious for once. He no longer acted like a hoodwinker. The martial ancestor pointed at the martial imprint and said, back then, you only had half of my battle techniques. Now, I'll pass the complete martial path to you. The dazzling divine radiance engulfed the martial imprint. All sorts of divine skills and profound mysteries rushed into the martial imprint sea of consciousness. Xiaochen, Kiki, Zhuge Fati, and the others also walked over. They all looked at this legendary unparalleled ancestral god with excitement. The martial ancestor stared blankly at Ku for a long time, causing the little fellow to blush and mumble, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Crisis, on the other hand, was beaming like a blossoming flower. His peach blossom eyes glinted with an evil light as he ran over and said, "Lord Martial Ancestor, the #1 expert since ancient times, please bestow me with a few treasures. Just 1 or 2 ancestral divine weapons will do." Wu Ming and Wu Xiaoshi despised the third stutterer. This guy was too unreliable. He actually dared to ask the martial ancestor for a few ancestral god weapons. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Out of the Wu father and son's expectations, the martial ancestor looked at Crisis with a strange expression. Then, he actually extended his finger and pointed at the void. The Doomsday Dagger axe that he put away reappeared in the world. The Doomsday Dagger axe was flickering with black light. A cold murderous aura soared into the sky. It was indeed a super ancestral god weapon. The martial ancestor used his hand to rub the dagger axe with all his might. He crushed all the divine sense imprints Li Huiyu left on the dagger axe, then he casually threw it to Crisis. The third stutterer's eyes immediately emitted a thieving glint. He was so excited that he almost fainted. He couldn't even speak properly. Really, really give it to you. No, 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 really, really give it to me? I'm giving it to you. The 3 meters long doomsday dagger axe was indeed a peerless divine weapon. It had been passed down among the otherworldly ancestral gods for many generations. It had changed owners many times. Even though the previous owners had fallen one after another, it was still passed down in perfect condition. Crisis caught the 3 meters long jet-black dagger axe. But immediately after, he grimaced. His expression was even uglier than crying. He was pressed down by the heavy dagger axe and fell to the ground. He could only barely hold on to the doomsday dagger axe. It was hard to imagine how heavy it was. Even someone as strong as Crisis couldn't swing it. Only those who have reached the earth-penetrating realm can barely use this weapon. The mark of Marshall at the side reminded Crisis. In order to be able to use the doomsday dagger axe, I've decided to sever my ties with the sword of wisdom. I'll let all my sisters die alone. From now on, third brother's heart is as firm as iron. I'll no longer be a playboy until I reach the half-ancestor realm. Crisis bowed solemnly. His pair of peach blossom eyes were glistening, but no matter how one looked at him, he looked like he was asking for a beating. At the side, the white-haired fatty Zhuge and Todi didn't want to fall behind. They directly stepped on the third stutterer's body on the ground and rushed to the front of the martial ancestor. The two of them stepped on Crisis until his eyes rolled back. He grimaced in pain and almost fainted from anger. Unfortunately, the doomsday dagger axe was pressing down on his body. He couldn't get up for a moment. The heavens took pity on me and allowed me to meet the martial ancestor. The blonde Todi's voice was full of emotion. She was just short of tears and snot. She said, "Ancestral God, in order to practice the paleo martial skills, I've exhausted all my efforts. I've aged prematurely. My black hair has already turned into a withered yellow color. Please help me." Hearing this, even the more mature Bai Qi had the urge to give him a kick or two. You actually have the nerve to say that? You're obviously a blonde, but you actually said that your hair has turned yellow due to practicing martial skills. 2. Shameless, although everyone was extremely disdainful, they didn't say anything. Only the white-haired fatty Zhuge was anxious. This was simply stealing his lines. What he wanted to say was actually said by a blonde brat. Zhuge fatty swayed his chubby body and knocked Todi flying with his butt. He rubbed his neck and stamped his feet as he said, "The heavens are jealous of geniuses. I'm a prodigy of my generation, but I've gone mad while practicing martial arts, causing my body to wither and my spirit to weaken. My white hair has already taken root, and my heroic spirit has already dissipated. Martial ancestor, you must save me." Crisis, who was being pressed on the ground, cursed in his heart. The white-haired fatty and the yellow-haired skinny guy were too shameless. How could they say something like that, especially this white-haired fatty? He basically didn't train normally. He spent all his time walking his dog and playing with his cat. He completely relied on his wealth to buy elixirs and elixirs to survive until now. He actually had the nerve to say that a prodigy of his generation had gone mad while practicing martial arts. These two idiots were too shameless. The martial ancestor's figure was tall and sturdy, but because his long hair was loose, his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, his gaze was incomparably sharp. His jet-black long hair shot out two divine rays. He first pointed at Todi and bestowed him with a mysterious technique. Then, he looked at fatty Zhuge and said, "You're covered in fat all over your body. It's really not easy for you to go mad like this." The white-haired fatty didn't blush at all. He boasted shamelessly, "My heart is as firm as iron. My martial intent will always exist in my heart. Martial ancestor, please grant me my wish. I'll pass you a special cultivation technique. As long as you can eat it, you'll be able to achieve enlightenment." The martial ancestor pointed his finger at Zhuge Fatty, and a technique immediately appeared in his mind. Fatty Zhuge was immediately alarmed. He would have the strength of a half-ancestor after eating a half-ancestor, and he would have the strength of an ancestor god after eating an ancestor god. But the prerequisite was that he could really eat it. This technique was too strange and terrifying. Fatty Zhuge was horrified. He felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but glance at Ding, Sovereign King, and half-ancestor. There's no need to look. Your body and soul will be destroyed before you can eat them. The martial ancestor interrupted his thoughts. Then, the martial ancestor passed on some martial arts techniques to Wu Ming and Wu Xiaoshi. He even refined ancestor White Bone's broken bones into a white bone armor and bestowed it to Bai Qi. Then, he looked at Kiki and asked, "Little guy, what do you want?" The martial ancestor took the initiative to ask. Everyone was envious as they looked at this lucky little guy. Under everyone's gazes, the snow-white little Kiki tilted its head and thought seriously. Then, it mumbled with a tender voice, "I want yin-yang fruits that I can't finish in my lifetime. I want a lot of them." Everyone almost fell to the ground. This little thing didn't take the martial ancestor seriously at all? The martial ancestor was an unparalleled expert of the ninth heaven. To think that this little thing gave up such a great opportunity to ask for something delicious. This was too much of a character. The martial ancestor seemed to be stunned as well. Then, he smiled and said, "I don't have yin-yang fruits. Let me give you something fun." At this point, a pitch-black millstone appeared in his palm, emitting terrifying fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. This was definitely a peak ancestor god weapon. It was probably even stronger than the Doomsday Halberd. Otherwise, the martial ancestor would not have kept it in his body. Everyone was shocked. This little fellow was too lucky to obtain such an ancestor god treasure. Who knew? Kiki did not care. It muttered in a dissatisfied voice, "It's so black. How ugly." Everyone felt like fainting. This little thing was too picky. It was not even interested in a peak ancestor god weapon. This made everyone speechless. The powerful martial ancestor, who usually had a solemn expression, could not help but smile at this moment. He said, "Your race needs to refine their own spirit treasures. There is indeed no need for outsiders." The martial ancestor turned his head to look at Xiaochen and asked, "You obtained the first half of the martial scripture?" Xiaochen nodded and admitted it. Back in the long world, even though the martial imprint had beaten him black and blue, it still passed on the martial ancestor sutra to him. The martial ancestor nodded and sent the second half of the martial ancestor sutra into Xiaochen's spiritual sea. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission, "After that little fellow's magic skill reaches great perfection, you can teach it the martial Tao." After that, the martial ancestor looked at the huge azure rock in the lost paradise. A line of crooked words appeared on it. Moreover, it shone with a bright divine light. "The deepest part of the death world. Good. I want to go there." After saying that, the martial ancestor escorted the group of half-ancestor-level sovereigns to the eternal light. He wanted to deal with the problem of his body first. After that, he would go to the deepest part of the death world. As for the three ancestor gods' spiritual sense and soul power, as well as the 10-odd half-ancestor-level experts, he would bring them to the deepest part of the death world and use them as sacrifices when necessary. Martial ancestor. The martial imprint shouted from behind, wanting to give chase. "I want to go to the end of the Death Nation to do something important. After we part ways today, we might never meet again. Take care of yourselves." The martial ancestor left in an instant. His tall and imposing figure disappeared in front of the eternal light of light on the horizon. The wind was bleak, the water was cold, and the hero was gone, never to return. The final silhouette of the martial ancestor made everyone feel a sense of desolation. Perhaps it was just as the martial ancestor had said, they would never be able to see each other again. The martial ancestor had comprehended the past and present not long ago. With his unparalleled combat prowess, who could hurt him? What was he going to do? No one knew. The eternal light was right in front of him. At this moment, it became the only thing in the world. Everyone looked in that direction. Even the black iron engraving and the golden divine halberd became excited. In the evilest land, the stars twinkled in the sky. They seemed to be very close to the ground. They were sparkling and resplendent, like glass lamps hanging in the sky. Although it was night time, there were still specks of light flowing out from the ground. It was not dark at all. The ground was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Bees and butterflies danced in the air. It was full of vitality. The divine spring gurgled and flowed, playing a cheerful melody, nourishing the beautiful plains. Xiaochen, Bai Qi, and the others were all excited as they walked towards the eternal origin of light. Too excited. Crisis used all his strength to carry the doomsday halberd and moved forward while swaying his body. Wu Ming and Wu Xiaoshi were so excited that they were trembling. Even someone as calm as Wu Ming had the urge to cheer loudly. The others were not any better. Legend had it that a half-step ancestor could advance to the ancestor god realm after refining the true eternal light. Boom, a powerful killing intent instantly surged over, causing Bai Qi and the others to feel a chill. The mark of the marshal shone brightly and rushed to the front, blocking everyone behind it. It was an ice-cold metal man. It was completely forged from metal essence. For some reason, it gave off an extremely powerful pressure. The mark of the marshal changed color on the spot. The metal man's arms were two ancestral god weapons. The left arm was replaced by a divine sword, while the right arm was replaced by a demonic saber. Both of them flickered with a cold metallic luster. There was also a huge black hole in its chest. It was very similar to the antimatter weapon on the warship they encountered earlier. However, the metal man before them seemed to be even more powerful. It gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. Furthermore, its eyes flickered with a murderous light that could contend against an ancestor god. Furthermore, the metal man's body was refined into an ancestral god weapon. It was not just limited to the divine sword and the demonic saber. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this metallic man was. It was specially prepared to intercept ancestral god-level powerhouses. The martial ancestors could pass through this place without waiting for the metal man to react. However, they were intercepted. The mark of the marshal had a grave expression. The eternal origin of light was already in sight. If they were destroyed here, it would be a great injustice. Murderous light, ancestral god weapon, and antimatter weapon. These three dangerous elements are gathered in one body. I'm afraid that even if we charge through, there's no need to do anything. Wu Ming stopped the imprint of martial arts and recounted his experiences along the way. Only then did the martial imprint let out a sigh of relief. The snow-white little critter didn't move much. It directly threw the large blue stone that was surrounded by the light of slaughter to the front. The blue stone shone brightly, and lines of mysterious characters appeared. The cold metal man in front of him hesitated for a moment, then quickly disappeared. It seems like it would be difficult for an ordinary person to obtain the eternal light even if they entered this place unintentionally. The mark of the martial imprint sighed. It felt like it was breaking out in cold sweat. Previously, the martial progenitor had mentioned that the place was isolated by the chaotic space. Even the ancestral monarchs of the world of death would not be able to enter under normal circumstances. From the looks of it, Ancestor White Bones, Original Sin, Li Huiyu, and company had accidentally barged into this place, but they had most likely failed to obtain anything. It was a false alarm. Everyone rejoiced as they looked at Kiki and thought of that cool snow-white little critter. They couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of their hearts. He had opened up a safe path between the place of evil and the outside world. All the dangerous elements were suppressed. Daddy Ku was an unimaginably terrifying existence. The sacred and auspicious eternal light of light was as big as a house. It looked like a huge bright moon that had descended on the grassy land. Divine rays of light lingered around it. That was the true eternal light. All the colors in the world seemed to lose their color in front of it. No beautiful things could be compared to it. The eternal beauty and the inextinguishable light of martyrdom made people gasp in admiration from the bottom of their hearts. The fragrant grass was very soft when they stepped on it. They finally arrived in front of the eternal light of light. The light of martyrdom made everyone excited. However, they also noticed that the location of the eternal light of light was unusual. Not a single blade of grass grew within a radius of several dozen meters. The soil there was blood red. It was a rather ghastly sight. This made everyone's heart tremble. Without a doubt, the bones of dozens of ancestral gods were buried here. Their blood dyed this place red, creating such a mysterious eternal light. It was the brilliance of the ancestral god's burning soul. Was it the greatest miracle in the world, or the greatest tragedy in the history of the world? It was hard to say. It was an unbearable weight. There were too many past events here. Standing in front of the resplendent eternal light of light, everyone's excited emotions gradually calmed down. Even the trace of greed in Wu Ming's heart had completely disappeared. The sacred and auspicious eternal light of light could purify one's soul. It allowed everyone to experience the purest soul baptism. In a trance, everyone seemed to hear a sad song. It was the battle song of the deceased ancestral god. It was the eternal light's confession. After a long time, everyone gradually returned to normal. The martial ancestor had already left. He had already resolved the problem of his body. This was the miraculous thing about the eternal light, everyone wanted to get closer. However, just as they approached the blood-red soil, 8 blinding lights suddenly shot into the sky. No one could open their eyes. Everyone felt like they had been locked on by an ancient demon god. They couldn't move at all. That is, everyone was extremely shocked. Among the 8 lights, 4 were the light of martyrdom. They were the 4 ancestral gods' killing intent. The light of martyrdom was born from the heaven and earth's killing intent. Even the ancestral gods weren't willing to be with it. However, it was very rare to see such a terrifying light in the real world. Only when the apocalypse arrived, when the world collapsed and all living beings were plunged into misery and suffering, would such a light of martyrdom be produced. The ancestral god's killing intent was formed from the purest killing intent of an incomparably powerful ancestral god after he perished. It was one with the source of the heaven and earth. Like the light of martyrdom, it didn't have its own consciousness and could pierce through ancestral god experts. The light of slaughter that was circling around the large green rock in the lost paradise also turned into lightning and flew over. The 9 most terrifying rays of light circled around the eternal source of light. With such a powerful protection, apart from the martial ancestor of the 9th heavens and a heaven-defying existence like Father Ku, even 2 ancestral gods wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Everyone looked at the lost paradise. At this moment, the little beast with the grass stick in its mouth appeared again. It placed its hands behind its back and faced the eternal light of martyrdom and said, "This is prepared for the ancestral gods. You guys haven't reached the ancestral god realm, so you won't be able to enter even if you come." With that said, he pulled Ke and walked straight ahead. The ancestor god's killing intent and decimation light did not obstruct him and allowed him to pass. Ke hurriedly tugged at the corner of Xianxia's clothes, hoping to bring him in as well. Father Ke said calmly, "You're only harming him. Those who haven't reached the ancestral god realm will be instantly destroyed if they enter the eternal light of light. Even if I'm protecting you, you can't really enter." Father Ke brought the little beast to the edge of the eternal light of light. He let the divine radiance shine on Ke, but he didn't bring it in. "It's you, you're here again." At this moment, the eternal light of light that resembled a bright moon let out a majestic voice. Everyone was shocked. The eternal light of light actually had its own consciousness. This was an incomparably powerful life form. "It's me, but I'm not here to take a bath this time. Although it's really comfortable that way. Countless years ago, I opened the path to the most evil place, not for myself, but to leave a backdoor for my descendants." Hearing the cool little beast's nonchalant voice, everyone was shocked once again. Father Ke came here to take a bath, to enter the eternal light of light. To do such a thing was really perverted. However, after the eternal light of light finished speaking, it completely sank into silence. Seeing the little beast mumbling to itself, Father Ke waved his hand and Wu Chen also flew over. However, it didn't come into contact with the divine radiance of the eternal light of light, so it wasn't baptized. Those who haven't reached the corresponding realm can't withstand the eternal light. This was the explanation given by the cool little beast. Whoosh! Father Ke instantly took out the rainbow-colored sacred tree from Xiaochen's body and tossed it into the eternal origin of light. He said, "Since you are already here, I won't let you make a wasted trip. Use this divine tree to store the eternal light for future use." The rainbow holy tree shone brightly, and the central region of the eternal light source seemed to be burning. It was unknown what kind of divine power it carried. Ke was satisfied with this arrangement. She kept nodding her head, looking charmingly naive. Chi-chi, the sound of something piercing through the air lingered on endlessly. Daddy Ke kept shooting out the radiance of the eternal radiance. That was the extremely weak eternal radiance. It shot into the bodies of Crisis, Wu Ming, Zhuge Fati, and the others. Although it was not a powerful beam of eternal light, such a small amount was enough for them. It could be said that they would benefit from it for the rest of their lives. Any more and his body would collapse. The golden divine halberd and the black iron seal could not stand it any longer. They cried out and wished that they could rush over. The two of you aren't simple at all. You were actually elder god weapons in the past. I can give each of you a ray of eternal light. Daddy Ke's words immediately gave everyone a huge shock. These two divine weapons with souls were usually bewitching. No one would have thought that they were elder god weapons. Even the imprint of the marshal was very shocked. The golden divine halberd and the black iron seal immediately became silent. They no longer cried out, as if they had done something shameful. Oh, I remember now. You two should be those two weapons. You should be the 12 Zodiac War Ancestors' ancestral god weapons. They were shattered in the bitter battle. I didn't expect them to be reformed again. They must have been lost in the hands of the otherworldly experts for a period of time. Daddy Ke revealed the history of the two weapons. Xiaochen suddenly understood. There were many legends regarding these two divine weapons. He just didn't expect there to be such a hidden story. The two sinister divine weapons immediately coughed dryly. They seemed to be very embarrassed. Their origins are not small. The imprint of the marshal sized them up while clenching his teeth. Chi, the two rays of true eternal light were extremely dazzling. They were as thick as water buckets. They entered the golden divine halberd and the black iron seal respectively. The two immediately became complacent and cried out loudly again. After that, Bai Qi, who had already reached the half-martial ancestor realm, was also struck by the same dazzling eternal light. Daddy Ke seemed to have forgotten about the imprint of a marshal. This made the old swindler feel very upset. I say, the fellow in front, why did you carve words on my body? Shouldn't we settle this debt? The imprint of the marshal originally wanted to remind Daddy Ke that he had not obtained the eternal light yet. However, the mention of this immediately made him angry. He really wanted to grab the cool little critter and give it a good beating. Did I do it? The snow-white little critter asked unconcernedly as it held the grass stick in its mouth. Of course. The imprint of the marshal flew into a rage and said, "Are you trying to renege on your debt? Then it will be troublesome. If you want to look for it, look for the original owner. I am only a spiritual imprint. I don't have many memories inherited. I only have a trace of battle instinct." Dad Ke shrugged it off and spread his hands lazily. The imprint of the marshal jumped in anger. Never mind, I'll give you 3 eternal lights. Whether you can get rid of your identity as a weapon and become a true ancestor god will depend on yourself. Chi. Divine light soared into the sky. 3 eternal lights soared into the sky. Then, they turned into huge electric arcs and entered the imprint of the marshal. The old swindler immediately calmed down and started to refine the eternal lights. Just at this moment, the rainbow holy tree in the eternal light source seemed to have absorbed enough divine radiance. It shone brightly and flew out like a small sun. It floated in the air for a long time before the soaring holy light slowly faded away. This made Wu Ming very envious, but he could not do anything about it. Xiaochen also received the baptism of the multicolored light. Although it was only a faint radiance and not a huge eternal light, as long as he had the rainbow holy tree, he would not have to worry about not having the pure eternal light to refine his body when he advanced to the half-martial ancestor realm. Clang, Xiaochen took out the 3 broken swords and asked Daddy Ke for help. Just at this moment, the eternal light source, which had been silent for a long time, spoke again. The swords were born here. The boundless radiance instantly engulfed the 3 swords, enveloping them within the light source. Not long after, the sword rays soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. A murderous aura spread everywhere. The 3 undamaged swords soared out. They were completely repaired. It was so simple. The eternal light truly lived up to its name. When will you be buried here? The eternal light source suddenly asked Daddy Ke. At the same time, a beam of light shot into the lost paradise. Don't be so stingy, okay? Daddy Ku replied indifferently and blocked the beam of eternal light. Ku's heart raced. Its big eyes kept blinking. There were 2 sets of bones in the depths of the lost paradise. They were its parents. They were too important to it. Since they have already disappeared, why are you doing this? The eternal light source asked. Bang, Daddy Ku slapped the blood-red soil and took out a stone tablet. It's written clearly on it. Not far away, the mark of martialism could be seen clearly. There was a crooked line of himself engraved on it. He couldn't help but say, I'll just come here. If I really die, my corpse will be buried here. If I fake my death, I'll fight whoever dares to bury me here. This made everyone speechless. The real Daddy Ku really had a personality. Although I'm just an imprint, I don't think the original will die so easily. However, I'm really going to disappear. Daddy Ku had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't care at all. Squeak, Ku immediately pounced over with teary eyes. It kept asking as if it had endless questions. Don't cry. It's nothing. Disappearing isn't the real end. The real me is immortal and undying. Who knows, I might not even be dead yet. One had to admit that the little cool beast was really extraordinary. Even when facing its own flesh and blood, it was still calm and indifferent. Although it had a doting expression, when it came to matters of life and death, it was completely indifferent. Squeak, 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 Ku was very anxious and kept asking. You're talking about your mother? This is too complicated. Before coming here, I didn't even know who she was. I should have met her after leaving this place. Meeting you here is the greatest comfort to me. This strand of spiritual imprint gradually faded away. Ku cried loudly and kept babbling. I want to tell you many things, but there are many things that I really don't know. I'm just an imprint, and I didn't inherit too many memories. Leading my descendants here is considered to have completed the mission. Daddy Ku became fainter and fainter, about to disappear. Why did the martial ancestor enter the deepest part of the world of death? At this moment, the mark of martial arts couldn't help but ask. One day, when you're at your wit's end and there's no place in this world for you, you can escape to the deepest part of the world of death. Daddy Ku didn't answer directly and only gave such a reply. Sob, sob, looking at the little cool beast's figure becoming fainter and fainter, Ku cried loudly. Don't cry. Perhaps one day, when you're strong enough, we will meet in another world. Death is not the end. When you reach that realm, you will understand that everything is just the beginning. Daddy Ku is about to disappear. Xiaoqian's heart trembled. This was not the first time he heard such words. Swish, Daddy Ku's figure disappeared in a flash and combined with a few rays of eternal light, forming a huge starry sky gate. Let me send you out of this place. Everyone was sucked into the gate. Just at this moment, Xiaoqian thought of another matter. He shouted towards the eternal origin light and asked if the sovereign girl, Luanhui Wang, and the 3 skeletons had been here. Yes, we've entered the deepest part of the world of death, that majestic voice resounded in Xiaoqian's ears. Immediately after, with a flash of light, they passed through the barrier of the world, crossed the chaotic space-time, and began their return journey. This time, the starry sky gate directly bypassed the weapon burial valley and sent them to the soul world. Then, with a flash of light, they completely disappeared. That huge limestone suddenly crumbled and turned into dust. Only a few rays of eternal light were left behind. All of them entered the lost paradise. It could be seen that Daddy Ku cared a lot about the little cool beast. Squeak, Keek's eyelashes were filled with tears. It helplessly grabbed at the empty space in the sky. Don't be sad. Good people don't live long. Scourges live for 1,000 years. That bastard is so bad. Even if the heavens wanted to take him, it would be very difficult. Xiaoqian rolled his eyes at the imprint of martial arts. How could he persuade people like this? Kiki angrily threw the lost paradise towards the old faker. Chi, the imprint of martial arts turned into a ray of green light and escaped without a trace. His voice came from afar, we'll meet again someday. My disciples, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Toddy, Crisis, Zhuge Fatty, and Wu Shaoshir stared at them helplessly. This cheap master was too unreasonable. He didn't even teach them a single move, and he threw them away just like that? Fraud. Great hoodwinker! The four of them shouted at the same time. They seemed to have lost all reverence. In this uninhabited area of the soul world, they didn't stay for long. They flew towards Xianxia city that was 1,000 miles away. Right at this moment, a monstrous energy fluctuation suddenly burst out in the soul world. An energy fluctuation that was much stronger than the imprint of martial arts burst out. Boundless killing intent engulfed the entire soul world. The terrifying fluctuation was as vast as the sea. It shook heaven and earth. It was unimaginably powerful. Ancestor godly Huiyu has arrived. Right at this moment, a cold and emotionless voice resounded throughout the entire soul world. After being silent for so many years, the powerful ancestor god of the otherworldly world had reappeared. This Li Huiyu was definitely not someone that the incarnation of the evilest land could compare to. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their heart. Boom, suddenly, thousands of rays of light filled the sky. A huge stone bridge spanned for tens of thousands of miles. It quickly spread towards the direction where ancestor godly Huiyu's voice came from. The death bridge of heaven had reappeared in the world, blocking the powerful ancestor god of the otherworldly world. After many years of silence, the otherworldly ancestor god descended once again, causing the entire soul world to tremble. Li Huiyu, this name wasn't unfamiliar to some of the old antiques. He was an extremely powerful otherworldly ancestor god. His divine might spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, the entire soul world was shaking. Huge cracks appeared on the vast land, as if the world was about to collapse and sink into oblivion. This was the otherworldly ancestor god's might, destroying the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and earth was but a thought. Li Huiyu's true body had appeared and caused such a huge commotion. It was obvious that he didn't come with good intentions. The entire soul world would probably be in trouble. The death bridge to heaven was simple and unadorned. Its main body was made of stone and it was covered in sword marks and sword holes. It spanned tens of thousands of miles between heaven and earth. A hazy figure, shrouded in holy radiance, stepped out from the stone bridge and instantly appeared tens of thousands of miles away. Boom, the dazzling divine radiance caused the sun in the sky to lose its color. On the death bridge to heaven, divine splendor covered the sun. The radiance illuminated the world. Without any words, this mysterious ancestor god attacked the otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu. One could clearly see a huge earthen yellow hand with a radius of thousands of feet violently shattering the sky and striking towards Li Huiyu, who had just walked out of the mysterious black passageway. Li Huiyu was even more ferocious than the ancient demon god kings. His huge body was thousands of feet tall. His long gray hair was like snakes dancing in the sky. His ferocious aura was terrifying. He also stretched out a huge palm towards the earthy yellow hand in the sky. Rumble, amidst the blazing light, the two hands shattered the sky. The sky of the soul world seemed to have collapsed. It was as if the end of the world was coming. The two hands collided and violently vibrated. The tyrannical aura shook the world. If it wasn't for the hazy figure on the death bridge, its holy radiance illuminating all directions and stabilizing the world, the soul world would have probably sunk. At this moment, the death bridge to heaven that spanned tens of thousands of miles between heaven and earth suddenly shook. The ancient and majestic end suddenly rose high and fiercely smashed down. Bang, the majestic end of the stone bridge with unfathomable might struck the otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu's body. Rumble, it was like a myriad of bolts of heavenly lightning were rumbling as a terrifying fluctuation of energy erupted in the heavens and the earth. It was like a destructive force that tore through space before the world was split apart, and it blasted onto Li Huiyu's body. The 10,000-foot-tall Li Huiyu's massive body contained boundless divine power. But even so, he found it hard to endure such a collision. Amidst the heaven-shaking thunderclaps, he flew out horizontally and crashed into the pitch-black, enormous, and incomparably deep mysterious passageway behind him, smashing it to the point that it almost collapsed. The hazy figure on the death bridge of heaven shone with divine splendor. His right hand reached out and formed the shape of a dragon, drawing out an incomparably incisive radiance. It was as if a 10,000-li divine river descended from the heavens, the radiance resplendent. Boom! He charged into the incomparably deep, pitch-black tunnel. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, the expressions of Xiaochen and the others changed. That seemed to be the ancestral dragon divine fist that the martial ancestor executed. How could this person know it as well? Furthermore, its might was similarly vast and unparalleled. The heavens fell and the earth cracked, ghosts wept and gods howled, the torrential 5,000-li divine river descended from the heavens, gathering the boundless power of the stars, causing the mysterious black passageway to crack. The otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu let out a long roar. His long gray hair was a kilometer long, like a huge snake dancing in the sky. You want to shatter the divine gate and stop me? It won't be that easy. Every inch of his flesh was trembling. Boundless divine power surged out and stabilized the divine gate's passageway. After that, he let out a deafening roar and struggled out of the mysterious black passageway once again. His 3-kilometer-tall figure was like a demonic mountain, standing between the heavens and the earth. He emitted a boundless destructive aura, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. Li Huiyu's eyes were ice-cold, filled with a bloodthirsty light. The battle robes on his body flickered with a cold light, and a terrifying killing intent spread out in all directions. This was his true body, an expert among ancestor gods. The incarnation in the evilest land could not compare to him. In his hand, there was a huge spear surrounded by black clouds. It was filled with destructive aura. It was the true Great Destruction Spear, the best among the ancestor god weapons. It originally belonged to the otherworldly ancestor god Babula. After his death, it was reassigned by the otherworldly ancestor god and landed in Li Huiyu's hands. The terrifying Great Destruction Spear was held in the hands of the true ancestor god of the otherworldly ancestor god. The might it emitted shook the distant starry sky. Li Huiyu and the Great Destruction Spear merged into one. He was like the ruler that controlled the world. His might was overwhelming. I sensed the aura of the Great Destruction Spear, but the divine sense I left on it was completely erased. Looks like my incarnation is done for. I want to wash 100,000 li with blood, and make the person who defiled my body pay a painful price. At the end of the distant horizon, Xiao Chen and the others couldn't help but look at Crisis. The third stutterer hugged the doomsday spear that emitted a cold black light. He immediately grinned and said with a sullen face, "Do you think it's easy for me? I just obtained this ancestor god weapon, and the F*King Master is already here. Everyone, I'll take my leave first." Crisis immediately hugged the doomsday spear and tore through space to escape. He was afraid that the powerful otherworldly ancestor god would sense him and crush him. World-breaking. The otherworldly ancestor god Li Huiyu shouted loudly. His 3,000-meter-tall demonic body seemed to be made of steel. It was filled with explosive power. He pointed the Great Destruction Spear at the southern sky and thrust it at the blurry figure on the death bridge. The powerful attack of an ancestor god was not child's play. It exceeded everyone's imagination. A terrifying hole immediately appeared in the sky, and many primal chaos cracks appeared on it. If it exploded, it would really destroy the origin of the world and destroy millions of lives. The sky trembled like a delicate porcelain that was on the verge of shattering. However, the blurry figure on the death bridge obviously wouldn't let that happen. He waved his left hand lightly, and a 7-colored flower bud appeared between his fingers. It was sparkling and glistening. Radiance circulated around it, and it was filled with boundless life energy. It was about to bloom. A powerful life energy covered the sky and earth. It was the exact opposite of the destructive power of the Great Destruction Spear. The divine radiance illuminated the heaven and earth, and blocked all the destructive power. An earth-shattering collision occurred between the two. The space was annihilated. Only after a long time did everything return to normal. A sparkling and glistening flower bud blocked the Great Destruction Spear. "No one in this world can stop me." Li Huiyu's cold and emotionless voice resounded. "I'm here to end this world." In the next moment, the Great Destruction Spear pierced through heaven and earth, pierced through the death bridge, and went straight for the throat of the blurry figure. In that instant, the starry sky beyond the heavens shook. The earth of the soul world trembled violently. If it wasn't for the death bridge blocking the sky, landslides and tsunamis would have already occurred. Li Huiyu wasn't joking. He truly wanted to sweep through 100,000 miles and start a massacre. At this moment, the killing intent of the Great Destruction Spear was fully displayed. The destructive aura swept through the sky, and 4 of the 5 moons closest to the soul world directly shattered. In Li Huiyo's hands, the Great Destruction Spear truly erupted with its destructive power, facing the ancestral god battle spear that suppressed the sun and moon and shook the starry sky. The blurry figure on the sky-reaching death bridge raised his left hand high up into the air. The translucent and tender flower bud suddenly bloomed. The divine flower bloomed, and its beauty surpassed all others. The divine flower bloomed, and a fragrance filled the air, suppressing all the beauty in the world. The 7 colored petals were surrounded by divine radiance, and there were sparkling and translucent dewdrops rolling on its surface. The divine flower trembled slightly, and its fragrance shook. Light shot out in all directions, and its beauty reached its limit. The flower of life instantly neutralized the destructive aura. Moreover, with a ding, the 7-colored divine flower collided with the indestructible Great Destruction Spear, and it blocked the ancestor god battle spear. Suddenly, the 7-colored divine flower shone brightly, and a majestic force erupted from it. It directly bounced the Great Destruction Spear thousands of meters into the air. Li Huiyu flew backwards, and then he stopped in front of the mysterious black spatial tunnel. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes became even colder. This isn't my divine weapon. Since you still think you're good, then I'll use my supreme divine power and laws to destroy you. As he spoke up to hear, he raised the Great Destruction Spear as if it was the Doomsday Halberd, and he shouted word by word, "Halberd, annihilation of the world." The terrifying voice shook the entire world, and the power of annihilation seemed to have been summoned from the primordial times. Huge black doors appeared in the sky, and incomparably terrifying divine power surged out from them. The world was really going to be destroyed. The consequences were extremely severe, because this force was too powerful. If no one stopped it, the world might really collapse. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Just at this moment, on the death bridge of heaven, the hazy figure also shouted out these 4 words, one word at a time. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was an unparalleled divine ability, and there weren't many techniques that could go against it. It was truly an invincible Tao. In just an instant, everything in the world lost its color. Everyone's 6 senses were sealed, and their 8 senses were sealed. It was as if they were isolated in a dark dungeon, and they couldn't sense anything on the battlefield. The terrifying power sealed the world, the 9 heavens shook, and thunder rumbled. The soul world shook violently. After an unknown period of time, everyone's senses gradually recovered, and Li Huiyo's cold voice resounded in their ears. You can actually use the 6 Paths of Reincarnation divine ability. At this moment, he had already been sent into the mysterious black tunnel. A divine flower bloomed inside, and it wanted to shatter the deep tunnel and destroy Li Huiyo's physical body. But at this moment, another powerful aura rushed out from the depths of the mysterious black tunnel like an ocean, and it stopped Li Huiyo's declining momentum. The second otherworldly ancestor god was about to descend. If he really passed through successfully and came to the soul world, then the consequences would be extremely terrifying. The 2 otherworldly ancestors working together would have destructive power that could destroy everything. Boom, the heaven-reaching death bridge fiercely smashed over, and the struggling Li Huiyu was ruthlessly smashed into the depths of the tunnel, causing the pitch-black divine gate to shatter continuously. Damn it, I will come back again. Li Huiyu roared angrily. At the same time, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the mysterious tunnel. That was another terrifying otherworldly ancestor god. After the divine gate shattered, the 2 powerful otherworldly ancestor gods seemed to have suffered a terrifying impact. It was very difficult to open such a tunnel, and they wouldn't be able to appear again in a short period of time. When the sky became clear again, the mysterious black tunnel was about to disappear completely. At this moment, the heaven-reaching death bridge suddenly rushed out, and it turned into the size of a palm, floating in the palm of the hazy figure. Immediately after, a light flashed, and the figure disappeared completely. Who was that person? This was everyone's question. When did this kind of ancestor god appear in the world? He seemed to be proficient in the divine abilities of several ancestor gods. Is it the Yellow Emperor or the Old Dragon ancestor? No one could be sure. 10 days later, Xianxia and the others left the soul world and returned to the 9 provinces. On the day of their return, Xianxia received an important news. The ancestral dragon village was faintly discernible. It seemed like it was about to appear. He found it hard to suppress his excitement. How many years had it been? The ancestral dragon village disappeared from the earth, and even everyone in the village disappeared without a trace. The ancestral dragon village was also known as the Great Desolate Ancient Village. It had been sealed for almost 200 years. Xiaoqian's parents and relatives were all sleeping there. After so many years of fighting and killing, whenever he was exhausted, the first thing he thought of was his family. However, every time he appeared in front of the ghost town, he could only watch silently. He couldn't find any trace of the ancient village. After hearing this news, Xiaoqian immediately flew towards Yongzhou. Squeak, the little critter Kiki followed closely behind. And Bai Qi, Wu Ming, the white-haired fatty Zhuge, and the others were also full of doubts about the ghost town. They all flew towards Yongzhou as well. At the same time, Crisis appeared mysteriously with the Doomsday Halberd and followed them. It's too similar. When Torty, the fatty Zhuge, and the others saw that majestic ghost town again, they all let out such a sigh. The ghost town and the few immemorial demonic cities they saw outside the evilest land seemed to be of the same origin. The pitch-black walls and the huge city gate were all 100 meters tall. It looked very intimidating. Not far from the ghost town, at the site of the ancient village, a hazy silhouette appeared there. They could vaguely see the original appearance of the ancestral dragon village. After waiting here for 8 days, the ancient village gradually became clearer. On the 10th day, at the edge of the ancient village, 2 hazy figures stood up shakily and staggered out. Xiaoqian and the others quickly rushed over. The 2 little girls, who were around 7 or 8 years old, had skin so red and white that it was almost transparent. Their skin was so tender that it seemed like water was about to drip out. They rubbed their big eyes in a daze, yawned, stretched their bodies, and staggered out. Wow, a bunch of handsome big brothers, I'm drooling. They are all mine, don't fight with me. The big eyes of the 2 little Lolas lit up at the same time. They fought to be the first and ran over. The group of people was dumbstruck. These 2 cute little Lolas were really out of the ordinary. Xiaoqian recognized them with a single glance. They were Lingling and Bunny. Their origins were astonishing. They were the 2 youngest daughters of the Yellow Emperor. At the side, Crisis beat his chest and stamped his feet. He faced the sky and let out a long sigh. Why are the Lolas I've been waiting for getting smaller and smaller? Back then, they were clearly more than 10 years old. How did they become 2 little radishes now? Third brother doesn't like this kind of dish. Aside from Torty, who felt the same way, the others rolled their eyes at this guy. Uncle Goldfish Monster. The 2 little Lolas clearly still remembered Crisis. Drooling, in the end, the 2 little girls stared at Bai Qi. Just at this moment, Crisis cried out in surprise again. Another person came out. He also stood up from the edge of the great desolate ancient village. However, this person was not a little Lolas. He was very tall and burly. He had an extremely valiant aura. It could be said that he was imposing without being angry. This. Isn't this the real brother, Second Baldy? Crisis cried out strangely. Second Baldy Bosch glared at Crisis fiercely like a hawk. It immediately made the stutterer shiver. Wow, this handsome smoky brother is very special. The 2 little Lolas, Lingling and Bunny, immediately abandoned Bai Qi and ran towards Bosch. In Bosch's hand, he was holding a Buddhist relic the size of a watermelon. It was very exaggerated, and it was circulating with brilliance. And at this moment, there were still a lot of people secretly observing the surroundings of the great desolate ancient village. Because the ancient village was about to come into being, the ghost town was having some strange activity from time to time. Just at this moment, a soaring divine light shot out from the ghost town, causing the huge ghost town to shake. Xiaoqian and the rest recognized it with a glance. It was the light of massacre. It was like a resplendent belt of light lingering outside the ghost town. The light of slaughter coiled around the outside of the city of death, protecting it within it. The ghastly killing intent was breathtaking and terrifying. The light that was born from the will of slaughter of the world was capable of penetrating ancestral god-level experts, and even half-martial ancestors would have a change of expression, not daring to touch it. Just what kind of connection did the ghost town have with the deepest part of the world of death? Bai Qi and the others couldn't help but ponder. Xiaochen walked forward with large strides and patted Bosch's shoulder. He had to take care of his brother Yuezhan. Back then, when Yuezhan fell, he saw Bosch grieving, so he brought him to the ancestral dragon village and made him fall into a deep sleep. Bosch was tall and majestic. His face looked like it was carved by a knife. It could be said to be angular. He had a valiant aura, and his eyes were filled with divine light. The ancestral dragon village was not an ordinary place. Bosch had been in a deep sleep for close to 200 years and had undergone a shocking transformation. His entire person gave off an unfathomable feeling. It was as if there was an active volcano hidden in his body. Divine power surged violently. Even Xiaochen couldn't figure out Bosch's background in a short time. And that huge Saraira in his hand was even more dazzling. It was exceptionally eye-catching. That was the Saraira of Yuezhan's nirvana. It gave Xiaochen mixed feelings. The white-clothed Buddhist Yuezhan had extraordinary talent. His temperament was extraordinary. He was like a smiling Buddha walking in the mortal world. He had no taboos. He could expound on Buddhist principles and even dared to eat meat. Unfortunately, he passed away at an early age. Crisis came over and wanted to knock on that huge Saraira. Bosch's eyes immediately shot out two purple lights and forced Crisis to retreat. "Second monk, please bury him," Crisis said embarrassedly. "Although my elder brother has passed away, his Buddhist roots are not extinguished. What I hold in my palm is already a Buddha. It can stand shoulder to shoulder with Buddha." Bosch was incomparably solemn. He said it very seriously. Everyone was startled after hearing those words. Bai Qi was moved. He pondered and said, "There was a great Buddha in the world. He once said, the Buddhist Dharma is in the world, never leave the world. Leaving the world to seek Bodhi is just like seeking the horn of salvation." Could it be that he disappeared for countless years, and his true body floated in the world? There was once an almighty Buddhist like Buddha. His words and actions were all Buddhist scriptures. When everyone looked at the Saraira, their expressions changed. Perhaps it really was a Buddha among Buddhas. Only the two little Lolas didn't seem to care at all. Ling Long and Mian Lan's little faces were flushed red. They were so pink and tender that water could drip out of them. They hopped over and circled around Bosch with interest. It was obvious that the manly Bosch made them feel that he was different from the rest. "Handsome big brother." "I'm drooling," the two little Lolas really made people speechless. Speaking of which, those two fellows might seem innocent and naive on the surface, but they were extremely vigilant. They kept the Yellow Emperor's words in mind, so they ran into the ancestral dragon village in advance when the semi-divinity ordeal began. Not only was she not affected by the fact that she was the Yellow Emperor's youngest daughter, but she had also slept for nearly 200 years and her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He carefully questioned Bosch and the two little Lolas. They had been in a deep sleep for so many years. They seemed to have heard some voices in their dreams, but they couldn't remember them. They couldn't provide any valuable information. "Wow, Ku," the two little Lolitas finally discovered Kiki, who was hiding far away due to her guilty conscience. They abandoned the group of handsome grasshoppers and rushed towards the little critter. Ancestral Dragon Village was about to reappear in the world. Xianxia felt exceptionally excited. However, even after waiting for half a month, the village still did not materialize. Xiaochen and the others could not enter and could only wait. Boom, suddenly, the ghost town trembled. The light of massacre lingering outside flared with divine light. A dragon roar resounded in the 9 heavens, shaking the ground. An ancestor dragon tore through the clouds in the distant sky like a huge mountain. That is not a dragon king. It is the legendary ancestor dragon. Heavens! It is the real ancestor dragon. Xiaochen and the others were not the only ones who exclaimed. The expressions of the cultivators observing in the distance all changed. Even though they had not seen the real ancestor dragon before, they still had a deep understanding of its legends. They had even seen the stone carvings, so they could not be wrong. The vast dragon might shook the entire Yong province, causing the expressions of the half-step martial ancestors of the 9 provinces to change greatly. Many strong cultivators soared into the sky and used their heavenly eyes to look in this direction. The huge ancestor dragon tore through the sky and instantly flew to the great desolate ancient village. A dragon roar spread throughout Yong province, causing the ground to tremble. It is not the ancestor dragon, it is that divine ship. Divine radiance radiated in the sky. The huge ancestor dragon suddenly turned into a divine ship and floated in the sky, emitting a glaring light. This was the ancestor dragon ship that once floated in the Forbidden Sea. Back then, it had already soared to outer space. Unexpectedly, it flew here today. The death bridge extended from the divine ship and connected to the illusory ancestral dragon village. A hazy figure turned into a beam of light and walked down the stone bridge, entering the ancient village. It is him. It is the expert who fought with Li Huiyu. Many people exclaimed. Boom, a huge black whirlpool appeared in the distant horizon. The divine gate appeared again, the expressions of Xiao Chen and the others changed on the spot. Could it be that another otherworldly ancestor god had descended so quickly? Why did he choose this place? Rumble, the deafening sound of thunder shook the 9 prefectures. Huge black lightning bolts danced in the sky above Yong province. Each bolt was as thick as a mountain. Their momentum was terrifying, causing everyone's heart to tremble. The huge black lightning bolts interweaved and formed a terrifying black electric net. In the center was the black divine gate. It was as if the most ferocious beast of the immemorial era was about to be born. A terrifying aura filled the air. What was going on? First, the ancestral dragon ship brought the mysterious ancestor god here. Then, the divine gate appeared. It seemed like they came for the great desolate ancient village. Light flickered in the ancestral dragon village. Not long after, the hazy figure walked out calmly and returned to the ancestral dragon ship through the death bridge. Then, he pointed at the huge black divine gate in the sky. Boom, the mighty power of the ancestor god spread throughout the world. Boundless divine power shattered the sky. The black lightning bolts that were as thick as a mountain danced wildly, trying to block the power of the finger. At the same time, the black divine gate in the center of the lightning bolts emitted endless divine light. Then, a blood-colored mist rushed out. How long can you block it? In the near future, we will come to this world together. A cold voice came from the black divine gate. It was bone-chilling. Obviously, it was a powerful ancestor god from a different world. I, Li Huiyu, will be the first to come to this world in the future. At the same time, a familiar voice came. It was the same cold and emotionless Li Huiyu who was stopped not long ago. 2 powerful ancestor gods from a different world were inside the mysterious divine gate. Just thinking about it made the cultivators of the 9 provinces tremble. If they really came one day, who could stop them? It should be known that this era was too weak compared to the past. Almost all the ancestor gods had withered. How many people could the ancestor god on the ancestral dragon ship stop alone in the future? The future was really hopeless. Boom, on the ancestral dragon ship, the hazy figure shook his hand and threw down the death bridge. It connected to the center of the black lightning bolts and went straight into the divine gate. In the midst of the rumbling sound, all the black lightning bolts were collapsing. The divine gate also collapsed. Fine, I will settle the score with you in the future. Now that we can't build a stable passage, we can't allow our true bodies to descend. Let our descendants come to this world first and train our troops here. The black light grew even brighter, causing the skies to completely shatter. The 2 powerful otherworld elder gods were forced to retreat. However, a bad premonition arose in everyone's heart. Chaotic times were about to descend once more. Even though the ancestral gods of this world had yet to arrive, their descendants were about to appear in this world. A dragon roar resounded through the sky. The ancestral dragon ship soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The dazzling light of massacre that lingered outside the ghost town slowly retracted and returned to normal. The ancestor gods suddenly appeared here. They came and went quickly. It was obvious that the desolate ancient village was not an ordinary place. What would happen here in the future? Although this place is called the Ancestral Dragon Village, it was called the Desolate Ancient Village in the distant past. Maybe it is related to the desolate heavenly realm. The golden divine halberd demon soldier suddenly said. Unfortunately, we didn't have true consciousness and soul back then. Otherwise, we would definitely know. Wu Taiyin also said. These 2 old demons were shattered ancestor god weapons. Naturally, they would not speak without thinking. Hearing their words, everyone's expression changed. The desolate heavenly realm and the desolate heavenly realm were too distant and hazy for the old half-step ancestors. However, with the passage of time, these mysterious and unknown places seemed to be getting closer to them. Also, the ghost town beside the desolate ancient village must be related to the depths of the death world. Since the martial ancestor entered the depths of the death world, he most likely, Bai Chi's voice trailed off. The depths of the death world, the desolate heavenly realm did not seem to be related. However, people could not help but associate them together. The three would most likely clash in the future. Everything seemed to be just the beginning, just unveiling a corner of the mysterious veil. The more anxious Xiaochen was, the more the ancestral dragon village did not appear. It kept switching between real and illusory. Xiaochen wished that he could immediately rush in. 1 month later, a sudden upheaval occurred. Many black divine gates appeared in the sky of the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds. Although they were not as big and scary as the divine gates that the ancestor gods of the other worlds manifested, these black passageways still gave off a frightening fluctuation. The words of the ancestor gods of the other worlds came true. Their descendants had killed their way over and were coming to the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds to train their troops. Upheaval was inevitable. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds were in a panic. The distant memories had been unlocked. The ancient war had continued until now. The bitter cycle of reincarnation was about to begin again. The ancestor gods of the other worlds did not stop their descendants from appearing. This time, the ancestor god controlling the heaven bridge of death did not stop them. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to. These black passageways were too scattered and not concentrated in one place. They were much easier to open than the passageways needed for the ancestor gods of the other worlds to descend. Hence, many passageways were opened. On that very day, 9 divine gates appeared in the sky above the ancestral dragon village. It became a land of disaster. It was very obvious that this place would become the main battlefield. This really touched Xiaochen's bottom line. He didn't say anything and soared into the sky. 30 undamaged swords swept across the horizon. The huge sword formation shattered one of the divine gates on the spot. A furious roar transmitted from within, "I am the grandson of Li Huiyu. Those who block me will be destroyed in both body and soul." Crisis also rushed over. When he heard that, he boasted shamelessly, "Go to hell. Li Huiyu's doomsday halberd has already been taken away by me. I even blasted his incarnation into dregs. Go back and tell him to wash his neck clean. Next time, I'll cut off the head of his real body." Roar. The shattered divine gate let out such a furious roar, then it completely disappeared. The snow-white little Kiki, Bai Chi, the golden divine halberd, and ebony engraved also soared into the sky one after another and attacked the other divine gates. On this day, the rumbling sound lingered in the sky above the great desolate ancient village. The 9 divine gates were all shattered. Not a single otherworldly expert rushed out. How regretful. Fatty Zhuge was filled with regret. He still wanted to eat the otherworldly experts and was preparing to advance. However, before the experts could even show themselves, they were all beaten back. The same thing happened in the 9 provinces and the other 4 worlds. However, in the sky above some of the uninhabited areas, the divine gates were wide open. The otherworldly experts rushed out without any obstruction. This won't do. This is too passive. Even if the otherworldly ancestor gods can't descend, if a 9th celestial layer half-ancestor appears, they can still annihilate us. Xiaochen felt that the situation was very grave. He said, "We need to find a few strong half-ancestor experts to hold down the fort." He really wanted to call Xing Tian, Qiyu, and Laozi over. However, he didn't know where they were. If they were in closed-door cultivation at this moment, it would be too unfortunate. I want the Death World's divine village to invite Sky Beyond Heaven and the others. I want them to invite Qiyu, Xing Tian, and the others out. Wu Chen quickly made such a decision. Then, he said to Bai Qi, "You should quickly go into closed-door cultivation. If you can really merge the eternal light into your soul, the other strong half-ancestor experts might have a chance." Although the half-ancestor speculated that after merging the eternal light, they might evolve into ancestor gods. No one had seen it. Furthermore, if that was really the case, why didn't the martial ancestor and Father Ku create a few ancestor gods in the 9 provinces? There must be a reason. Right now, Bai Qi was a living experiment. Let's see if he could make any breakthroughs. Xiaochen scattered all his energy and quickly disappeared from the ghost town. In the next moment, he arrived in the death world and rushed out of the bone well. The divine village was fine. It was still as peaceful as before. Wu Chen's arrival startled Sky Beyond Heaven and the other 5 half-ancestors. With the help of the ancestor blood, they had almost recovered. Hearing Xiaochen say that, Sky Beyond Heaven immediately nodded and said, "Looks like the war is about to start again. I will go and find Xing Tian and Qiyu." The demonic bear also came over and said, "How can I be absent from such an exciting event? I also want to go and take a look at that dazzling world." Including the 3 sovereign Treant kings, Sky Beyond Heaven, Xiong, and the other 5 powerful half-ancestors returned to the 9 provinces with Xiaochen 1 day later. They appeared in front of the ghost town. In just 1 day, the atmosphere in front of the great desolate ancient village was very heavy. A heroic-looking girl wearing a silver battle armor and holding a heavenly sword appeared. She led a group of experts and surrounded the ancestral dragon village. Bai Qi, Crisis, Bosch, and the others all hid in Keek's lost paradise. They confronted these people in front of the ancient village. The ground around the ancestral dragon village was shaved several hundred meters deep. Clearly, they had attacked the ancient village before. That was why they created such a terrifying scene. The chaotic flames of war had begun from here. The otherworldly experts descended and surrounded ancestral dragon village. Under the lead of a girl in silver armor, everyone was surging with killing chi. 40 to 50 of them wore golden armor that shone with a cold light. The divine weapons in their hands were filled with killing chi. Black iron spears, golden divine swords, and bronze halberds all shone with a piercing light and a bone-chilling coldness. Although there were only a few dozen of them, when they gathered together, it was like a vast army galloping forward, giving off a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. This was a group of peerlessly powerful demon gods that were born to kill. Among them, there were more than 10 half-step martial ancestors. Seeing Xiaochen's group arrive, these otherworldly experts immediately looked over with cold gazes. It was as if winter had arrived. "Xiaochen, be careful." Fatty Zhuge warned loudly, "That girl in silver armor has a horrifying speed." She managed to dodge the Lost Paradise's attack the instant it enveloped her. Furthermore, she is an 8th heaven martial ancestor. An 8th heaven martial ancestor was extremely horrifying. Under normal circumstances, she could easily destroy a 3rd or 4th heaven martial ancestor. The white-clad girl held a flashing silver sword in her hand. She was fearless as she stood in the air, blocking Xiaochen's group from the Lost Paradise. The so-called reinforcements are just a few half-step martial ancestors. The girl in silver armor was very beautiful but cold. Her eyes shot out a cold glint as she swept her gaze across Sky Beyond Heaven, Xiong, and the others. Then, she looked at Lu Chen, who was at the front. When she saw that he was not even a half-step martial ancestor, her expression immediately turned even colder. Her gaze was emotionless and cold, like she was looking down on ants. She instantly raised the sword in her hand and pointed it at Xiaochen's group. A strong killing chi immediately surged over like a flood, surging and roaring, shaking the surroundings. It had an unparalleled impact. Xiaochen had already sent a secret voice projection to Ku, Sky Beyond Heaven, and the others. At this moment, he did not retreat but advanced instead. He sent out 6 heavenly steels and charged forward with the flood-like killing chi. "You are seeking your own death." The silver-clad girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Set off by the cold metallic armor, she looked even more beautiful and cold. She moved incredibly fast, arriving before Xiaochen in an instant. Although the 6-sided heavenly steel that Xiaochen summoned was just an image, it was as heavy as a mountain. Before it landed on the ground, it already caused the surroundings to tremble. Without a doubt, these 6 heavenly steels were capable of shaking ordinary half-martial ancestors. Even Babula, who had fallen from the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, had suffered greatly from them. However, this level 8 woman was unquestionably no longer suppressed. Absolute power could break through all techniques. The brilliance of that heavenly sword soared to the sky. It was like a huge sunflower blossoming in her hand. Then, it pierced towards Xiaochen's throat as fast as lightning. Absolute contempt. He wanted to cut Xiaochen's throat with one strike, to kill him with one strike. In the rear, the 40 to 50 otherworldly experts all had cold expressions. They watched all this with disdain. In their opinion, Xiaochen would die for sure. An earth-penetrating cultivator fighting against an level 8 martial ancestor was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ant trying to shake a tree. It would be too easy for an level 8 martial ancestor to kill such a reptile. The otherworldly experts all revealed cruel smiles. They waited quietly for blood to bloom and the moment the sword cut Xiaochen's throat. However, the result exceeded their expectations. Everyone's expression slowly froze. Xiaochen's left hand grabbed at the Marquis's heavenly sword. As he moved forward, the resplendent sword chi did not shatter it. His palm seemed to have a boundless demonic power. It sucked in the horrifying sword chi that could shatter 100,000 mountains into his hand. It did not seem like a palm but a huge bottomless pit. Furthermore, just at this moment, the sword in Xiaochen's hand swept forward. It gave off a piercing cold light, making the sun dim under this light. Ding! Xiaochen's left hand clashed with the heavenly sword. It was undamaged, but sparks flew out of the heavenly sword. At the same time, the sword in Xiaochen's right hand had already arrived. Pfff, blood splattered everywhere. He chopped off the level 8 martial ancestor's head. Blood dyed her silver battle clothes red. That beautiful and cold face was filled with disbelief. All of this happened in an instant. The otherworldly expert wanted to cut Xiaochen's throat and kill him quickly. She did not believe that Xiaochen could block her heavenly sword with a single hand. The two of them clashed, but the result was that she, a powerful level 8 martial ancestor, was killed by a nobody in the earth-penetrating realm. The 40 to 50 otherworldly experts in the rear were filled with disbelief. This was too shocking. Boom, killing intent soared and scattered the clouds in the sky. The 40 to 50 experts rushed forward together, wanting to kill Xiaochen. However, the snow-white little critter was faster than them. It had already rushed over after receiving Xiaochen's voice transmission. The lost paradise opened wide, preparing to suck in the female half-ancestor as well. Xiaochen held the half-stone bone in his left hand and rushed into the lost paradise along with Sky Beyond Sky and the others who were already prepared. Kiki squeaked and rushed toward the female half-ancestor. Bloody light burst forth and dazzling divine radiance shone. The level 8 martial ancestor was indeed unparalleled. The instant her head was chopped off, she reassembled her body and barely dodged the lost paradise, escaping this calamity. Aku had already experienced her extreme speed, so he did not chase after her. Instead, he shrouded the back. The 40 to 50 otherworldly experts just happened to be rushing over. Not good, retreat quickly. Radiance radiated in all directions and the earth-shaking killing intent immediately dispersed. These people fled in all directions. However, there were still 9 experts who were enveloped by the lost paradise. They lost their divine power on the spot. Surprisingly, one of them was a half-ancestor from another realm. The third stutterer did not say anything. He leaped up high and hacked down with the doomsday halberd. However, the half-ancestor that Kiki imprisoned was chopped in half just as it opened its eyes. Ing Xiong shouted and rushed over. He shared the half-ancestor's divine soul with Bai Qi. One of them was a life form of fire seed, the other was a soul cultivator. To them, this was naturally a great supplement. White-haired fatty Zhuge grinned. He felt that it was a pity. He also wanted to join in the fun. Xiaochen, Bosch, Toddy, Wu Ming, and the others made their move together. They chopped off the heads of the other 8 otherworldly experts. Zhuge Fatty was overjoyed. He eagerly started to collect the divine souls. However, his cultivation was too weak. He was unable to continue devouring these divine souls. Crisis threw the head of the half-ancestor to him with malicious intent and said, "You will get what you eat." After eating the head of a half-ancestor, you might have the physique of a half-ancestor. Zhuge Fatty dodged in a hurry. Although the cultivation technique that the martial ancestor passed to him was monstrous, he did not want to go crazy. He only planned to devour spiritual essences and divine souls. It was similar to the life forms of fire seed. PFFF. PFFF. PFFF, blood splattered in the lost paradise. 9 otherworldly experts were killed just like that. Their corpses were thrown out. There were close to 40 otherworldly experts outside. Among them were 10 odd half-ancestors. All of them were enraged. They came with great momentum, yet they suffered such heavy losses. It was hard to accept. Although Xiaochen and the others looked relaxed, everyone knew that they were just lucky. None of them relaxed. Even Ling Long and Mian Mian, the 2 little girls, were tensed up. "Ants, you will pay the heaviest price for this." Close to 40 otherworldly experts shouted at the same time. Their voices shook heaven and earth. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, rumbling loudly. "Kiki, charge over!" Xiaochen shouted while standing in the lost paradise. With the lost paradise around, he did not believe that the other party could withstand it. They have a demonic diagram that can infinitely increase the distance between them and the lost paradise. "We won't be able to catch up," Bai Qi said from the side. They had fought before. Kiki rode on the lost paradise and quickly charged over. Indeed, a huge demonic diagram unfurled. No matter how far Kiki went, the demonic diagram would pull the otherworldly experts back. It was extremely sinister. "You said that you would make us pay a heavy price. Is this how you want us to keep retreating?" Xiaochen shouted. "In that case, come out and fight. Why are you hiding in the divine garden?" The group of otherworldly experts on the other side roared like thunder. As for that girl in silver battle robes, she did not say a word. She just stared coldly at Xiaochen. If looks could kill, Xiaochen would have died 100 times already. Xiaochen's side did not have an 8th or 9th heaven half-ancestor holding down the fort. He did not dare to charge out and fight the other party. Fortunately, they had Kiki, a heaven-defying fellow. Otherwise, they would not be able to threaten the other party. However, even though the little critter had the lost paradise, it could not catch up to the other party. This made the little critter very depressed. It squeaked a few times and clenched its fist tightly. "Come, let's go to outer space to look for Xing Tian and Qiyu," the fair-skinned and plump childlike person suggested. "Alright, let's go to outer space." Kiki soared into the sky. The lost paradise carried everyone and soared into the distant outer space. The ground outside Ancestor Dragon Village was shaved several hundred meters deep. However, the ancient village did not suffer any damage. Hence, Xiaochen could leave without any worries. The wind howled as Xiaochen's group quickly soared into the clouds. Then, they charged into the heavenly creation outer space. The stars flickered like resplendent pearls in the darkness, looking very beautiful. Behind them, close to 40 strong otherworldly half-ancestors caught up to them, wanting to kill them. At this moment, the same thing was happening in the 9 continents and the 4 great worlds. The war had started. The stronger the cultivator, the more danger they might encounter. Smoke rose everywhere, and the flames of war raged. The chaos came so suddenly that the 9 continents and the 4 great worlds were in turmoil. In the outer space, Kiki tore through space and advanced. Close to 40 strong demonic gods also tore through space and chased after her. That female 8th heaven half-ancestor had her eyes on Xiaochen. She would not rest until she killed him. "What the hell are you chasing for?" Crisis transmitted his voice using his spiritual sense. "Even if we catch up, do you dare to charge into the lost paradise? Is it fun to be a follower? It's in that starfield." The sky beyond sky pointed forward. Kiki kept traveling through space. She was relying on the fact that the little fellow was already a half-ancestor. Otherwise, she would not be able to endure such a huge exhaustion. A faint blue planet appeared in everyone's vision. They quickly flew towards it. Just as they landed on the surface of the planet, 2 powerful auras covered the sky and the earth. 2 demonic godlike figures rushed over from several thousand kilometers away. "It's you guys. What happened? Why are you here?" They were Xingtian and Qiyu, the 2 war gods. Their black hair flowed down like a waterfall. Their bodies looked like they were made of steel, filled with explosive power. When they saw the sky beyond sky and the others, they immediately knew something big had happened. The otherworldly ancestor gods are descending again. The sky beyond sky only had this one sentence. Xing Tian and Qiyu immediately knew what had happened. The two ancient gods of war looked at the sky at the same time. Four beams of light from their eyes tore through the void like heavenly swords. The cultivators from the other world who had followed closely behind felt a great pressure. 4 of them were directly pierced through by the light and died. Although the 4 of them were not half-ancestor level, they were still super experts. Yet, they were killed by the light of the 2 war gods just like that. This made them feel a chill in their hearts. An 8th celestial layer half-ancestor? Xingtian immediately stared at the glamorous woman in silver armor. His voice was incomparably cold as he said, "I'll kill you." Although the last 4 words weren't spoken loudly, the confidence in his voice was enough to make people tremble in fear. The otherworldly expert's expressions changed. Xingtian didn't say anything else. He immediately soared into the sky with a huge shield in his left hand and a huge axe in his right. It was as if he had the power to split the heavens and earth. "I'll deal with you." Before the mysterious 8th celestial layer half-ancestor could attack, a half-ancestor rushed over. He held a golden holy sword in his hand that illuminated the starry sky. The half-ancestor turned into a 50-kilometer-long sword ray that slashed towards Xingtian. His entire body turned into a rainbow light. He fused with the golden holy sword and rushed forward. The ancient war god Xingtian stood in the sky. He suddenly raised his huge copper shield and smashed it forward. Boom, the 50-kilometer-long sword ray collapsed on the spot. As for the half-ancestor who fused with the holy sword, he was sent flying by the huge copper shield in Xingtian's hand. His body was badly mutilated, and his body was completely deformed. This was the might of an ancient war god. He was as still as a mountain, but when he moved, he was like a violent thunderbolt that could collapse the heavens and crack the earth. With a single strike, he smashed a powerful half-ancestor into mincemeat with his shield. "Ah!" the powerful half-ancestor roared furiously. He quickly healed his body and rushed forward. This was simply a humiliation. It was as if he was the one who smashed his own body. It was too humiliating. Xingtian's eyes were cold and emotionless. He faced the half-ancestor. He raised the battle axe in his hand and swept it across the sky, causing the stars to tremble. Kacha, pfff, 2 sounds rang out in succession. The might of an ancient war god shocked everyone. The battle axe in Xingtian's hand seemed to have directly shattered the golden holy sword. Then, it directly chopped the half-ancestor in half at the waist. Pfff, the half-ancestor screamed miserably. His soul rushed out of his body in an attempt to escape. However, Xingtian's battle axe was in his left hand. A huge palm stretched out, covering the sky and covering the earth. It grabbed the half-ancestor's soul on the spot. With a forceful pinch, the half-ancestor was killed on the spot. This was the might of an ancient war god. A powerful half-ancestor from a different dimension was killed in such a simple manner. This shocked all the otherworldly experts. The 8th celestial layer female half-ancestor's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her silver battle dress flickered with radiance. She rushed over with the heavenly sword in hand. Her killing intent shook the starry sky. A cold glint radiated from her beautiful eyes. With a bone-chilling voice, she said, "I will extract your soul and offer it to the experts of my race." At this moment, Xingtian only said a few words, "You have no chance. I will kill you now." On the spot, the 2 of them rushed out of the aquamarine planet and started fighting in the outer space. At this moment, Xiao Chen and the others felt relieved. The powerful Xingtian was worthy of being called an ancient war god. With him around, there was no danger at all. They walked out of the lost paradise. At this time, the equally powerful demonic god Qiyu laughed heartily. Even the sky was trembling. He looked at the doomsday dagger axe in the 3rd stutterer's hand and said, "Lend me the ancestral god's weapon." Crisis immediately looked like he was looking at a bitter gourd. This treasure was not even warmed up yet, and it was already fancied by a powerful demonic god. His smile was uglier than crying. He braced himself and handed the dagger axe over. Qiyu didn't say anything superfluous. He handed his dagger axe over to Crisis. After that, he brandished the doomsday dagger axe and soared into the sky. Everyone was extremely shocked. The ancient demonic god Qiyu, who was on par with Xingtian, held the doomsday dagger axe in one hand and charged towards the dozens of otherworldly experts. He killed his way into the crowd. It could be said that he had the momentum to devour the mountains and rivers. The 1,000 otherworldly experts seemed to be in disbelief. An expert who was not an ancestral god actually dared to charge at them. This was too arrogant. Boom, the doomsday dagger axe in Chiyu's hand burst out a huge black light that swept across the entire starry sky. At the same time, Qiyu forced the 8th celestial layer female half-ancestor to retreat to this side. She coordinated with Qiyu from afar and the two of them charged towards the otherworldly experts at the same time. The golden divine halberd and the black iron engravings shouted loudly, "Kill, kill, kill." These two guys soared into the sky and charged towards the starry sky. "Kill!" Xiaochen shouted loudly. He also charged out of the lost paradise and soared into the sky. Bai Qi followed closely behind him. Sky Beyond Heaven and the other 6 half-ancestors attacked together. The snow-white Kiki turned around and disappeared into the sky. She also stealthily slipped forward. With Qiyu and Xingtian, these two experts, overseeing things, the strength of their side was not inferior to the other side. Now, everyone was in high spirits and prepared for a big battle. The situation here was reversed, everything was good. However, the situation of the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds was not good. The powerful half-ancestors of the otherworldly experts had been accumulated through several civilizations. They were much more numerous than this world. They descended all over the world, causing the cultivators of the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds to feel an unprecedented pressure. The few main battlefields had also reached the climax. The great battle was extremely intense. Divine arrows pierced through the sky. 9 divine arrows pierced through the heaven and earth in succession. Hou-Yi, who had disappeared for many years, showed himself in the cultivation world. He resolved the crisis of a main battlefield, but he was targeted by a ridiculously powerful half-ancestor of the otherworldly experts. "I am the grandson of Li Huiyu. I have come to take your life." Another 8th celestial layer half-ancestor. At the same time, the Buddha appeared in the celestial city of the Immortals world and fought against the otherworldly experts. And the peak expert among the half-ancestors, Laozi, also appeared in the soul world and attacked an 8th celestial layer half-ancestor. In the starry sky, 2 figures stood side by side on the huge ancestral dragon ship. They looked down at the vast land of the 9 prefectures and revealed a helpless expression. "Countless years ago, we already used the ancestral dragon ship to send away a group of people. Could it be that we have no choice but to do the same this time?" "Yes, there is no other choice. The situation this time is even more severe than the last time. I'm afraid the destruction of the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal worlds is already a foregone conclusion. The ancestral dragon sacrificed its bones and the divine tree to create a divine ship. Yet, it was used like this. How lamentable." In the outer heaven starry domain, the battle between half-step martial ancestors reached its climax. Xingtian and Qiyu fought with great momentum, sweeping through everything before them. Naturally, Xiaochen's side did not have as many half-step martial ancestors as the other side. However, they had 2 ancient war gods. Their absolute combat prowess surpassed the other side. The battle axe in Xingtian's hands seemed to possess the might to split heaven and earth. The light it gave off suppressed even the strong 8th heaven half-step martial ancestor, unable to contend with it. Qiyu wielded the doomsday halberd. He fought against several half-step martial ancestors, looking down on everyone. He brought out the terrifying might of the ancestral god halberd. Pooh, the pitch-black halberd swept out in all directions and chopped off the head of a half-step martial ancestor. Blood spurted into the air. Before that half-step martial ancestor could reconstruct his body, the divine weapon in Chiyu's hand moved. Bang, that corpse immediately split into pieces. After the strong divine energy crushed it, it turned into a mist of blood. The powerful soul of the half-step martial ancestor charged out, trying to flee into the depths of the starry heavens. However, Qiyu was a demonic god of massacre. Be it combat prowess or experience, the half-step martial ancestor was far from comparable. With 7 steps, the doomsday halberd trembled 7 times. Boom, that half-step martial ancestor's soul surging with divine energy immediately shattered into pieces. Finally, it turned into a rain of light and scattered. Behind them, Bai Qi and Xianxia rushed over. The two experts instantly absorbed all of the scattered soul power. Then, they charged at the great enemies in front of them. Each of them faced two powerful half-martial ancestors, and each of them fought against two powerful half-martial ancestors. After Xianxia blocked the strong female 8th heaven expert from another world, Xiaochen and the others no longer had any qualms about charging forward. Xiaochen swung the 30 swords in his hand, quickly trapping a half-step martial ancestor. Then, he held the 7-colored holy tree upside down and charged in. Bang, 7-colored divine light soared into the sky. Xiaochen knocked that half-step martial ancestor back with one strike. However, that half-step martial ancestor could not escape the sword. Formation formed by the swords. This was a prison. The 7-colored holy tree contained the essence of an ancestor dragon and an ancestor emperor. Furthermore, it was tempered by the eternal light. Furthermore, it was extraordinary in the first place. Bang, unfortunately, before that half-martial ancestor could unleash his true divine might, his body was shattered by the 7-colored sacred tree. His powerful soul was directly shattered by the 7 ancestral dragon essences, and turned into the purest divine power. On the other side, Beyond Heaven and Beyond Human teamed up and displayed their divine ability and battle skill, martial domain. In this absolute warrior space, they were the rulers. The martial domain that the two of them jointly created was impregnable and impregnable. It was like catching a turtle in a jar as it encircled and killed two half-martial ancestors. Under their peerless fists, the bodies of the two half-martial ancestors exploded. Dazzling light blossomed in the starry sky like the most beautiful fireworks, or like a peerless divine flower blooming. Two half-ancestors from another world died just like that. The light of their sacrifice caused this starry sky to become dazzling. It seemed like a great victory, but no one was happy at all. This kind of battle was extremely cruel, and if the heaven-punishing beast wasn't present, the result would probably be completely different. Yeah, the snow-white little critter Kiki finally sneaked over quietly. It opened the lost paradise and charged toward the group of otherworldly experts. The little critter wanted to seal them all. Not good, retreat quickly. The moment they saw the little critter approaching, the expressions of the group of otherworldly experts changed. They treated Kiki the same as Xianxia and Qiyu. The threat of the lost paradise was too great. If they were trapped inside, they would definitely be able to kill everyone. If they didn't have extreme speed, it would be impossible to escape the calamity of being imprisoned. The otherworldly experts quickly dispersed, and this created an opportunity for Xianxia, Bai Qi, and the others. The golden divine halberd and the black iron engraved roared loudly as they attacked unhindered. It was also at this time that the outcome of the battle between the peak experts not far away was decided. The 8th celestial layer female half-ancestor wearing a silver battle dress was no match for Xianxia and was cleaved in half on the spot. Blood rained down and dyed the starry sky red. Boundless divine power surged violently and turned the surrounding planets into fine powder. This terrifying woman's divine power was like a cosmic hurricane that swept in all directions. She almost caused the Beyond Heaven, Xianxia, and the others to suffer a great calamity. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia held the battle axe in his hand and chased after her. The divine axe and bronze shield moved together, causing the starry sky to tremble. Xianxia was like a giant that split the heavens and earth apart in the ancient legends. Nothing could stop him wherever he passed. When the 8th celestial layer female reformed her body and fled into a fiery star, Xianxia strode in. Flames splashed in all directions and waves surged into the sky. Boom, at this time an unforeseen event occurred. A huge demonic diagram was unfolded by the 8th celestial layer female and enveloped Xianxia. It was this demonic diagram that allowed the otherworldly experts to safely escape the imprisonment of the lost paradise several times. One could well imagine how extraordinary it was. Xianxia let out a long roar on the spot. He felt danger. The battle axe swept across the sky and cleaved towards the huge demonic diagram. At the same time, the bronze shield in his left hand shattered the starry sky. Monstrous divine power surged towards the demonic diagram. However, the demonic diagram was truly extraordinary. It became bigger and bigger, vast and unfathomable like a galaxy. It covered the sky and the earth and absorbed the endless starlight. It enveloped Xianxia and wanted to suck him in. Seeing that Xianxia's body was involuntarily soaring into the sky and was about to enter the demonic diagram, his axe and shield shook together and shook the resplendent starry sky. Billions of starlight turned into surging rivers that surged over and condensed into his body. Immediately, Xianxia's divine body shone brilliantly like a giant born at the beginning of the world. He shook the entire starry sky and clawed at the demonic diagram. At the same time, Qiyu discovered Xianxia's dangerous situation. The doomsday halberd in his hand slaughtered in all directions. He turned into a beam of demonic light and rushed over in an instant. The ancestral god weapon pierced through the sky and swept towards the demonic diagram displayed on the star. Xiaochen also saw the situation over here. 30 battle swords protected his body, 6 heavenly steels opened the way, 7 rays of ancestral dragon divine light shot up from the rainbow-colored sacred tree, and an ancestral god's essence lingered by the side and swept towards the demonic diagram. With several beams of eternal light as a shield, the divine radiance shot out was incomparably sharp and pierced through the demonic diagram in the sky. That was definitely a divine artifact refined by an ancestral god and not a half-ancestral divine weapon. Xiaochen and the others indeed needed to work together. Squeak, the little critter Cha rushed over. The little fellow used the lost paradise to clash head-on with the demonic diagram covering the sky and immediately stopped the demonic diagram's downward momentum. Boom, Xianxia finally exerted his strength. Billions of starlight revolved around his body. He was like the rebirth of Pangu. The battle axe and shield struck together and shattered the huge star in front. Divine radiance soared into the sky and radiated in all directions. The starry sky boiled and the 20-odd planets in the surroundings were affected and completely shattered. Boom, the demonic diagram was blasted away by the divine power of the lost paradise and the eternal light of the rainbow-colored sacred tree. Xianxia rushed over quickly and swept his battle axe horizontally, directly cleaving the silver-armored female expert in half. The turbulent energy surged through the vast starry sky, making this starfield dazzling. Xianxia didn't want to give the female half-ancestral ancestor a chance to reconstruct her divine body. He swung his battle axe again and hacked forward. The body that had just gathered together, as well as the white battle clothes, were torn apart once again. The female half-martial ancestor had suffered serious injuries. Even someone as powerful as her, who was at the 8th heavenly layer, had never suffered such injuries before. Fear surged in her heart. Facing the devil god in front of her, this was the first time she felt fear. Go! The 8th celestial layer female half-ancestral ancestor shouted. The huge demonic diagram enveloped them and sucked in all the otherworld experts charging over. She also turned into a divine radiance and disappeared. The huge demonic diagram soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky, escaping from this battlefield. In fact, ever since the female half-ancestral ancestor was at a disadvantage, the otherworld experts already had the intention to retreat. Now was the best time to escape. Otherwise, they might all die here. Half of the otherworld experts' half-ancestral experts were killed. As for the remaining otherworld experts who hadn't reached this realm, they were all killed here. The otherworld forces suffered disastrous losses in this battle. Let's go to the 9 provinces to take a look. Qiyu and Xianxia met up with Xiaochen and the others. They chased after the demonic diagram. The current situation of the 9 provinces and the 4 cardinal worlds was not optimistic. There were flames of war and smoke everywhere. Outside the 9 provinces, the 100 races' divine islands stood side by side. This naturally became one of the main battlefields. Murderous intent sword and blood dyed the sea red. However, the experts gathered here. The war race's half-ancestral ancestor shook the heavens and the earth. He killed an 8th celestial layer half-ancestral ancestor and joined forces with the other experts to fight the otherworld cultivators to a stalemate. Because of this, they specially opened up a dimensional battle space and carried out a decisive battle. Xianxia joined the main battlefield. Xiaochen and Qiyu rushed to the next battlefield. There were too many battles going on in many places. More experts were needed to reinforce them. they practically killed along the way. Blood dyed their armor. Who knew how many otherworld experts they killed along the way? Even the third stutterer's hand was cramping from slashing people. Of course, he was hiding in the lost paradise to kill the otherworld experts that were frozen by Kiki. Otherwise, with his current strength, even if he had 9 lives, his body and soul would have been annihilated a long time ago. As for the white-haired fatty Zhuge, he was eating very happily. He was unable to devour the divine soul of a half-martial ancestor-level expert, but he could still slowly eat some of the divine souls of otherworldly cultivators with slightly weaker cultivations. In the end, Jiyu killed his way into the world of Immortals and arrived at the celestial city. He fought a group of otherworld half-ancestral experts together with the Buddha. Blood immediately flowed like a river. The battle was extremely bitter. And Sky Beyond Sky and the 6 half-ancestral experts rushed into the soul world to help Laozi fight a group of otherworld half-ancestral experts. This was a confrontation between experts of the same level. The whole world was trembling. And at this very moment, the battle in the world of cultivators was even more bitter. The grandson of the otherworld ancestor god Li Huiyu was at the 8th celestial layer. He was invincible and shook the heaven and earth. 2 cultivator half-ancestral experts were killed one after another. Holy, who came to the rescue, shot his divine arrows, but it was still difficult to stop him. Fortunately, Yu the Great rode on the 9 cauldrons and finally stopped the ferocious grandson of Li Huiyu. The 9 provinces and the 4 worlds were all bleeding. It was a scene of doomsday. Xiao Chen and the others rushed into the curse realm. The battle here was even more dazzling. All the spell masters were chanting incantations. Dimensional spaces were opened one after another, and countless meteorites were summoned. The meteors streaked across the earth, they were as dazzling as fireworks. However, the instant they bloomed, it was unknown how many people would lose their lives because of it. The bitter battle darkened the sky and the earth. Blood dyed the earth red. In this world, there was a powerful 9th celestial layer half-ancestral expert overseeing it. His battle prowess was unparalleled. No one could stop him at all. Fortunately, the martial imprint appeared at the crucial moment. With a flip of the old faker's hand, he suppressed the 9th celestial layer half-ancestral experts and killed many otherworld half-ancestral experts. He finally stabilized the situation. In the starry sky, on the ancestral dragon divine ship, 2 figures stood alone. They overlooked the boundless land and did not speak for a long time. How were they going to fight against the otherworld ancestor gods in the future? In terms of absolute numbers, they could not be compared at all. The difference was too great. Send the cultivators with potential away. Leave behind hope, leave behind a spark. The 2 looked at each other and made such a decision. Dragon roars shook the 9 heavens. The ancestral dragon divine ship carried the 2 of them and descended on the land of the 9 provinces. They first appeared in the ocean. 2 beams of divine light swept across the vast ocean and sky, shattering everything in their way. The otherworld experts died one after another. Miserable shrieks rang out incessantly. The 2 great ancestral gods attacked without any hesitation and carried out a massacre. The experts of the 100 races were greatly encouraged. At present, this was the largest battlefield. Almost half of the cultivators were gathered here. With the ancestral gods taking action, everyone saw hope. Only a few old antiques felt their hearts sink. They knew that the ancestral gods of the otherworld had yet to arrive, but the ancestral gods on their side had no choice but to take action. This was truly a kind of helplessness and sorrow. Because it was obvious that their side was too weak. Blood dyed the sky red. The 2 great ancestral gods attacked mercilessly and wiped out the otherworld experts. The ocean around the 100 races had completely turned the color of blood. Go! An 8th heavenly layer half-ancestor shouted and led the experts to break out of the encirclement. However, there were also times when the ancestral gods were merciless. They did not give them a chance at all. A pair of invisible hands swept across the sky, and the body of that 8th heavenly layer half-ancestor was shattered on the spot. However, the moment his body was shattered, a huge demonic diagram unfurled and soared into the sky, flying towards the 9 provinces. The 2 great ancestral gods on the ancestral dragon ship had helpless expressions. They had already expected this situation, but they were powerless to stop it. The demonic diagram had already appeared, and they could not fight their way back to the otherworld. The two of them tore through the sky and continued to wipe out the otherworld experts. They quickly appeared in the sky above the ancestral dragon village. The 7 demonic diagrams had already appeared. They covered the sky and blocked the sky above the ancient village like 7 huge demonic clouds. "I can't accept this," a branch god on the ancestral dragon ship let out a long sigh. He then soared into the sky and said, "Since there is no way to stop them, I will go kill some otherworld experts." The other ancestral god did not reply. He silently stood on the ancestral dragon ship and looked at the 7 demonic diagrams. The powerful ancestral god let out a long roar and tore through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the soul world and began to wipe out the otherworld experts. At this moment, he was ruthless and began to kill. "Go, leave this place." The otherworld experts retreated one after another. They had no choice but to break up and disperse in all directions. The demonic diagrams have already been brought to the 9 provinces. Our mission is complete. There is no need to fight anymore. The 9 stingers and the otherworld experts from the 4 worlds retreated like the tide and quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the battle stopped. Countless corpses were left on the main battlefields of the 9 provinces and the 4 worlds. Bright red blood dyed the earth red. The 7 huge demonic diagrams shrouded the sky above the primitive ancient village and slowly pressed down. The blurry ancestral dragon village slowly dimmed. The ancestral god on the ancestral dragon ship watched all of this. He seemed very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The vast demonic might caused the entire 9 provinces to tremble and startled everyone. The cultivators from the 4 worlds also came to the 9 provinces and watched everything from afar. The ancestral god who carried out the massacre finally returned. He stood beside the other ancestral god on the ancestral dragon ship, filled with helplessness and despair. When Xianxia arrived, he was even more furious. He wanted to move the 7 demonic diagrams, but he could not do anything. The 7 demonic diagrams were all refined by the otherworld's ancestral gods. They are the pivot that connects the otherworld. Although the otherworld's ancestral gods did not come personally, they can transmit supreme divine power through them. An ancient half-step martial ancestor said this fact. At this moment, it was no longer a half-step martial ancestor who controlled the demonic diagrams. The true otherworld's ancestral gods started to exert their power. Our last hope has been shattered. They want to cut off the connection between the great desolate world and the 9 provinces. An ancestral god on the ancestral dragon ship said such shocking news. The great desolate ancient village was actually connected to the great desolate realm. This seemed to be the passageway to the heavenly realm. The path to the great desolate realm is about to be cut off before it is truly opened. Indeed, the ancestral god on the ship confirmed everyone's guess. The 2 of them were already powerless to stop all of this. Behind the 7 demonic diagrams, there was no telling how many supreme ancestral gods of other realms were activating their divine power. Their terrifying aura made all living beings of the 9 states tremble. There might be 2 or 3 of our ancestral gods in the great desolate realm, but we do not know their situation. Now, we have completely lost the hope of summoning them. Now, there is no one, no power, that can help us. In the previous war, we used all our strength, but we suffered heavy losses. Our ancestral gods withered away. Now, there are only 2 of us left. But the 2 of us will never retreat. We will fight to the last drop of blood. The ancestral gods' news shocked everyone. The path to the great desolate realm was cut off. Hope was shattered. All that was left was despair. The 2 ancestral gods calmly said all this without hiding anything. They did not lie to boost morale. The final battle was inevitable. The outcome had long been decided, so some things had to be said. In today's battle, we have all witnessed the performance of the cultivators of the 9 continents and the 4 worlds. Some of them will be selected and sent to a mysterious world to preserve the last hope and spark for the 9 continents and the 4 worlds. Those who are chosen hope that you can move forward bravely. Because one day, when you have enough strength to return to the 9 provinces and the 4 worlds, those who fought alongside you may no longer exist. Those who remain will represent you in the final battle. The path paved with blood, I hope that those who leave will cherish it. Finally, please take another look at the world that nurtured you. Take a look at the magnificent mountains and rivers. When you return, all living beings in the 9 provinces and the 4 worlds will no longer exist. Perhaps a new batch of living beings will appear and replace us. When that time comes, I hope that you will remember those who once fought alongside you. Remember that there was once a batch of old friends who were buried under this land. The 2 ancestral gods' calm words did not contain any emotional fluctuations. They were not emotional at all, as though they were describing an ordinary matter. However, many cultivators felt sorrow in their hearts and wept. Who in the world could avoid death? Even if you were a peerless beauty and beauty, in the end, you would still turn into a skeleton. Even if you were a proud son of heaven and had a vast empire, in the end, you would still turn into a pile of yellow. The vicissitudes of life, rise and fall, glory and disgrace. Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye. So what if you were truly immortal? In the end, you would only witness the rise and fall of a legend with your own eyes. You would only be left with disappointment and sorrow. The masses were no different from the proud sons of heaven. Everyone was the main character of the world. Everyone had their own path. Along the way, Xianxia followed the footsteps of immortality. He slowly uncovered the veil of an ancient mythological world that had been sealed for countless years. Everything was very cruel. The more he understood, the more he experienced, the more helpless he felt. He was in the end of the mythological world. The current situation made him feel exceptionally unresigned. Not to mention the huge matter of cutting off the passage to the great desolate heavenly realm. The ancestor dragon village had too many connections with him. That was his home. His parents and relatives were there. How could he not feel anxious? The 7 huge demonic diagrams carved in the sky. Even someone as strong as an ancestor god was helpless. The ending could not be changed. It was already decided. The ancestor dragon divine ship disappeared into the horizon. The many cultivators gathered in front of the great desolate ancient village had already dispersed. The final parting was coming soon. Some people would leave this world soon. At this moment, this place was very quiet. The huge demonic diagrams in the sky gave off an oppressive feeling. Xianxia wanted to look up at the sky, but he could only see a huge shadow. There was no sunlight, no hope. I am not resigned. Xianxia faced the sky and roared, his voice shaking the sky. Divine energy surged around him. The divine radiance was like a blazing flame. Demonic patterns appeared on his forehead and formed a vertical eye. It looked like it was about to open. Not far away, the majestic ghost town trembled. The light of massacre surrounding it became even more dazzling and resplendent. Suddenly, Xianxia soared into the sky. Involuntarily, he was pulled to the top of the ghost town by a strong force. That massacre light immediately flourished with radiance and charged towards him at high speed. However, the moment it got close, it stopped and slowly returned to its original position. Kiki, who was rushing over, hastily stopped at a distance when she saw that he was not in danger. Crisis, Bai Qi, and the rest also felt relieved. The current ghost town was no longer ordinary. The light of massacre lingered around it. Even the ancestral god didn't dare to take it lightly. I want to break the demon diagram and open the path to the great desolate realm. Xianxia reared his head back and roared. Bai Qi, Crisis, and the others who were far away could understand his feelings. The ancestral dragon village was in sight, but he couldn't reunite with his parents. Ghost City, what kind of power do you have? Can you open the path to Heaven Realm? Xianxia stood alone on top of the ghost town. His entire body blossomed with radiance like a dazzling star. The demonic mark on his forehead throbbed and formed a vertical eye. In the end, it finally opened. Boom, the ghost town shook violently. A baleful aura soared into the sky. Boundless black fog spread out. It was as if the entire ghost town had come back to life. The 7 demon diagrams in the sky seemed to have sensed something. The surging black fog burst out from there and rushed towards the ghost town. Boom, the light of massacre soared into the sky and rushed towards the black fog. A formless collision ensued, followed by a deathly silence. The light of massacre was no match for the black fog and quickly retreated. There were at least 7 powerful ancestral gods behind the 7 demon diagrams. That kind of power was hard to imagine. Currently, no one could withstand it. Xiaochen leaped into the ghost town and walked towards the center of the ghost town with large strides. At the center of the ghost town, the demonic well sealed on the yellow clay platform. Droplets of blood were rolling on top of the well. It was a ghastly sight. Everything was based on his intuition. Xiaochen placed his palm on the yellow clay platform. The entire ghost town immediately soared with black light and shook violently. "Open that demon diagram for me." The vertical eye on Xiaochen's forehead shot out a beam of black light. As if it carried the power of the entire ghost town, it swept towards the 7 demon diagrams in the sky. This was an extremely powerful force. It shattered the void and swept across the 7 demon diagrams. The space was annihilated unceasingly. Noiselessly, the 7 demonic diagrams started to rotate. An extremely powerful force spun out. In an instant, the black light that was shot from Xiaochen's forehead towards the sky was dispersed. Even the area around Xiaochen's vertical eye was covered with bloody scars. Blood was dripping down from the wounds. Why is it like this? I need power. He had a crazy idea. He wanted to move the yellow clay platform away from the demonic well and borrow the power of the evil abyss. However, the dignified voice of the ancestral god transmitted from the sky and resounded beside his ears. It is already too late. There is no need to waste your efforts. Xiaochen didn't listen to him and did his best to shake the yellow clay platform. However, other than his hands being stained with blood, he couldn't do anything else. In the end, he walked out of the ghost town dejectedly. He couldn't change anything, he could only accept reality. The 7 demon diagrams had completely enveloped the great desolate ancient village. The illusory village could no longer be seen. One day later, the horn of the ancestral dragon divine ship resounded throughout the land. The list of people leaving had already been decided. Although it hadn't been announced yet, everyone knew that those with outstanding talents would definitely be the first choice. Xiaochen, Crisis, Bosch, Baiqi, Zhuge Fati, Toddy, Wu Ming, and the others left the ancestral dragon village. In the end, they bid each other a farewell filled with emotions and went on their way. They began to roam the 9 villages and the 4 corners of the world. Perhaps some of them would leave. They all wanted to see these great mountains and rivers in their final moments. 3 days later, Xiaochen, the dragon rebel king, Lawrence, and Oxman met up in the Curse Realm. Then, they traveled to the 9 prefectures together. Half a day later, they arrived at the Yellow Crane Tower, which was the #1 pavilion in the world. When Xiaochen and the others appeared on the tower, everyone's gaze focused on them. The great calamity was approaching. Many cultivators were like them, wandering around the famous mountains and great rivers of the world. There were cultivators from the 9 prefectures and experts from the 4 corners of the world here. The moment the experts of the 100 races saw Xiaochen, they immediately released a murderous aura. The atmosphere on the tower immediately became somewhat tense. "Everyone, it has been many years since we last met. I missed you all very much." This was Xiaochen's opening speech. It seemed like he had forgotten about the depressing matter regarding the ancestral dragon village. He smiled very brightly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth as he greeted everyone. The instant the Earth King saw Xiaochen going up the tower, his eyes immediately widened. However, the Sea God King pulled him back and transmitted his voice to him, telling him to restrain himself. Aside from the Heavenly King experts of the other races, their descendants were also present. Everyone looked at Xiaochen silently as if they were facing a great enemy. Time can erase everything. As for the various grudges of the past, let's put an end to it. Xiaochen chose a table and let Lawrence, Oxman, and the others sit down. Then, he turned around and continued, "Of course, if you are not willing, you can come at me." He said it very casually, but no one could do anything about it. By now, Xiaochen indeed had enough strength to say such words. He could totally compete with a half-step martial ancestor. An old friend bids farewell to the yellow crane in the west. I board the dragon boat at the end of the cold wind. The lonely sail's shadow is far away in the blue sky, only the flowing Yangtze River can be seen at the horizon. The white-robed Lawrence had a sickly expression as he leaned against the window. He raised his cup to Xiaochen and said, "Today's departure will be an eternal one." Borrowing the poem of the sword Immortal Li Bai, I bid brother Xiao farewell. One day, when brother returns, please pour a few cups of wine for me. Given Xiaochen's talent and accomplishments, leaving was naturally not a problem. He should have been chosen. What Lawrence said about an eternal farewell was indeed the truth. However, this scene made everyone feel exceptionally sad. Xiaochen wanted to say something, but in the end, he kept quiet. Lawrence was only a paragon. Although his talent was exceptional, in the context of the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world, he might not be that outstanding. There was probably no place for him on the ancestral dragon ship. Ding, Xiaochen clinked his cup forcefully against Lawrence's. Then, he tilted his head back and drank the bitter wine. In life, it's enough to have a few true friends to go through thick and thin with in life. The simple and honest Oxman also raised his wine cup and gently clinked it with Xiaochen's. He said, "Don't forget, you once had a friend called Oxman. Thousands of years later, if you recall this friend, please pour some wine on the ground for me." Xiaochen felt suffocated in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word at this moment. Tenex and Kiki at the side were also very silent. Many cultivators in the surroundings were also silent. They were also the same. Some of them were about to leave, and some were going to stay forever. What awaited them was only death. Tap, 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 there was a sound coming from the staircase. Someone was climbing the stairs again. "Xiaochen, you are really here." A middle-aged man with white hair on both sides of his temples walked over with large strides. His voice was trembling. "Chen Feng, it's you." Before Xiaochen followed goddess Lan Nua into the world of immortals, Chen Feng was already Xiaochen's friend in the mortal world. Back then, Chen Feng liked Ruoshui, but he gave up because of Xiaochen. All kinds of past events made Xiaochen filled with regret even now. "I know you are going to leave. We were already friends before you became famous. Although I hate you because you forgot Ruoshui, we are still friends after all. An old friend is here to send you off." Xiaochen's heart was filled with grief. He had already recalled Ruoshui's past events. However, he was unwilling to face it and buried it deep in his heart. Chen Feng's actions made him feel even more guilty. If Ruoshui was with Chen Feng back then, perhaps there wouldn't be so many regrets today. More than 200 years had passed. Nearly all of Xiaochen's mortal friends had already passed away. Only Chen Feng, who had gone overseas with Fairy Qingyun back then, had made some progress in his cultivation and was still alive. "Chen Feng," Xiaochen wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. "We were friends when we were young, and we are still friends now. Even if I don't have a future, and I would have already turned into ashes when you return one day, I believe that true friendship can last forever." Seeing Chen Feng's graying hair, Xiaochen felt his vision blur. "Chen Ziding, come over and greet your Uncle Xiao." Chen Feng waved at the staircase, and a youth walked over. That was his and Fairy Qingyun's child. Xiaochen forgot what he said. He jumped off the yellow crane tower while drunk. He walked on the waves of the Yangtze River and sang a sad song as he went against the current. Everything in the past, all his friends, would be parted forever. Life and death were boundless, and they would be separated forever. A dragon roar resounded throughout the land. The ancestral dragon ship appeared. Beams of divine light swept across the land, and the chosen people disappeared from the 9 prefectures and the 4 corners of the world. Xingtian, Qiyu, Laozi, Xuanzi, the Buddha, Sun Wu, all the elites were sent away. As an expert with great potential, Xiaochen was also chosen to board the ancestral dragon ship. The ancestral dragon ship floated in the void beyond the heavens. The 2 ancestor gods stood at the bow of the ship without any ripples. "After a long time," they said, "after 30,000 years, you will be able to return here. Set sail." The ancestral dragon ship shook the sky. All the experts were about to leave. Those who left did not feel happy. They all let out a roar of their souls, "We will meet again in 30,000 years. We shall meet again in 30,000 years." The voice shook the vast earth and echoed in the magnificent mountains and rivers for a long time, as if it was unwilling to disperse. The people who boarded the divine ship waved their hands sadly, bidding farewell to their family and friends. From then on, they would be separated forever, never to meet again. It would become an eternal regret in each other's memories. The ancestor gods were benevolent, but also ruthless. There were many elites on the ancestral dragon ship, but none of them could take their family or friends away. Because there were millions of creatures in the 9 prefectures and the 4 worlds, as long as they were not chosen, they were all equal. No one could board the divine ship with connections. Goodbye. The last 2 words resounded between heaven and earth, leaving behind an eternity of melancholy and sorrow. Everyone knew that they would never meet again. Xianxia felt his eyes were blurred. When he returned after 30,000 years, the world might still be the same, but the people in the depths of his memories would never exist again. The laughter, the sadness, the unforgettable old friends would pass away forever, turning into a gust of wind, a stalk of grass on the riverbank, a bone among the withered branches and withered leaves. 30,000 years later, the sea would turn into mulberry fields. Things would remain the same, but people would change. The past would vanish like smoke and clouds. The weight was unbearable. Xianxia felt suffocated in his heart. He was unwilling to accept this result. Even if he returned after 30,000 years, what was the point? Everything in the past would no longer exist. Could it be that just the word revenge could resolve the eternal melancholy and sorrow? I am unwilling. This was Xianxia's roar from the bottom of his soul. He was unwilling, unable to accept this result. If everything in the past no longer existed, even if he returned after 30,000 years and killed all the ancestor gods, he would not be able to restore everything in the past. Moreover, would he really be able to suppress the ancestor gods after 30,000 years? The ancestral dragon ship set sail. The 2 ancestor gods soared into the sky and turned into 2 huge rays of light, traversing the void. They wanted to stay and continue the battle. I want to stay. Xianxia soared into the sky and flew out of the ancestral dragon ship. He was not hot-blooded and impulsive, he could not cut off everything in the past. Perhaps, leaving was the best choice and the most rational action. If he had cultivated for 30,000 years and trained for thousands of days and nights, he would definitely have the combat prowess of an ancestor god. At that time, it would be wise for him to come back and fight. Maybe he wasn't qualified to be a battle saint, he wasn't ruthless enough, he wasn't emotionless enough. In the past, although he displayed a domineering side, at this very moment, he felt too much reluctance to part with Xianxia. Whoosh, the snow-white little Ka rushed out of the ancestral dragon ship and flew to Xianxia's side. After that, 10x also soared into the sky and arrived at this place in an instant. Don't be like this, you too, yeah, the snow-white little critter mumbled in dissatisfaction. The dragon rebel king said in a low voice, I can't escape like this. No one was willing to flee like this, many of them found it hard to give up everything on the ground. A commotion broke out on the ancestral dragon ship, many of them wanted to soar into the sky, but 2 huge light beams swept over and sealed the ancestral dragon ship. The 2 ancestral gods took action, stopping everyone. Remember, now is not the time for you to shed blood and sacrifice yourselves. Return after 30,000 years. The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, the ancestral dragon ship set sail and rushed towards the endless void. Let's meet again after 30,000 years. Xianxia shouted at the departing ancestral dragon ship, let's meet again after 30,000 years, we believe you will survive. The voice on the ancestral dragon ship gradually faded away. The dragon roar gradually faded away, the ancestral dragon ship disappeared in the void. The elites of the 9 prefectures and the 4-way worlds were sent away, it was impossible for them to return. Xianxia gazed at the direction where the ancestral dragon ship disappeared and stood there quietly for a long time. He didn't regret it at all. How could he just leave like this? His parents were in the ancestral dragon village, his friends and enemies were still in this world. 30,000 years later, the world would change, things would remain the same, but people would change. He couldn't abandon everything now. For him, some friendship was better than life. Even if he had to die, he was willing to be with his parents. It was difficult for him to escape alone. Let's return to the 9 prefectures. 10x and Ka followed Xianxia and rushed down to the earth below from the sky. The heavens are unfair. In front of the ancestral dragon village, Crisis hugged the doomsday heavenly spear and smashed it on the ground. His pair of peach blossom eyes shone brilliantly as he muttered loudly, even a great existence like third brother wasn't chosen, there is no justice in this world. Ancestral gods, you guys made a mistake, a matchless genius like me is hard to come by, how could you not take me away? The heavens are jealous of the heroic. Chrysis's stuttering came to a sudden stop. Boom, a huge lightning struck down and made Chrysis's head emit smoke. His long hair stood on end like a fluffy hedgehog ball. His whole body was charred black, bursts of green smoke were rising. F*ck, people are unlucky. Even under the clear sky, I still got struck by lightning. Chrysis was flustered and exasperated, he scuttled and jumped. In the sky, there was not a cloud in sight, it was a clear blue. Which bastard is scheming against Third Master? Chrysis angrily sized up Western Zhou, but he didn't find anything. Suddenly, 3 blazing radiants flew in his direction. 3 huge meteors streaked across the sky, they were exceptionally bright. Mother ***, even meteors are flying during the day. Are you trying to piss me off? Make a wish, ask the ancestral dragon ship to turn around and pick me up. Chrysis had an infuriating expression as he looked at the 3 meteors in the sky evilly. However, his expression changed in an instant. In the distant sky, a dark portal appeared, and even more meteors splashed out. Although most of them had already been burned to ashes when they reached the ground, there were still a lot of them that reached him. Stop your horse. Even if you want to try your luck, you can't. Do this. Do I deserve to be struck by lightning? Dozens of light beams shot straight down and penetrated him. Chrysis jumped to the side, but he was still hit and staggered a few times. This is really unreasonable. Evildoers are born during the apocalypse. Even meteors can travel through space. Just at this time, Chrysis quickly shut his mouth and ran away as nimbly as a cat. He was even faster than a rabbit that could fly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a barren mountain dozens of miles away. That was because he discovered that there was a terrifying aura rushing out from the Black Tree's huge spatial gate unceasingly. That aura was definitely from the strongest experts of the other world. Meteors splashed out unceasingly. One could well imagine how terrifying the divine gate this time was. It was definitely the passage for the other world's ancestral gods to descend. Here comes the big one. In the barren mountain, Chrysis had a lingering fear. He felt that the doomsday heavenly spear in his hand was really a hot potato. He really wanted to throw it away immediately. The huge black divine gate was even more majestic than the black hole that Li Huiyu opened when his true body descended last time. Demonic aura was rolling over and over. However, it seemed like the other world's ancestral gods would not be able to descend in a short period of time. However, this gate was definitely not opened by just one ancestral god. It should be a joint effort of several people to share this huge divine gate. The storm came so quickly. The ancestral dragon ship had just left, and the other world's ancestral gods were already about to appear. The 7 demonic diagrams cut off the path to the desolate celestial realm. The other world's ancestral gods no longer had any misgivings. They began to work together to open a passage for the ancestral gods to pass through. Just at this time, Xianxia, Ku, and the Dragon Rebel King descended from the sky. That huge black divine gate immediately made Xianxia's heart flip. It was too fast. Everything happened so quickly. Chrysis was waving his hand at him with all his might. Xianxia quickly rushed over. Brother Xiao, sigh, you are really unlucky. You were actually not chosen. Quickly bring your brothers and escape to the world of death. Chrysis seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw as he said, the people from the divine village in the world of death, we don't know when they will appear. We can't just wait idly. Fortunately, you came. 30,000 years is too long, we can only seize the moment. I came back on my own. The heavens are unfair. If that's the case, why didn't you recommend me? What a waste. Did Willow, Oxman, and the others come here before? No. Chrysis shook his head. Before Xianxia left, he told them that they could wait for the people from the divine village to appear in front of the ghost town. Then, they could head to the world of death. Now, the other world had made a move in advance. They had not arrived yet. The later they arrived, the more dangerous it would be. Follow me to look for them. Xianxia patted Chrysis's shoulder. Chrysis immediately looked even more unsightly than crying. He hugged the doomsday heavenly spear and followed behind Xianxia. Don't worry, follow me. If we encounter the ancestral gods from the other world, we can enter the world of death anytime. Xiaochen comforted the restless Crisis. The current 9 prefectures were in turmoil. Everyone was in a panic. The ancestral dragon ship had already sent away the elites. And now, the remaining people were in despair. They couldn't see the slightest bit of hope. Many people had already lost their will to fight. They were like walking corpses. What they saw on the way made Xiaochen's heart heavy. How could they resist in this state? Perhaps they would have a mental breakdown before the battle even started. Willow and the Ox Demon King are really carefree. Look at the situation now, they don't care at all. They are actually not in a hurry to report in front of the ghost town. I was the first one to rush there. Do you think everyone is as afraid of death as you? Xiaochen attacked without holding back. I know how to preserve my strength, okay? Because I will be the genius to kill the ancestral gods from the other world in the future. I need to be patient now, how can you do without me in the future? This guy was very narcissistic. They didn't find Willow and Shenfeng, but they saw a lot of injustice. The cultivators from the other world who brought the 7 demonic diagrams to this world were either killed or hidden by the 2 ancestral gods a few days ago. Now, they started to stir up trouble again. Some cultivators from the other world were already unable to hold back. Before their ancestral gods arrived, they already started to move. There is a soaring sword ray in front. When they passed by the mountain, one after another sharp sword ray soared into the sky. It was as if there were divine spears inserted between heaven and earth. It was dazzling. Xiaochen and the rest quickly rushed over. Yeah, it's Second Baldi, ha ha ha. Crisis laughed out loud and said, Second Baldi also failed the selection. Like I said, even a heaven's pride like me couldn't be chosen by the ancestor god. How could someone like Second Baldi be chosen? In the middle of a chaotic battle ahead, a delicate and pretty girl was particularly eye-catching. Although she had bright eyes and white teeth, her sword ray was flickering. Her killing intent soared to the sky. Her sword technique was very swift and fierce. Duga 9 swords, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and revealed a shocked expression. Not far away, the tall and majestic Bosch was also fighting against the cultivators from the other world. Roar when you see injustice. Make a move when you need to. I will go and help, Crisis rushed out with a whoosh. He seemed particularly righteous. Of course, it was obvious that he was going to help the delicate girl and not Bosch. Among the cultivators from the other world that arrived in the 9 continents, the strongest one was a 9th celestial layer half-ancestor. Even the weakest one was at the fish leap realm. Although the cultivators in front were not at the terror level, they were not the weakest either. All of them had reached the perfected person realm. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He swept the battle sword in his hand horizontally. Radiance radiated in all directions as the sword ray vibrated. The few cultivators who were besieging Bosch were cut in half at the waist. Blood spurted into the sky. On the other side, Crisis even used the Doomsday Heavenly Spear to help the girl penetrate one of them. At the same time, the Dragon Rebel King made his move. He used the Dragon Rebel 7 steps and heavily injured the other 3 on the spot. The sword ray soared and that girl beheaded 4 people on the spot. Xiaochen looked at the girl in front of him in bewilderment. How did she know Duga 9 swords? You are Uncle Xiaochen. The delicate girl looked at the snow-white little critter, then looked at Xiaochen. She immediately guessed his identity. That's me, who are you? I am Duga Shanshan, my father is Duga Jianma. It's you. Xiaochen was immediately startled. Back then, when Duga Shanshan was young, he even carried her with his own hands. However, Duga Jianma disappeared for many years, he never saw him again. Why are you here? Where is your father? My father went into seclusion in order to practice the sword. He has been missing for many years. Duga Shanshan's eyes were filled with tears as she said, Uncle Xiaochen, quickly go and save my mother, and, Frosty, what happened to her? Xiaochen was startled. We lived in seclusion in the mountains 200 miles away. But who would have thought that the cultivators from the other world would break into that place today? I am the only one who managed to break out. Xiaochen quickly understood what was going on. Duga Shanshan was chased here by the cultivators from the other world, and Bosch came here to pay tribute to Xian. Back then, Xian died on Mount Song. They were targeted by the cultivators from the other world at the same time. Let's go, you show us the way. The matter was urgent. Xiaochen immediately soared into the sky and brought Dugu Shanshan along with him. Not to mention that this was Dugu Jianma's daughter. Even if it was someone else, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. That was because he rushed out of the ancestral dragon ship precisely for this battle. Mount Song was quiet, the ancient trees towered into the sky. Just 200 miles ahead, the sword rays were soaring to the sky. At least we are not late, Xiaochen felt relieved. But in the next moment, Xiaochen, Ku, and 10x were frightened at the same time. Their nerves were stretched taut in that instant. They didn't know why, but in that split second just now, Xiaochen's heart trembled. Ku was also the same. Apart from 10x, the rest didn't feel anything. It was as if they didn't feel anything. In front, the sword rays in front are gone. Dugu Shanshan was anxious. Xiaochen and the rest quickly rushed into the forest. There were more than a dozen cultivators on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing. After crisis-quick inspection, they came to a shocking conclusion. These people were all scared to death. Not far away, Frosty, whom they hadn't seen for many years, was wearing a blue dress that was stained with a little bit of blood. Her bearing was just as graceful and beautiful as before. It was just that she had a trace of the bright and beautiful bearing of a married woman. Beside her were two tall and straight youngsters. Those were the other two children of Dugu Jianma and Dugu Jianma. They had the heroic aura of Dugu Jianma and also inherited Frosty's beauty. They didn't receive any injuries, they were saved by someone at the crucial moment. Xiaochen, it's you. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, it was impossible for Frosty to forget Xiaochen. Frosty, what happened just now? Xiaochen's heart was filled with questions. Even though they were old friends, he didn't have the time to greet her. An old man appeared just now. I don't know why, he only took a glance and all these cultivators died. Until now, Frosty still didn't dare to believe what happened just now. Where did he go? Xiaochen asked closely. He went down the mountain, I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. Frosty pointed at the foot of the mountain. They could still vaguely see a hazy silhouette, but no one could feel that person's aura. Xiaochen immediately soared into the sky and gave chase at high speed. The others also followed closely behind. Senior, please wait. Xiaochen shouted from behind, but no matter how fast he used his eightfold speed, he still couldn't catch up. That silhouette was actually moving very slowly, but Xiaochen couldn't get close to it. It was as if there was a starry sky between the two of them. Suddenly, the silhouette in front stopped at the foot of the barren mountain. Xiaochen quickly rushed over and finally saw that silhouette clearly. That was actually an old farmer with grizzled temples. There were a lot of calluses on his hands. Below his calves, there were mud stains. It seemed like he had worked in the field not long ago. Although he didn't turn around, Xiaochen was sure that this was really an old farmer. Don't chase after me, do what you need to do. The old farmer still had his back facing him. His voice was very indifferent as he said, don't be too pessimistic. It will be difficult for the other world to exterminate all the creatures in the 9 prefectures and the 4-way world. Back then, they wanted to exterminate the celestial race and the dragon race, but didn't these 2 races still survive? After saying all these, the gray-haired old farmer slowly went far away and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Even if they wanted to chase after him, it was impossible. It was as if there was a boundless starry sky blocking in front, making it impossible for anyone to get close. Xiaochen, thank you, Frosty walked over. After the false alarm, she had already calmed down. You were treating me like an outsider by saying such words. Only now did Xiaochen start to ask about the situation of Frosty's family. It was just as Dugu Shanshan said, their family had always been living in seclusion here. However, for the sake of practicing the sword, the solitary sword demon had already disappeared for many years. No one knew where he was now. At the same time, Xiaochen found out that there was an ancient temple on Mount Song. It had already become the lodging of the otherworldly cultivators. A group of people had been hiding there for the past few days. They had successfully brought the 7 demon diagram here and completed their mission. The otherworldly ancestor god had yet to descend. Fearing the might of the ancestor god of this world, these people didn't dare to come out and cause a ruckus for the time being. However, some otherworldly cultivators who could no longer hold themselves back had already started to make a move in the vicinity. There is a nest of otherworldly wolves here? Let's wipe out the entire nest. Crisis had a heroic appearance. After he said all these, he didn't forget to blink his peach blossom eyes and reveal a brilliant smile at Duga Xianxia. Frosty stood in front of Xianxia with extreme vigilance. Duga Xianxia smiled sweetly. I look forward to Uncle Crisis's display of might. The word uncle immediately caused Crisis's smile to freeze. He let out a long sigh and muttered in a low voice, such a good girl, how could she be Dugu Ironlump's daughter? She doesn't look like her at all. The graceful Frosty glared at him. Crisis immediately corrected himself and said, cough, she looks like her, very much like her. She is as pretty as Frosty. I can't help but feel pity for her. Do you know how many half-step martial ancestors there are and how many celestial layer they have reached? Xiaochen wanted to make a move and eliminate the otherworldly experts in the ancient temple. According to the words of the otherworldly cultivators who surrounded us earlier, there should be 2 or 3 half-step martial ancestors. Frosty could only give such a piece of information. With Keek's lost paradise, Xiaochen didn't have to worry about encountering any danger. That was an enormous temple. Even though it was a bit dilapidated, one could imagine its former glory. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the heavens, making it exceptionally quiet. Why aren't there any birds chirping? When Xiaochen was still 1 kilometer away from the ancient temple, he felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet. The dense forest was completely silent. All of you will enter the lost paradise. Xiaochen let Kiki protect everyone. Xiaochen did not enter the deity garden. He dragged a sword behind him and slashed it on the ground, giving off sparks. Then, he walked forward with large strides. Kiki led the group and followed behind. The mountain path was made of large limestone, and it meandered towards that majestic ancient temple. Xiaochen only discovered where the problem was when he got close to the temple gate. Specks of light rippled out and a powerful force confined the entire ancient temple. From the cracks of the red-mottled temple door, one could clearly see that there were cultivators from another world inside. Creak, Xiaochen pushed open the temple door and walked in with large strides. The power that sealed the ancient temple did not stop him. In the spacious front yard, there were more than 10 cultivators from another world standing there. They could not move at all, as if they were frozen in place. Is this guy bewitched? Crisis somersaulted out of the lost paradise in a carefree manner. The Armageddon in his hand swept out very handsomely and cut off the head of a cultivator from another world with a poo. You really can't move? Then this brother is not going to be heir anymore. Speaking until here, Crisis dealt with all the cultivators from another world with a kacha-kacha. He seemed to feel a sense of accomplishment as he said, that's all. Everyone ignored him. As they walked towards the Hall of Great Strength, they met many cultivators from another world who were frozen in place. They were all dealt with by Xiaochen and the rest. Only when they got close to the main hall did everyone feel a powerful aura. There was a secret battle going on in the Hall of Great Strength. Powerful half-step ancestors were fighting. Although it looked calm, once the battle started, it would be earth-shattering. Perhaps the mountains within a radius of 50 kilometers would crumble. It was definitely a half-step ancestor. Xiaochen and the rest all felt that dangerous spiritual sense fluctuation. However, it was only hidden in the depths of the main hall. Xiaochen dragged his sword and advanced step by step. Meanwhile, the others hid in the lost paradise and followed behind him. Clang! The broken wooden windows of the few doors in front of the Hall of Great Strength shattered. Everything inside could be seen at a glance. 3 otherworldly half-step ancestors were dressed in frost iron battle armor. They exuded a cold aura as they surrounded that Buddha statue high up in the main hall. Their powerful spiritual sense seemed like they wanted to crush everything there. A confrontation of spiritual sense, the 3 otherworldly half-step ancestors were currently clashing with that huge Buddha statue. This gave Xiaochen and the rest a huge shock. An ancient temple that had not been maintained for a long time and had almost no monks left had a huge Buddha statue in an extremely dilapidated state. Yet, it actually caused 3 otherworldly half-step ancestors to muster such a large force. Furthermore, everyone could tell that the 3 otherworldly half-step ancestors were already at a disadvantage. They were just struggling now. This was very shocking, just a Buddha statue already had such might. Even a Buddha would probably not be this strong. Xiaochen and the rest did not make a move. They just watched all this quietly. The confrontation of spiritual senses lasted for 2 hours. The auras of the 3 otherworldly half-step ancestors grew increasingly weaker. They were also restricted, unable to move or flee even if they wanted to. Furthermore, their spiritual senses seemed to have suffered severe injuries. Silently, the light of the 3 strong otherworldly half-step ancestors dimmed, and their bodies turned cold. How monstrous! In the lost paradise, even the unruly Bosch could not help but lament. After another hour, the bodies of the 3 otherworldly half-step ancestors turned completely cold. Their spiritual senses had been erased. Clashing with spiritual sense was the most dangerous. The losing side would most likely turn into ashes, thoroughly dying. Although the 3 strong otherworldly half-step ancestors' physical bodies were preserved, their spiritual senses were undoubtedly shattered. It could be said that their lives were ended. Xiaochen stepped forward and swung the sword in his hand. The physical bodies of the 3 otherworldly half-step ancestors immediately shattered and turned into ashes. "Senior, please come out and meet me." Right after Xiaochen spoke, the huge Buddha statue in the center of the Great Strength Hall suddenly cracked. Then, the Buddha statue in the middle shattered. Everyone was greatly startled. There was a clay man sitting cross-legged inside, or rather, a clay man. The person sitting cross-legged in the Buddha statue was covered in a thick layer of dust, looking like he had fossilized. His long gray hair was a mess, looking like a bird's nest. The clay man trembled slightly, and the dust on his body fell off, revealing a tattered kasaya underneath. Even though his hair was a mess, everyone could still tell that this was an old monk. Who knew how long he had been sitting here? It was him, an inconspicuous dirt monk covered in dirt, who had refined 3 powerful otherworldly demigods to death. Xiaochen asked with a suspicious expression, "Senior is the Bodhidharma?" The old monk did not try to be mysterious, directly stating his identity. His voice was like metal, very sonorous. When everyone heard this name, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was definitely one of the ancient heroes. He had been famous since countless years ago, his divine might unfathomable. However, he had already been missing for many years. The world had already forgotten about him. The Bodhidharma was a great Buddha of the dhyana sections. He was especially good at fighting. His true strength could be said to be no weaker than a Buddha's. No one expected this ancient hero to have been sitting here all this time. Based on his appearance, it looked like he had not moved for more than 1,000 years. Everyone had personally witnessed his strong strength. Refining 3 otherworldly half-step ancestors was truly admirable. A true ancient hero truly lived up to his reputation. A lot of dust fell off the Bodhidharma's eyelids. Only then did he open his eyes and look at the huge saraira on Bosch's back. Then, he stared at Bosch and said, "You are fated with me. Will you stay?" The tall and stout Bosch had a face as sharp as a knife. Although he looked very cold, his elder brother, Xian, was a monk, so he had a good impression of monks. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. He wanted to ask the Bodhidharma if he could restore the saraira to its origin. "All right." The Bodhidharma only said one word. After that, he pointed with his finger. Bosch's jet black long hair immediately fell off, revealing a bald head. Bosch immediately became anxious. Both of his eyebrows stood erect. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes. Even when facing this ancient hero, he did not show any weakness. He shouted, "I don't want to become a monk. I don't want you to become a monk, I just want you to let go." The Bodhidharma was as calm as an ancient well. Bosch seemed to have understood something. He placed the saraira on the ground. "Let go." The Bodhidharma still said like that. "I can't let go." Bosch seemed to be in a lot of pain. Only Xiaochen understood that Xian died in order to save Bosch. Bosch's heart was filled with remorse and self-blame. It was hard for him to let go of the obsession in his heart. This was what the Bodhidharma wanted him to let go. If you can't let go, then leave it behind. The Bodhidharma pointed with his finger. Bosch disappeared from the main hall. Even that huge Sarira also disappeared. The Bodhidharma looked at Crisis again. The third stutterer immediately felt his scalp go numb. He hastily covered his long hair and rushed out of the main hall. He said, "The second Baldi is truly worthy of his name now. I don't think he wants to become the third Baldi. Ancestor Bodhidharma, please be magnanimous. We are not fated. Golden Trueness, you are the true Buddha that walks in this world." The Bodhidharma nodded at Crisis. F***ck. Crisis jumped up high and directly disappeared from the ancient temple. He was really scared. If he was captured by this ancestor Bodhidharma to become a monk, then it would be too late for him to cry. The otherworldly cultivators are descending. Senior should know about it already. I got it, you guys can go now. In the blink of an eye, the Bodhidharma turned into a stone Buddha. Xiaochen and the others withdrew from this ancient temple. At this moment, everyone felt more confident. There were still a lot of experts in this world. The ancient Jason Bodhidharma was still here, and that mysterious old farmer was even more unfathomable. It could be assumed that there were still a lot of hidden experts. Just like what that old farmer said, there was no need to despair. Xiaochen and the others left this place. Frosty and her family followed them. Chen Fong didn't rush to the ghost town in the first place. Xiaochen reckoned that he might have already returned to the ocean with Fairy Qingyun. He didn't realize that the otherworldly ancestor god was about to descend. When they appeared at the ocean and passed by the Dragon Island, Xiaochen, Kiki, and the others stopped. The dragon race was an extremely powerful race. They were an indispensable fighting force. Xiaochen didn't know if their experts had already boarded the ancestral dragon ship and left. They directly appeared at the sacred mountain of the dragon race. In an instant, the war god of the dragon race appeared. Squeak, Kiki happily flew over. This war god of the dragon race could be considered as the little critter's relative. Even someone as powerful as the war god of the dragon race, who could make the Azura half-ancestor and the others tremble, was actually not chosen to leave? I didn't want to leave, but I let some of my clansmen with potential leave. Speaking until here, the tall and sturdy war god of the dragon race looked at the dragon rebel king and said, "You also stayed behind. I can only grow in battle." 10x didn't say much. It only brought up the key issue. Good, you have courage. The war god of the dragon race nodded. Suddenly, he turned around and swept his gaze over Xiaochen and the others. After that, he looked at Kiki and said, "There is something I should give to you. The ancestor dragon asked me to keep it for you. Originally, I wanted to send it to the ancestral dragon ship. But when I saw you fly away, I didn't send it to you." "What is it?" Kiki asked curiously. "That was left behind by your mother. Although you haven't reached the 9th celestial layer of half-ancestor realm, I have no choice but to give it to you now. Because I'm afraid I won't have the chance in the future." Mom, hearing this, Keek's big eyes immediately became misty. The others were even more shocked. Keek's clan was too mysterious. Although Xiaochen had seen Keek's father's spiritual imprint, he still knew nothing about Keek's mother. On the dragon race's sacred mountain, there was a magnificent ancient castle of the dragon race. It looked like an ancestral dragon was coiling around it, giving off a majestic aura. Everyone followed the war god of the dragon race into the ancient castle. Soon, the war god of the dragon race walked out of a secret room and solemnly handed a palm-sized box to Kiki. Mom, the snow-white little critter felt wronged and shed tears. It had never seen its parents since it was born, but in the end, it found their remains in the lost paradise. Now that it saw what its mother had left for it, it couldn't help but choke with sobs. "I don't know if you can open it or not. According to the ancestor dragon, you need to reach the 9th celestial layer of half-ancestor realm to open it." The war god of the dragon race reminded it. Kiki held the wooden box carefully and kept muttering the word mom in its tender voice. Its tears kept rolling down its cheeks. The snow-white little critter wanted to open the wooden box, but it found it hard to do so. Even though it was a half-ancestor realm expert, it still couldn't open it after trying more than 10 times. Squeak, Kiki was somewhat vexed. It opened the lost paradise and borrowed the power of the divine garden to open the small wooden box. The wooden box still couldn't budge at all, but it shot out a seven-colored light. It was extremely dazzling as it soared into the sky. Looking from afar, the Dragon Island looked like a seven-colored volcano erupting. Even the dragon-shaped castle was pierced through. Everyone present was startled. Kiki was even more startled. It quickly closed the lost paradise. However, the seven-colored light that soared into the sky condensed and didn't scatter. After that, it suddenly flew towards the 9 provinces. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Let's go and take a look. The war god of the dragon race took the lead and soared into the sky. Kiki was even more anxious. It turned into a beam of white light and streaked across the sky. Everyone followed closely behind. That dazzling seven-colored light swept across the sky and directly rushed into the 9 provinces. After that, it flew straight towards the 9 provinces. Xiaochen immediately felt startled. Xiaochen was immediately startled. He vaguely guessed something. Ah! Look! The seven-colored light is rushing towards the great desolate ancient village. Crisis shouted. Needless to say, everyone had already seen it. That resplendent seven-colored divine light soared across the sky and arrived in the sky above the ancestral dragon village. It suddenly collided with the 7 demonic pictures that covered the ancient village. Rumble, the heaven and earth shook. The two seemed to be incompatible. Everyone was very shocked. The seven-colored divine light was shaking the 7 demonic pictures. Why was it doing this? Could it be that it wanted to break the 7 demonic pictures? At the same time, in the sky not far away, the huge black divine gate opened by the otherworldly ancestor god shot out meteors unceasingly. A boundless pressure spread out. The otherworldly ancestor god was about to descend. After that, countless starlight gushed out. A miniature starry sky enveloped the space in front of the black divine gate. The supreme otherworldly ancestor god used the summer of great art to move a starry sky over. In the next moment, the divine might spread for 30,000 li. A gray-haired middle-aged man stretched his head out from the black divine gate with great difficulty. His hair was fluttering in the wind. The otherworldly ancestor god had descended. The supreme divine might spread throughout the 9 provinces and shook countless mountains and rivers. The head of the otherworldly ancestral god was the size of a house. His long gray hair danced like snakes, while his eyes, which were the size of basins, shot out extremely sharp rays of light, making him seem exceptionally ruthless. His snow-white, dagger-like teeth shone with a chilling light. Contrasted with his blood-red mouth, they looked exceptionally sharp and frightening. Everyone present, including the dragon tribe's war god, was stunned by the supreme pressure. A vast wave of divine sense pressed down on them. Ants, it's your honor to see this ancestor god descend. The terrifying otherworldly ancestral god's gigantic head that was exposed outside the black divine gate spoke in a chilling voice that shook one's soul. Use your blood and lives to welcome my arrival. Although it was only a head of the alien ancestor god, the raging wave of power was still extremely terrifying. Only the dragon race's war god was a top-notch expert among the half-step ancestors. He quickly broke through the shackles and unleashed a majestic dragon aura. Instead of dodging, he punched towards the alien ancestor god's head. His iron fist shattered the void, creating the image of an ancestor dragon. A draconic roar echoed throughout the world. Boom, the dragon race's iron fist collided with the alien ancestor god's terrifying killing intent. An earth-shattering energy wave swept out in all directions, causing the earth to tremble violently. Xianxia, who followed closely behind the dragon race's war god and regained her freedom. She quickly opened the lost paradise and took everyone inside. The raging waves stopped outside the divine garden. Dragon King? The terrifying alien ancestor god's powerful killing intent sent the dragon race's war god flying. The dragon race's war god was covered in wounds. His dragon blood splattered and dyed the sky red. The so-called Dragon King is just a worm in my eyes, a puny worm. The alien ancestor god was full of contempt. He looked down at the heavily injured dragon race's war god. He was the famous Li Huiyu, an expert among the ancestor gods. It wasn't that the dragon race's war god was weak, but Li Huiyu was simply too powerful. One should know that the war god was a top-notch expert among the half-step ancestors. It was already a miracle that he could withstand the supreme ancestor god's shocking killing intent. The war god of the dragon tribe was heavily injured and retreated to the lost paradise by Ku. You call me a worm? Fine, I'll show you the wrath of a worm. The divine monarch of war was an all-powerful powerhouse who rarely met his match even among half-step ancestors. He showed no fear even in the face of an ancestor god. He raised his hand and unsheathed the long saber on his back. 7 dragon roars resounded through the 9 heavens. The long saber split into 7, transforming into 7 beams of divine light that slashed at the black divine gate. This was a holy artifact of the dragon race. It was refined from the essence of the 7 ancestral dragon horns. When combined, it became the dragon saber. It was one of the most important holy artifacts of the dragon race. Just like the Black Dragon King's sacred sword in his spine, it was the dragon race's supreme treasure. Legend has it that even if the dragon race encountered a great calamity, as long as they gathered all the sacred objects, they would be able to restore their glory and summon unimaginable power. What can a worm's horn do to me? Li Huiyu was filled with disdain. But in an instant, he was startled. The ancestral dragon's fighting will within the 7 dragon horns that were separated from each other was activated. The inextinguishable killing intent left behind by the 7 ancestral dragons in the past had all been revived and was burning fiercely. The immense dragon might was boundless, and even the powerful ancestor god of the dragon race was shocked. The 7 giant ancestral dragons radiated brilliance in all directions. All of them gathered at one point and rushed over. The dazzling radiance immediately drowned the black divine gate. Boom, even though the ancestor god's unparalleled killing intent swept in all directions, the 7 dragon phantoms still rushed in. He let out a muffled groan in the blazing radiance. A string of blood light burst out, piercing through the void and falling on the ground, piercing through the ground and rushing to an unknown place. That was the blood of the ancestor god of the dragon race. When the radiance completely faded, the 7 dull dragon horns flew back and reassembled to form an ancient long saber that fell into the hands of the war god of the dragon race. Inside the black divine gate, there were 7 ghastly wounds on the giant head. 4 were on the face, 1 was on the forehead, and 2 were in the gray hair bun. The skin and flesh were curled up and dripping with blood. The powerful ancestor god of the dragon race was actually injured. This encouraged Xiaochen and the others. Only the war god of the dragon race broke out in a cold sweat. No one knew better than him how mighty the 7 ancestral dragon horns were. The dragon horns contained the inextinguishable killing intent of the ancestral dragon. Yet, they did not shatter that head and only left behind 7 wounds. This was sufficient to show how ridiculously strong this ancestor god of the dragon race was. Worm, you have angered me. All of you will suffer the pain of eternal purgatory. You won't be able to die even if you want to. Li Huiyu's voice was deep, and his expression was calm. However, the rage in his heart was already expressed in that powerful spiritual sense. Buzz, it was like the roar of a raging sea of death, giving off a piercing sound. The sky shattered, and the destructive killing intent swept towards the lost paradise. Just at this moment, the 7-colored divine light in the sky that was confronting the 7 demon diagram seemed to have sensed something. It instantly rushed down and clashed with the boundless killing intent. It was a silent collision. There was not much difference between a confrontation with a real ancestor god. The 7-colored divine light blocked Li Huiyu's killing intent, although it was slowly dimming, it was not defeated. At the same time, the wooden box in the lost paradise's little beast Keek's hand trembled violently. It rushed out and merged with the 7-colored divine light, smashing towards Li Huiyu's head. Bang, Li Huiyu's head was smashed until it bled. The 7-colored light completely dimmed as it entered the wooden box and flew back to the lost paradise. For a powerful ancestor god of the alien world, this was a kind of humiliation. Having his head smashed twice in succession was simply inconceivable. Li Huiyu felt that this was unreal. At this moment, he was thoroughly enraged and shouted, "Boundless demonic body, descend to the earth." The black divine gate violently expanded. Then, starlight flashed as Li Huiyu finally rushed out. His gray hair fluttered in the wind and his skin was pale white. His eyes were like cold lightning that pierced through the void, causing one to tremble. He was tall and wore a hedgehog divine armor. Iron spikes flickered with a cold light as they shot into the sky. In his hand was a great destruction spear that was filled with a destructive aura. He stood in the air and coldly swept his gaze in all directions. That world-shaking aura made it hard for one to breathe. The ancestor god of the alien world Li Huiyo's true body had arrived. His aura was countless times stronger than just his head alone. There was no way to stop him. The ancestor god of the alien world Li Huiyu joined forces to open up a sturdy path. He was the first to rush out. Meanwhile, behind him, there was a black mass of figures. His descendants and disciples were all lined up in the void, all of them dressed in divine metal battle suits, holding vicious weapons in their hands. Killing intent surged, shaking the heavens. Children, it is time for you to hunt. Go use those whetstones to sharpen yourselves. Li Huiyo's voice was cold and emotionless. A supreme divine might spread throughout the 9 prefectures. His voice shook countless great rivers, announcing his arrival. Earlier, he had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. At this moment, he wanted to vent it with the most merciless slaughter. The terrifying aura caused all the creatures on the vast land to tremble. This was the supreme divine might of the ancestor god of the alien world. The dense mass of people in the sky quickly rushed in all directions. At this point, he could only bring these people into the world of death. Otherwise, there was no way he could contend against the horrifying Li Huiyu. But just at this time, 2 divine lights swept over. The densely packed figures in the sky fell. The 2 ancestor gods arrived together and mercilessly killed Li Huiyo's descendants and disciples. Boom! Just at this time, the huge black divine gate behind Li Huiyu suddenly burst open. Another powerful ancestor god of the alien world was about to descend. Starlight flickered in front of the black divine gate. It was a miniature starry sky that rushed out from within the divine gate. Just when the 2 ancestor gods were about to make their move, a simple old farmer suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. He carried a hoe on his shoulder and there were some traces of mud on his body. It was as if he had just walked out from the field. His temples were white and his appearance was ordinary. He was the kind of person that wouldn't be noticed even if he was thrown into a sea of people. He made his move before the 2 ancestor gods. He swept his hoe at the powerful Li Huiyu as if he was removing weeds. He appeared very casual. "It's you, old fart. You are still alive?" The ancestor god Li Huiyu seemed to be very shocked. He revealed an expression of disbelief and said, "I have seen you in the previous civilization era. You are actually still alive and well. We meet again. Fate is wrong." The old farmer chuckled. His technique was very strange. He broke through Li Huiyo's obstruction and sat down on the divine gate. Rumble, the black divine gate shook violently as if it was collapsing from within. The angry roar of the ancestor god of the alien world rang out. Then, the specks of mud on the old farmer's body all flew up and turned into a mud wall that blocked the divine gate and sealed it. In the distance, Wu Chen and the others were dumbfounded. Wasn't this old farmer too abnormal? He sat down on the divine gate so hard that it almost collapsed. Then, the mud on his body actually sealed the passage. It was really shocking. "You old fart." Li Huiyu was furious. He held the great destruction spear and pierced towards the old farmer. "Thank you for bringing my weapon back." The old farmer smiled sincerely. Suddenly, his face was filled with wrinkles like wrinkled tree bark. Even though his smile was simple, his speed was as fast as lightning. With a ping sound, he grabbed the Great Destruction Battle Spear. Strangely enough, the Great Destruction Battle Spear was an extremely tyrannical weapon. Its killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. It condensed an endless amount of fiendish energy that could destroy everything in the world. But now that it was grabbed by the old farmer, it actually calmed down and started to counterattack Li Huiyu. The tip of the spear glowed brightly and shook Li Huiyu's palm to the point of numbness. The old farmer's aura soared. He took the Great Destruction Spear and caressed it as if he was caressing a pet. He said, "From a top-grade ancestor god weapon to a half-step ancestor god weapon, and then to an ancestor god weapon again. It fell into a foreign world and experienced many ups and downs, just like the mortal world." Old fart. Li Huiyu's expression flickered indeterminately. "You crossed through different civilizations and didn't die. You didn't hide in a corner and dared to come out. You're dead for sure." Bang! The old farmer shook the great destruction spear in his hand. Boundless killing intent suffused the air and instantly gathered towards Li Huiyu's chest. Old fart. Ah! Li Huiyu shouted. His divine power surged and shook the starry sky. The miniature sky in front of him was pulled closer. This was a true starry sky. The two of them were instantly separated by a sea of stars. He used this to block the old farmer's great destruction spear. Although the old farmer's spear didn't pierce through, it only pointed at Li Huiyu through the starry sky. But it still displayed an incomparably terrifying side. Ah! Li Huiyu screamed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His heart had been pierced through, and a formless killing intent had opened up a fist-sized bloody hole in his chest. His heart had been crushed. Fresh blood flowed and dyed the sky red. This was the true meaning of great destruction. The spear didn't need to truly attack and stab at the enemy. As long as there was enough killing intent, it could pierce through all obstructions and destroy all enemies, whether it was the ancestor god Babula of the past or the current Li Huiyu. None of them were able to display the ultimate battle intent of the great destruction spear. Only in the hands of this old farmer could this spear display the incomparably sharp might of great destruction that could destroy the universe. You old fart, you actually injured me? The ancestor god Li Huiyu was shocked and angry. He had actually been pierced through. This was a very terrifying sign. Old fart, you will pay the price for this. Li Huiyu's divine power surged. The hedgehog armor on his body turned into motes of light that condensed into a heavenly dagger axe in his hand. He stood in the starry sky and looked at the old farmer across the countless stars. He shouted, "Heavenly dagger axe world extermination." This was the combination of divine ability and martial path. The heavenly dagger axe swept through the sky and opened up a terrifying path of light in the miniature starry sky that swept towards the old farmer. The old farmer threw away the hoe in his hand and raised the great destruction spear with both hands. He stood in the starry sky and suddenly shook. The great destruction spear emitted boundless killing intent. Rumble, in this miniature starry sky, it was unknown how many stars were turned to dust. The great destruction killing intent pushed forward like a tide. Pfff, fresh blood splattered. Li Huiyu screamed and clutched his throat. The heavenly dagger axe in his hand instantly dimmed and turned into a hedgehog armor that covered his body. His throat was pierced through, but it was still connected from front to back. Fresh blood flowed out. He could defend against the great destruction spear, but he couldn't defend against the boundless killing intent of the great destruction spear. This was the true terrifying aspect of the great destruction profundities. This old farmer looked simple, but when he truly attacked, he was incomparably sharp. That kind of killing intent made it impossible for others to flaunt their wealth. You old fart, Li Huiyu disappeared from this miniature starry sky in the blink of an eye. He quickly rushed towards the sky of the great universe. The two ancestor gods in the 9 prefectures looked at the old farmer and wanted to say something. I'm actually already dead. My body has already decayed for countless years. I'm just scaring people now. I know that the two of you are very strong. Quickly go and kill him. I used the divine mud to seal the divine gate. I'm afraid it won't last for long. The old farmer seemed to be carrying a hoe and the great destruction spear as he spoke. 2 rays of light soared into the sky. The 2 ancestor gods disappeared into the sky. They quickly surrounded the old farmer. Kiki even blinked its big eyes and looked at him curiously. Let me take a look at that wooden box. The old farmer took the wooden box from the snow-white little critter's hands. He wanted to take a look at it, but the moment he touched it, he immediately threw it away as if he was played by a scorpion. He said, "It's something left behind by that little pervert." Squeak, squeak. Kiki was immediately dissatisfied. It looked at the old farmer while panting with rage. The old farmer held the wooden box in his palm again and observed it carefully. He seemed to be deep in thought. Then, he asked Kiki, "Let me help you open it and take a look." Squeak, Kiki nodded its head hopefully. Its big eyes were blinking. It was eager to know what was inside the wooden box. The old farmer shouted loudly. The wooden box in his hand suddenly emitted a rainbow-colored radiance. After that, a huge light beam pierced through this world. At the same time, Kiki let out a cry of surprise. It was sucked into that dazzling light beam. Its little body slowly rose up. Within the dazzling rainbow-colored radiance, the snow-white little critter gradually became illusory. Could it be, the path leading to the heavenly realm has been opened? The old farmer looked at that huge light beam. He was bewildered. Just what kind of place was the desolate celestial realm? Even the ancestral god would find it hard to understand. Celestial realm represented mystery and power. Only those who reached the ancestral god realm could have a glimpse of it. Since ancient times, in the history of several great civilizations, there were always unparalleled experts who looked up to the high and mighty celestial realm. However, in the long river of history, how many people actually entered the celestial realm, that was hard to say. From a certain point of view, the unknown mysterious place was the final destination of the ancestral god. Squeak, squeak, the snow-white little critter called out softly. The rainbow-colored divine radiance illuminated the heaven and earth. The huge light passage pierced through the world and even led to the unknown mysterious place. The dazzling radiance even submerged the sun in the sky. Under such resplendent divine radiance, any other color would pale in comparison. This was the only place between heaven and earth. It was rising slowly, and its figure became more and more indistinct, as if it wanted to enter an unknown place. Xianxia quickly rushed in. Then, the old farmer carried the great destruction spear and followed into the light passage. Ascending to heaven, Crisis shouted and jumped up high. His peach blossom eyes emitted a thieving glint as he shouted, "Enter the desolate celestial realm, from now on, we shall never perish. Those who believe in Brother Crisis, charge." Third Stutterer carried Doomsday Cruise and ran faster than a rabbit. He dashed into the path of light in an instant. He shouted loudly and his voice shook the surroundings. Someone from afar immediately replied, "He's ascending to heaven." "Heaven Emperor, don't close the door, wait for me." Zhuge Fatty's sleeves fluttered, his white hair fluttered in the wind. He ran from the distant barren mountain as fast as lightning. He rushed into the light passage in an instant as if he plunged into the water. Desolate celestial realm, here I come. Although Zhuge Fatty was chubby, his movements were nimble. He leaped and scuttled in the light passage as he ascended. "Haha," Crisis immediately burst into laughter and said, "Damn Fatty, you weren't chosen either. The ancestral dragon abandoned you like a pair of old shoes." Oh, in the continent of the river, Zhuge Fatty flicked his silver hair, then looked up at Crisis and said, "It's none of your business." Oh. You damn Fatty. Crisis kicked downwards. "You stupid stutterer, let me borrow your leg." Zhuge Fatty hugged Crisis's big foot and followed after him. Frosty, Dugu Shanshan and her mother looked at each other, and also entered the path of light. The people who entered the path of light were shocked to discover that they were surrounded by hazy spots of light. They seemed to be humanoid creatures. That is, the hazy light spots were a group of humanoid creatures that were as tall as a fingernail. They all had a pair of transparent cicada wings that shone with a hazy brilliance. They looked like little fairies that were dancing gracefully in the huge path of light. At the very top, Xiaochen and the old farmer had already caught up with Kiki, and their bodies were also becoming fainter. "Yeah, Kush shouted. At this moment, the wooden box had returned to its hands, and it was hugging it tightly in its arms. The wooden box's divine light was dazzling. It was precisely this box that opened up the path of light. At this moment, it only opened up a crack, not truly opening up. If I can open the path to the heaven realm, then I wouldn't have gritted my teeth and remained immortal until now in vain." The old farmer held the great destruction spear in his hand. Both of his eyes were sparkling. Xiaochen and Kiki were surrounded by a group of little creatures the size of a fingernail. That was the materialization of the powerful laws. The energy in this path could go berserk at any time. Could it be that the path to the heaven realm has been opened? Xiaochen didn't dare to believe it. It's hard to say. The old farmer looked at the end of the light path in bewilderment. And during this process, they were slowly rising up. What's that sound? Just as they were rising along the light path, a grand voice suddenly transmitted from the distant end of the light path. It was brimming with dignity and inviolable. It sounded like 3,000 Buddhas were chanting, and it also sounded like 9,000 demon kings were growling. At the end of the light path, that kind of power even made the old farmer emotionally moved. The great destruction spear was pointed upwards. What exactly did the snow-white little critter's mother leave behind? Could it be that it really opened up the path to the heaven realm? This kind of power was too similar. It actually wanted to intimidate everyone. It seemed like it wanted everyone to kneel down. At this moment, the old farmer was very domineering. He brandished the great destruction spear in his hand and shouted loudly, "Open!" The great destruction spear could pierce through the world and destroy the starry sky. Boundless killing intent soared into the sky and pressed towards the end of the light path. The light path trembled violently and started to sway with a loud rumble. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. That is, a huge door with a height of more than 100 meters was quietly blocking the end of the light path. The supreme pressure was precisely emitted by it. The huge door was tightly shut. The starry sky outside was speckled with specks of light. The vast starry sky looked like the gathering of countless fireflies. That was a real universe. However, it was condensed and blocked the huge door. The old farmer was terrified and emotionally moved. He said in shock, "Behind this huge door, I'm afraid it really is the desolate heaven realm." But, how is this possible? It seemed like he didn't dare to believe it and said, "The heaven realm is illusory, how can there be a real huge door that is connected to the 9 provinces?" He snatched the wooden box from the snow-white little critter's hand and flipped it around to take a closer look. This made the little critter roll its eyes at him. It was very discontented. However, the wooden box was only slightly opened, it couldn't be opened at all. "No matter where it is connected to, let me open the folding door." The old farmer held the great destruction spear and was about to pierce through that huge door. However, just as he raised the spear, the sound from before came from the huge door again. It sounded like 3,000 Buddhas chanting, like 9,000 demon kings growling at the same time. The pressure of the 9 celestial layers, the huge door emitted specks of light. The endless starry sky in front of him was shattering rapidly. Those stars were turning into ashes one after another. It was like fireworks blooming, beautiful but short-lived. That is, a real star. The old farmer didn't unleash his endless killing intent in the end. He revealed an incomparably serious expression as he looked at that huge door. A huge door actually needed the protection of a piece of the universe, a real piece of the universe was condensed in front of the huge door. Was this really the path that connected to the heaven realm? Xiaochen was almost certain of it. "You guys back off, let me show off my remaining power." At this moment, the old farmer's temperament changed greatly. He was no longer as simple as before. He was like a peerless divine sword that was unsheathed. His entire body revealed its sharpness and became one with the great destruction spear in his hand. The old farmer shouted word by word, "Great destruction." The great destruction spear was pointed at the huge door across the endless starry sky. The heaven and earth were shaken. At this moment, there was no power that could stop this earth-shattering attack, the power condensed by the invincible spear that could destroy the universe was something that even the ancestral god would find difficult to deal with. It was even more powerful than when it was used against Li Huiyu. It could even be said to be tyrannical, the starry sky in front of him was trembling. After that, a large area of the starry sky dimmed down without a sound. Countless stars turned into ashes. The endless killing intent condensed into a tangible spear. It appeared in front of the huge door across the shattered starry sky and pierced through it. Boom, the huge door was really pierced through. The huge door that was 100 meters wide started to crack after being pierced. Then, the entire huge door began to crack. Rumble, the huge door completely collapsed. The old farmer opened this mysterious door. The 100-meter-tall giant door cracked open. With a loud rumble, it completely disintegrated and collapsed. The mysterious giant door was really opened. Could it be that the path leading to the celestial realm was really cleared? However, the scene that unfolded in front of everyone made them bewildered. Behind that giant door, it was completely empty. The quiet void seemed to be boundless. Even so, the snow-white little critter was still the first to rush in. It squeaked. This was the space opened by the wooden box its mother left for it. The little critter felt uneasy and excited. Its furry ears were trembling slightly, and its little fists were clenched tightly. Xiaochen was afraid that something unexpected would happen to it, so he followed closely behind it and sized up everything around him. The old farmer held the great destruction spear in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then he also rushed in. The tip of the spear pointed at the boundless void. Is this the great desolate realm? There's not even a strand of hair, it's too desolate. Crisis carried the doomsday dagger axe and walked in hesitantly. White-haired Zhuge Fatty had already formed a conditioned reflex. He started to look around as soon as he came in and said to himself, I wonder what's in the celestial realm. I wonder what's in the heaven realm. I'll eat until I reach the ancestor god realm. The road is long, and I'll search for it. In the boundless gray void, a hazy figure suddenly appeared. It was a sea area connected to a golden beach. It was floating in the void. There was even a golden sun in the sky. The seawater was dark blue and clear. It was floating in the void. There was even a golden sun in the sky. The seawater was dark blue and clear. One could clearly see the fish leaping about. The sunlight sprinkled down, making every grain of sand on the golden beach shine brightly. Not far away, there was an elegant building. The surrounding trees were verdant and verdant. And on the golden beach, there was a big umbrella to block the sun facing everyone. A woman of unmatched beauty was lying on her side lazily. She was wearing avant-garde attire that revealed a large part of her snow-white skin. She seemed to be in dreamland. There were all kinds of fruit juices on the wooden table beside her. Bursts of fragrance drifted out. The snow-white little critter Kiki was the first to arrive. It vigilantly looked at this beautiful woman who was sleeping soundly. It asked with a tender voice, "Who are you?" The peerlessly beautiful woman seemed to sense something. She lazily opened her starry eyes and lazily sat up. Her long blue hair immediately fell down like a waterfall. Contrasting with her snow-white skin, she looked even more beautiful. "My child, you have finally come." "You are." The snow-white little critter tilted its head and observed the beautiful lady in front of it. However, the call originated from its bloodline. It instantly confirmed that the lady was its closest relative. Kiki was incomparably excited. Hearing that voice filled with emotion, the snow-white little critter's big eyes immediately brimmed with tears. With a light blink, sparkling and translucent tears rolled down. It rushed forward at high speed. Just as it was about to call out for its mother, the blue-haired woman suddenly yawned and fell back onto the recliner. She let out a sleepy voice and said, "I'm so sleepy. No, I can't hold on anymore. Oh, no, it seems that my child is here. I can't sleep anymore. I've been sleeping for thousands of years, Mommy." Kiki blinked its big eyes and flew over at high speed. It lightly shook the blue-haired beauty. At the back, Xiaochen and the rest were a little dazed. This beauty was too good at sleeping. She had already slept for thousands of years. She was so excited when she saw the little critter just now. How could she be sleepy again in the blink of an eye? "Mommy," Kiki lightly shook the blue-haired woman. She finally woke up again. "Oh, my child, I have finally met you." The blue-haired woman carried Kiki lightly and kissed the little critter affectionately. Then she said, "My adorable darling. I am sleepy again." Speaking until here, the blue-haired woman loosened her grip. Ren Kiki slid down onto the recliner, and she herself fell asleep again. This time, Xiaochen and the rest were completely dumbfounded. Fell asleep again, hereditary, it was definitely hereditary. Only now did Xiaochen and the rest finally understood why the little critter was so fond of sleeping. It actually had this kind of mother. It really made them speechless. Why couldn't it be like this? "Mommy is awake." Keek's immature voice carried a little grievance. Why did such a thing happen when it just met its dearest mother? "Oh, darling, Mommy is awake." The blue-haired woman lifted Kiki above her head happily and looked at it carefully. In the end, she carried Kiki in her bosom and said, "My little darling is really too cute. The more I look at you, the more I like you, but I am sleepy again." Her voice became softer and softer. In the end, she finally let Kiki fall freely and fell on the golden beach. She herself fell asleep on the recliner again. Everyone was completely speechless. Wasn't this sleeping a little too much? No wonder the snow-white little critter liked to sleep so much on normal days. This was really hereditary. everyone wanted to cry out and sigh. This was not Keek's fault, it was the lazy mother's fault. Mommy, the snow-white little critter felt extremely wronged. Its big eyes were filled with tears as it shook the blue-haired beauty's body and called out softly, "Mommy is awake, darling, Mommy is awake." "Are you really my mommy? Why are you still sleeping after seeing me?" Kiki asked, feeling wronged. "Good child, of course I am your mommy. Mommy only has two hobbies in this life. The first is to love delicious food. There is no delicacy in the world that Mommy hasn't tasted before. The second is to sleep. Usually, I sleep for 3,000 years. Even if all the beauties in the world grow old, only Mommy is forever young and beautiful. What I love the most is also delicious food." Keek's big eyes immediately lit up. After that, it said softly, "Although I also love to sleep, I still feel that Mommy is too good at sleeping. The longest I slept was only 150 years. That's why, child, you still have to work hard." Mommy is sleepy again. The blue-haired beauty finally fell asleep again. At the back, the group of people was dumbstruck. Was there anyone who taught their child like this? Keek's mommy was too unconventional. At the back, Crisis and Juga Fatty had already started to discuss. If you were to judge from their appearance, they really didn't look like a family. Is this beautiful woman really Keek's mommy? This really doesn't look like it. Especially when they thought of the cool Daddy Koo, it made them feel even weirder. Daddy Koo, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, biting a grass root in his mouth, wearing a pair of black crystal glasses, looking very cool. Could it be that he married such a woman? Crisis let out a long sigh and said, "I was born to be Daddy Koo, so what if I'm a beast? I still married a beautiful wife." A vigorous love affair between man and beast, it really makes people envious. Juga Fatty's white hair fluttered in the wind as he said, "Don't worry, you will also have a vigorous love affair between man and beast in the future." "What does it have to do with you?" Crisis directly threw the Armageddon at the powerful Juga Fatty. Juga Fatty immediately rolled his eyes. "That woman isn't human." The mysterious old farmer held the Armageddon spear with a solemn expression. He seemed to be on guard and said, "I can't tell her race for now, but it shouldn't be her real body. That's a spiritual imprint. It's very powerful." To be evaluated like that by the old farmer, it was enough to show how terrifying the woman was. Such a drowsiness should only appear in public. If she was provoked, the blue-haired woman might immediately display a shocking combat prowess. Xiaochen thought of the two skeletons in the Lost Paradise. When one's cultivation reached Daddy Koo's and Mommy Koo's realm, they could naturally change their form at will. Mommy, Kiki was like a pitiful child. With a bitter face, she called the blue-haired woman to wake up again. "Oh, cute little darling, Mommy didn't sleep enough this time. That's why I'm sleepy." "Darling, don't feel wronged. Mommy insists on not letting you sleep." The blue-haired woman finally became more spirited and said, "Mommy loves delicious food the most. Naturally, I prepared a lot for my darling. Let's go, Mommy will bring you to see." Speaking until here, Mommy Koo finally got down from the recliner. Her snow-white feet were bare as she carried Kiki towards a building not far away. "Darling, are these pavilions beautiful? I excavated the prehistoric ruins on this side and recreated the classic Western style. On this side, it's the classic Eastern style." As they spoke, it was no longer Koo's mother who was hugging Koo. Instead, it was Koo who was struggling to support the unconscious Koo. However, after walking into the beautiful buildings, the wronged little critter quickly became happy. The crowd outside soon heard the little guy's excited cries. "So many spirit essences." The snow-white little critter asked timidly with its tender voice, "Mommy, are these all for me?" "Yes, it's all for my baby." Mother Koo replied lazily. Then, she added lazily, "Give me a heavenly god fruit, Mom, the heavenly god fruit is right beside you, it's only a step away. Mommy is too lazy to move. Baby, help me throw one over." "Mom, you're too lazy, much lazier than me." Although everyone couldn't see what was happening inside the building complex, they could clearly hear their conversation. They looked at each other in dismay, they really didn't know what to say. The pitiful little critter had such a lazy mother. It was really, "Mom, you fell asleep again. Mom, you're lying on top of me. Mom, you're biting the heavenly god fruit, you haven't chewed yet, don't sleep. Mom, you, the pitiful little thing, why did it have such a lazy mother?" Everyone sympathized with Ku. At this time, Mother Ku's voice finally wasn't as lazy as before. She said to Ku lovingly, "Baby, don't blame Mom. When your father and I went to the other world to kill bad guys, we accidentally injured our bodies. That's why I'm so sleepy." Not long after, the beautiful Mom Ku walked out lazily and yawned. She pulled Ku along and looked at Xiaochen and the others. She asked the little critter, "Darling, are they your friends?" "Yes." Ku nodded vigorously. "Then forget it. Otherwise, Mom will throw them to Mars." The lazy woman spoke casually, but everyone could sense her power. She was definitely an expert with extraordinary strength. The mysterious old farmer immediately let out a cold snort. The great destruction spear in his hand trembled slightly. However, Ku's mother only yawned and said, "Since they are my baby's friends, then don't compare with me. I'm too lazy to compare with you." When she said that she was too lazy to compete, she was really too lazy to compete. She was so lazy that she didn't even want to walk. "Baby, do you have any regrets?" Mother Ku forced herself to stay awake and asked. Ku tilted her head and thought seriously for a while. Then she said, "Yes. Mom left a spiritual imprint to wait for you to come here. Who can live without regrets? Your father and I gave you a heaven-defying life change, so that you can move forward without regrets." Ku scratched her head embarrassedly and said in a trembling voice, "Actually, I don't have many regrets." Whoosh, Mother Ku drew a line in the air lazily, and two light doors appeared on the golden beach. "This is a supreme treasure your father borrowed from the other world in the past. One of them is known as retrospect, and it means that you can look back on the past. The other is known as hope, and it means that hope will appear in the future." Mother Ku said casually, but everyone was very calm. If it was true, these two doors were really heaven-defying. Borrowed doors from the other world? The old farmer asked in shock. Yes. It's a pity that these two treasures are not perfect. There are too many variables. They were refined by experts from the other world. It took a lot of effort to borrow them. That's impossible, retrospection was right in front of them. According to Mother Ku, it seemed to be more powerful than the ancestor god's time reversal. If it was refined to perfection, even if it couldn't change history, it would still be a great killing weapon. How many of the past can we look back on? The old farmer held the great destruction spear and couldn't stay calm. He stared at the blue-haired beauty excitedly. How many of the past can we look back on? Everyone was silent. How many of the past can we look back on? Ku's mother was no longer lazy. She hugged Ku and combed her blue hair. "Can life be restarted? You can try, but you only have one chance. I want to go back and fight. I want to go back and fight." The old farmer held the great destruction spear, and his aura kept rising. His entire person changed, from simple to fierce, and then to high and sharp. He was like a different person, his long gray hair stood up and danced wildly. He roared to the sky, "I want to go back and fight. I have regretted not having experienced that final battle." The old farmer's battle intent rose to the limit, and he stepped into the retrospection. Can the past really be looked back on? Can the past really be looked back on? No one knew. But the few people present were already walking towards the retrospection gate, because everyone had regrets in their hearts. How many past events could be repeated? How many things can be changed? How many endings could be rewritten? Everyone more or less had some regrets in their hearts, but the past could not be looked back and could not be altered again. This was the main reason why it was difficult to let go of the regrets. Now that the turning back was right before their eyes, there wasn't a single person who wouldn't be moved. When faced with the turning back that could erase their regrets and change their past regrets, there wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. All of them wanted to change their past regrets. The mysterious old farmer's strength was heaven-shocking, but in the last civilized era, he wasn't able to participate in that final battle, making it hard for him to find peace. His heart was filled with too many regrets. Now, he chose to return to the past without any hesitation, carry out the final great decisive battle. Although history could not be changed, he still chose this path. Perhaps he felt that the meaning of that battle was more important than his life. Can I really? Crisis seemed to be very excited. His body was already trembling. Whether or not the past can be reborn depends on you. Alright, I want to return to the past. It was rare for Crisis to become serious. He muttered to himself, back in those days, Junior's sister was in her prime, her beauty crowned the world. Why did she suddenly marry an old sloppy man and pass away not long after? The usually carefree Crisis chattered on and on, worrying about his personal gains and losses. In the end, he carried the Armageddon and rushed into retrospect. White-haired Juga Fatty also walked forward to take a look. He muttered to himself, I want to go back to the past and hold back my appetite. I don't believe that if I had controlled myself since I was young, I would still be so fat. At that time, I'll have a feather fan and silk handkerchief, and I'll be handsome and elegant. My darling, why aren't you going? The blue-haired beauty asked Ku. The snow-white little critter tilted its head and thought for a while, then it said, actually, I don't have any regrets. I ate a lot of spiritual essence and slept for a long time. Now, I can see my mother again, Ku's mother chuckled and yawned. She fought back her drowsiness and said, I'll send the baby in and let you settle your regrets. Speaking until here, she carried Kiki and walked towards the light door. After that, she sent the snow-white little critter into the retrospection. Even though the little critter was mumbling, it still rushed over. Following that, Frosty, Gudu Shanshan, and the others also entered the turning head. Only Xiao Chen and Ku's mother remained. Why don't you go in? Don't you have any regrets? In life, no one can have no regrets, but people can't always live in the past. Xiao Chen said. It would be impossible for him to say that he had no regrets. On the contrary, he had too many regrets. However, even if he returned to the past, he could not change the most important things. Since he could not change history and could only change himself, going back to the past was nothing more than reliving the regrets of the past. What happened can no longer be changed. Instead of holding on to a trace of fantasy, it's better to completely jump out of it. I don't believe that the past can be repeated. When Xiao Chen got to this point, he couldn't help but think of many people. His parents, Qing Qing, Rua Shui, his companions when he was young, his friends who had already passed away, and there were too many people and things. However, those regrets were destined to be unchangeable. Walking through it all over again would only increase his sadness. As for his own experiences, there was nothing worth correcting or changing. He didn't want to be branded with the past. You are very heartless. Don't you want to try? I really want to try, but I know I can't change it. However, I want to ask, can the light gate named Hope really lead to the future? You are thinking about hope. Keek's mother had a head of long blue hair that was flickering with a gentle luster. She yawned lazily and said, the gate of hope has more variables. If you want to go in and mess up the future, I'm afraid that if you do that, you will most likely be seeking your own death. However, since this gate is named Hope, it naturally has great benefits. Originally, I wanted to personally go in with my baby. Since you have already mentioned it, I can tell you that if you have enough luck after entering, you can borrow 500 years from the heavens. Although Keek's mother said it indifferently, Xiao Chen was horrified when he heard it. 500 years. If there was an additional 500 years, then the significance to him would be too great. The past is gone forever. Being too stubborn will only increase the sadness. I don't want to look back. It's better to look back with longing and hope. Instead of looking back, I'd rather walk into hope. It's more meaningful. What I need now is power, not to experience the past again. Xiao Chen walked forward resolutely. He passed by Look Back and directly arrived in front of Hope. I won't stop you. However, I have to tell you that it's best not to barge in recklessly. The safest thing is, if you manage to find 500 years of luck, train quietly and don't barge in recklessly. Keek's mother said it very calmly. She was yawning endlessly on the golden beach. After that, she lazily lay down on the rattan chair. Xiao Chen walked into Hope without looking back. With a flash of brilliance, he completely disappeared. Kill, kill, on the boundless earth, the flames of war could be seen everywhere. Was this the future? The earth was in a state of desolation. The mountains and rivers were shattered. The city was covered in grass and trees. Just at this time, Xiaochen felt a huge force that seemed to be guiding him. Not long later, he passed by a battlefield. That was a lonely figure. A tall and sturdy figure bathed in blood as he fought alone. He was bearing the attacks from all directions. The radiance was brilliant, and the murderous aura soared to the heavens. That is, Xiaochen was gobsmacked. However, the huge force was still pulling him. He crossed the space, crossed the time, and disappeared from that boundless earth. At a distant place, a majestic huge city appeared. It towered above the clouds. Its imposing manner was majestic, as if it would never be extinguished. All the creatures in the world seemed so insignificant in front of it. Rather than saying that it was a majestic huge city, it would be better to say that it was a huge life form that stood above the world. That is, Celestial City. The huge city was precisely the celestial city that was located in the southern desolate region of the world of Immortals in the past. Xiaochen was gobsmacked. At this moment, he was approaching at lightning speed. Celestial Emperor has regrets. Celestial Emperor has regrets. The faintly discernible voice reverberated unceasingly within the celestial city. It was filled with despair and unwillingness. However, the city was completely empty. The residents of the past were already gone. What happened in the future? Why did the celestial city fly above the clouds? Celestial Emperor has regrets. Is there really a celestial emperor? What is he regretting? Xiaochen was being pulled by a huge force. He had already flown into the celestial city. Celestial Emperor has regrets. Celestial Emperor has regrets. Along with Xiaochen's arrival, that faintly discernible voice gradually became softer, and then it completely disappeared. The majestic huge city towering above the clouds was completely empty inside. At this moment, only Xiaochen stood alone in the center. What kind of power brought me into the celestial city? In the spacious and majestic huge city, only Xiaochen's voice was reverberating. There was no other sound. What is that? Xiaochen's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly discovered that in the spacious and empty celestial city, a pile of huge skeletons had appeared unknowingly. They were completely made of stone, the stone and bones. Xiaochen was startled. He felt that he had vaguely grasped something. Celestial Emperor has regrets. Celestial Emperor has regrets. Just at this time, that faintly discernible voice of incomparable despair resounded again. It would make one's hair stand on end. In the celestial city that was floating in the clouds, a huge skeleton suddenly appeared there. The huge stone skeleton was like a small hill. It occupied a very large area. Celestial Emperor has regrets. Celestial Emperor has regrets. The voice of unwillingness and despair was so indistinct in the spacious and empty celestial city. It was like a malicious spirit that refused to disperse. The completely stony sternum was like a pile of ancient fossils. It was incomparably messy. The roots intersected and connected together. It looked like a huge bird's nest. Stone bones, a huge stony sternum. Xiaochen slowly descended and walked towards that huge stone skeleton in the center of the celestial city step by step. Could it be that this was also the remains of the stoneman? It was actually so huge. Who are you? Since you are in such despair and unwillingness, why don't you come out and meet me? Xiaochen stood in front of the stone skeleton and calmly swept his eyes around. Blue sea, blue sky, endless hatred. Who am I? Who am I? The voice was incomparably indistinct. Countless shadows appeared in the celestial city. They were indistinct, like wild ghosts with resentment. Xiaochen was speechless. The countless wild ghosts were all remnant thoughts. They were the remnant thoughts of the fallen experts. They were formed from the inextinguishable resentment. Their spiritual sense was actually already destroyed. When he stepped on the bluestone ground, he kicked up a cloud of bone powder. It was unknown what happened in the celestial city. There was actually a thick layer of white bone powder. Xiaochen knitted his brows slightly and walked into the stone sternum with large strides. When he came in contact with the huge fossil-like bone, a bizarre feeling welled up in his heart. At the same time, the pigeon egg-sized half of the stony sternum that he kept on his body trembled slightly. It was actually a little hot. Kacha! Kacha! The huge stony sternum trembled violently and let out an ear-piercing sound. Boom, the huge sternum shook violently and suddenly flipped a few times in succession. It locked Xiaochen inside like a cage. The cage-like sternum gradually calmed down, but the celestial city started to tremble. A majestic and mighty life form, at this moment, Xiaochen felt as if the celestial city was alive. It was like a huge living creature. Back then, when he first entered the southern wasteland and saw this city, he already had this kind of feeling. And now, it was confirmed. Borrowing for 500 years, could it be that the opportunity is here? Xiaochen muttered to himself. At that moment, a soft sigh was heard in Celestial City. Borrowing from the heavens for 500 years. Do you dare? After the sigh, a voice resounded in the Celestial City. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiaochen swept his gaze over the Celestial City. Why do you want to borrow it for 500 years? Because I need power. After a short period of silence, the enormous voice of that life form rumbled again, saying, 500 years, in the long river of history, is nothing more than a drop in the ocean, a short instant. However, if one is given another 500 years, then that would be as heavy as 100,000 great mountains. This is a heaven-defying action, the price to pay is unimaginable. Xiaochen nodded and said, I know. If I do not invest in anything, how can there be any returns? However, I need it. You're an earth-penetrating realm cultivator, yet you want to defy the heavens and seize 500 years. Even if you reach the half-martial ancestor realm, how can you survive in this land ruled by the ancestor gods of this other world? If I don't fight for it, if I don't work hard to become stronger, then there will be even less hope. Although I can't see the light now, I will never give up. If you want to get something, you have to pay for it. 500 years, a heaven-defying 500 years. The voice of the enormous life form suddenly became fierce. The heaven-defying 500 years requires your life to exchange for it. If I use my life to exchange, what's the use of those 500 years? Xiaochen asked in reply. Even if you use your life now, it's useless. I will give you 500 years to defy the heavens. One day, if you touch the ancestor god realm, the moment you step into it will be the moment you pay the price. Xiaochen shook his head firmly and said, too harsh. You are very confident. Do you really think there is hope for you to advance to the ancestor god realm? Xiaochen still shook his head and said, I don't want to make promises casually. Very well, then let's change the condition. If you advance to the ancestor god realm, offer 3 ancestor god souls to me. The enormous voice carried a slight fluctuation as it said, I hope a miracle will happen. Very well, this is the condition. If I reach that realm, I will need to kill the ancestor gods of this other world unceasingly. This time, Xiaochen agreed without any hesitation. If the celestial city is sealed, it will escape beyond the heavens and rise above the realms. It will become an independent space of its own. The outside world will only have an instant of youth, but the beauty here will already turn into the yellow earth. However, sealing the celestial city and escaping beyond the heavens and earth will consume too much energy, I understand. In the future, I will offer 3 ancestor god souls to you. Very well. Since you entered this city with half of the stone bone, I will escape beyond the heavens and earth for you. Speaking until here, the celestial city rumbled and shook. After that, it was completely sealed. Boom, the celestial city scattered the clouds in the surroundings. It soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The tyrannical energy fluctuation alarmed several supreme experts in the world. 3 figures rushed over at high speed. Bang, a huge shield with a simple and unadorned appearance appeared. It seemed to have come from the primordial era as it chased after the celestial city. It was actually the undying heavenly shield. Back then, it was the divine weapon of the otherworld ancestor god Babura. Even the martial ancestor could not break it. Woo, the cries of demons and ghosts pierced through the vast sky. A black demonic blade slashed through the heaven and earth. It appeared in the clouds and slashed towards the direction where the celestial city disappeared. Boom, a huge pagoda with 33 floors also flew over from the distant sky. The yin and yang energies in the surroundings were hazy as it pressed towards the direction where the celestial city disappeared. These were all the weapons of the unparalleled ancestor gods. At this moment, they were being used by someone to chase after the celestial city. At this moment, in the future, a few unparalleled ancestor gods sensed that there was an additional variable in the world. As a result, they all broke through the spacetime to attack. The undying heavenly shield, the demonic blade, and the huge pagoda all missed their target. They shattered the countless stars in the sky. A large part of the universe immediately dimmed. The starfield was in a state of stillness. Rumble, 3 figures passed through the spacetime and charged towards the depths of the starry sky. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. One of them shouted, "You are not from this spacetime. If you dare to come and cause chaos in the world, you will be punished with death." Oh, not good. They want to escape from the heavens. The figure of the supreme ancestor god holding the demonic blade couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could imagine that his expression had changed. He shouted, "They want to completely escape from this world. Chase." The 3 supreme experts made their move again and attacked towards the depths of the starry sky. The undying heavenly shield was revolving. Although it was a defensive ancestor god weapon, its offensive power was also unparalleled. The stars dimmed and the starry sky shattered. There was no power that could block it. The demonic blade was even more terrifying. It was like the weeping of a devil or a ghost. The wailing sound shook the entire sky. More than half of the star systems collapsed in the blink of an eye. They became history and were completely annihilated by the demonic blade. Such a terrifying ancestor god weapon could only display such terrifying destructive power in the hands of a true unparalleled ancestor god. They were unstoppable. As for the huge pagoda with 33 floors, it was the most terrifying. Millions of stars and endless starlight were all absorbed into it. It could completely absorb the entire starry sky and even store the entire world. However, this time, the 3 supreme ancestor gods once again missed their target. They allowed the celestial city to escape into the distance and escape from this world. How is this possible? Could it be that the celestial emperor has been resurrected? That's impossible. The celestial emperor has regrets. How can he not die? Even if he is dead, don't look down on him. Don't forget that the celestial city hasn't collapsed yet. You guys should know what it represents. It's several times more important than the primordial demon city. The primordial demon city. Maybe we should enter the world of death. The primordial demon city and the celestial city are places that made these supreme experts regret for the rest of their lives. Perhaps something will be left behind. The few supreme ancestor gods were conversing. What about that variable just now? He indeed doesn't belong to this spacetime. Why was he taken away by the celestial city? A small variable might trigger a great change. We can't overlook it. I think I've already sensed who he is. The celestial city escaped from this world and completely disappeared from the starry sky. It was independent of all the realms and drifted away from the world. The surroundings were boundless void with no end. It was an eternal deathly stillness. The celestial city flickered violently and appeared in this boundless void. There was nothing in the surroundings. The celestial emperor has regrets. The celestial emperor has regrets. The innumerable shadows in the celestial city appeared again. They were filled with despair and unwillingness. And that huge life form let out a heavy sigh and said desolately, "One step further from the highest level of enlightenment." Perhaps, that step is an endless abyss. Xianxia was sealed in the huge stone sternum. It was as if he was trapped in a cage. He sat cross-legged inside without moving. His entire person had sunk into an ethereal state. He wanted to do everything he could to break through to a higher realm. The space-time he was in, the 9 prefectures and the 4 cardinal directions were too cruel. He needed unparalleled combat power. You still want to advance to the half-group realm like this? Truly a fool's ravings. Xianxia didn't feel the slightest bit of aversion toward this. He opened his eyes and earnestly asked, "Then how do I advance to the half-ancestor realm? How do you think I should train?" He knew that this huge life form was certainly extraordinary. If you want to advance to a higher realm, there are countless ways. Do you want to become a half-ancestor with powerful vitality, or a half-ancestor with shocking combat power, or a half-ancestor with unparalleled defense? Can I choose any of them? You are too greedy. It is impossible for you to do it in a mere 500 years. It is not that I am greedy. It is because I need power too much. If there is only one choice, then I will choose to become a half-ancestor with shocking combat power. Xiaochen made such a choice. Although the world is cruel, there are rules to speak of. Since you have made such a choice, then you can begin. Not long after, Xiaochen began the purgatory-like torture. The huge stone sternum became a veritable cage. Xiaochen kept changing between self-destruction and rebirth. Between destruction and rebirth, he comprehended all kinds of combat power in the universe. His goal was not to advance to become an ordinary half-ancestor. His goal was to become a powerful half-ancestor with shocking combat power. If he wanted to become strong, he had to pay the price. This was only the beginning of the purgatory. The celestial city was independent of the realms. It floated outside the world, located in an eternal and boundless void. The surroundings were deathly silent, there was no sound at all. And inside the sealed city, the huge sternum was like a cage, trapping Xiaochen in the center. Bang, Xiaochen's body was torn into pieces. Bright red blood blossomed. At this moment, Xiaochen was enduring the hellish pain with great difficulty. The ghastly red stained the sternum cage. In a short period of a quarter of an hour, Xiaochen's body had already been torn into pieces for the 39th time. Scarlet blood splattered in the air. Drops of blood stained the huge stone bones. It was a ghastly sight. Suffering the most bitter of hardships doesn't necessarily mean you will become an outstanding person. However, if you can't endure the most bitter of hardships, you basically have no hope of becoming a supreme expert. Since ancient times, every peerless expert had to go through thousands of tribulations and tens of thousands of dangers before they succeeded. In the celestial city, as that huge voice reverberated, Xiaochen was shattered for the 78th time. His flesh turned into minced meat, his bones shattered into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. He was constantly going back and forth between destruction and rebirth, enduring this most horrifying torture. And all of this was carried out by himself. He forced himself to calm down in the midst of pain, forged an eternal heart in the midst of death, forged a will that was as hard as divine metal. And this was just the prelude. If he wanted to have heaven-shaking combat power, he needed to refine it 100 times. He needed to cultivate the warrior body, forge a will that was as hard as divine metal, and comprehend the laws of the world. 3 days later, Xiaochen finally couldn't help but cry out. At this moment, what he was enduring was not only the disintegration of his physical body, but also the cracking and mending of his soul. The extreme pain of both the mind and the body. Even if one was as hard as steel, even if one was a deity, they would not be able to endure this kind of torture. After the blood splashed out, it turned into a gorgeous red mist and pervaded the surroundings. The stench of blood pervaded the air in the sternum cage. It was incomparably pungent. One could clearly see Xiaochen's pale bones protruding out from the minced meat. The scene was very bloody and terrifying. And this kind of miserable torture had only lasted for 3 days. In the next 500 years, there would be even greater suffering and torture. Under this kind of purgatory tempering, he had to comprehend the laws of the world. He had to comprehend the will of all things, the heart of the world, or in other words, the will of the world. 10 years later, Xiaochen had already reached the 9th heaven, infinitely close to a half-step ancestor. It would not be difficult for him to truly step into that strong realm. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be able to do so. However, what he wanted to strive for was to become a powerhouse of this realm, to become a true saint battle god. On the 13th year, Xiaochen's entire body was covered in blood after he reconstructed his shattered body once again. His long hair was stuck together by the blood, strand by strand, the blood vessels all over his body bulged and his veins throbbed violently. Xiaochen faced the sky and shouted. The god power around his body surged as he channeled it to the extreme. Waves ravaged his meridians. In the end, the god power was like a flood that broke a dam and rushed into every inch of his flesh. Rumble. A loud sound came from within Xiaochen's body. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded from the 9th heaven. Boundless power surged within his body. Every meridian was like a torrential river, surging with divine power. All the acupoints were shining brightly like stars in the sky. At this moment, Xiaoqian's eyes shone with a horrifying light. He had finally taken one step into the half-step martial ancestor realm. He had become a super saint battle god below the ancestor god realm. However, this was still far from enough. He had to become even stronger and become a true half-step martial ancestor. Relying on the raging god power in his body, he charged towards the true half-step martial ancestor realm in one fell swoop. Xiaoqian couldn't help but roar. The flesh on his entire body swelled up like a grasshopper. His long hair that was dripping with blood soared into the sky and stood on end. Beads of blood rolled down unceasingly. I want to have world-shaking combat power and kill the otherworldly ancestor god. Along with Xiaoqian's roar, countless huge lightning bolts suddenly struck towards this defensive line from the edge of the boundless void outside Celestial City. Even though Celestial City was an independent world, it still attracted endless heavenly lightning when Xiaoqian advanced to half-step martial ancestor. Boom, countless huge lightning bolts as thick as a mountain all struck Celestial City. The lightning does not come from the same world. You have to temper yourself with the heavenly lightning several times. If you are not careful, you will be completely annihilated. That loud voice in Celestial City rumbled and allowed the lightning to charge in, bombarding Xiaoqian, who was in the bone cage. At this moment, Xiaoqian finally became a true half-step martial ancestor. The divine light in his eyes became even sharper. They were like two powerful heavenly swords. The instant they opened and closed, two beams of divine light immediately shattered the void. Xiaoqian felt a truly strong and unparalleled power. Boom, surging heavenly lightning struck down, flooding the void. The resplendent lightning completely encased Celestial City. This was the strong lightning of a world. If one could endure it, one would be able to enjoy the boundless sea and sky. If one could not endure it, one would be reduced to ashes and dust. Come. Xiaoqian, who was covered in blood, stood in the bone cage. He stretched his hands towards the sky and allowed the lightning to charge into his body. He did not block or resist at all. The lightning could not do anything to him at all. It was all absorbed by his war physique. At the same time, a clump of powerful soul power burst out from the depths of his body. It turned into boundless divine power and rushed into every part of his body. A boundless power merged with his flesh. The Sovereign King's divine soul that was refined into his body in the past was finally refined by him. It became a part of his divine power. Boom, the lightning struck down again. Every one of them was as thick as a mountain. The heavenly lightning of a world had struck down. Xiaoqian still did not block it. He allowed the boundless divine lightning to enter his body and enter his flesh. If other people saw this, they would definitely be dumbstruck. This was equivalent to Kiki being the second one. Back then, the snow-white little critter became a half-step martial ancestor in its sleep. It was already very shocking. And now, Xiaoqian also displayed such a terrifying potential. Boom, the lightning was boundless. The entire Celestial City was submerged by the lightning. The berserk heavenly lightning from all over the world were all striking at this place. And during this process, Xiaoqian was as still as a boulder. He did not move at all. He allowed the lightning to enter his body and used the most tyrannical power to temper his war physique. Rumble, the other half-step martial ancestor's divine soul that was refined into his body in the past also shattered with a loud rumble at this moment. They turned into the purest divine power and rushed into his 100 meridians, merging with Xiaoqian. Although he had just stepped into the half-step martial ancestor realm, he alone was enough to fight against several half-step martial ancestors combined. Boom, millions upon millions of lightning struck down at the same time. Xiaoqian had completely stepped into the half-step martial ancestor realm. The Sovereign King's soul and the half-step martial ancestor's soul that were refined into his body were all fused into one. He had become a terrifying half-step martial ancestor not only in name but also in reality. He alone was enough to fight against several half-step martial ancestors combined. All the lightning was absorbed, not a single one was wasted. This was the boundless lightning formed by the fusion of all the realms. At this moment, Xiaoqian was extremely powerful. Every time he raised his hand, he would have an inexhaustible divine power. His entire body had undergone a shocking transformation. Roar, Xiaoqian faced the sky and roared. Celestial City trembled. At the end of the boundless void, the boundless starlight rushed over here. the starlight filled the sky. The power of the various realms converged into a huge river. They surged wildly and formed a resplendent divine waterfall that rushed towards the temporarily opened celestial city. Millions upon millions of stars tempered the martial body. Millions upon millions of stars tempered the warrior body. Xiaoqian's power erupted once again, tempering the martial body. At this moment, Xiaoqian circulated the mysterious technique frantically. Other than the 365 main acupoints that were dazzling, there were also countless divine acupoints that were shining brilliantly. They merged with the divine waterfall. The 365 deities appeared. They faced the sky and roared in unison as they frantically absorbed the boundless divine power of the stars. At this moment, Xiaoqian should be tempering his own divine weapon. However, he didn't. He only tempered his own body. He felt more and more that the physical body was the strongest weapon, and the ancestral god weapons like the war sword didn't need him to temper them. This was his greatest asset, it was what he could rely on in the future. I want to kill the supreme ancestral god. Sooner or later, I will reach that realm. When the boundless starlight disappeared, the 365 deities also disappeared. Boom, at the same time, Xiaoqian's warrior body shattered once again. It turned into bits and pieces amidst the glaring bloody radiance. He began his hellish training again. 30 years later, Xiaoqian comprehended the laws of the world while his body was shattered. He was the ruler of the world's will. He allowed the boundless divine power to surge out of his body. 30 years of hellish training allowed him to undergo a shocking transformation. On this day, the instant his physical body shattered, 30 war swords soared into the sky along with the bloody radiance. The war swords that were dripping with blood were completely red. They contained a brilliant splendor as they shot out. The blood and the swords merged together. The heaven and earth trembled together. The celestial city trembled together. The starry sky trembled together with the starry sky. The 30 war swords merged with the blood and emitted boundless radiance. They finally revealed their unparalleled sharpness for the first time. The war swords clanked together. The tip of the sword trembled and pointed towards the blue dome of heaven. When the 30 war swords merged together, a tattered formation appeared. Xiaoqian reassembled his physical body and slowly rose up. He stood at the center of the tattered formation and became an eternal entity. At the same time, his entire body flourished with radiance. One after another, patterns appeared on the surface of his body. The tattered formation formed by the 30 war swords seemed to be one with Xiaoqian. It was as if they were made by the heavens. With just a thought from Xiaoqian, the 30 war swords stained with blood sliced through the void. They turned into 30 divine splendor and lingered around him. At this moment, Xiaoqian comprehended something. He stood quietly at the center of the tattered formation and began to comprehend it for 100 years. In the mortal world, the beauty of the celestial city could only grow old and turn into the yellow earth. 100 years of silence, like a withered tree, comprehending the sword formation. The withered tree was reborn with boundless vitality. Xiaoqian woke up, but not long after, he calmed down like a fossil. He began to perfect the eightfold world and the 8 origin sounds. He even tempered his martial body. 500 years passed in a hurry. Xiaoqian grabbed the remaining half of the stone bone and walked out of the stone bone cage. Celestial city broke through the sky and returned to the world of immortals not long after. Boom, the heaven and earth shook, the immortal heavenly shield, the fiend blade, and the 33-layered pagoda shattered the boundless void. They suddenly appeared and pressed towards the celestial city. Xiaoqian's long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood alone in the center of the celestial city. He wore the underworld iron ancestor battle armor and held the rainbow-colored divine tree in his hand. His eyes emitted 2 divine rainbows. The tattered formation slowly appeared and emitted the aura of the Archean realm. The dilapidated formation was shrouded in a hazy mist. It was spinning slowly. Although it looked peaceful, it was faintly discernible. It was emitting a supreme force that could suppress the heaven and earth. Xiaoqian stood upright and unafraid. He stood on the hazy, incomplete formation. Divine light flickered in his eyes. The formation trembled slightly. Celestial city trembled, the stars in the universe trembled, all living creatures trembled, the whole world trembled. Above, the 3 unparalleled ancestral divine weapons suffered the impact. All of them flourished with radiance and became incomparably resplendent. Endless divine splendor illuminated the vast sky. This was the first time the dilapidated formation appeared in the world. It caused the three unparalleled ancestral divine weapons to suffer from the impact. Roar, in the resplendent starry sky, it was as if there were 9 ancestral dragons roaring. The deafening roar swept across millions of miles. Countless stars were annihilated. 3 hazy silhouettes appeared from the millions of stars. They shattered the starry sky and crossed the sky. With a single step, they arrived in the sky above the immortal realm. Celestial City trembled and let out a loud rumbling sound. It transmitted its voice to Xianxia, "Don't clash with their masters. Those are 3 unparalleled ancestral gods. Even an ordinary ancestral god would die if they were to fight against them." With a flash of light, Celestial City streaked across the sky. It crossed 10,000 miles in an instant and disappeared from its original spot. It appeared in the ancient god desert in the north of the immortal realm. Rumble, the 3 unparalleled ancestral divine weapons shattered the void and arrived in an instant. Their divine might shook the entire golden desert. All the grains of sand trembled. It was as if a tsunami had occurred in the ancient god desert. Sand and dust soared into the sky. The immortal heavenly shield was simple and unadorned, but it was known as the strongest ancestral divine weapon. In the past, even the unparalleled martial ancestor couldn't shatter it. The bewitching saber's murderous intent soared to the sky. Just now, it streaked across the vast starry sky and annihilated the countless stars, turning them into dust. It was terrifying and demonic. It made people's soul tremble. 33-layered pagoda was grand and majestic. Its aura was boundless. It was like a huge mountain towering between heaven and earth. Yin and yang energy circulated around it. Waves of primal chaos aura were emitted. It could absorb the stars in the sky and shatter millions of galaxies. Its might was unimaginable. The 3 unparalleled ancestral divine weapons contained world-destroying divine might. As they pressed down, even the majestic Celestial City trembled, bearing the tremendous destructive power. Celestial City shook violently. It disappeared once again, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the middle of the millions of copper mountains in the west. And during this process, the 3 unrivaled ancestral god weapons followed close behind. Boundless killing intent shook the starry sky as they swept over. "Let's go. You shouldn't fight against those 3 right now." The huge voice in the Celestial City transmitted to Xianxia. These 3 otherworld elder gods were truly peerless experts. Even if Swerin was reborn or Fuxi was reborn, they might not necessarily be able to stop them. Xianxia stood on the badly damaged formation diagram, his misty aura shook the heaven and earth. He looked at the 3 ancestral god weapons that were chasing after him, as well as the 3 hazy figures that were already standing in the sky above the world of immortals. He replied to that loud voice and said, "I can escape, but you, can you stop them?" Not to mention the 3 unrivaled ancestral gods, even if it was a true elder god, it would still be fraught with grim possibilities. The realm of the 3 unrivaled experts was just like their current position, standing high above the clouds. They were unrivaled experts that could show disdain for all eternity. Celestial City will collapse sooner or later, but now is not the time. I can escape from this world and stand alone. That voice in the Celestial City replied like this. However, the 3 unrivaled experts have already sealed the sky. Perhaps even if the martial ancestor returns, he will have to suffer a grievance. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to escape from this world. That huge voice in the Celestial City let out a sneer and said, "If the Celestial Emperor's divine might is still present, why would I be afraid of them stopping me? However, even so, I still have a way to leave. The northernmost part of the world of immortals is to the north of the ancient god desert, the westernmost part is to the west of the millions of copper mountains, the easternmost part is to the east of the boundless eastern sea, and the southernmost part is to the south of the desolate island. All of them are connected to the endless starry sky turbulence. Even if they have sealed the world, I can still escape from the millions of copper mountains. You can leave without worrying about me." Xianxia was very decisive. He didn't say anything more and directly soared into the sky. Using the method taught to him by Keek's mother, he summoned the Gate of Hope and wanted to leave this future world. At the same time, Celestial City rushed towards the westernmost part of the millions of copper mountains. The 3 unrivaled ancestral divine weapons slashed at Celestial City, but they all missed. At this time, 2 of the 3 unrivaled experts standing high above the clouds made their move. They personally chased after Xianxia towards Celestial City. Their speed was too fast. And those 2 terrifying powers were even more terrifying to the extreme. Even if an ordinary ancestral god sensed that kind of energy fluctuation, they would inevitably feel their hair stand on end. And during this process, the 3 unrivaled ancestral divine weapons already rushed over and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia let out a long whistle. 30 battle swords soared into the sky. Every single one of them was glistening with divine radiance. The tip of the swords pointed towards the heavens. The sword chi was like a resplendent waterfall that went against the heavens. It connected with the billions of stars in the universe. The terrifying sword chi that shook the heaven and earth merged with the boundless starlight in the sky. It converged into a torrential divine river and revealed its true destructive power. Chi. Chi, chi. The 30 battle swords pierced through the heaven and earth. Xianxia's blood flowed on every sword. They clashed head-on with the 3 unrivaled ancestral divine weapons. The entire sky above the world of immortals crumbled. Although the battle swords were pushed back, it seemed like they were suppressed by the 3 unrivaled ancestral divine weapons. However, if there was an expert on the scene, they would definitely be shocked. After all, the 3 unrivaled ancestral divine weapons were dominated by the killing intent of the 3 unrivaled ancestral divine weapons. And the battle swords were suppressed by them without shattering. It was enough to prove that they contained supreme power. It was not that the new battle swords were weak. After all, Xianxia was still not an ancestral god, let alone a supreme ancestral god. However, this was enough to prove the strength of his fusion with the battle swords. And just at this time, the gate of hope finally appeared in the sky. Xianxia took a step forward and was about to leave the spacetime immediately. But just at this moment, the unrivaled ancestral god in the sky who had not made a move all along finally made his move. He pointed a finger at Xianxia. It could be said to be as easy as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It shattered all obstacles and wanted to kill Xianxia directly. Xianxia really wanted to kill the otherworldly ancestral gods. However, he also knew that he could not clash with them prematurely. Otherwise, he would die before he could succeed. Xianxia quickly rushed towards Hope and dodged that startling finger force, preparing to bid farewell to the spacetime. However, the divine might of a supreme ancestral god was unimaginable. The hazy figure in the sky streaked his palm across the sky and actually stopped Hope temporarily. Just a minor variable. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, that ancient voice streaked across the sky and entered Hope. At the same time, an aura of destruction enveloped Xianxia, wanting to destroy his body and soul. Xianxia did not say anything. A tattered formation appeared under his feet. This was the first time he used such a terrifying power at full power. The tattered formation was hazy and hazy. The tattered formation merged with everything in the world, becoming one with heaven and earth. It was eternal and indestructible, gathering the immortal wills of the myriad divine laws into one. The instant the tattered formation trembled, the tattered formation's rotation obliterated the aura of destruction sent by the ancestor god, turning it into nothing. Hey, the expression of that supreme ancestral god finally changed. He stretched out a huge hand and grabbed the fiendish saber in the sky. He stabbed the saber at Hope with unparalleled divine might. Without a doubt, his murderous intent was boundless. He did not want to let go of this minor variable. How vast and vigorous was the power of the supreme ancestral god. It could completely shatter the universe and destroy billions of stars. 2 divine rainbows shot out from Xianxia's eyes. The tattered formation slowly rotated and blocked in front of him. At this moment, the fiendish saber let out a whining sound, like the wailing of demons and ghosts. The black mist enveloped the strange evil saber. The faint cold light flickering from it was abnormally horrifying. Boom, the fiend blade collided with the broken formation diagram. Although it happened within Hope, the aftermath of the collision still shattered more than half of the sky of the world of immortals. The radiance that shot up even made a large number of stars to dim down. The tattered formation was hazy and peaceful. However, it was indistinctly discernible. It had a supreme might that could suppress the world. It blocked the fiendish saber of the supreme ancestral god. The first battle after its rebirth was to clash head-on with the supreme ancestral god. It's just a tattered formation. No one can collect the complete formation. Although the otherworldly supreme ancestral god shouted, it was enough to show that he was greatly moved. He said coldly and emotionlessly, "I won't give you any chance." A boundless pressure shook the entire lifelong realm, even the heavens were pressuring downwards. Countless astral souls were grabbed out by the supreme ancestor god and fused into the demon saber. The demon saber then swept towards the hope. "The formation is incomplete, I'll make up for it." Xianxia roared. His entire body shone brightly. Mysterious patterns emerged one after another and merged with the tattered formation. It was as if they were an eternal and unchanging entity. The 30 swords merged into one and blocked in front of him. The formation rotated and the boundless might shook heaven and earth. Bang! The formation clashed with the fiendish saber for the second time. The earthless ancestral god was a supreme ancestral god after all. Although he couldn't shatter the reborn formation, the current Xianxia couldn't withstand the attack of the supreme ancestral god. Boom! Xianxia's physical body immediately crumbled. The rainbow-colored sacred tree shot out beams of light. The eternal light rushed out and merged with him in an instant, protecting his flesh and consciousness. "I didn't expect the difference between me and the supreme ancestral god is so great." This was Xianxia's weak consciousness after he was severely injured. However, he didn't know that the otherworldly supreme ancestral god was even more shocked. He naturally knew that Xianxia was a half-ancestor. However, he didn't turn into ashes under the supreme ancestral god's might. His consciousness still remained. This was simply unimaginable. For a half-ancestor to have such combat prowess, it could simply be described as shocking. Furthermore, the most terrifying thing was that tattered formation. It was already so terrifying even before it was complete. Yet, Xianxia seemed to be able to make up for it with his own body. If he succeeded, wouldn't it be too horrifying? Ants, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The fiendish saber trembled. The otherworldly supreme ancestral god wanted to kill Xianxia. However, at this moment, hope trembled violently and shone brightly. As expected of a holy artifact, the otherworldly supreme ancestral god only managed to freeze it for a moment. At this moment, the gate of hope broke free from its shackles and disappeared with Xianxia. It nearly swept away the fiendish saber. Fortunately, his magic power was heaven-defying and he managed to pull the fiendish saber back. Swish! With a flash of light, Xianxia returned to the blue sea and blue sky, standing on the golden beach. Xianxia had returned and walked out of hope. At this moment, even though his entire body was covered in bloodstains, he did not feel defeated at all. Under the matchless divine might of the otherworldly supreme ancestor god, he actually managed to survive. This could be considered a miracle. Xianxia had already reconstructed his physical body and fused with the eternal light. His entire body shone brightly, and the mysterious patterns on the surface of his body became even clearer. At this moment, Xianxia fused even more with that tattered formation. It was like he had truly become one with the heavens, no longer distinguishable from one another. It was like he had truly become that eternal and unchanging one. Xianxia ignored the shocked expressions of the others and sat on the beach, not moving at all as he fused with that eternal light. Right now, Xianxia only had one thought: charge to the 8th heaven of half-step martial ancestor, or even the 9th heaven. That way, he could sweep through the otherworldly half-step martial ancestors. He might even have a chance to kill the otherworldly supreme ancestral god. The formation is incomplete. I will make up for it with my own body. Right now, Xianxia only had one thought: become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Boom! The gate of hope shook intensely. The mysterious old farmer with boundless killing intent rushed out while holding the great destruction battle spear. The instant he saw the formation, his expression changed in horror. He said, "I went back for the final battle and also saw the tattered formation. However, I only saw a corner of it." End of chapter 514. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.